Chapter 81. I just want to ask you guys. Do you think I'm awesome? The first person who rushed out reacted to killing Xiao Bai first. But he didn't know that Chu Sheng's gun had already been aimed at the door. When the gun barrel came out first, Chu Sheng had already reacted. And the bullets poured on him as soon as he came out. Because the speed of the short sword is so fast. Even if there is a 25-round magazine, it can be fired in a few seconds. Ordinary players can't control this speed at all. It's easy to pour out all the bullets when facing the first person. And then what's waiting for you is the second person to rush out, while you are reloading. However, Chu Sheng has a little trick. The dagger has 3 shooting modes to choose from. Single shot, continuous shooting and full automatic mode. If your control and reaction are average, it is recommended not to choose the full automatic mode. Although the enemy will die quickly, you will die very quickly if you finish shooting in 1 second. Chu Sheng chose the continuous shooting mode. In this mode, the effect of the dagger is similar to the 3-shot mode of the M16. It effectively slows down the shooting cycle, thereby increasing the fault tolerance rate. After all, with a gun like the dagger, even if the opponent is a level 3 helmet, only 3 shots are needed. Chu Sheng's reaction and accuracy are extremely high. In the continuous shooting mode, all 3 bullets fell on the man's head, and the explosion instantly penetrated his head, and he also knelt down in the narrow corridor. Xiao Bai had already run to Chu Sheng's side, and seeing that less than 1/3 of his health was left, he panicked. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to kill the first person, which was a psychological tactic. If Chu Sheng killed the person who fell in the corridor directly, the remaining person might jump out of the window and escape because of cowardice. But if he spared this person's life first, the person who fell would urge the remaining person to rush out and kill him, and then pull himself up. Chu Sheng grasped the enemy's psychology, and did not go to kill people immediately. Then Chu Sheng disappeared in front of the corridor, and hid in the corner with Xiao Bai. Help him. What are you standing there for? Xiao Bai was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. He was wearing a white sweater, but there was an inexplicable rhythm in the ups and downs. However, Chu Sheng was like a Buddha statue, motionless. If Chu Sheng was next to Xiao Bai at this moment, she would definitely pinch his neck and shake him hard. Why don't you say people? Shoo! Chu Sheng signaled Xiao Bai to be quiet, because he was listening to the footsteps in the room inside. When he saw that the opponent did not come to help him, the fallen player crawled towards the innermost room like crazy, and said to his friend in the double row, "Come out quickly. He is pulling people. Go up and kill him." Hearing this information, the player was also very inflated. It turned out that Saibi was pulling people at this time. He was the one who knocked down Xiao Bai just now. If he goes out and kills the other one now, won't it be a double kill? Putting aside his worries and changing the magazine, the man rushed out of the house. Chu Sheng hid in the blind spot of his vision and didn't move. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, he simply rushed out. Many people don't pay attention to pre-aiming when playing games, but simply run, then turn around and aim again. This is actually the wrong way to move. Predict and estimate the enemy's position at the first time. Then keep the muzzle crosshairs in a state of alert, and fire as soon as the enemy appears. You can take the initiative. Chu Sheng didn't sit and wait for death. After all, the opponent would see him first when he ran out. So he simply rushed out. Anyway, there was no cover in this narrow corridor, and the two of them could only compete with each other. Chu Sheng is never weak in a gunfight. He was holding the short sword Victor again. This time, there was only one enemy left. Chu Sheng had already switched the gun to full automatic mode while running. As soon as the two met, Chu Sheng did not deliberately aim at the head. In less than a second, all the bullets hit the abdomen of the enemy, who was still wearing the first level armor. And he killed 2 people directly. After getting rid of the 2, Chu Sheng ran to Xiao Bai and pulled her up when Xiao Bai was only a bloody skin left. After Xiao Bai got up, she recovered blood and took medicine. Chu Sheng did not run around this time. He stayed on the 2nd floor and watched Xiao Bai recover blood. Who knows? Xiao Bai might be killed by an enemy who came out of nowhere just when he went to lick the loot. While Xiao Bai was recovering, he asked, "How do you know that this person will rush out instead of saving his teammates?" This is also a question that Xiao Bai is curious about. If the opponent chose to pull his teammates at that time, Chu Sheng would be wasted here. Wouldn't he be in trouble? Even if Chu Sheng reacted and ran to pull her in the first time, he would be slower than the opponent. What if the opponent beat him in time? No, they don't count. They just knock you down and got so big that they thought I was helping someone and wanted to rush over to kill him twice. In addition, his teammates must have said something like the other party is saving people, and they dared to come up after a wave of encouragement. If I kill one first, the remaining person might just jump out of the window and escape. After Chu Sheng finished explaining, he suddenly realized that there was no sound in the voice. It seemed that the air was stagnant at this moment, and Chu Sheng immediately had a bad premonition. So you mean that I just rushed up and didn't expand my force? Wow! This woman has an amazing understanding. She can even pull this onto herself. Chu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. How should he explain this? Chu Sheng looked at Su Xiaomu for help, hoping that his sister would give him some advice. But Su Xiaomu just shrugged. If he offended a girl, the end? Tut tut. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and said, go in and loot the loot. After looting, I'll take you to kill people. Xiao Bai felt a little better after hearing this. Although he still said something like who cares? He had already slipped into the house and started looting. Chu Sheng followed him in worriedly and saw Xiao Bai lying on the ground looting. His posture was really beautiful. This kid, is he so afraid of being shot in the head? I'm afraid he has left a psychological trauma. Looking at Xiao Bai looting the loot obediently, Chu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned off the voice chat with Xiao Bai and said to the majority of viewers in the live broadcast room, I just want to ask you if you think I'm cool? It's too easy to coax girls. Don't call me a straight man in the future. Chu Sheng smiled smugly after saying this and reopened the voice chat with Xiao Bai. However, a large group of comments suddenly burst out in the live broadcast room. I don't want to watch it. I'm dizzy. Chu Sheng glanced at it and frowned slightly. What the hell does this mean? What nonsense are these fans talking about? Su Xiaomu didn't understand it at first, but then her eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed. These fans are really dirty. Chu Sheng saw his sister lowering her head and avoiding his eyes. The two have lived together for 2 or 3 years. They know that they will fart if they raise their butts. Chu Sheng saw that his sister seemed to understand something at a glance. Xiaomu, what are these guys talking about? Why can't I understand a word? Su Xiaomu glared at him, thinking that it was all your trouble. How can you let your family say such words? Chapter 82. This wave of comments exploded directly, angrily denouncing Chu Sheng, a beast, pretending to know everything, and even flirting with his sister. Wow, I can't call him brother-in-law or Chu Sheng anymore. This bitch is a dog, and he even flirts with his sister. Dog Sheng. This name is not bad. Is this bitch shameless? That's my sister? Hey, I don't know why I smell the smell of bone soup. No, I'm a girl. This car is not going to kindergarten. Ah, why did you weld the car door shut? I want to get off. Su Xiaomu didn't know what to say, hesitating for a long time and said, think about it carefully. Don't people in the mathematics department have brains? Chu Sheng thought about what he had just said, and this time he read it silently in his mind. I just want to ask you if you think I'm cool? It's too easy to coax girls. Don't call me a straight man anymore. Chu Sheng thought about it carefully, and it seemed there was a little problem. Then Chu Sheng read the first sentence again, and his face suddenly changed. Wow, Chinese is really profound. This sentence actually has this meaning. No wonder these guys are posting don't look. I'm dizzy in the barrage. They are really stupid. Chu Sheng's face suddenly changed. If he doesn't teach these guys a lesson, they don't know how powerful I am. Let's think long and hard. Let's think long and hard. Xiao Bai had finished looting at this time, and some people who were interested in him even ran to Xiao Bai's live broadcast room and said something like Xiao Bai just asked if I was awesome. Xiao Bai naturally didn't understand, and thought to himself that this group of fans were leading the trend again. Chu Sheng coughed twice and ran into the room, watching Xiao Bai looting, and said, okay, the poison is coming. We should retreat. This time Xiao Bai learned to be smart. But when he got up and thought about it, it seemed that Chu Sheng had said to be careful of looting for too long and getting headshot. And then he really got headshot. And he was furious again. Stop talking. Chu Sheng was confused. Did he turn his face away after looting obediently? Women turn their faces faster than changing their faces. After Xiao Bai stood up, he said to Chu Sheng, I left a few bandages for you. Go and install them. Then Xiao Bai jumped directly from the window. Because the glass had been shattered during the earliest exchange of fire, there was no sound at all. Chu Sheng was stunned. Why would I bring such a thing? He left a few bandages and said it so righteously, as if he had made a great contribution. Even if I, Chushing, was poisoned to death today, and there was no medical supplies, I would not pick up these bandages. He. Bandages are still useful. They can be used in the car. As a good youth, in line with the good habit of not wasting, Chushing packed up all the bandages and took them away. Diligence and thrift are the traditional virtues of our Chinese nation. How could we throw them away? For Chushing's behavior of bending rather than breaking, the majority of netizens were heartbroken. It was really a loss of face for a man. Greek. Submissive. Huh. Man. Brother-in-law. You need to be tough. You can't attract girls if you're so soft. Someone even suggested putting something in the food later. Chushing glanced at it and didn't understand what it meant. What? Put some sleeping pills in my house tonight? You're staying in my house. Do you want me to sleep on the sofa? Am I stupid? Doing something that hurts others and benefits yourself? Chushing licked the bandage and jumped out of the window. Xiaobai didn't run around after jumping down. Perhaps he realized that he was unlucky this time. So he waited for Chushing obediently behind the low wall. After seeing Chushing jump down, Xiaobai then instigated, I want to kill someone. Kill someone. Chushing didn't react for a while. If you want to kill someone, just go ahead and kill them. There are people all around anyway. Just after he finished speaking, Chushing suddenly covered his mouth. What the hell is this? If Xiaobai can kill someone, why should he be told? Xiaobai's shooting skills are very strong. But from Chushing's point of view, it should be more accurate to say that it is stable. When two people shoot at the same time, Xiaobai's shooting skills are very stable, and there will be no mistakes or accidents. However, in the complex terrain of P City, fighting in the housing area relies more on experience. There are some extremely hidden and tricky places that make people hard to defend. If Xiaobai is thrown into the wheat field, maybe she can still kill her way out. It is really difficult to move in a place like P City. Chushing can even smell the resentment in Xiaobai's eyes. If she can kill people, why would she bother talking to you? Lead the way, Xiaobai ordered directly. Chushing shuddered all over and obeyed obediently, but muttered, if it is so fierce, go and kill it yourself. Chushing glanced at the map and ran directly to the next house. There are many ways to play in P City, but the most effective way is to occupy the commanding heights. If you are not in the safe zone, everyone has to run in circles. There is no situation where you hide in the house all the time. This building also has 2 floors, but the doors and windows are all open, which means that the search has been completed. Xiaobai did not move after running to the door, and squatted obediently beside, which meant that he was waiting for Chushing to go in and explore the way first. Chushing sighed in his heart. AP City, and scared the cold female killer into a trembling little loli. Chushing rushed to the 2nd floor with the short sword Victor in his hand as soon as he entered the door, and swept all the corners of the house. After confirming that no one was there, he called Xiaobai up. You stay on the 2nd floor of the house. Don't walk around casually. I'll go up. After Chushing explained to Xiaobai. Xiaobai was confused. This villa has only 2 floors. Where else can he go? Chushing opened the balcony door, then jumped directly onto the iron railing of the balcony, and then climbed up the iron railing to the door, and slid directly to the roof. Can you play like this? Xiaobai was stunned. She only loved gunfighting, and didn't know these game details. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned. Chushing took a glance and found that many people didn't know this little detail. When he came to the roof, he had a wide view and good light. He held a silenced 8x98K in his hand, and he could do whatever he wanted. Chushing's dynamic vision was very good after Showard possessed him. He soon found that there was a person on the 2nd floor of the sentry tower in the center of P City in the distance, wandering back and forth from the window, observing the surrounding situation, because the roof was made of red bricks and tiles, and Chushing was wearing a red t-shirt. It was very concealed. In addition, many people were hiding in the house, so it was difficult to observe the situation on the roof, let alone fight back. Chushing's 8x scope locked onto the people in the 2nd floor sentry tower, and the low sound of the silenced 98K sounded. The bullet immediately penetrated the glass and shot directly in the head, killing 1 person, bringing the kill count to 7. There were 20 to 30 people who jumped into P City just now, and Chushing had 1/3 of the heads in his hands. He could really be regarded as the overlord of P City. Chapter 83, I will kill you all in the circle. The two-story roadside villa where Chu Sheng is now happens to be in the safe zone. The first poison circle has already been refreshed to the school, and it will be refreshed to P City in a dozen seconds. The terrain of the house is complicated, and everyone is stuck and dare not act rashly. Chu Sheng's silence 98K seems to have opened a prelude to the subsequent massacre. Chu Sheng glanced at the two single houses and the toilet behind him, and found no trace of people. Xiaobai. There is no one in the room behind. You hide in the safe zone behind. Chu Sheng also thought about Xiaobai. When the fight starts later, Xiaobai will be easily discovered on the second floor. The warehouse and the upper side of the road behind him had been cleared by Chu Sheng, so there could be no one left. So he could do whatever he wanted on the roof. But Xiaobai couldn't. Facing Chu Sheng's kindness, Xiaobai didn't appreciate it at all, and snorted coldly, "I'm in a bad mood now. I want to kill people." Good boy. You still want to kill people in this situation. It's good enough if you don't get killed. But Chu Sheng naturally didn't dare to say this. That person equipped you with a computer and debugged it for a long time, and now asks you to kill people. What do you think Chu Sheng should do? This kind of survival problem still needs to be thought about. Kill. 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 So you should hide in the back room. And then, they will definitely enter the circle. I will beat them all. And then let you kill them. How about it? Xiaobai immediately felt that it made sense. This way, he would feel relieved if he killed someone. And it would also be safer. You said that yourself? I didn't force you. Xiaobai said, as he ran downstairs, and ran to the second floor of the house across the street. To be honest, this location is really good. If people in P City want to enter the safe zone, they can either drive past or go around. If they don't choose these two options, they will be seen by Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai when crossing the road, hiding on the second floor across the street from a high position. Wouldn't it be fun to fight? Brother-in-law signed an unequal treaty with humiliation. I feel sorry for my brother-in-law. If a girl gets angry, she will unconditionally take the blame. This brother-in-law has shown how to handle the relationship between men and women. Hey, they were still cold and sarcastic in the last game. How come their relationship has improved so much this time? The ice that had been there for thousands of years has disappeared. And they are even starting to be arrogant. My God, I feel like my perception has been impacted. Those who just said that the brother-in-law is a straight man, come out. This is a very subtle way of flirting with girls. If anyone says that the brother-in-law is a straight man again, I will let you taste how scary it is when he is straight. The water friends in the live broadcast room praised him a lot. And even Xiaobai and many water friends in the Pigeon Live broadcast room had to admire him. Chu Sheng, who is sometimes shameless, sometimes mean, and sometimes very sensible, really makes them love and hate him. Gritting their teeth, Chu Sheng lay on the red roof and observed back and forth, watching from afar the blue poison circle that looked like an electric grid gradually approaching. At this time, someone couldn't help but run out of the house. After all, the first one to enter the circle will have an advantage, especially the position where Xiaobai is now, which can simply take advantage of the people in the poison circle of P City. There is another position, which is the half hillside behind Xiaobai. There is a large warehouse on it, which is also a good suppression point. But now everyone's choice point is within the attack range of Chu Sheng and Xiaobai, and they will face Xiaobai's anger if they rush over. The sound of glass breaking suddenly sounded, followed by a cloud of smoke bombs exploding in the room area. Chu Sheng quickly caught the person, who jumped down from the building and escaped into the smoke. Two people couldn't help it, and wanted to occupy the advantageous point before the poison circle. But they didn't expect that they were already blocked by the big devil Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng opened the eightfold scope directly, and aimed at the enemy's head at the first time. This was a subconscious action after Showard possessed him. But just before Chu Sheng fired, his index finger trembled, and he gritted his teeth and had to lower the gun head by 1 point. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and laughed like crazy. This person could have shot his head directly, but because Chu Sheng promised Xiaobai to leave the head for her, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and pointed the gun down a little helplessly. Someone is coming. Get ready. Chu Sheng also reminded him. And Xiaobai snorted lightly. The quadruple M16 in his hand was already thirsty. Less than 2 seconds later, Xiaobai also saw a person running out of the house area, and locked the crosshairs on this person. She didn't rush to shoot, because Xiaobai saw another person rushing out of the smoke on the right. She wanted both heads, and she didn't want to alert the enemy. Bang! The 98K Bolt sniper made a loud sound. Even if it was equipped with a silencer, the sound after the shot could still be heard within a range of 200 meters. Xiaobai saw a ball of blood on the person running towards the house in the quadruple scope, and immediately fired a single shot with the M16. The initial speed of the M16 bullet is the highest among rifles. Xiaobai immediately fired hard after seeing the blood spurting out. This unlucky guy was just shot in the body by a sniper, losing more than half of his health. When he wanted to move around to check the enemy, he was suddenly hit by 2 more shots, and the M16 turned into a box. Fuck. When did someone get into this house? Before he died? The player happened to see the flame on the M16 in the window of the house. There was actually someone in this position. Where was the first shot 98K? It's a pity that the death replay only shows the last person who killed him. Only through the small map did he see that there was another person beside him. What? He just looked for a long time, but didn't find any figure. So he decided to run out directly. Where did this person come from? No. He had to watch the full video. When this person fell, another person, who had just run to the road from the smoke bomb, was startled. Naturally, he saw Xiaobai shooting in the house across the road, and he was so scared that he immediately retreated into the low wall. Seeing the person hiding, Xiaobai was immediately unhappy. I want this head. Xiaobai's voice actually had a hint of mumbling and coquettishness, which directly caused the live broadcast room to explode. Oh my god. Is there something wrong with my ears? I just seem to hear Wan Yin Jinbing Bai, coquettish. It's over. It's over. My little white goddess can't act like a spoiled child to other men. She will always be the otaku in our digital area. The boss asked me why I was standing on the rooftop. When I came up, I found that it was full of people. In the Xiaojizi live broadcast room, even several emperors were blown away. I didn't even help my brother-in-law, and I was able to pick up girls like this. I was so upset. Juefeng was directly blown up. He thought that they couldn't get girls to look at them even after using all their tricks. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law could get favor with such a bad trick. Are girls nowadays so superficial? My brother-in-law's trick seemed to be from the 1990s. I won't say anything. My mentality has collapsed. I bought the delicious food, the lipstick I recommended, and the limited edition bag. As a result, you said I was not humorous, and then turned around and walked with the king of tricks, and said, what kind of true love is this? Chapter 84. Can't you just kill someone? Listening to this excessive request, Chu Sheng's heart was like the roasted sweet potato he bought happily, which fell to the ground with a thud just after he got it in his hand and hadn't eaten it yet. That's not all. Suddenly, thousands of alpacas trampled past. When the dust cleared, he bent down to pick up the sweet potato mud that had been trampled into mud. Chu Sheng's mood at the moment was similar to this situation. Chu Sheng cast a look of help to Su Xiaomu on the side. This guy hid behind the low wall and insisted on taking this head. Why didn't he ask Chu Sheng to pick the stars in the sky? Su Xiaomu's eyes were shining. Bai Xuanlu had never acted like a spoiled child when she was with her. This situation has completely broken through the previous limit and developed in a direction that has never been seen before. Su Xiaomu knew that there were many people chasing after Bai Xuanlu, including many people with outstanding wealth and looks. But Bai Xuanlu always treated them coldly. Because of her cold temperament, these eager pursuers were all discouraged and finally returned disappointed. Even when she was with female friends, Bai Xuanlu never spoke and acted like a spoiled child. She had a natural effect that could silence the surroundings. But such a person, who had been frozen for thousands of years, was actually acting like a spoiled child with Chu Sheng. Oh my god! Su Xiaomu didn't want to disturb them in this situation. Brother, isn't this your chance to show off? What do you mean? Help! It doesn't exist. Su Xiaomu has finally seen clearly that her brother is a fool, and Bai Xuanlu is not a normal person. The usual ways of flirting with girls don't work on Xiaobai's sister. She just fell for her brother's tricks. If she intervenes, it will be a failure. I won't help you. I won't help you even if you kill me. The girl you flirted with should solve it yourself. Su Xiaomu blocked the microphone with one hand and said to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng glared at her and snorted. I haven't said anything about you yet. How can you cheat your brother's sister? It's obviously two people playing games. You set the last game to 4-player mode. The two of you didn't win the game in the end. You have a lot of problems. Don't you understand? Su Xiaomu stood there with her mouth slightly open. But after thinking about how her brother had killed 4 people outside the poison circle, it seemed that she had really, definitely, Chosen the wrong mode. Well, you know I'm not good at playing games. So you can think of a way yourself. I'll go wash the vegetables first. Su Xiaomu hurriedly found an excuse to escape, as she was afraid that her life would be in danger if she stayed in the house. Remember to wash a piece of tofu and 2 tomatoes. Chu Sheng hurriedly shouted at this, which was also a small tacit understanding between the brother and sister. Once Su Xiaomu did something wrong, she would find all kinds of excuses to help. And Chu Sheng was happy to see it happen, because Su Xiaomu had blocked the microphone with her hand just now. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were typing? Question marks. Guessing the content of the conversation between the two. Chu Sheng, is Xiaobai pretty? Xiaojizi, pretty. That is. Chu Sheng, that is what? Xiaojizi, just pull. Then run away. Full marks for the scenario. 0 marks for logic. Bad review. The above analysis is very imaginative. I have learned lip reading. Let me restore it for you. Chu Sheng, sister. I want to pursue Xiaobai. Xiaojizi, don't think about it. A goddess like Xiaobai is not something a loser like you can get involved in. Chu Sheng, am I not pretty? Xiaojizi, no. I'm dizzy. Then run away. Hey. This lip-reading master's explanation seems okay? This wave is very stable. I think this should be the meaning. It's convincing and well-reasoned. But my brother-in-law actually asked my favorite little pigeon to wash vegetables. I feel sorry for the little pigeon having to wash vegetables. I wish I could replace him. Oh. Swap little pigeon. My brother-in-law has changed his status in the family. And his family status has increased by 0.1. Xiaobai also heard that Chu Sheng asked the little pigeon to wash tofu and tomatoes at the end. These 2 are the key ingredients for making mapo tofu. And he swallowed his saliva quietly. I said, I want this head. Xiaobai forced his voice to calm down, but deliberately suppressing it made it less cold. Wow. Are you so open now? Chu Sheng thought to himself. But since the person has spoken, can he still say no? You know, Chu Sheng is the kind of person who will not refuse. Especially after hearing that Xiaobai is still cold and beautiful. Don't worry. I'll think of a way. Chu Sheng first calmed Xiaobai's emotions, then opened his backpack and began to think about countermeasures. This guy was hiding behind a low wall. He was lying on the roof now. He only needed to stand up to see this guy with his butt facing him. As long as Chu Sheng wanted, he could blow up this guy's dog head and asshole at any time. But he couldn't take this head, and he had to let this guy be hit by Xiaobai, which was difficult for Chu Sheng. Glancing at the backpack, Chu Sheng suddenly saw a fragmentation grenade in the backpack. And suddenly a bold plan came to his mind. Well, Xiaobai, aim at the edge of the low wall on the left. And when I say shoot later, you take the head. Xiaobai was shocked. Did this guy really come up with a solution? She didn't really want to take the head. But this guy's previous words were too irritating. Just like his ID. A beast. So Xiaobai just wanted to find something difficult to teach this guy a lesson. In the end, it seems that he really found a solution for him. Xiaobai didn't say anything, but just pointed the gun at the end of the low wall on the left. This guy must be not stupid. He dared to run to a place without cover when he knew there was someone in front. She wanted to see how Chu Sheng would make this guy run out and shoot him. I say 3, 2, 1. You just shoot at the open space next to the low wall. And 10 bullets will do. Chu Sheng issued another order, which made Xiaobai completely confused. Could this guy be playing tricks on her? On the contrary. The fans in Xiaojizi's live broadcast room saw the grenade in Chu Sheng's hand, and the request Chu Sheng made to Xiaobai. And they all expressed a familiar feeling. Is the bloody and cruel fraudulent alliance incident that has been lost in the martial arts world for a long time going to happen again? Grenade. Interference sound. I seem to have guessed the ending. I feel sorry for this big-breasted brother. I hope there is no noise in heaven. This wave is too brutal. Using grenades to blow up the big-breasted brother's remaining health. And then Xiaobai took the opportunity to heal him. It's too cruel, and I can't bear to watch it. Although Xiaobai didn't know Chu Sheng's purpose, she still did it. After Chu Sheng's countdown ended, she immediately started shooting at a single point in the open space. The sound of the M16 was only separated by a narrow street, so the sound was extremely loud. The player, who was hiding behind the low wall, was stunned for a moment when he saw all the bullets fall on the open space on the right, and he didn't react to what was going on. However, when the bullets rang out, Chu Sheng had quietly pulled the pin of the grenade with the sound of the gun, and began to count down with it in his hand. Chapter 85. If I say to kill them all, I must kill them all. This move is really cool. It's very uncomfortable. The players below have no idea what they are about to face. The correct plot is that the brother-in-law accidentally blew this guy to death. And then Xiaobai continued to act like a spoiled child and continued to get angry. Chu Sheng was also afraid that this guy would be killed by the grenade. He carefully stuck his head out to look at the landing point several times. He had to blow to the left of this guy so that the impact of the fragmentation grenade could push him out. As Chu Sheng silently counted down in his heart. With 2 seconds left, the fragmentation grenade was thrown out and hit the low wall. As soon as the sound of bullets stopped, the confused player hiding under the low wall didn't know what the guy on the opposite side was struggling to shoot. Was it an M16 warning? As soon as the sound fell, there was a crisp sound of a metal ball falling to the ground, and it landed beside him with a clang. Huh? It seems to be a grenade. Where did it come from? The player dragged the camera to look left and right, and suddenly found a grenade lying quietly not far from his left-hand side. Oh shit! When did this grenade come? The first reaction was to run in the opposite direction. As soon as he stood up and ran a step, the grenade exploded, and the strong air wave directly pushed the man out. Xiaobai's 4x scope was always pointed at the edge of the low wall, and the blank bullet just now also landed here. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a person flew out directly. You may not believe it, but the person landed directly on the crosshairs of Xiaobai's 4x scope. Xiaobai didn't even drag the mouse. After reacting, she quickly clicked 2 shots and took the guy away. Xiaobai was completely stunned. This person actually bumped into her gun, and Chu Sheng really did it. Chu Sheng even fulfilled such an excessive request for her, and Xiaobai's temper towards Chu Sheng disappeared completely. Do you want to come over? Xiaobai thought for a moment and asked. Although the rooftop that Chu Sheng climbed was high up, it was also very dangerous. It was easy to be hit by people from higher places or passing by the school. If he and Xiaobai guarded the 2 houses across the street, they could also block the other side. Chu Sheng was about to say no. He was fine here. But then he thought, hey, what Xiaobai said is a bit interesting. Are you concerned about me? Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't find any other answer except this one. Big brother-in-law's EQ fluctuates, and he's finally online at this moment. Even a fan like me can hear it. Big brother-in-law is thin-skinned like a girl, and he sees through it but doesn't say it. These two really went from the awkward chat at the beginning to the direction of a sweet double row. I'm so tired. I didn't expect the goddess Xiaobai would accept this kind of awkward flirting. What's the use of this bastard? Xiaobai's heart was touched, and her cheeks suddenly felt a little hot. But she must not show it in front of the fans. Forced to suppress the shyness, the voice was slightly cold. Run away quickly later. Also, your idea is very dangerous. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, thinking that he really didn't know how to deal with it. Sure enough, Xiaobai's cold type is not so easy to flirt with. Or Chen Siki's intellectual type is better hee. The sound of fighting here directly dissuaded the players, who were about to rush over. With someone blocking the way ahead, these guys would definitely not rush over rashly. And even Xiaobai's position might be exposed. P City has many housing areas with complex structures, and Chu Sheng did not dare to guarantee that the several shots just now were not noticed by other enemies. Well, Xiaobai, your position should have been discovered now, and the rest of the people should not rush over directly. Chu Sheng analyzed the current situation. In order to lure this group of people over, a complete plan is needed. In fact, after Chu Sheng's special comfort just now, Xiaobai's murderous aura has dissipated for the most part, and he is not determined to kill everyone in P City. Why don't we go first and drive directly to the center of the circle? As soon as Xiaobai finished speaking, Chu Sheng opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Is this still the Xiaobai who said I want to kill people just now? How come he suddenly changed his temper in an instant? Xiaobai said that he killed 2 people, and then his delicate body trembled and became boring. As expected, women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I watched for a long time, but in the end I found that I didn't know what Xiaobai was thinking. Big brother-in-law has a really good temper. If it were me, I would have been confused and my mentality would have exploded. Chen Siki's intelligence, Xiaoga's cuteness, Xiaobai's coldness. It seems that only Chu Sheng can withstand this kind of temperament. Chu Sheng was not going to give up when he heard that Xiaobai wanted to retreat. He was determined to be the overlord of P City, and he would not spare any of these people. Then you stay on the second floor and don't move. I'll kill them all and then join you. After saying that, he jumped off the roof. Xiaobai wanted to say something, but Chu Sheng was gone. He felt that Chu Sheng had something else in his words. Although it sounded like this, it was weird. Chu Sheng directly turned into a short sword Victor, switched to a 3-shot burst mode, and disappeared into the house area. Xiaobai stayed on the second floor, looking worriedly at the direction where Chu Sheng disappeared, and from time to time opened the map to zoom in to see Chu Sheng's location. Xiaobai had unconditional faith in Chu Sheng's shooting skills. But after all, the house area was complicated, and people could make mistakes and horses could stumble, and he might be shot. However, these did not exist for Chu Sheng at all. Shroud possessed his reaction speed, which had surpassed that of ordinary players. Even if the opponent shot first, he could react instantly and fight back, especially with a short sword in his hand. As long as he let 3 bullets hit his head, he could eliminate one person in less than 0.5 seconds. Chu Sheng squatted under the low wall and walked quietly without making any sound. He had heard someone walking back and forth on the left floor, making a thumping sound on the floor. Normal people would not choose to rush upstairs in this situation. After all, this person would definitely not choose to stay in the poison circle and eat the poison. He would come down eventually. It would be interesting to give him a big surprise at that time. But Chu Sheng couldn't wait now. After all, Xiaobai was still shivering in the house alone waiting for him to come over to protect him. What's the point of wasting time here? He kicked the door open violently and rushed to the second floor. The second floor player, who was still observing whether there was any danger ahead, was stunned. How could someone stupidly rush upstairs when the poison was coming? He turned the gun barrel and aimed directly at the staircase. If he dared to show a flaw, he would automatically greet him, because of the god's perspective in TPP mode. Chu Sheng saw the enemy hiding in the distance aiming at the stairs before he even showed up. The pre-aiming point of the gun was vertical to the enemy's head. As Chu Sheng stuck his head out, the crosshairs just happened to fall on the enemy's head. With 3 quick bangs, the enemy's skull was directly blown off. Instant death. No teammates. Chu Sheng walked up and licked some medical supplies, and had no idea about the M4 that fell on the ground. In this kind of close-range breakthrough battle, is there any gun better than the spray gun in Victor? Chapter 86. Sorry for being late. After killing the people, Chu Sheng filled up his energy and jumped off the balcony. Because there were many people in P City, the medical supplies that were originally spawned were not enough to be distributed. After the battles of all sizes, a lot of them were consumed. The surviving players did not have much medicine on them. Some people did not even have first aid kits. Only bandages and a bottle of energy drink that they were reluctant to drink. In this situation, it was dangerous to stay in the poison for a while. Chu Sheng then hid under the low wall again. Someone finally couldn't stand the poison and fell from the window to escape, but fell directly on Chu Sheng's face. Victor hit him in the face, and his head was almost beaten into a sieve. Xiaobai hid on the second floor, looking at the information on Chu Sheng's successive kills on the prompt bar. His scalp tingled. This is P City. The buildings are complicated. Why is Chu Sheng so relaxed and comfortable as if he just got off the plane and picked up a dead chicken? Xiaobai, you hide in the building. These people would rather take the poison than come out. No. You hide in the warehouse behind the mountain first. Xiaobai thought about it, and it made sense. He was alone in the pass, and these guys would rather take the poison than come out. So he jumped directly from the balcony at the back of the house and went straight up the mountain. Are you afraid of me to this extent? You don't even dare to come out. Huh? Xiaobai ran up the hillside and laid down in the grass in front of the warehouse. Chu Sheng almost vomited blood for Xiaobai's complaints. Who are these people afraid of? Don't they know what they are afraid of? Chu Sheng tried to hold back her laughter, but was still discovered by Xiaobai. She heard Chu Sheng seem to be laughing at her, and her cold voice sounded again. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? No. Xiaobai, your deterrence is still very strong. As soon as you got to the top of the hill, someone on my side couldn't help but rush out. Chu Sheng now has 13 heads, and the city of P is quiet without a sound. There should be no one left? Chu Sheng glanced from a high place, and it seemed that he didn't find any movement of people. He jumped down from the second floor and prepared to find Xiaobai to join him. After taking a look at the safe zone, the circle is right between G-Town and the V-shaped trench. This circle is a bit particular. If you are lucky, it will appear in the town. But if you are unlucky, it will be a crop circle. For this situation, Chu Xing's first thought is to drive the car up. If it is a crop circle, it would be very comfortable to have a car as a cover. What makes Chu Xing feel more comfortable is that this landing level 3 bag, 8x scope, except for the lack of guns, is a dream start. Chu Xing then realized that it seems that the bombing zone has not been here until now. So this is very comfortable. Chu Xing ran to the upper city of P-City, ready to pick up the orange EP86 just now, and then pick up Xiaobai to enter the circle directly. Hey, didn't you notice? In addition to not having a gun, my brother-in-law had good luck at the beginning. Even the bombing zone didn't take care of him. Perhaps even the system couldn't stand it and gave my brother-in-law, a straight man, a chance to make a break, allowing him to succeed in flirting. Hey, now that you've said that, I just remembered that I always felt that this game was missing something. When you said that, I realized that it lacked the atmosphere of the new year. The new year atmosphere is not strong. And it's boring. Children who play with fire will pee on the Kong. Chu Xing glanced at the barrage and chuckled, saying, bad luck doesn't exist. This is the most normal and real state. Haha. Isn't a certain unlucky anchor still a bit of a tree? Bad luck may be late, but it will never be absent. Just after Chu Xing finished speaking, a new bombing zone suddenly appeared, covering the entire P-City. Chu Xing and the vehicles on the warehouse were also within the bombing range. 2333. A certain anchor was slapped in the face by the system. This retribution can be said to have come very timely. Sit down. Sit down. Operate normally. Is the big brother-in-law's mouth very powerful? You can go ask Rabbit, Shujia and Chen's mother. Chu Xing's face turned green. Wasn't he just showing off a little? Was it necessary to move the bombing zone immediately? After being slapped in the face? It is better to shut up quietly. Never speak and show off in the future. Chu Xing took advantage of the time difference before the bombing area fell, and hurried to the hillside just now. Xiaobai saw that his location was covered by the bombing area, and was so scared that he hid directly in the warehouse. Seeing that Chu Xing was still running happily, Xiaobai frowned and said, hide first. Chu Xing wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't hide. If he couldn't get this car, it would be difficult to wash his hair in the bombing area later. Chu Xing gritted his teeth and climbed up the mountain. He had already seen the orange car. The water friends in the live broadcast room also took the opportunity to start poisoning milk. Driving doesn't exist. We've already made allowances at the beginning. I've seen this happen. The car exploded and people died. Chu Xing now had no time to pay attention to these guys, who were eager to try and watch the show. Xuefeng, who had lost everything, even sneaked into Xiaobai's live broadcast room to make trouble. Goddess Xiaobai, there is no future for you to follow Chu Xing. He has bad luck and comes with a bombing zone. 10,000 people wrote in blood to ask Goddess Xiaobai to escape first. The farther away from Chu Xing, the better. Xiaobai was hiding in the warehouse, and was also watching the barrage. Suddenly, he saw these two barrages, and his eyes lit up, and he was quite interested. It turned out that this guy's name was Chu Xing. It sounded elegant, but there was always a weird taste. She had never seen a portable bombing zone before, so she thought it must be a joke from the fans there. Because of Xuefeng's status as an emperor, Xiaobai did not ignore it. But this response directly made Xuefeng's fragile glass heart crack. Oh, I see. Apart from these 4 words, Xiaobai did not say anything, and hid in the warehouse waiting for Chu Xing to come. Xuefeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He said so, but he didn't expect to be ignored. Sure enough, a woman who falls in love has no brains. Suddenly, a rolling thunder sounded in the sky. In fact, it was the sound of a missile exploding in the air. As the sound ended, missiles fell from the sky, turning into a fire rain bombing zone to spread love all over the earth. Chu Xing was only 20 to 30 meters away from the car, and the sharp sound of missiles breaking through the air was heard in his ears, followed by flames and explosions rising into the sky. Chu Xing continued to run forward with his head held high, and finally sat directly in the cockpit of the car after a while. Without stopping for a moment, he stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. As soon as the car started, a huge fireball fell behind it, hitting the place where it had just parked. Sparks even splashed on the car, which scared Chu Xing so much that he gasped. If it was a second slower, it would be GG. Chu Sheng drove his car at full speed and rushed directly into the warehouse where Xiao Bai was. He heard the sound of iron sheets squeezing and rushed to the box in the warehouse. Let's go. Let's go block the bridge. As Chu Sheng entered the warehouse, the bombing zone was also declared over. Xiao Bai was stunned when he heard it. Is Chu Sheng so sure that the next circle will be at the G-Port 3rd Bridge? That is the edge of the safe zone. Chapter 87, Crop Circle Blocking Bridge. It's not easy to block people at G-Port 3rd Bridge in this circle. Right? Not to mention that there are 3 bridges connecting the upper and lower urban areas of G-Port. 2 people can't block it at all. The only people who can choose to enter the circle from G-Port 3rd Bridge are those who landed in S-City, or the shooting range at the beginning. These people still have a 50% chance to enter the circle from the bridge in our city. So this wave of blocking the bridge will not only have little benefit, but also make them lose the good opportunity to occupy the center point first. You know, running in the crop circle is really wonderful and cool. G-Port 3rd Bridge? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't think of going to G-Port 3rd Bridge to block people. How could he block a ghost in that place? He marked a point on the map, and Xiao Bai saw that Chu Sheng marked it at the V-shaped trench. V-shaped trench. Blocking the bridge. I'm afraid it's crazy. Xiao Bai is also an old player of this game. He registered when the game became popular. Now he has played for more than 500 hours. But he has never heard of a bridge in the V-shaped trench. Even the water friends who eat chicken in the live broadcast room laughed. And they were afraid that Chu Sheng had some misunderstanding about this game. Blocking the bridge in the crop circle. I'm afraid it's crazy. My brother-in-law said that when you encounter mountains, you can open roads. When you encounter water, you can build bridges. And when you call the bombing zone, you can come at any time. What's wrong with a mere bridge? Where is the bridge in the V-shaped trench? How come I don't know? Xiao Bai also questioned. After all, he has played for 500 hours and has been to the V-shaped trench. Where is the bridge in this place? What tricks is Chu Sheng playing? Chu Sheng scratched his face, raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "You will know later." Chu Sheng said so. So Xiao Bai naturally had nothing to say. After getting on the car, he drove out of the warehouse and ran directly towards the V-shaped trench. As they sped along, Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai saw a motorcycle that went directly up the mountain between G-Town and G-Port. There was no need to pay attention to the distance and speed of the motorcycle. Maybe he could have some explanation after stopping it later. Arriving at the V-shaped trench, Chu Sheng parked the car directly on the wooden board that spanned the V-shaped trench. Seeing Chu Sheng's actions, Xiao Bai suddenly had a bad premonition. The bridge you are talking about is not these 2 wooden boards? Chu Sheng parked the car directly on the wooden board, then signaled Xiao Bai to move back a little, and threw a grenade to blow up the car directly. How are we going to run the map later if you blow up the car? Xiao Bai was completely dumbfounded. She vaguely caught Chu Sheng's intention. But there shouldn't be a fool rushing directly from the V-shaped trench. Right? After blocking the bridge above, Chu Sheng called Xiao Bai, and the 2 hid in the bushes behind the wooden planks of the V-shaped trench. Xiao Bai always felt like a fool. How could anyone be blocked at this location? If we block this wooden bridge with a car, then they can only choose to pass through our location. And then the car will automatically be delivered to us. Chu Sheng squatted in the bushes for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong. This location was too easy to be bombed, so he had to find a place with a shelter. But looking at the entire V-shaped trench, it seems that there is no place that can resist the skyfire. Xiao Bai, should we go under the bridge? Chu Sheng asked. He couldn't say that he was afraid of being killed by the skyfire. That would be too embarrassing. No. Xiao Bai refused flatly. Chu Sheng jumped directly under the wooden board, and said confidently, "You are on top. I am on the bottom. Let's cooperate from top to bottom." Xiao Bai didn't respond, but frowned slightly. Why did this sound weird? Wow. The big brother-in-law's words are really naughty. You stay on top and don't move. I will work hard on the bottom. This anchor is really a beast. I'm sending you a wave of attention. Chu Sheng stood in the V-shaped trench and slowly climbed up the slope. He could also see the distant view. After taking a look at the map, Chu Sheng firmly believed that someone would come. The players in this segment are not so particular. Just now, because of Su Xiaomu's stupid operation, a double 4-person team came directly. Now the kitchen is deeply reflecting on his mistakes. So this game is Chu Sheng's first double row, and the strength of the opponents matched is very average. The layout of this V-shaped trench is very particular. P City is empty. But people from other places, who want to go to G Town must pass through the V-shaped trench if they don't want to take a detour. If it is a motorcycle, it is easy to accelerate and sprint over the wooden board, or even fly over it. If it is a jeep or a car, then you have to take a detour or walk on the wooden board. The metaphysics of the V-shaped trench is that there are houses at both ends. Generally, when passing through such a crop circle, players will subconsciously avoid approaching the houses. After all, if there are people, this volley of bullets will not be easy to eat. Therefore, passing through the V-shaped trench directly is definitely the first choice in many people's minds. Especially when they see a detonated car on the wooden board on one side. They dare not approach the north side of the trench, because this car is very likely the product of a battle between the houses and the people crossing the bridge. Chu Sheng can make people who will come here willingly pass through the wooden bridge by a simple mind guidance. Before Chu Sheng could observe for long, his head was suddenly covered by a red veil. The bombing area fell on the position centered on Chu Sheng, covering the crop circle near the trench. Another bombing area? Xiao Bai looked at the bombing area and accurately covered their position, and complained. Looking at the bombing area, Xiao Bai's scalp tingled. But he had just rejected Chu Sheng's invitation to hide under the wooden board. If he ran down now, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Lie down. Xiao Bai decided to continue lying here. The bombing area is so big. She doesn't believe that the sky fire can really hit her. She has never done anything bad in her life. So why should she be afraid of the bombing area? Chu Sheng saw the bombing area and gave a friendly reminder. Why don't you come down and hide? No. Xiao Bai refused very straightforwardly. As the sky rolled like thunder, like the prelude of a spring thunderstorm, Xiao Bai was a little nervous. Chu Sheng was speechless, thinking that this sky fire must not be so accurate to kill Xiao Bai. Then you keep an eye on the distance, and tell me if anyone is coming. Because Chu Sheng was halfway through the trench, he had to be on guard against justice sanctions at all times. So the distance he could see was not very far, and he couldn't see the car coming from a distance at all. The responsibility of guarding the sentry fell entirely on Xiao Bai. The eardrums began to ring with the piercing sound of shells breaking through the air, and Chu Sheng obediently came down from the trench and squatted under the bridge trembling. Boom! The sky-high flames and black smoke rose from all directions, and the huge noise was deafening. Xiao Bai squatted in the bushes, also too scared to move, and kept begging in his heart, "Don't take care of me in the bombing area." However, Murphy's Law tells us that the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it will happen. Xiao Bai only heard a huge and piercing sound of breaking through the air in his ears. And then, the whole screen was covered with billowing smoke, and he had already kneeled on the ground. Chapter 88 Toy Cars. Remote Control Cars. Toy Remote Control Cars. Help! 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 Xiao Bai wanted to cry, but had no tears. You said I have never done anything bad or against my will. Why did justice punish her? Because Xiao Bai had fallen twice. She lost blood very quickly this time, and was trying to crawl towards Chu Sheng's position. Seeing this, Chu Sheng also gritted his teeth and hurriedly came up from under the wooden board. This wave of rescue can be said to be very extreme, and Chu Sheng also risked his life being blown to death. But Chu Sheng didn't want to give up so early. The third level helmet, third level armor, 8-fold sniper rifle, and short sword Victor. I don't know when I will have to wait to experience this feeling next time. Moreover, I failed to win the game with my sister last time, so I must win the game with Xiao Bai this time to make her change her mind about me. Xiao Bai watched Chu Sheng run out of the bunker and save her in the face of the skyfire, and couldn't help but say with emotion, "Aren't you afraid of being killed by the skyfire? When else would I show off this kind of opportunity?" Chu Sheng chuckled. I was an outstanding cadre of the student union, an outstanding candidate party member, and a 3 good youth in college. Even the skyfire had to avoid me when I saw my righteousness. Xiao Bai could only laugh at Chu Sheng's exaggeration, and really didn't understand why he had to ask such a question. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang in his ears, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up behind him, and sparks even splashed on the two of them. Looking at the location where the skyfire fell, it happened to be under the wooden board where Chu Sheng had just dodged. Damn! This skyfire also fell diagonally, and this one was clearly heading for him. Haha. You are so righteous. But the skyfire took a detour? Xiao Bai was pulled up, and couldn't help but sneered when he saw this scene. Chu Sheng was slapped in the face just after he finished speaking. And this guy didn't restrain himself at all. Chu Sheng was also embarrassed to death. If he hadn't taken the initiative to run out to save Xiaobai, he would have been really GG this time. Let him be slapped in the face. It's better to live than to die. Xiaobai, you are my lucky star. You escaped a disaster as soon as I came out to save you. After Chu Sheng pulled Xiaobai up, he praised Xiaobai to divert attention. Xiaobai had never been treated so directly before. She was speechless and didn't know how to respond. She even felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. Wow! I won't eat this dog food. They are openly showing off their affection. Where is the FFF group envoy? They betrayed me? The Single Dog Association heard that someone abused dogs here. So they came to investigate. This person is too cruel. God, Xiaobai is my. After Xiaobai got up, he immediately got a first aid kit and painkillers to raise his health. But he felt aggrieved. What? The Skyfire didn't bomb Chu Sheng. A guy who talks a lot of nonsense. But it wanted to bomb her. How blind. Chu Sheng was so scared that he took a breath. If Xiaobai hadn't been knocked down by the Skyfire, and he hadn't come out to help him, he would have died. I really have to say that although Xiaobai was a little cold, it seemed that the game she played with her really had the flavor of a lucky goddess. She landed with everything except the gun. She fell down 6 times in the last game and was pulled up. It was also amazing. The Skyfire bombing ended, and the whole wheat field fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind. Just as Chu Sheng was sighing, he suddenly saw a speeding motorcycle in the distance, heading towards the V-shaped trench. Someone is coming! Chu Sheng hurriedly reminded Xiaobai. When Xiaobai heard someone, he immediately fell to the ground, cut out the M4, and was ready to sweep the car at any time. The only thing that gave Chu Sheng a headache was that the car that came was not a car, but a motorcycle. It's not easy to stop a motorcycle. The violent roar of the motorcycle engine resounded throughout the wheat field of the V-shaped trench, and the sound was clearly visible. Xiaobai naturally heard the sound of the high-speed motorcycle, and couldn't help but ask, Motorcycle, how to stop it? You know, the speed of a motorcycle is extremely fast, and it is much more difficult to stop a motorcycle than to stop a car. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and jumped back under the wooden board. The motorcycle team had fought a fight at the leftmost port L and rushed all the way. They had been poisoned all the way and now only had a dozen bandages left on them. This wave of ultimate punishment made them very uncomfortable. The motorcycle also flipped over once along the way. If they couldn't enter the safe zone this time, they would all die. What's more annoying is that the two of them were well equipped, but they didn't have much medical supplies. They didn't want to die. The motorcycle rushed all the way, without taking a detour and going straight. If they were not slow for a second, they would probably get into trouble. The two drove all the way towards the V-shaped trench. Before they got close, they saw a car on fire on the wooden bridge at one end of the V-shaped trench. Be careful. There was a fight on the right. There are probably people in the housing area. Let's go around from the left. Seeing the traces of a car explosion after a fight, and the car still blocked the road, the first reaction of the two people who were in a mess all the way was to go from the right. There was nothing to think about at this time. Rush through this damn crop circle. Find a safe place to bandage and recover blood. And then find a way to steal a team. They can live happily. The idea is very good. And the idea is not wrong. But the mistake is that they met a beast like Chu Sheng, who actually fished for law enforcement and played mind guidance. Xiaobai saw that the motorcycle was initially heading towards the direction of the car, but then saw the wrecked car on fire, and started to drive towards her. People are coming. Xiaobai's hand holding the mouse was slightly damp, and he was sweating nervously. Chu Sheng glanced at the short sword Victor in his hand, and cut it into 98K with disdain. And by the way, he dismantled the 8-fold mirror and threw it into the backpack. Xiaobai was stunned when he saw Chu Sheng's series of cool operations. People are coming with motorcycles. You don't use Victor to shoot. Cut into 98K. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiaobai's whole person returned to a cold state. It was Chu Sheng's idea to come here to block the bridge. And now it was him who was so cool to block the bridge with 98K. I really don't understand what this guy is going to do. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Chu Sheng's series of suffocating operations, and took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! My brother-in-law is rowing without using oars. If we fail to block the bridge this time, he will be blamed. At the critical moment, he is not steady but still flirting. Is my brother-in-law a fish? He can't live without being wild? Hidden in the trench with a machine-aimed 98K. What kind of motorcycle is this? Even if you shoot with a rifle with 40 rounds of bullets, you may not be able to shoot people down. You use a 98K as a fire stick. Are you going to poke people off the car? Everyone was speechless about Chu Sheng's behavior. Xiaobai was ready, and he stood up and shot when the motorcycle was about to come over. Chu Sheng was hiding under the wooden board, listening carefully to the roar of the violent engine coming from far away. Chapter 89 Extremely Bloody Car Accident Scene. Xiaobai was helpless with Chu Sheng anyway, so he balanced his mood and comforted himself. This game was just for testing the push stream, so Xiaobai felt much better. Chu Sheng can play however he wants. Although the fans are used to Chu Sheng's tricks, everyone knows those behaviors. But look at you, Chu Sheng. Take a good piss and look at yourself. Are you still the brother-in-law who fell to death? Impetuous. Impetuous. After eating a few chickens, you are so arrogant that you have no sense at all. What is a motorcycle? The speed is 140 kilometers per hour. This bridge is only 2 or 3 meters wide. It only takes a few tenths of a second to pass by. He actually took out a 98K. I guess he can't react when the car comes. Are you lining up with 98 Burmese shots and firing guns to welcome it? Many fans are feeling sorry for Xiaobai at this moment. He has been hanging out in the V-shaped trench for a long time with Chu Sheng. Such a big fool. The roar of the motorcycle was getting closer and closer. Xiaobai no longer counted on Chu Sheng. As long as she could knock down the 2 people on the motorcycle, it would be fine. Huh. Unreliable man. Holding his breath, watching the black motorcycle roaring closer and closer, Xiaobai was ready to stand up and shoot. Chu Sheng jumped back a few times to distance himself from the wooden board so that he could see it passing by. The motorcycle duo looked at the V-shaped trench they were about to pass, and they felt relaxed. After passing the trench, there was a large crop circle behind them. And then, there was a house area for them to search for supplies. And then, they rushed directly into the safe zone along the coastal highway. The idea is beautiful. The setting is also very good, and there are no logical loopholes. Such a plan is easy to succeed at any time. But unfortunately, they met Chu Sheng, who did not take the usual path and blocked the bridge in the trench. Damn! Blocking the bridge in the trench. The speed of the motorcycle is very fast, and the speed can be seen to exceed 130 miles per hour with the naked eye. Xiaobai got up directly from the ground and swept the fully automatic M4 in his hand towards the motorcycle. The 2 people on the motorcycle were also stunned. Suddenly, Wuku jumped out from the ground. Ah! A female player, holding a gun in his hand, and started to shoot at them. Hurry! Rush! There were no roads and other places in the trench. If they stopped at this moment, they would definitely be shot down. Some people just rushed forward with their heads held high. Run over her. Run over her face. The 2 of them rushed forward in one go. Instead of slowing down, they sped up even faster, reaching 140 miles per hour and crashing directly into Xiaobai's face. The M4 bullets in Xiaobai's hand roared like a fire dragon, and the muzzle kept spitting out flames. The bullets fell on people and motorcycles. In a moment, a magazine of M4 bullets was swept away, but no one was shot down. The motorcycle rushed towards Xiaobai with thick black smoke. If he rushed forward, Xiaobai would be hit head-on. He was so badly hit that even Chu Sheng would not recognize him. Xiaobai was panicking and was reloading her M4. But the motorcycle had already rushed onto the wooden bridge and was only 10 meters away from her. Almost in an instant, Xiaobai tried to move her body left and right, but she always felt that no matter how she moved, the motorcycle was coming towards her. It's all Chu Sheng's fault. Why didn't he go to the center of the safe zone? Why did he block the bridge here? Xiaobai couldn't help but complain about Chu Sheng. It was all Chu Sheng's fault that she was hit and killed this time. Xiaobai even gave up resistance. This motorcycle was like a magnet. It followed her wherever she ran, and she couldn't get rid of it. Chu Sheng was standing in the trench and switched to first-person mode. The figure of the motorcycle on the wooden bridge was like a flash of lightning. Fleeting? Just when the motorcycle appeared in Chu Sheng's field of vision, Chu Sheng's 98K directly shot up, and he didn't even open the machine aiming. Everyone just saw that Chu Sheng's gun muzzle, which was originally facing the right, suddenly moved to the left. But a message of headshot knockdown suddenly appeared on Chu Sheng's screen. The motorcyclist was knocked to the ground by Chu Sheng's blind sniper shot. Chu Sheng's reaction time for the whole process was no more than 0.3 seconds. The motorcycle was not driving, and it was unstable and swayed back and forth, passing Xiao Bai directly, rolling on the ground for 2 or 3 times. And the players sitting on the back of the motorcycle also fell to the ground and died. What just happened? Completely confused. Don't understand. Don't know. Don't know? My brother-in-law shot the driver with a blind sniper shot. And then the motorcycle overturned and killed the person on the back seat. This? You are just bragging. I didn't even see the motorcycle appear. I just shot him in the head and killed him. I can only say that my brother-in-law has a reaction speed of 1 second. Which is really scary. The aiming lock? I can't wash it off. I can't wash it off. Go upstairs. I will eat shit on the spot if the aiming lock has such a reaction speed. Brother. That's a friendly army. I forgot to add the dog head. Take out the pasta to treat him. This is too unscientific. Xiao Bai was stunned on the spot. The motorcycle just brushed against her body and flew out. If it was a little off, the motorcycle would have hit her completely. How could a motorcycle suddenly flip over? Xiao Bai is still confused and doesn't realize that Chu Sheng saved her life. Chu Sheng climbed up from the V-shaped trench and said with a smile, "See? The bridge is blocked successfully." Xiao Bai still didn't react. Chu Sheng couldn't care about anything else at this time. The safe zone was about to refresh again, so he quickly updated his equipment. This man only had a Mini 14 and an AKM. Chu Sheng glanced at him and realized that he already had a sniper rifle, so he didn't need to carry a Mini 14. Replace Victor with AKM. In the final round later, the enemy will not give you a chance to get close within 50 meters. So Victor's gun is useless in the last few final rounds. On the other hand, the AKM is a crazy gun, as the rifle with the least cumulative damage in the game. Its crazy point lies in its unstable and difficult to control trajectory, which leads to a weird result. The headshot rate of AKM is the highest among all rifles, because when using this gun, you just shoot randomly, and sometimes you kill with headshots for no reason. Anyway, 98K also uses 7.62 caliber bullets, so it is safe to carry them all. The third level bag with 7.62 bullets is the most delicious. Chu Sheng looted everything, and then happily ran to another person's box, searched enough bullets, and also took out a rifle silencer and a quick expansion magazine, and matched it with a holographic sight, which was safe. When Chu Sheng licked the 2 boxes, Xiao Bai came back to his senses from the shock and asked stupidly, "Did you just headshot the driver?" Chu Sheng felt strange. Isn't this an obvious thing? Why did Xiao Bai ask a question? Yeah. He got shot in the head, and the car flipped over. Both of them died. Chapter 90. There should be a foreshadowing here. Xiao Bai was completely stunned. Chu Sheng used a machine scope 98K to headshot the motorcycle driver in the blink of an eye? Who would believe this if I told anyone? The motorcycle was at least 130 kilometers in speed, and Chu Sheng was in the trench, with a certain degree of obstruction in his vision. When Chu Sheng saw the motorcycle in the trench, it had already driven onto the wooden bridge, and it was going to headshot and knock him down at that speed, leaving Chu Sheng less than half a second to react. This reaction speed. Is this guy something? Well, there are news reports saying that gamers with fast reaction speeds are all that. Chu Sheng's speed is simply crushing 99% of the players. Okay. Xiao Bai shook his head slightly, wondering what was going on in his mind. Xiao Bai seemed to accept Chu Sheng's reaction and accuracy, which was even more terrifying than the lock-on auto-aim cheat. He ran to the box woodenly and licked some medicine and 5.56 bullets. Chu Sheng had already lifted up the motorcycle that was emitting billowing black smoke, and then found a female electronic voice that young people of this age were familiar with. Reverse. Please pay attention. Reverse. Please pay attention. Fuck. Why did my sealed childhood memories come out again? Even when reversing. My brother-in-law didn't forget to play a joke. Don't ask. Pai is very happy now, slowly backing the motorcycle in front of the already messy Xiao Bai. Chu Sheng whistled in a decent manner. Beauty. Do you want to go for a ride? The buzzing of the motorcycle engine and the black smoke that kept coming out of the back of the car, coupled with Chu Sheng's nonchalant look, were very funny. Wow. This Chu Sheng is really a beast. So frivolous to our goddess Xiao Bai. Goddess Xiao Bai. Reject him. He wants to take away goddess Xiao Bai with such a rubbish motorcycle. Go to hell. At least a 2-person cart or a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Xiaobai looked at the motorcycle with thick smoke, and always felt a little scared. This car was hit by almost half a magazine of bullets just now. I'm afraid that its durability has been reduced to red. If it is hit by a few more bullets, it will explode on the spot. Are you sure? Xiaobai didn't say she didn't want to sit in it, but she still asked a question. Don't sit in it yourself. This guy will get off the car and say he is teasing her. Chu Sheng nodded firmly and said, Don't you trust me? Xiaobai thought for a moment. Well, I don't trust you. But Xiaobai still chose to get in the car, but took the initiative to switch to the smoke bomb. Who knows? He might need to use this thing to save his life later. Anyway, drive well. It doesn't exist. You ask a motorcycle stuntman to drive well. This is an insult. When the water friends in the live broadcast room saw Xiaobai switch the smoke bomb to get in the car, they laughed and laughed. This is a slap in the face. Chu Sheng's face suddenly darkened from smiling. He had saved this woman so many times in this game. Why did she still not trust him? Then Chu Sheng looked at the map. Now the second poison circle has begun to shrink. The edge of the V-shaped trench where they are is still in the safe zone. They can leave as long as they wait for the third safe zone to appear. Chu Sheng directly drove Xiaobai to the circle of crops, not worrying about someone's high-energy headshot. Drive back and forth first. Don't get shot in the head. Xiaobai was a little worried, but he was worried about his own safety. Chu Sheng smiled. He had already observed everywhere. There was no one, not even a bird, on the V-shaped trench. I've seen this place before. Not to mention people. Shut up and drive. Xiaobai interrupted Chu Sheng's next words. Chu Sheng, who felt wrong, had to say oh, and then drove his motorcycle around in the wheat field. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. My brother-in-law was just about to show off when he was rudely interrupted by Xiaobai. Why does it feel so good? Finally someone can suppress my brother-in-law's coquettishness. Goddess Xiaobai is so cool. My whole body is so fucking smooth. I'm going to go to Goddess Xiaobai's live broadcast room to swipe a wave of planes. Juefeng saw Chu Sheng being defeated and was as excited as a 200-pound child. I always feel that this motorcycle will be a foreshadowing. With thick smoke. With my brother-in-law's bad luck. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Masters are among the people, and failures are in the underworld. It's a moment of pretense, and the story remains in the world. If you have fun, you go home for dinner. If you don't have fun, the whole village will go to your house for dinner. When the firecrackers go off, my parents will shout, Chu Sheng, my son, the big man upstairs. 666. If my brother-in-law succeeds in pretending, he is a master among the people. And if he fails in pretending, he will fail in the underworld. As Chu Sheng drove Xiaobai around the wheat field, a new safe zone was also refreshed. Located just above the mountains of G Town, and the location of the lower city and container of G Port. This safe zone was created very carefully, just avoiding the crop circle on the left side of town G. Chu Sheng glanced at the map and planned his next move, because the safe zone always avoided him. If he went to the lower city first, the next safe zone would definitely be on the mountain. If he wanted to go up the mountain, he would be beaten up and unable to take care of himself. So Chu Sheng decided to go up the mountain first. Whether the safe zone was in the container or the lower city, he could run in with trees and smoke bombs as cover. After marking a point on the ridge, Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator and said, Let's go. Xiaobai, I'll take you to see the meteor shower. It is better to watch the heavy rain on the top of the mountain than to watch the meteor shower in broad daylight. Xiaobai rolled her eyes and was speechless. When she arrived at the pigeon's house at night, she must quietly ask Chu Sheng if he has always been like this. If so, then the pigeon is really pitiful. It is really pitiful to have to stay under the same roof with such a neurotic brother every day. If Chu Sheng knew what Xiaobai was thinking, he would probably cry out. This guy has lived a miserable life at home. He is the one who is like a dog. Chu Sheng. Xiaobai has no opinion on Chu Sheng's choice of location. It is nothing wrong to go up the mountain so that he can go down later. Anyway, after playing these two games with Chu Sheng, plus what Xiao Gezi said in his live broadcast room before playing with Chu Sheng, there is no such thing as a destiny circle. Xiaobai seemed to have gradually figured out this truth, so he had already prepared to go down the mountain early. The two of them rushed all the way. Chu Sheng remembered that when he came to the V-shaped trench, a guy ran up the mountain in a flash. It is very likely that he will meet the guy when he goes up the mountain later. He took a look at the backpack. which was full of 230 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Chu Sheng couldn't help but say, there should be some reason for so many 7.62 bullets. I feel like I'm going to pick up an airdrop later. And there is a Groza in it. Airdrop? Groza? Broadcaster. You can't even see yourself clearly when you pee. Please be a little more accurate. Chapter 91. Look. This foreshadowing is coming in handy. Haha. Brother-in-law is joking again. You, who can't even follow the fate circle, actually want to airdrop. Young man, it's good to have dreams. But please don't sleep in the classroom in broad daylight. Okay? Brother-in-law. Wake up. Wake up. Almost everyone is mocking you. You are a person who washes your hair in the bombing zone and carries the condemnation circle with you. You still want to airdrop. Be careful that the system bug will give you a Thompson. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage and was immediately unhappy. What the hell? Who is not the little princess tattooed on Peppa Pig? You can't have a little dream. Right? What if it comes true? You guys chase airdrops and get all kinds of SF Express to deliver to your door. But why do you mock me for being impossible? I have bad luck. But I have Xiaobai. She's very lucky. Maybe she can help me realize my dream. Besides, I just want a Groza. Isn't that too much? Groza is the only 7.62 fully automatic rifle produced in the airdrop box. It has the same power as AKM. But the recoil is much smaller than AKM. And the firing rate is very fast. And the close-range combat damage is terrifying. However, because it is difficult to suppress the Groza after 7 bullets in the entire airdrop box, the degree of disgust of Groza is second only to 14 Malawin Quaches. 14 Malawin Quaches is almost a thing that takes away the 7.62 bullets after seeing it. And the existence of the gun is left. Groza is the existence that can replace the AKM on the body. As far as airdrop is concerned, Chu Sheng's wish can be said to be very humble. But airdrop is obviously impossible. There is no bicycle. What airdrop? You say. What airdrop? Chu Sheng drove the smoking motorcycle all the way north. If you look at it from the mountain, you can see a clearly visible black line extending to the foot of the mountain. Chu Sheng did not stop the car directly at the foot of the mountain. The mountain road is difficult to walk. If he runs with his legs, he may become a living target for others. He stepped on the accelerator suddenly and rushed to the middle of the mountain. Then he grinded to the ridge with a grunt. Okay. Let's stay here. Chu Sheng glanced at the map and thought that this position was not bad. You can observe the container at Port G. And you can also see Town G behind you. Go down the slope on the left. And there are trees to cover you. So the danger of entering the circle will be much smaller. Xiaobai got off the car directly, then squatted on the ground and scanned back and forth with his fourfold mirror. Chu Sheng glanced at the smoking motorcycle. If he wanted to break the circle later, he would definitely not be able to drive it again. There was nothing on the road down the mountain on the left that could show off his driving skills. If he accidentally tripped over some flowers and plants, the flying car would instantly become a hearse. He didn't pull the handbrake. After the speed dropped, Chu Sheng jumped off the motorcycle directly and observed the situation on the ridge with Xiaobai. You know, there was someone on the ridge just now, and who knows where they will come out from later. What Chu Sheng didn't know at this moment was that 2 people sneaked up from the grass at the foot of the mountain. These 2 people came out of the housing area at the foot of the mountain. And their idea was the same as Chu Sheng's. That is, to come to the mountain to look down from a high position and fight from a low position. The 2 ran all the way from the housing area to the mountain. And before they ran a few steps, they heard the roar of a motorcycle. They were shocked and chose to lie down in the grass to be a qualified Voldemort. Then, they saw a motorcycle with thick smoke rushing past. Originally, the 2 almost couldn't help but want to get up and shoot. But they thought that the other party had rushed to the halfway point of the mountain. If they got into a fight and got stuck at the bottom of the mountain, it would be uncomfortable. So they didn't take action. Level 3 armor. Level 3 helmet. Silence 98k. This team is quite fat. Go up and eat this wave. The 2 thought for a moment, and showed their ferocious claws to Chu Sheng and Xiaobai. Because the 2 came up from the back, they didn't see anyone along the way, so their vigilance behind them was greatly reduced. In addition, the 2 Voldemorts were very careful, lying on the ground all the way to the foot of the mountain. And then, they stood up and slowly moved towards the top of the mountain. The peak of the South Mountain in G Port is steep and rocky, unless you stand on the edge of the rock on the top of the mountain. You can't see the scene on the mountainside clearly. It was because of this that the two had the courage to sneak up from behind and prepare to give Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai a fatal blow. The two were also extremely excited. They were just short of bullets and medicine, and 2 fat sheep were delivered to them. They could steal their butts from behind and then lick their bags happily. Isn't it wonderful? The two could already imagine the scene of rushing up from behind and killing the frightened fat sheep. They were very excited, and even their faces were distorted. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai's attention was on the container and the direction of the lower city. After all, the people in the housing area posed the greatest threat. Any team in the building could easily kill the two and trap them outside the poison circle. The two behind had already touched the bottom of the mountain and quietly went up the mountain. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Hey, did you hear any strange noises?" The other one also stopped and listened carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He really heard some strange noises. This seems to be the sound of a motorcycle engine. Hey, it seems to be true. The two got an accurate answer together. But the sound of the motorcycle engine was getting louder and louder. It didn't seem to be far away, but getting closer and closer. It seemed to be coming towards them. No, there is a motorcycle rushing over. The two suddenly realized that it was the guy on the mountain who drove down again. After changing to the fully automatic rifle with full confidence, the two walked together and looked up the slope. They saw a motorcycle with black smoke rushing down the mountain directly. But the posture seemed to be wrong. But can you still care about so much at this time? A burst of bullets will definitely be fired at you. Seeing the motorcycle rushing directly towards the two people's rifles did not stop at all. And the flames poured out like an angry dragon. Duh. The bullets were so fast. And the motorcycle also went directly over the hillside and rushed towards the two people's faces. Huh? No one on the motorcycle. When the motorcycle rushed in front of the two people, they were suddenly shocked and found that this was actually an empty motorcycle. The motorcycle was almost on fire. And one of them immediately reacted and shouted, "Don't fight. Don't shoot." But the bullets were already whizzing out. And the fully automatic rifle couldn't be stopped just because it wanted to. Especially since this guy was holding an extremely powerful fully automatic rifle with a 7.62 caliber bullet, which was the Groza that Chu Sheng had dreamed of before. Groza has an extremely fast firing rate, and 4 or 5 bullets have already been fired and landed on the motorcycle. And the flames on the motorcycle have suddenly become more intense. The two subconsciously wanted to avoid the burning motorcycle. But when the last bullet landed on the car, a bright firework suddenly bloomed and exploded. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai, who were on the top of the mountain, only heard a burst of rapid gunfire from the bottom of the mountain behind them, followed by a huge explosion. And a large black mushroom cloud emerged from the mountainside. Chapter 92. Although there is no airdrop box, it does not prevent us from getting weapons. Huh? What happened? Why are there people behind us? Chu Sheng was also shocked. They had just come up from behind the mountain for less than a minute. How could a fight suddenly break out? Xiao Bai saw the kill prompt in the upper right corner and asked with a quiet question, "Killed by a vehicle?" Chu Sheng ran to the edge of the cliff with his AKM in his arms while talking. Looking down at the cliff, he saw a burnt motorcycle with black smoke and 2 boxes next to the motorcycle. "Hey! Isn't this our motorcycle? When did it fall down?" Chu Sheng slowly slid down the steep slope. He just remembered that his motorcycle was still parked at the bottom. When did it fall down the mountain? Those 2 guys should be the 2 unlucky guys who were killed by the motorcycle. Before Chu Sheng could react, the live broadcast room was already laughing like crazy. This kind of thing actually happened. I just said that this motorcycle is a foreshadowing. Best assist of the game. Motorcycle. This wave is a bit spiritual. If it weren't for this motorcycle, I'm afraid Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai would both be in trouble. They were stolen from behind, and they were GG. Fuck. Is this bad luck? I didn't pull the handbrake when I was driving. And the person who landed chased the car. Chu Sheng didn't pull the handbrake. And the motorcycle chased and killed 2 people. The 2 people who were killed by the explosion must be very upset. When did a motorcycle fall down? This is too beastly. Can't you just stop the car and pull the handbrake? Bad habits kill people. The live broadcast room was already laughing. Even in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room, the audience reacted and swiped 666 for the motorcycle. This motorcycle is very smart. Chu Sheng took off the fast expansion magazine and holographic sight on his AKM While running down, he heard all the gunshots from the two people below. And one of the gunshots was very different, which made Chushin very excited. Didn't he just say he wanted a Groza? Although it's impossible for him to get an airdrop. Since it's an airdrop, why not let other players deliver it to him by express? The two players who were killed in the explosion were also completely confused. Fuck. I just told you not to shoot. Didn't you hear me? Fuck. You were the one who asked me to shoot in the beginning. Can you stop the fully automatic Groza just by wanting to? Fuck. A motorcycle that was about to explode flipped down the mountain. What kind of operation is this? The two of them were extremely regretful. They had been lucky enough to pick up 2 airdrops in a row along the way. Now, they hadn't even fired a shot. And they were let go. It was really frustrating. Chusheng came to the box, opened it, and smiled. Sure enough, he guessed right. He happily put on the Groza. This guy also had a rifle silencer, with his own rifle rapid expansion and holographic sight. A fully equipped Groza appeared in Chusheng's hands. It's worth it that I loaded such a backpack of 7.62 bullets. Chusheng couldn't help but sigh. Usually when players see this gun in the airdrop, another reason they don't want to take it is that they don't have enough 7.62 bullets. Most people carry about 200 rounds of 5.56 ammunition. If they have a sniper rifle like 98K, they only carry about 50 rounds of ammunition. No one would carry 7.62 bullets that take up a lot of backpack capacity. If Groza appears in the airdrop, it usually comes with 60 rounds of 7.62, which is not enough to deal with regular combat. So this is also one of the reasons that restrict the appearance rate of this gun. But Chusheng is different. 230 rounds of 7.62 bullets plus a fully equipped AKM successfully summoned a Groza for him. All the fans in the live broadcast room were itching. What the hell does this mean? It's okay to get a Groza, but you have to shoot a volley of bullets. Are you afraid that others don't know that you have an airdrop gun? This Groza is completely a slap in the face of the majority of fans. They just mocked Chusheng for being a little bit stupid. How could there be an airdrop? And in less than 5 minutes, Chusheng got a warm Groza in his hand. If it was obtained after a fight, everyone would have tolerated it. But the motorcycle slid off the cliff and killed 2 people directly. What's the difference between this and a courier at home? This made the viewers in the live broadcast room very unhappy. Looking at Chusheng's satisfied smile, they felt their faces burning. Chusheng went to the second box and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Xiaobai heard Chusheng's exclamation, frowned and said, "Don't be so surprised." Chusheng's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaobai, come down quickly. There are good things here." The audience in Xiao Gezi's live broadcast room naturally saw the things in the box, and couldn't help but take a breath. Chusheng is so lucky. A Groza is not enough. But he also has an M24. I am so impressed. He is so fat. But he doesn't want to enter the circle and play in the final circle. Why are he learning to steal others' butts? These 2 bastards must be on the comedy collection. I tell you, this wave of gifts is totally unreasonable. I don't understand it. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment when he heard that there was something good. He thought that this was probably another trick of Chusheng to trick him down. No need. You can keep the good stuff yourself. Xiaobai thought for a moment and decisively rejected Chusheng. Chusheng was originally waiting for Xiaobai to run down the mountain and see the 8x M24. But he didn't expect to be rejected directly. He was stunned. This woman doesn't know what's good for her. I gave up my M24. And she didn't even take it when I asked her to come down to get it. After saying that, Chusheng removed the silencer of the sniper rifle and then installed it on the M24. In an instant, a fully equipped silenced M24 was born. And the guy commonly known as the Stapler was online. Xiaobai also saw the silver-black metallic stock behind Chusheng, which was obviously not a wooden stock like the 98K. Chusheng climbed back to the ridge with difficulty, ran to Xiaobai, and threw the fully equipped M24 directly on the ground. "Quick! Give me your 98K. Chusheng's eyes swung left and right, and he was still constantly monitoring the surroundings. The 2 guys were killed by the motorcycle just now. Chusheng was really lucky. He and Xiaobai didn't notice anyone behind them. If someone sneaked up with a Groza and an M24, Chusheng and Xiaobai might die here. So after this happened once, Chusheng didn't dare to let his guard down. "Why don't you take it?" Xiaobai looked at the M24 on the ground and was very excited. When she saw the thick black gun extending from the muzzle, she felt the urge to pick it up and use it immediately. But when she thought of her bad attitude towards Chu Sheng just now, Xiao Bai was embarrassed to reach out. After scolding someone, it's not good to take out a gun immediately. However, Chu Sheng didn't care about that. Anyway, there is no difference between M24 and 98K. It's just that the damage is higher, and the sound is better. Hurry up. The poison circle is about to appear. If you don't give it to me, I'm leaving. Chu Sheng pretended to leave, and Xiao Bai immediately put down his attitude and threw his 98K on the ground. Chapter 93. I thought it was a love saint, but it turned out to be a drama queen. Xiao Bai couldn't tell what he felt at the moment. It was complicated. Looking at Chu Sheng's back as he picked up the 98K and turned around to change bullets, he actually felt a little guilty. After installing the M24, Xiao Bai fired a shot at Chu Sheng's feet, which scared Chu Sheng so much that he jumped up. Ah! I gave you a gun, and you still shot me! Chu Sheng shouted immediately. And the salted fish in the live broadcast room also said 666. It's impossible to buy our goddess Xiao Bai with an M24. Goddess Xiao Bai's eyes were as sharp as a torch, and she saw through Chu Sheng's conspiracy at a glance. Wow! I suddenly became erotic after hearing what the person above said. Xiao Bai, I accepted the gun, but I won't be your girlfriend. I hope you know your place. Just when everyone was complacent, Xiao Bai finally asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Why don't you take this gun? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. He couldn't tell Xiao Bai that holding an M24 would easily attract hatred. The power of this gun is not much different from that of the 98K. The meaning of its existence lies in the fact that the silencer sounds good. Does Chu Sheng need this kind of psychological buff bonus? Chu Sheng's action also means taking care of the girl. Showing his wretched face, Chu Sheng brooded for a long time, and said what he thought was the most romantic thing in his life. I just think this M24 is more suitable for your temperament. Xiao Bai was stunned, and the lively barrage suddenly disappeared. Everyone in Xiao Gezi and Xiao Bai's live broadcast room heard Chu Sheng's words. After a while, the barrage area exploded directly, and even the live broadcast room was stuck. The fans in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room naturally exploded together, just like the past when the year was coming to an end and the pigs were slaughtered, and the whole family, young and old, went out to sharpen their knives. This Chu Sheng was flirting with the goddess Xiao Bai again, and it was more excessive than the last time. Xiao Bai could tolerate it, but Xiao Bai couldn't. Xiao Ji's live broadcast room was even more screaming. My God! What era is this flirting method? The brother-in-law said this without blushing. Awesome! I don't pay attention to such a sunset red anchor. I'm gone. Xiao Bai was stunned by Chu Sheng's bold words. After a while, he came back to his senses and fired another shot at Chu Sheng's feet. He said in a sharp voice, What do you mean? Are you saying that I have a hot temper? Hot temper? Chu Sheng looked suspicious. When did he say that? Ah no. Isn't the cold metal texture of M24 very similar to your temperament? Chu Sheng's words stunned Xiao Bai. And at the same time, the two live broadcast rooms fell into silence again. After a while, there was another barrage explosion. Good. Chu Sheng's words are so much to my liking. This is our soulmate and friend. TSK. 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 Why didn't I think of that? Goddess Xiao Bai is as cold as ice. And that feeling is exactly the same as the M24's all-metal gun body with a chill. Chu Sheng's metaphor is so damn appropriate. Awesome. I'm impressed by this metaphor. Let's go and make some fish balls to apologize to Chu Sheng. Let's go together. From now on, M24 will be the goddess Xiao Bai's favorite gun. Almost instantly, the group of digital geeks in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room felt a sense of sympathy for Chu Sheng. If Chu Sheng was with them at this moment, they would definitely rush up to give Chu Sheng a big hug, and then sigh, big-breasted brother has vision and can appreciate. The metaphor is wonderful. There was also a sense of amazement in Xia Jizi's live broadcast room. Oh my God! Is this what a straight man said? But take a look. To be honest, Xiao Bai's temperament is really similar to this M24. Well, what do you think the temperament of the elder brother-in-law is like? Xue Feng suddenly asked in the barrage. Then the barrage area exploded again. I think the elder brother-in-law is like EP92. The kind that no one wants even if it is thrown on the ground. R1895. Let's learn about it. I think the elder brother-in-law's temperament is the same as his favorite weapon. The crossbow. It's quiet and insignificant. And it can't shoot far, and it shoots fast. Anyway, it feels a bit weak. My brother-in-law's favorite weapon is probably a frying pan. After all, he has been working as a pigeon breeder for 3 years. Why do I think my brother-in-law's temperament is a level 1 helmet? I think P18C is more suitable. Not only is it short, but it also shoots quickly. Looking at the gradually crooked post, Chu Sheng quietly used a small notebook to draw a line behind Zhu Weifeng's name. Wait. He will get back the rhythm sooner or later. Xiaobai was speechless after hearing Chu Sheng's analogy. I have to say that this analogy is really appropriate. Especially when Xiaobai is holding a silenced M24 with a cold face. It's absolutely amazing. Xiaobai glanced at the barrage in his live broadcast room. And they were all cheering for Chu Sheng, praising this big-breasted brother for his vision, talent, and appreciation. Xiaobai looked at it and stopped talking, as if what Chu Sheng said was not wrong. Although this M24 was given to him by him, he actually said that he was cold as ice. So he had to teach him a lesson. Of course, Xiaobai didn't think of finding fault in the game. He would wait until he went to Ziajizi's house to eat and drink at night, and then talk about it. As the two of them played and played, the poison circle also shrank in place, and the new safe zone was refreshed again, without any problems, and refreshed in the farthest part of the lower city of G-Port. Hey, the lower city of G-Port. This place is a bit familiar. Let's learn about whack-a-mole. Learn about the massacre of 80 people in Port G. Quinn 232093723. Finally GASD. Her legs are so sexy. Chu Sheng glanced at the map. If the motorcycle was there, it would be easy to enter this circle. He could drive the motorcycle along the road and rush to the house in the lower city in less than 30 seconds. But now the motorcycle exploded while bravely protecting its owner. The only way for the two of them was to run on foot. It was not an easy road to run from the mountain to the lower city. A road was divided into 2 parts. Part of the safe area on the left was a crop circle, and the high point across the road on the right was the hospital. There was no doubt that there was a team guarding the hospital at this time. This will be very troublesome. Chu Sheng studied for a while, and finally marked a point in the housing area of the lower city. Go from behind. If someone blocks the way, just kill them. There is a slope between the hospital and the road. As long as they go down the slope, it will be difficult for the people in the hospital to hit them. There is a road of about 100 meters in front of the hospital, and there is no cover. As long as they can pass this 100-meter place without cover, they have a great chance of survival. Chu Sheng took another look at the number of survivors. There are only 25 people left in this game. Not too many or too few. Be careful of the housing area below the hillside. There may be someone. Chu Sheng took the lead in putting away his gun and ran in the front. Xiaobai looked at Chu Sheng's mark. It was still very difficult to run into the safe zone in 1.5 minutes. Chapter 94 Ultimate LYB. The housing area is just on the back slope road planned by Chu Sheng. If there is no one, it will be easy to pass through. But if someone blocks them, it will be very uncomfortable. Chu Sheng followed the blind spot of the big tree to the bottom of the hillside. Suddenly, a crisp gunshot sounded, and the bullet landed at his feet and stirred up a cloud of dust. 98K warning. There is someone in the housing area ahead. Shout by. Be careful. There is someone in the housing area ahead. Chu Sheng hid behind the tree and observed back and forth, and finally saw a flickering figure at the window of the fake garage. Chu Sheng did not rush to take action, and was still observing the movements of others. If it was a person, he would have slipped away long ago, and would not have chosen to block people in the housing area. Xiaobai carefully crawled down the mountain, but was still shot by this 98K. Chu Sheng looked around, but still did not see the figures of other people. There was only a 98K dangling on the second floor of the fake garage. Hey! Cart! Chu Sheng saw a cart parked on the first floor of the fake garage, and immediately stepped out and blew up the tire of the cart with a sniper. Then the other party reacted and another bullet hit the tree stump. Xiaobai, help me hold the gun after I knock him down. Chu Sheng still has not seen the figure of the other person on the opposite side. Knocked down? Xiaobai was stunned and asked, isn't it just one person? Chu Sheng's 8x98K was already aimed at the second floor of the fake garage, and he didn't answer Xiaobai's question. Seeing Chu Sheng holding his breath and concentrating seriously, Xiaobai stopped talking, holding the cold texture of the M24, and concentrated on holding the gun for Chu Sheng. At this moment, All the viewers in the live broadcast room were watching the picture of Chu Sheng opening the 8x scope. They saw the head inside swaying back and forth. But they didn't dare to stop and shoot at Chu Sheng. I think the other side also found that Chu Sheng was opening the scope at this moment. So they could only sway back and forth between several windows to attract Chu Sheng's attention. Anyway, if they want to escape later, they can just leave from behind. And they can only be safe if they stick to the team behind them. Is this guy a loach? He's swaying back and forth. I hate this kind of guy the most when playing games. Can't he just stand still and let me shoot a fixed target? This is no longer a loach. It's a snake. Just when everyone was complaining about this player's hands not getting tired from swaying back and forth, Chu Sheng suddenly shot at the window for no apparent reason. The explosion of the 98K echoed throughout the ridge, and the bullet drew an arc in the mirror that was visible to the naked eye and landed at the window. At this moment, by chance, the slippery loach suddenly appeared at the window, and its head hit Chu Sheng's bullet directly. A cloud of green blood mist burst out of the window, and the man fell to the ground with a headshot. 6. It's better to hit well than to hit well. This wave of cooperation is stable. I will give this actor a chicken leg in the afternoon. This shot is a bit mysterious. He shot directly at the man before he showed up. I really want to interview my brother-in-law about his current mood. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage. He just shot based on his feeling. Although this man was swaying back and forth, it was not without trace. He had mastered the rhythm of 5 or 6 times. Inertial movement. As long as you master the rhythm, it's okay. For example, everyone likes to shake their bodies in the game. The rhythm of most people is left, right, left, left. As long as you master it, it's okay. Chu Sheng's explanation was bland, as if he was telling a very ordinary thing. The water friends who watched the live broadcast were enlightened after hearing it, and it seemed to be true. For example, shaking your head in the quality square. Following the rhythm is left, right, left, left, left. Not right, left, left, left. After Chu Sheng's guidance, everyone seemed to have opened their minds. It turns out that as long as you master the rhythm, you can do it. Suddenly, many people are eager to try, and want to show it in the game themselves. As soon as the interest was aroused, Chu Sheng hurriedly added, "Don't try it casually. You will be beaten so badly that even your mother won't recognize you." "Hey! Chu Sheng, you old thief. You are bullying us." Feeling deeply hurt by the anchor. "See if there is this fish ball. Throw it away." "There is no fish ball now. Brother-in-law, don't you know that you can see through it but don't say it? You are the only one who knows it. And you are the only one who talks too much." After Chu Sheng knocked down the guy on the second floor of the fake garage, he immediately switched to Groza and rushed up. Xiao Bai immediately became alert when he saw the knockdown information. As expected, there were other teammates in this room area. Even Chu Sheng had never found where this guy's teammates were. So Xiao Bai was naturally extremely alert, switching back and forth between the fake garage and the second floor villa next to it. Chu Sheng, the most violent close combat existence in this fully automatic rifle, ran all the way towards the fake garage. We have already left the woods, and next is a road without any shelter. Chu Sheng has 4 smoke bombs on him, enough for him to walk from the road to the fake garage. But Chu Sheng has no intention of throwing smoke bombs for cover. These 4 smoke bombs will be used to save lives later. And using smoke bombs in this situation is simply making a fuss. In a one-on-one situation, Chu Sheng has never been afraid of anyone except a god. Chu Sheng ran while being alert, and he was not attacked along the way. And no one came out of the 3 villas he focused on. Is there only one person in this housing area? Xiao Bai was also curious. If there were teammates, Chu Sheng would definitely start to fight when he rushed to the house alone. If he didn't shoot, Chu Sheng would have rushed into the fake garage. Xiao Bai's palms were slightly moist, and he was very careful not to miss any information. Chu Sheng had successfully touched the bottom of the fake garage, and glanced at the office on the first floor. There was no one. He bent down and walked slowly in, but did not see the ambushing enemy. Oh, this is a bit interesting. Chu Sheng had already understood a little bit at this time. These 2 people are still good at playing, although the movement was a little bit chicken skin. The other person did not let him find any trace from beginning to end. Chu Sheng came over from the mountainside, and there was no kill information. He had already understood most of it in his heart. It must be that this person's teammates were also in the fake garage, but they just didn't show up. The guy just now was rescued. Xiaobai's voice was filled with a trace of ripples. She also instantly understood that the man's teammates were inside. But they just hadn't shown up. Now she was still on the mountainside. And Chu Sheng had already touched over. In the situation of 1 against 2 and attacking the building. Xiaobai made a prompt decision and opened fire to warn the people on the second floor. The crisp sound of the silenced M24 stapler instantly disappeared in the mountains and forests. And only a crisp sound of broken glass reached the ears of Chu Sheng and the 2 people on the second floor. Chu Sheng switched to a Molotov cocktail, quietly came out from the first floor, and threw it into the broken window on the second floor. The purpose of this Molotov cocktail was only to block the road. And then, the second Molotov cocktail was thrown into the stairwell from the first floor to the second floor. Chu Sheng then immediately switched to a grenade, and a crisp sound of the bolt immediately frightened the 2 people on the second floor. This is going to be a grenade. The inner office and the staircase on the second floor were all ablaze with flames. If this grenade came in, they would have nowhere to hide. Chu Sheng threw the first grenade directly into the window, and then threw the second grenade in his hand towards the balcony on the second floor. As a result, the grenade flew into the air. But because of the wrong step, it did not fall on the balcony, but bounced off the edge of the balcony and landed right at Chu Sheng's feet. Oh my god. Damn it. Chapter 95 3 Ways to Throw a Grenade. 2333. This grenade is thrown very skillfully. This is the normal operation of my brother-in-law. No matter how quick the blind sniper reacts, it is not as skillful as this grenade. It's okay. This wave is very stable. When Chu Sheng saw the grenade fall at his feet, he ran away in a hurry. And he was stunned. How could this grenade hit the edge of the balcony and bounce back? I was obviously lucky. Chu Sheng rushed over with confidence, not to deliver a perfect door-to-door delivery, but to run forward with almost all his strength. There is a corner of the house in front of us. We can escape by hiding inside. Chu Sheng threw the first grenade into the house on the second floor. The grenade rolled on the wooden floor and made a clanging sound. With the grenade in front of us, everyone ran away. The player who was knocked down by Chu Sheng's headshot had just been helped up and had just been bandaged 3 times. He hadn't even recovered his blood when he saw the grenade under his feet. He was already panicking and opened the door and ran out without saying a word. Another player heard that the sound of the second grenade came from the balcony, so he naturally didn't dare to push the door and rush to the balcony. Going to the balcony might cost him his life. He rushed out of the window directly. Xiaobai, who happened to be in the distance, saw the figure in the window. The 8-fold scope M24 stapler-like click sound floated again, and the bullet turned into a light spot and fell directly on the man, exploding a piece of green forgiveness blood. Xiaobai sighed. This shot could have been a headshot. But unfortunately, the man jumped out of the window, and the bullet landed on him. However, this shot also knocked off half of the man's blood. After being sniped and falling to the ground, he saw Chu Sheng's back hiding behind the wall. Without saying a word, the player took out his rifle and chased after him. At the same time, he rushed over to prevent the M24 at the far end from sniping him again. Boom! The first grenade exploded in the room on the second floor. The yellow-blooded player who just opened the door and ran to the door was immediately blown away by a gust of air. The range damage of the grenade's fragments directly shocked the player's blood red again, and the gust of air even blew him away, and he happened to fall on the Molotov cocktail thrown by Chu Sheng. Before the man could react, he was burned to the ground alive. Then the holy fire of the FFF group burned fiercely, and he instantly turned into a box. Just kidding. Those who play in double row are all CP. There is nothing that can't be burned by the holy fire. While Chu Sheng was running, a red word suddenly jumped for a kill, and it was burned to death by a Molotov cocktail. He immediately realized that it should be the grenade on the second floor that did the trick. The enemy behind Chu Sheng saw his teammates die tragically in the corridor, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred, with the teammates cursing in the voice. He only had the idea of rushing over with a gun to take revenge. But when he rushed to the door of the fake garage, he suddenly saw a grenade lying quietly on the ground. Huh? When will the supplies be refreshed at the door of the fake garage? He tried to open the tab key, but saw nothing. Seeing this, how could the player not understand that this was a grenade waiting to be detonated? Where the grenade came from? The player collapsed and immediately ran into the fake garage, and was stunned by his own cool operation. His first reaction when he saw the grenade under his feet was not to run, but to press the tab key to try to pick it up. He was really cool. He just ran away 2 steps. And a huge smoke rose up with a bang. The whole person directly hit the wall with a split leg and fell to the ground. Chu Sheng had just hidden behind the wall. And as the explosion sounded, he jumped to another kill. This time it was a fragmentation grenade kill. Huh? How did someone die? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Weren't the 2 people upstairs? The first wave of grenades exploded but no one died. How come the second wave of grenades dropped outside the house exploded and killed someone? Chu Sheng returned to the same place and saw the box in the room on the first floor of the fake garage, as well as the body that died extremely tragically, hanging on the garbage pile with legs split. TSK, TSK, TSK. This death is too tragic. This leg split. I'm afraid it will tear apart. And I can't help but feel a pain in my crotch. After taking a look at the tragic scene, Chu Sheng roughly deduced the ins and outs of what happened just now. The first one was thrown into the flame of the Molotov cocktail by the air wave and burned to death. The second guy jumped out of the window to avoid the grenade. And the grenade exploded and he was killed. Come over here, Xiao Bai. I have dealt with these 2 people. Chu Sheng's tone was full of confidence. And he even wanted to get Xiao Bai's praise. Xiao Bai just watched the guy commit suicide and was stunned. After jumping out of the window, Chu Sheng happened to turn behind the house. The man ran to the door of the fake garage and suddenly stopped for a second, then immediately ran into the house. As a result, he was killed by the grenade before he ran 2 steps. The 8-fold M24 can see clearly. It can be said to be a live broadcast, especially the fans in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room. All laughed like pigs when they saw the scene. This wave of geometric minds plus psychological warfare. 666. Xiao Bai heard Chu Sheng's tone of planning and strategizing, and then thought of the guy who was scared by a grenade that was not thrown just now, and couldn't help laughing, and whispered, fake. The audience in Xiao Bai's live broadcast room also laughed. What was Chu Sheng scared just now? Now he said he had no idea what he was doing? Then this group of fans who were unwilling to be lonely ran to Shioda's live broadcast room and made the truth public. Then, the viewers in the 2 live broadcast rooms laughed like pigs. Ha ha ha. Chu Sheng, don't you know what's going on? You dare to ask for credit and reward. The host is so thick-skinned. It must have been beaten with a frying pan. It's invulnerable to swords and guns. Chu Sheng glanced at the comments, all of which exposed his pretense, and immediately felt ashamed. It was such a wonderful counterkill, applying psychology and geometry to the extreme. How can it be called dog shit luck? This group of viewers can't even understand the top operations of the masters. It seems that it's time to explain it to them. Glancing at the map, Xiao Bai will take a while to catch up. Chu Sheng casually searched for some 7.62 bullets and grenades in 2 boxes, and didn't have any other needs. Let me explain it to you. The grenade just now has a story. Chu Sheng started the teaching mode of Teacher Chu with 1 sentence. But it was obvious that the barrage area was full of people mocking Chu Sheng for not having any real skills. Hee hee. This grenade has a J8 story. Do we fans think we are all blind? If it weren't for the friendly forces in the live broadcast room of the goddess Xiao Bai coming to tell the truth, I would have really believed this wave of stupid operations. Raise your hand. You were there at the scene. Chu Sheng saw that the basic market in the barrage area was about to collapse, and hurriedly said, then do you know the 3 ways to throw a grenade? Chapter 96. You are playing with fire. Do you know that? 3 ways to throw a grenade? Chu Sheng threw out a few words, which immediately changed the topic and the direction of the audience in the live broadcast room. Aren't there only 2 ways to throw a grenade? High throw and low throw. Where does the 3rd way come from? I am an old player who has played the game for 500 hours, and I have never heard of 3 ways to throw. I can't think of a 3rd way to throw it. Is this the difference between me and my brother-in-law? Move the small stool and sit down. Wait for Teacher Chu to give a lecture, and then lead the rhythm and make trouble after the lecture. What the big-breasted guy above said is right. Why do we still make trouble after listening to the class? Do we have the face? Sorry. No. From the high-level players who have played for 600 to 700 hours to the players who watch live broadcasts of cloud chicken-eating games, no one has thought of the 3rd way to throw grenades. Since you can't think of it, wait patiently for Teacher Chu's answer. At this time, Xiao Bai also came over and ran to the 2 boxes to lick them consciously. In fact, there is no demand, just a few drinks. Now I have a fully equipped M4 and a fully equipped M24, in addition to a fully equipped AWM. Xiaobai can be said to have no desires. After rushing up a wave of buildings, time passed quickly, and now the new poison circle has begun to shrink. Chu Sheng and Xiaobai only have 40 seconds to run into the safe zone, which can be said to be very tight. Chu Sheng sat directly in the driver's seat of the cart in the fake garage. The grenade just now blew up half of the durability of the cart, but Chu Sheng dared to drive a motorcycle with only 1/5 of its durability. In Chu Sheng's eyes, this cart with half of its durability is no different from a brand new one. The only regret is that the rear wheel of this cart was removed by him with a shot just now. The speed of driving is not affected, but it is inconvenient to turn. Get in the car. Chu Sheng got in the car with a crisp sound, and then dumped the cart out of the fake garage. Xiaobai also got in the car without saying a word. Just kidding. I have experienced the desperate two-wheeled car twice, and this three-wheeled car feels extra safe even if I close my eyes and don't look at the durability. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you the third way to throw this grenade. Chu Sheng paused for a while, and was immediately criticized by all the fans. Damn, brother-in-law thought it was a storytelling, and he even brought it down next time. Come on. I almost couldn't catch my breath after this. It feels like a thick and big thing is inserted into my throat. It's very stuffy, very tight, and a bit uncomfortable. Chu Sheng's cart accelerated directly, and the rear wheels rubbed against the ground, producing a series of sparks. And the speed of this cart was only 40 miles per hour. But it was enough. It was much faster than human legs. However, if we enter the safe zone at this speed, we will still be poisoned. In fact, the last way of throwing a grenade should be created by me, Chu Sheng. So it's normal that you don't know it. But from now on you can call it. What is it called? Brother-in-law. Tell me quickly. You are such a beast. I lost my bottom at the critical moment. Brother-in-law. If you keep doing this, you will lose my loveliness. See, this is a shiny open nail clipper. If you don't tell me, I will use it to cut my wrist and commit suicide. Chu Sheng laughed when he saw the drama of the fans. Then he didn't dare to look at the comments, because he knew that when he said it, the comments would explode. In fact, the third way of throwing is very simple and difficult. It should not be difficult for everyone to get started. Chu Sheng whetted the appetite again, and then said, in fact, it is not difficult. The third way of throwing. I named it as a random throw. Generally speaking, it will cause trouble, but it can also be effective if used well. As for the effect, you must have seen it. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was stuck for 2 seconds, and then an overwhelming number of beasts swept across the screen. The scene was completely out of control and spectacular. Wow, this guy is so naughty that he even plays tricks on his parents who feed and clothe him. This move is too much. I have been thinking for a long time about how to throw grenades besides high and low throws. As a result, you throw a few random ones. I will kill you. I just swore to bet with my friend that there are 3 ways to throw grenades. He said he would treat me to dinner later. What should I do now? Wait online. Urgent. As for the boiling in the bullet screen area, Chu Sheng can no longer care so much. Anyway, he is very happy to be naughty. At least now no one says that he is bad at throwing grenades. Right? Later. Pave the way with smoke bombs in front. I know. Xiaobai dismissed Chu Sheng with 2 simple words. She had already prepared the smoke bombs in her hand, waiting to spread them all the way when passing by the hospital entrance. This cart only goes 40 miles per hour. If it passes in front without a cover, won't it be targeted? Approaching the hospital, Xiaobai threw the smoke bombs in her hand forward as if they were free. Suddenly, the dirt road in front of the hospital entrance was covered by a layer of illusory clouds. So many grenades? The people blocking the hospital heard the sound of the housing area not far away and wanted to block another wave. As a result, they lost interest when they saw the smoke bombs. It happened that the poison was also coming, so they simply drove directly into the city and found a safe place to hide. Chu Sheng passed the hospital entrance smoothly, but the poison also passed through the 2 people directly. This wave of poison is very painful, and it will lose 3 points of blood per second. When the poison circle is completely shrunk, the effect of the poison will be even more severe, losing 5 points of blood per second. The engine hanging at the rear of the cart roared angrily, but because the rear wheel was blown up, It had to drag its broken body forward. Chu Sheng took a look. At this speed, if you want to enter the safe zone, you need to stop and hit a bag. Suddenly, a more roaring engine sound covered the sound of the cart, and it was constantly approaching the two. There are still people. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai reacted immediately. The sound was too familiar. It was clearly a motorcycle. Xiao Bai has switched to him for sitting in the back seat and aiming at the thick smoke behind him, waiting for the motorcycle to appear and then firing a burst of bullets. The cart is not fast. If the motorcycle runs into the poison circle first, won't they be stuck at the edge of the poison? Chu Sheng also made a quick decision and stopped the cart sideways in front of him to block the motorcycle. Buzz! With a low roar, the motorcycle flew out of the smoke, and the first thing he saw was a cart stopped sideways to block. Go! Go! Seeing the cart blocking in front of them, and even pointing the gun at them, the people on the motorcycle made the most risky move at this moment, and rushed over directly. With a step on the accelerator, Xiao Bai and Chu Sheng's two rifles were launched at the same time. The firing rate of the fully equipped Groza and the fully equipped M4 formed a dense firepower network. In an instant, 80 bullets poured out like a heavy rain, directly sweeping the two people on the car into pieces. However, the person was already dead, but the motorcycle did not stop at all, and directly crashed into the cart. Chapter 97. Thanks to this old friend for the plane ticket. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were both on the cart. The motorcycle was so fast that they had no time to dodge. At this time, we have to talk about the motorcycle in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It is definitely the most amazing vehicle, known as the King of Bugs, because the bugs of motorcycles often appear in many ridiculous jokes. It's over now. Even Chu Sheng felt that being hit by a motorcycle with black smoke, it was estimated that everyone would GG together, ending this pleasant game experience. However, something more terrifying happened. The motorcycle rushed into the cart and hit the cart directly at an extremely fast speed. It was not just 3 feet off the ground, but it was lifted off directly from the spot. Oh my god! This is... Chu Sheng was dumbfounded. Xiao Bai was dumbfounded. And all the fans in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. This motorcycle was going to take them to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. The whole cart rolled up, and Chu Sheng saw the hospital gradually getting smaller, and also saw people driving into the circle from the hospital, as well as the grenade explosions and rifle fire in the container battle in the distance. What should I do? Xiao Bai's voice trembled slightly. It was not her fault that she did not keep her emotions stable, but this mysterious scene was really painful. The people who came out of the hospital and drove into the circle saw something rolling back and forth in the sky. When they looked closely, they found it was a cart and were stunned. The enemies hiding in the house area and observing the movement also saw this scene. What? There is something flying in the sky. This is hanging on the wall. Ignoring the danger, I ran to the balcony and saw a cart rolling in the sky, flying directly from outside the poison circle. Even the two teams fighting in the container in the distance were shooting while watching the cart fly into the house area, which felt like an epic movie. Fuck. This car is cheating. It actually flew in from the poison circle. At this moment, Chu Sheng looked at the landing point of the cart, which was exactly in the house area in the center of the circle. Let's not talk about the large number of people here, excluding those who died outside the safe zone. There are still 18 people alive. There are still 18 people in this small area of the lower city. It can be said that there are probably people in the nearby houses. But this is not a problem that Chu Sheng needs to consider now. What he needs to consider now is how to ensure that the cart will not explode when it lands. Although I have never played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds before, I have seen a lot of highlights videos and a lot of such funny bugs. Usually, there are only 2 endings for a car that is knocked into the air. There are 2 types, rolling and losing blood to death, or the vehicle explodes when it lands. Because there is no rolling on the ground, the 2 people did not lose much blood. But this half-blood cart will most likely end up with the car destroyed and the people dead. Okay, I can declare GG now. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the law of heaven will be repaid. If you don't believe it, look up and see who will be spared by heaven. 2333. This is the best motorcycle. First, the low-health motorcycle of the mountain ridge loyally protected its master and killed 2 people. And then the motorcycle of death avenged its master. The motorcycles in this game are very social. So cool. Chu Sheng saw that the cart was about to fall. And at this time, the rooftop door not far away suddenly opened, and 2 people rushed up. The 2 people were hiding in the house, but they saw a flying cart carrying 2 people rolling towards them, and immediately rushed to the rooftop to intercept it. Rushing to the rooftop, they saw the cart flying right towards them, and they immediately opened fire, with the muzzles of their guns constantly emitting flames. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai's scalps tingled, and they heard the sound of bullets hitting the cart. Chu Sheng watched the yellow durability cart falling rapidly under the baptism of bullets from the opposite side, on the verge of exploding. But the direction of the cart was directly towards the 2 of them, so he gritted his teeth and chose to fight. Xiao Bai saw that Chu Sheng did not make any move to jump out of the car, and she also sat steadily in the car. But her character was not to stand and be beaten, and she would naturally fight back if someone shot her. Bullets exploded, and the cart also hit the 2 people directly, and suddenly turned into 2 boxes. At this moment, the cart's durability had reached the bottom. Chu Sheng saw this and immediately shouted, "Jump!" Xiao Bai didn't even think about it. When he heard Chu Sheng shout, he instinctively pressed the F key to jump off the car. If it was at the beginning of the 2-player game, Xiao Bai would never jump at this time. Chu Sheng's timing was very accurate. He jumped off the cart, and his whole body was directly stuck on the low wall of the balcony. The character groaned and his health bar turned red. Xiao Bai was the same. His body hit the low wall directly, leaving only a trace of blood. Xiao Bai seemed calm on the surface, but his heart was already surging. When the cart flew up, Xiao Bai thought that the game was definitely over, but he didn't expect to survive. He lay on the balcony and started to hit the opponent. Chu Sheng also took a deep breath. He really survived. The cart flew down from the balcony and exploded directly due to the violent impact after landing. The flames were even about to rush to the balcony. Fuck. I don't accept it. I bought the game for 98 yuan. Why does my brother-in-law play the same game as 998 yuan? It's a big loss to sell this game to my brother-in-law for 98 yuan. This is a Hollywood blockbuster. When the cart flew up just now, I thought the game was over. I didn't expect them to survive. Where is the bad luck? This scene is so exciting. It was difficult to get in from the poison circle. As a result, this motorcycle assist directly sent Chu Sheng from thousands of miles away to the safe zone. And this 3-story building is the center of the safe zone. I just want to ask you if I look awesome. Chu Sheng was also extremely arrogant. I can survive this. I can brag about this operation for a whole day. Don't look. Don't look. I'm dizzy. A certain rogue anchor likes to show off to his fans. It's vulgar. Hey, Yaoling. Here is a moldy enoki mushroom. May I ask you, this matter needs to be found by the urban management. Then I'll ask. Chu Sheng pulled up his health line, then laid down in front of the 2 boxes and licked another wave of drinks. He looked at the map and felt happy. If we don't win this round, is there still justice? We should thank that motorcycle that got out of control for sending us directly to the center of the circle. Chu Sheng looked at the current situation. Since we are firmly in the center of the circle, they don't need to run around in the next circle. It can be said that it's very happy. The first time I got a Groza airdrop gun. Chu Sheng felt a little thirsty. Well, Xiao Bai, you stay here. I'll go to the nearby area to clear some people. Just after Chu Sheng finished speaking, Xiao Bai snorted and said, Do you mean I'm holding you back? Chu Sheng just felt like he had escaped, and suddenly felt the coldness of the ice and snow around him, and hurriedly changed his words. How is it possible? Look at us. The black and white demons. Killing through the lower city. Chapter 98 Huh? Chu Sheng silently took advantage of Xiao Bai again. Xiao Bai was too tired to complain about Chu Sheng's servility, so he just pretended not to hear anything. Let her, a female killer, stay in the building to watch the house while you go out and kill people. Do you think Xiao Bai would agree? Why did you use the word watch the house? Chu Sheng couldn't persuade Xiao Bai, so he had to take her downstairs to rush the room together. After the poison circle shrank, a new safe zone appeared, located in the north. And the new safe zone happened to be divided into 3 parts by a 3-way intersection. Everyone saw the safe zone, and their faces turned green. There is still no certainty on which side the safe zone will be refreshed, and the 9 houses in the 3 parts have become the final stronghold. Seeing this, Chu Sheng did not rush to the houses in the safe zone. There must be people in the houses in the safe zone now, and they must not dare to move, waiting for the next safe zone to refresh. At this time, you can only rely on luck. hoping to be hit in the face by the fate circle next. Get rid of all the guys behind first. This is what Chusheng wants to do. Now the people in the safe zone are just a group of birds being raised. After a wave of poison circles, there are only 12 survivors, minus Chusheng and Xiaobai. There are only 10 enemies. Shroud possessed Chusheng. The thing he feared least was a breakthrough, which was his best skill now. With a groza in his hand, he could kill anyone who stood in his way. Chusheng came out from upstairs and ran directly to the next room. As soon as the door opened, he heard the sound of slight footsteps moving upstairs. Although the other party tried to hide, it could not stop Chusheng's keen hearing. Without saying a word, Chusheng switched to the first-person mode and rushed upstairs. This is a very particular point when rushing upstairs. Although the third-person view has a god's perspective, the field of vision will always be affected because the character model is in front of you. The first-person perspective has no such restrictions at all. The screen is what you see in front of you, without any obstruction. But remember one thing. When you turn on the first-person perspective, you must make sure there are no other enemies behind you. After all, turning your head in the first-person perspective, no matter how fast you react, is not as good as the third-person perspective. Chusheng's footsteps sounded like a death sentence, and the players guarding upstairs aimed their guns at the stairs and trembled. Duh. After a burst of rapid gunfire, before Xiaobai ran to the second floor, Chusheng had already finished the battle and jumped down from the upstairs. Let's go to the next room. Chusheng was also murderous. This opportunity to kill people with airdropped weapons is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have this store again. Chusheng really felt that he was lucky this time. First, a bunch of accessories landed, and then he got the 8-fold 98k early. Later, the owner protecting motorcycle plus a one-way plane ticket directly sent Chusheng and Xiaobai into the finals. This kind of plot will probably never happen again. So the airdrop gun should be used well. Xiaobai was stunned. Couldn't the people upstairs wait for her to die? Angry, Xiaobai blocked Chusheng's way downstairs, and then ran out first. She must kill the next person. Rushing directly into the next room, Xiaobai grabbed a grenade and threw it directly to the second floor. The painful experience of rushing in and being knocked down before was a shame for Xiaobai, and this problem would never happen again. The grenade flew to the second floor with a clang. Xiaobai was still waiting for the explosion after the countdown ended, but suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. As soon as Chusheng ran to the door, he saw a man jumping down from the building. Without saying a word, he fired a burst of bullets at his face. As soon as the man landed on the ground, he died directly under Chusheng's crotch. The posture was touching. Xiaobai was so angry that he could hardly speak. Is this man sick? He just threw a grenade, but he chose to jump off the building instead of coming out to fight head-on. Is he still a man? Not even as good as Chusheng. Chusheng, who suddenly received 10 points of complaints from Xiaobai, was stunned. MMP. What does it have to do with me? This person jumped down by himself. The continuous gunfire from Chusheng's side scared away many people who wanted to bypass the safe zone from this side. As soon as they heard the gunshots of the silenced groza, they all said goodbye politely. Afterwards, Chusheng and Xiaobai searched 2 or 3 rooms in succession, but they didn't see anyone. Only 10 people survived, and Xiaobai was furious. She hadn't killed many people in this game. Where did all these people go? 2 minutes passed in a flash. Chusheng saw the poison circle shrink again, so he and Xiaobai started to move towards the house in the safe zone. I must get the kill this time. Xiaobai is a hot-tempered gun master. In this game, he had a fully equipped M4 and M24 in his hand, but he didn't get any kills. Naturally, he was very upset. Only Chusheng could help solve this kind of thing. As long as Chusheng doesn't fight for the head and let Xiaobai kill people, the symptoms will naturally ease. Otherwise, Chusheng will be overwhelmed by the abnormal irritability. Okay, boss. You go upstairs first. This time, I will stay on the first floor. Even if they jump off the building, I will never take action. Xiaobai ran in the front and rushed directly to the 2-story villa in front of him. But the people in the villa building were not vegetarians. This was the final round. How could they let the enemy in? Directly warned with 98k on the second floor window. Xiaobai also got angry. 98k is great. Don't you see what I am carrying? Xiaobai took out M24 directly, stuck against the wall and shot at the people upstairs. The sound of the silenced M24 stapler is still very intimidating. After all, it is a large sniper produced by airdrops. And the damage is a little higher than that of the 98K, which can easily make people feel afraid. But there is no cover in front of this two-story apartment building. Either throw smoke bombs for cover or knock down the people upstairs. The poison circle is shrinking rapidly, and Xiaobai has little time left. Chu Sheng also took out his 98K. As long as Xiaobai softens his tone a little, he will shoot and rush to the building without hesitation. Xiaobai fired 3 shots in a row, but all of them turned into M24 warnings, and no one was hit at all. She is good at rifle hard fights. In Xiaobai's hands, the level of sniper rifles is the same as that of ordinary players. Especially this kind of bolt-type sniper rifle, which only has 1 chance of bullets. And the tolerance rate is too low. Hesitation is not Xiaobai's character. She knows that now is not the time to throw smoke bombs. There is still the road crossing in the final circle below. It is a complete waste to use smoke bombs now. Although cold and a little willful, Xiaobai still knows the general situation. A game lasts 30 minutes. It has reached the final circle. It is not the time to be naughty. There is no difference between messing around and wasting time. I suddenly feel a little cold and don't want to kill anyone. You can solve it. After all, she is a goddess. Even if she needs help, she can't say it so directly. If it were Shinseki, she would definitely say in a coquettish voice, Chu Sheng, kill them quickly, or something like that. Anyway, this sentence has been automatically translated into Chu Sheng's ears. Oh, handsome Chu Sheng, help me kill these bad guys. Chapter 99 this time. It's really impossible to wash it. Chu Sheng's body suddenly shook. The moment the 98K opened the scope, he saw a touch of desert gray on the second floor window of the apartment building. Bang! The deafening sound of the 98K echoed in the lower city. And a touch of green exploded in the east window. And the message prompt knocked down a person. Charge! Chu Sheng cut into grenades without saying a word and rushed towards the house. A set of actions flowing in one go. Xiaobai watched Chu Sheng's operation just now. He shot almost as soon as she finished speaking. And the guy who was sniping just now was very naughty. Why did he hit Chu Sheng's bullet directly with 1 shot? He is really bad. If Chu Sheng knew Xiaobai's inner monologue, he would definitely complain. Bad chickens pecking at each other. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, another person rushed over from the utility room to fill in the gap. But Chu Sheng had already used these 2 seconds to approach the apartment building. A grenade was thrown directly through the second floor window. The enemy who originally wanted to fill in the gap saw the grenades coming in one after another and immediately ran out of the house. While the other teammate, who fell to the ground, was not so lucky. He fell to the ground and looked at the grenade in front of him with despair on his face, and turned into a cold box directly in the explosion. Chu Sheng cut into the rifle and rushed in directly. The apartment buildings in the lower city of G-Port are very narrow and have many rooms. But when facing a rush to the building, you must never find a room to hide. Otherwise the opponent's grenade will teach you a lesson. Blocked at the staircase of the small platform on the second floor, the remaining player wanted to replace the rifle and sniper rifle in his hand with a shotgun. But not everyone is Chu Sheng, who still carries a shotgun for self-defense in the final round. Chu Sheng quickly dodged and saw the enemy squatting at the staircase on the second floor. The opponent's 7 or 8 bullets all fell on the stair railing and the wall. Chu Sheng dodged again, and the opponent fired another 7 or 8 bullets, all with the sound of wood splitting. A magazine of bullets had been fired for more than a dozen rounds. Normal players would feel panic in their hearts and want to run into the room next to them to change magazines. Chu Sheng was waiting for this opportunity. When he saw the opponent just turning around, he ran up directly. Groza hipfire pre-aiming points were all on the opponent's level 3 head. In an instant, bullets poured out and killed the opponent the moment he entered the room. After successfully taking over the house, there was a burst of praise in the live broadcast room. Why do I die every time I charge upstairs? I don't have to worry about these problems when I watch my brother-in-law charge upstairs. Watching my brother-in-law sniping and charging upstairs. It's a textbook operation. My brother-in-law is so domineering when he charges upstairs. Without any hesitation. He just rushes up to fight you. After adding some 7.62 bullets to the 2 boxes, Chu Sheng squatted directly on the balcony. Xiao Bai also followed him upstairs and looked at the 2 boxes on the ground in silence. There were only 8 people left. Except for the battle that Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai had just found someone to fight. The entire final circle was quiet, and no sound could be heard. All the remaining people were waiting for the safe zone to refresh after the poison was over. However, Chu Sheng already knew the location of the safe zone in advance, which was in the 2 single-family apartments directly opposite him. As the poison circle was in place, a new safe zone was immediately generated, and the 2 lone wolves hiding in the single-family apartment across the road were immediately delighted. This was their safe zone. As long as they blocked it and prevented people on the opposite side of the road and the side from rushing to the building, the remaining few people all gritted their teeth and cursed. How could they run through this garbage circle? There was such a long road between them. No cover. And only a smoke bomb on them. How could they play this game? Because they knew that there were people in the houses next to them. No one dared to move first. Whoever rushes to the road first will definitely be shot to pieces. Chu Sheng was hiding on the balcony, looking through the scope to observe the 2 apartment buildings and the long restaurant opposite. Suddenly, he saw a door suddenly opened. Chu Sheng subconsciously aimed the crosshairs and fired directly. A headshot. What happened? Why didn't I see it? This reaction is too damn fast. Isn't the brother-in-law a quick kill man? Did anyone see what happened just now? Sorry. I'm leaving now. After Chu Sheng fired the gun, he immediately retracted the scope and pulled the bolt. So almost all the fans didn't see how he fired the gun. Fuck. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch anymore. Brother-in-law, please kill slower. I've already killed 17. I'm afraid this new account will be blocked too. If it doesn't work, let's give Xiao Bai a few kills. Okay. The single-family apartment opposite has been cleared, leaving room for Chu Sheng to enter the finals later. Hearing the gunshot, the people in the apartment building next to him also went into the utility room to see what was going on. But as soon as they showed their heads, Chu Sheng shot them again. This time, even Chu Sheng himself was shocked, because he had just pulled the bolt without opening the scope, and saw a figure flashing by the apartment building next to him. So he subconsciously left-clicked and shot, without even hip-firing. Chu Sheng took his hands off the keyboard and smiled bitterly. Fuck. It seems that I really can't watch it now. The live broadcast room exploded directly. Brother-in-law, you should at least act. How can your brother-in-law watch it now? Brother-in-law, we are entertainment anchors. Don't do technical live broadcasts. This is fucking. Don't you even have the basic respect for hip shooting? Just one shot, and the left button is done. The 2 people on the opposite side are in the safe zone. I thought this hand was stable. I never expected. Now I really think that brother-in-law is cheating. When the player who just died saw the scene, his face was swollen. Damn. He didn't even shoot with a hip shot before shooting? Report it. Report it. Seeing that someone in the barrage was saying that Chu Sheng was a wall hanger, Chu Sheng said calmly, anyway, everyone remembers my ID and Xiaomu's ID. We will know whether it is a wall hanger tomorrow after the developer's inspection. Just now, I shot subconsciously after seeing the person. I didn't expect to hit him. I can't even wash myself. Okay. Chu Sheng's explanation and self-deprecation eased the mood of the live broadcast room. Yes. Whether it is a wall hanger or not will be known tomorrow after seeing whether Xiao Ji's game account is unblocked. The 2 people in the opposite room were knocked down. Chu Sheng threw 4 smoke bombs on the road on the left without saying a word to block the road. Then he jumped out of the window and jumped off the building with Xiao Bai to seize the initiative. Seeing this, the others also threw smoke bombs, trying to take advantage of the situation. But since Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai had the initiative, why would they jump? After the smoke cleared, they all turned into dead fish. And Xiao Bai also happily harvested 2 heads in the final gunfight, accompanied by the unique gunshot of the silenced Groza. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai successfully won the game, and Chu Sheng's final kill count was also locked at 22. Chapter 100 Cooking Anchor. The game ended, and Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were both very happy. Chu Sheng's performance in this round was still amazing, but fortunately, there was no temporary ban after the game. I have a feeling that my brother-in-law's games in these few games will be on the funny and best highlights. Finally, the smoke cleared, and my brother-in-law used a dog to hit 4 people in a row, and his shooting skills were very stable. Xiao Bai also felt very happy, and finally rushed up with the M4 to kill the 2 people in the restaurant on the 2nd floor head-on. After testing the streaming effect, Xiao Bai still needs to fine-tune the sound card. Anything else to eat tonight? Chu Sheng asked after taking a sip of water. Xiaobai was suddenly stunned. Oh my god! How could I forget this? How about another dish of beef stewed with potatoes? When talking about food, Xiaobai's voice no longer had the feeling of a cold goddess, and even had a weak tone of inquiry. That's no problem. Then I'll go cook first. The otakus in Xiaobai's live broadcast room all had a tone of Xiaobai goddess. You can't go with a heartbroken tone. Xiaobai glanced at them and said coldly, I also want to sell computers to make money. The rhythm in Xiaojizi's live broadcast room was also flying. Wow! I envy my brother-in-law so much. He had a lot of girls on his left and right for dinner. Little Pigeon and Little White Goddess. I envy him. No wonder he is so unlucky when playing games. How can we, a bunch of game losers, understand the life of playing games? Sweet and sour fish, mapo tofu, and beef stew with potatoes make me hungry. Chu Sheng glanced at the comments and smiled and said, Okay, I'll go cook first. I'll go off the air now. I'll wait until after dinner. Chu Sheng thought for a while. It seems that he may not be able to live broadcast when the computer is delivered in the evening. He changed his words and said, Let's talk about it in the evening. This is unbearable for the fans. What do you mean by let's talk about it in the evening? What the hell are you going to do if you don't live broadcast in the evening? When I thought about two beauties being with a beast like Chu Sheng, I had a bad feeling. Brother-in-law, I warn you. If you can't be online on time at 9 o'clock in the evening, I will call the police. Also call the police. I have taken a screenshot of my brother-in-law's appearance. If you dare to do anything beyond the limit, you will be asterisk. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage. Hey, these guys. How could I be that kind of person? Would I not come to the live broadcast just to play poker? Wait, why do the three of them have to play poker? Chu Sheng said goodbye and went offline. Then walked out of Su Xiaomu's boudoir. Looking out the window, it was already dusk outside, and the sunset was sprinkled on the ground of the building, as if covered with a layer of fine golden gauze. After stretching, the game was over, but Chu Sheng found that he seemed to still have a little bit of the feeling of being possessed by the gun god. He turned back and attacked suddenly, and found that his reaction speed was much faster. Could it be that after being possessed so many times, my body has begun to have muscle memory? Chu Sheng scratched his head and didn't think much about it. At this time, cooking must be important. Go see how Su Xiaomu is washing the vegetables. Chu Sheng pushed open the door and walked out of Su Xiaomu's boudoir. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw Su Xiaomu lying on the sofa eating ice cream, with two little feet still hanging in the air kicking back and forth. Have you washed the vegetables? Chu Sheng had long been accustomed to Su Xiaomu's strange behavior. According to Su Xiaomu herself, eating ice cream is high in energy, and lying down and kicking can burn fat. So eating ice cream while doing leg exercises will burn the energy of the ice cream and will not make you fat. When she heard about washing vegetables, Su Xiaomu flipped over from the sofa, with a pair of bright big eyes that looked pitiful. Brother, can you really bear to let such a cute sister wash vegetables? Okay. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and walked towards Su Xiaomu, scaring Su Xiaomu so much that she curled up on the sofa. Brother, what are you doing? Don't mess around. I'll go wash the vegetables now, Su Xiaomu said as she hurriedly tried to escape. Chu Sheng came up and put his hands on the sofa. Chu Sheng stretched out his index finger in front of Su Xiaomu, and said with a contemptuous look, Look at you. A girl eats ice cream on her face. Su Xiaomu's cheeks flushed. She thought her brother. Wow! Su Xiaomu suddenly turned into an angry little lion, opened her mouth, and pretended to bite Chu Sheng's finger. But Chu Sheng quickly retracted it. Eat ice cream and watch TV for a while. I know I can't count on you. Chu Sheng slid the ice cream scrape from Su Xiaomu's lips into his mouth and ate it. Then walked towards the kitchen with a figure-8 step. Looking at Chu Sheng's back, Su Xiaomu was angry, ashamed and annoyed. She grabbed the slippery face pillow on the sofa and punched him with her little pink fist. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Beat you to death? Chu Sheng walked into the kitchen. Naturally, he couldn't hear Su Xiaomu beating and biting outside. Looking at the neatly washed and arranged vegetables on the chopping board, Chu Sheng couldn't help but smile and scold. Just wash it. And you lied to me that you didn't wash it. Isn't this asking for a scolding? This girl. Chu Sheng looked up and thought about the 3 dishes Xiaobai mentioned just now, and then a vegetarian dish of 3 fresh dishes. a seaweed egg drop soup, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup. It was more than enough for 3 people. Chu Sheng started to cook. Su Xiaomu, who was playing around like a silly dog outside, suddenly received a WeChat message. When she opened it, she saw that it was from Bai Xuanlu, saying that she had finished debugging and drove over. It would take about half an hour to arrive. Su Xiaomu glanced at her brother, who was busy in the kitchen, and couldn't even raise his head. A crescent-shaped smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And she urged, "Hurry up. My brother's cooking is delicious." Xiao Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the reply. And he quickly replied with 2 words, "Wait for me." After about 20 minutes, there was a knock on the door. And Xiaomu immediately got up from the sofa and ran to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a short-haired beauty in a pure white dress standing at the door. "Sister Xiao Bai." Su Xiaomu's eyes lit up, and she went up to give her a hug. Xiao Bai forced a smile, rubbed Su Xiaomu's head with her hand, and then turned around and said to the porter outside, "Sorry for bothering you. Just push the things in and put them at the door." After Xiao Bai entered the house, he looked around and soon saw Chu Sheng busy in the kitchen. The smell of food also spread from the gap in the kitchen to the living room. Xiao Bai sniffed carefully and smelled the aroma of mapo tofu and sweet and sour fish, and his eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 101, thought he was bronze at first sight, but turned out to be a king after further investigation. Su Xiaomu saw Xiao Bai's shining eyes and immediately felt that there was a chance. So she hurriedly pulled Xiao Bai to sit down. As for the computer at the door, do the 2 delicate girls have to move it? Chu Sheng must move it in after dinner. "Sister Xiao Bai, my brother cooks delicious food. You will know later." Su Xiaomu emphasized again that she was really worried about this idiot brother. "Okay. You have said this 3 times. Xiao Bai sat next to Su Xiaomu. Couldn't she see what this girl was thinking? Saying a sentence 3 times. The intention is so obvious. By the way, your brother's name is Chu Sheng, right?" Xiao Bai and Su Xiaomu chatted with each other. In the past, Xiao Bai only knew Su Xiaomu and had never met Chu Sheng. It was from Su Xiaomu's words that he knew that she had a brother. Su Xiaomu nodded. The name of her brother, what else can she do except he? Why not live broadcast it? Su Xiaomu suddenly suggested. After all, the friendly meeting between Ziajizi, the leader of Douyu's beauty area, and Xiao Bai, the leader of the digital area, can indeed attract popularity if it is live broadcasted with a mobile phone. Xiao Bai glanced at the room and said, "It's okay as long as you think it's okay. After all, it's a live broadcast at home. If some messy things are accidentally filmed, it will be hard to say." But Su Xiaomu was not worried. Her brother cleaned the room every day, and any unexpected things were put away by her brother long ago. Su Xiaomu skillfully logged into the Douyu client with her mobile phone, and the name of the live broadcast room was changed to Dinner with the beautiful Wanyan Jianbing Bai. Originally, Chu Sheng was off the air, and the millions of fans in Ziajizi's live broadcast room were homeless, and all were diverted to other anchors. As a result, there was a prompt to start the live broadcast, and when I saw the title again, I was shocked. Ziajizi and the goddess Xiao Bai have dinner together? This kind of sexy title is the style of the elder brother-in-law. It must be like this. Clicking in and taking a look, I was immediately attracted by the 2 beautiful scenery lines that appeared on the screen. Su Xiaomu appeared with Xiao Bai holding a mobile phone, and the popularity of the live broadcast room also began to rise rapidly. Wow! I didn't expect the little pigeon to be so cute that he even broadcast his dinner live. Ha ha ha. Now if my brother-in-law does anything wrong, we can supervise him. I want to see my brother-in-law cooking. I want to see +1. Su Xiaomu and Bai Xuanlu saw this group of ignorant netizens who ignored the 2 delicate beauties and went to see Chu Sheng. Hey, you are really a group of people who love the new and hate the old. You ignore the beautiful flowers and insist on looking at the green leaves. This is the indifference of the world. Su Xiaomu pretended to be pretentious, but she had already pulled Xiao Bai's hand and walked towards the kitchen. To be honest, Xiao Bai was also quite curious about Chu Sheng. She had not visited Ziajizi's live broadcast room before, so this was the first meeting between Xiao Bai and Chu Sheng. This guy had been flirting with her online so many times before, and Xiao Bai had also looked up words like "don't walk around here" and "double black wind demons on the way." And then she realized that she was taken advantage of by this guy. Now that they met, Xiao Bai, as a cold-blooded female killer was going to get back at her. The moment the glass door of the kitchen was opened, countless mixed fragrances came to her face, and Su Xiaomu screamed out. Although Xiaobai did not scream, she still swallowed her saliva subconsciously, looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the side. Xiaobai was in a struggle. Bai Shuanglu, would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off here than eat anything you, Chuxing, made. It smells so good. After a moment of internal struggle, the black, irritable and rebellious villain was directly conquered by the smell, and Xiaobai made a decision in an instant. Finding a place or something. I will talk about it after I am full and have strength. Chuxing heard the sound of the door being opened, and said without turning back, Xiaomu, why did you come in? The kitchen smells so much oil smoke. As he turned around, he saw a woman in a white dress with no smile on her face. Chuxing, who was originally in full swing, was immediately frozen by this cold and elegant temperament. Chuxing's mind was blank, and only the phrase rejecting people from 1,000 miles away remained. This description was too appropriate. But behind this coldness, it deeply aroused the man's desire to challenge and conquer. Su Xiaomu saw Chuxing staring at her, and was angry. This guy stared at her all day long. But he was stunned when he saw Xiaobai. It was really a waste of all these years. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw Chuxing's sluggish appearance. You just talk nonsense. Now the goddess Xiaobai has come to you. Let's see what you say. No. I'm almost laughing to death. Look at my brother-in-law's apron. It's so red and hot. This is a pink Hello Kitty. I bet this apron was bought by Little Pigeon. If you guess wrong, I'll be punished. Ha ha ha. My brother-in-law's daily life is too miserable. If this is the price of living with Little Pigeon, then I choose to refuse. Xiaobai also looked at Chuxing. When the two of them were connected in the game, Chuxing's voice was quite nice. After seeing the real person, his facial features and appearance were the kind of ordinary that could not stir up waves in the crowd. But he just gave people a very comfortable temperament. Well, maybe it was because of the pink Hello Kitty apron on his body. At first glance, he looked like a man who lived at home. And this cooking skill, it added a lot of points in Xiaobai's heart. Xiaobai? Chuxing was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. His voice was cold enough when he was connected to the microphone. He didn't expect that the real person looked more like an iceberg, but it also added a bit of cuteness. Xiaobai nodded, and the greeting turned into, I came in to see if the food you cook is really as good as you say. Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai are best friends. How can she not know Xiaobai's personality? This sister is obviously arrogant now. This sister is very cold, but also arrogant. Sometimes she can't wait to teach her a lesson to feel comfortable. But often when Su Xiaomu has this idea, Xiaobai turns into a violent white and KOs Su Xiaomu severely. Chuxing's best skill is this cooking skill. After all, it took him and Su Xiaomu 3 years to make the food he made at the beginning, which he and Su Xiaomu couldn't eat. Then you can check it out. There is only one dish left. Beef stew with potatoes. Cook it for a while until the potatoes and beef are tender. And then you can open the pot. Su Xiaomu also turned the camera of the mobile phone at the right time, taking pictures of the delicious dishes on the table, as well as the beef stew with potatoes that was bubbling in the pot. Wow! It makes me drool. I thought my brother-in-law was a bronze rookie, but I didn't expect him to be a king. With this cooking skill, he is still very good. Chapter 102. Be aware that the following content may cause extreme discomfort. Don't mention Xiaobai and Xiaojizi. Even if I just had a full meal and now see this table of food. I am hungry. Oh my god. You are a math graduate. Why are you so good at cooking? It's miserable. I watched the live broadcast with my girlfriend and was taught a lesson when I saw this scene. My girlfriend said she would give me 3 months to cook at this level. It has to be said that Chuxing has invested a lot of energy in cooking. Now he has mastered it for 3 years. In fact, Chuxing was reluctant to cook at first. It was just that once the two of them ordered takeout, Su Xiaomu had a stomachache after eating, and finally went to the hospital. He was hospitalized for a week before he recovered and went home. It happened that his parents went abroad for a trip, and Chuxing had been taking care of him, seeing his sister getting thinner day by day. Chuxing gritted his teeth and started to learn to cook by himself, especially when he first started learning. Every night they sat at the dining table, facing a plate of black and burnt dishes, crying and laughing while tasting Chuxing's masterpiece. The little pigeon also gave a close-up of each dish. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in chaos. I'm really crazy. I didn't eat and ran in to watch a live broadcast. It's too torturous. You still haven't eaten upstairs. I can't eat at night because I'm losing weight. I wanted to see the two beauties. Why do you have to suffer like this? I looked at the steamed bread in my hand, and then at what Shioga and the others had for dinner. I gave them fish balls as a reward. You guys still say that Renda's brother-in-law is a straight man. I'm not saying that just based on his cooking skills. You all have to kneel down and call him daddy. What kind of girl is this? You're already thinking about the second meal after sitting down for a meal. It turns out that the brother-in-law is a hidden king god. I'm too stupid. Goodbye. Su Xiaomu looked at the various interesting comments and laughed happily. Xiaobai was salivating just by looking at these dishes. He swallowed his saliva inadvertently, but was caught by Chu Sheng. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed. He had agreed to save face in front of Chu Sheng, but he couldn't walk the moment he saw the delicious food. He was caught by this damn guy on the spot. It was so embarrassing. Chu Sheng also felt a chill on his back. His strong desire to survive made him react quickly. You two girls, go out quickly. The kitchen is quite fumed. You wait at the table. It will be ready soon. Chu Sheng coaxed and drove the two out. Xiaobai also found a way to get off the slope with Chu Sheng's words, thinking, this guy is quite sensible. Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai sat down at the table. Su Xiaomu asked with a smile, how is it? I didn't lie to you. My brother is really good at cooking. Xiaobai didn't say anything, just nodded. It was not easy to get such positive feedback from the arrogant iceberg. You should know that Xiaobai sneered at those who pursued her before, and she didn't even want to look at them. According to her words, she would rather lie in bed and be in a daze than go out on a date with these boring people. Now facing her brother Chu Sheng, she can even get positive comments. It has to be said that this is a big breakthrough. In game terms, congratulations on defeating 95% of the players. In about 10 minutes, the last dish was successfully cooked. Chu Sheng was also tired and sweating. When he opened the kitchen door, the fragrance came out. Su Xiaomu put her phone on the dining table, and then went into the kitchen with Xiaobai to help. When Chu Sheng washed up and cleaned up, the food was already on the table. Looking at the delicious food, Chu Sheng also had a big appetite. At the same time, he looked at Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai and asked, how is it? Is it okay? Su Xiaomu naturally wanted to support her brother, and she clapped her hands and cheered for Chu Sheng to create an atmosphere. Xiaobai didn't expect Chu Sheng's cooking skills to be so good, but this guy took advantage of her in the game and teased her. How could she give up so easily? It smells good. You'll know when you taste it. Xiaobai is still as arrogant as ever. Chu Sheng was about to sit next to Su Xiaomu, but was driven away by Su Xiaomu in a feigned anger. Go sit opposite me. I'm still live streaming to my fans here. Don't block me. Su Xiaomu pushed Chu Sheng away. Chu Sheng looked at his sister and couldn't sit next to her, so he could only sit with Xiaobai. Although he played 2 games in the game, this was reality after all, and Chu Sheng didn't know what to say for a while. Su Xiaomu smiled secretly. She was a genius and a beautiful girl. This excuse and assist were simply amazing. And Chu Sheng, what's that expression on your face? It seems that it's difficult to sit with Xiaobai. Such a beautiful girl sitting next to you. You should feel honored. Okay. This stupid brother. Xiaobai's fans also came over following the title. And when they saw Chu Sheng and Xiaobai were going to sit together, they all burst into pig-killing wails. The audience in Xiaojizi's live broadcast room were all crazy and encouraged. Brother-in-law, please sit down. This reluctant expression is too damn annoying. My brother-in-law is single because of his strength. Why do you scold him? No. I found that I was almost schizophrenic. Seeing this guy looking at our goddess Xiaobai with disgust, I wanted to nail him to the seat and tell him about the advantages of goddess Xiaobai. But if he sits down, why does my heart hurt so much? How could Xiaobai not know Su Xiaomu's subtext? She didn't reject Chu Sheng, but this was the first time they met, and they were not even familiar with each other, let alone matchmaking. Just sit down. You are a grown man. Why are you standing there entangling? Am I going to eat you? Chu Sheng pulled out a stool and sat down, and then felt the air around him was cold. Then let's start. I don't know if this food suits your taste. Su Xiaomu then said to the fans, start eating. and put her phone aside to take a picture of the three people. Xiaobai had already been salivating. But the goddess's icy and arrogant attributes were always tense. After hearing the start of the meal, she picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of potato. Fresh, smooth and juicy, soft and sticky in the mouth, covered with gravy. The potatoes can be crushed with a light bite, and the aroma mixed with gravy makes people's appetite open. Chu Sheng also moved his chopsticks and picked a piece of sweet and sour fish. The fish meat in the belly of the fish has no small bones, which is also the most tender part of the fish itself. He picked up a piece and put it in Xiaobai's bowl and said, "This is the most tender part of the fish meat, and there are no bones. Eating sweet and sour fish first will help whet your appetite. Try it." Su Xiaomu saw her brother's actions, and her eyes lit up. But she suddenly pursed her lips. What lit up her eyes was that her wooden brother seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. She pursed her lips because she suddenly felt that her things suddenly did not belong to her. And she felt an indescribable discomfort when she saw this scene. Chapter 103, The Iceberg Sundara Goddess. Xiaobai also showed a trace of surprise on her face, and then subconsciously lifted her hair behind her ears with her hands, and bowed her head slightly and said, "Thank you." Everyone in the live broadcast room was howling. "It's over. Chu Sheng has begun to stretch out his claws to Xiaobai, and the big devil has revealed his fangs and tail." My goddess Xiaobai actually smiled and nodded in acceptance. "It's time for me, the famous Detective Cozy, to appear. First of all, the action of lifting hair is very suggestive. And secondly, lifting hair is an action that girls do subconsciously when they are nervous. But why would the iceberg-like goddess Xiaobai lift her hair because Chu Sheng picked up some food? The answer is obvious. Goddess Xiaobai is nervous. Her heart is in turmoil. Wow. Cozy's analysis is well-reasoned and convincing. Xiaobai took a bite of the sweet and sour fish, and her eyes lit up immediately. The sweet and sour taste mixed with the fragrance of the fish was completely in her mouth. Just a slight push with the tip of her tongue, and the fish melted in her mouth, which was extremely appetizing. Even if you eat it in a restaurant outside, the level of this sweet and sour fish is just like this. At least Xiaobai didn't taste any difference between this sweet and sour fish and the one made by the chef outside. It tastes good. Xiaobai couldn't help but have a little more affection for Chu Sheng in her heart. But the iceberg she had accumulated over the years made her still keep a stranger-free attitude when expressing her emotions. Chu Sheng couldn't help but smile when he could get Xiaobai's praise, and picked up another piece of fish and put it in Su Xiaomu's bowl. "You should also eat more fish and less ice cream a day." "Okay." Chu Sheng repeatedly warned Su Xiaomu. This guy would eat ice cream secretly whenever he wasn't paying attention. Then, he would have a stomachache every time relatives came over. He would roll back and forth in pain, but he didn't learn his lesson. Then, he would continue to eat ice cream foolishly. Su Xiaomu felt very happy when she saw the fish in the bowl. At this moment, she naturally nodded and agreed to everything Chu Sheng said. Then, there was another stream of words in the live broadcast room. Such as brother-in-law is so considerate. And some female fans who supported Xiaoda began to have stars in their eyes. Chu Sheng is really warm. He is so good at playing games and cooking. I wish I had a boyfriend like him. I envy the little pigeon so much. Xuefeng. Wuxian was confused. Oh my god. When did Chu Sheng have female fans? This is absolutely impossible. It must be a voice changer. Perhaps she gradually let go. Xiaobai tasted the mapo tofu and the 3 fresh vegetables, and they tasted surprisingly good, especially the moderate saltiness, which completely suited her taste. Sometimes when eating out, she would specifically remind him. But because she didn't have a deep relationship with Chu Sheng, Xiaobai was embarrassed for him to specially prepare it for her taste. Unexpectedly, she didn't have any resistance to eating it. A wonderful feeling gradually rose in Xiaobai's heart. It also made Xiaobai more curious about Chu Sheng. The 3 people's eating appearance made the audience in the live broadcast room swallow their saliva non-stop. And at one time, there were a lot more calls for food orders from all over the place. After eating, each person had a small bowl of hot seaweed egg drop soup. And immediately a warm feeling entered the heart, making the 3 of them sigh lightly, with surprisingly consistent rhythm. What a tacit family of 3. Hey, why do you use the word family of 3? The atmosphere is inexplicably comfortable. The 3 of them even have the same movements and intonations. Chu Sheng stood up and began to clean up the leftovers. And Xiaobai also got up to help clean up when he saw this. After eating someone else's sumptuous meal, if you still sit there and savor it after it's over. It's a bit disrespectful. As for Su Xiaomu, she touched her slightly bulging belly with one hand, and held her phone with the other hand to brag and chat with the fans in the live broadcast room, putting all the dishes in the kitchen. Xiaobai glanced at Su Xiaomu, who was like a little fat dog outside, and saw that her attention was on interacting with the fans. So he was a little relieved. Putting the dishes in the kitchen, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Sheng, Xiaobai brewed for a moment and said, "Thank you for preparing dinner. It tastes great." This time, Xiaobai's tone was much more normal, without the coldness that kept people away. Chu Sheng put all the dishes in the sink and said with a smile, "It's okay. As long as you like it. Thank you for helping me adjust the computer. It's already done so quickly. It must have taken a lot of effort." "Nothing." Xiaobai smiled slightly. Chu Sheng looked back and was stunned. This ice-breaking smile seemed to bring the warmest sunshine, which sprinkled directly on people with a magical power. Chu Sheng subconsciously said, "You look so beautiful when you smile." Xiaobai didn't expect Chu Sheng to say such words when they were alone. Suddenly, the goddess's iceberg and arrogance were defeated, and there was only panic. "Well, I'm going out first. I'll trouble you in the kitchen." Xiaobai put her hair behind her ears, bowed slightly, and hurried out of the kitchen. When the faint fragrance of Xiaobai left, Chu Sheng suddenly came to his senses and was stunned. "What did I say just now? It's all over now. I must have offended Xiaobai." Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. "Hey, I guess Xiaobai will give him a good lesson." Thinking of the cold female killer again, Chu Sheng shuddered all over. "Okay, today's live broadcast ends here next. I'll install the computer after my brother finishes cleaning up." Su Xiaomu saw Xiaobai coming out of the kitchen, greeted the audience in the live broadcast room, and hurriedly logged off to end the mobile live broadcast. In fact, Su Xiaomu pretended to chat with the fans just now to create an atmosphere of solitude for Xiaobai and his brother. Now Xiaobai came out, although his face was still the same expression, but she still caught a trace of blush on his cheeks and slightly red ears. "How is it? My brother's cooking is not bad?" Su Xiaomu went over to hug Xiaobai and asked with a smile. Bai Xuanlu rubbed Su Xiaomu's head and said seriously, "Don't think I don't know what you think. It's just that Xiaobai's cold expression can easily scare others. But it's impossible to scare Su Xiaomu. So, what do you think? Apart from being average looking, your cooking skills are pretty good, right?" Su Xiaomu urged. "Just like the little girl doing sales at the entrance of a supermarket. This customer can try it for free without buying it. Besides, my brother is the same age as you, and he's pretty good at playing games, too. I think this style can be popular on Douyu." Xiaobai fell into silence, and was annoyed by Su Xiaomu's coquettish questions. So he said, "This is the first time we've met, and we haven't had much contact. So why are you talking about whether to consider it or not?" Su Xiaomu was very happy when she heard this. She leaned in close with a trembling tone. "So you don't mind? That's much easier. Come to my house for dinner on weekends. Let's talk about it later. I'm sometimes very busy." Xiaobai turned his head away, and his Sundra attribute began to flare up again. Mapo tofu. Sweet and sour fish. Beef stew with potatoes. Su Xiaomu was like an old witch casting a spell to seduce, muttering words that would make people collapse. Okay. We'll see then." Xiaobai couldn't resist, thinking that he had just eaten a lot. Why did he drool when he heard these words? Chapter 104. Chu Sheng is officially online. After Chu Sheng finished cleaning the kitchen, he came out with a long sigh of relief, took off his pink apron, and put it on the back of the chair. Seeing the big boxes piled up at the door, Chu Sheng knew that it was the computer Xiaobai had configured for him. He excitedly took out a knife to open the cardboard box and took out all the stuffing. Looking at the cool-looking host and the big screen, Chu Sheng was already imagining the scene of live broadcasting with this host. All the configurations are adjusted. Just plug in the power, and you can live broadcast at any time, Xiaobai said after a glance. Because Su Xiaomu is an old customer and a best friend, Xiaobai's computer is also carefully configured, especially in terms of the sound card. And many optimizations and enhancements have been made to the footsteps and gunshots, which can lock the enemy's position one step faster. Combined with Chu Sheng's terrifying reaction speed, it is a complete killer. Then I'll install it now, Chu Sheng said as he moved the host, monitor, keyboard and mouse into the room and quickly installed the cables. Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai also followed to Chu Sheng's room. Xiaobai looked around Chu Sheng's room. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be very clean, with a faint fragrance of laundry detergent after washing. A simple bed, a large desk, and a wardrobe. That's all Chu Sheng's bedroom has. There were no clothes or socks thrown around, and even the sheets were neatly laid. There was a desk lamp on the desk, and on the right were a few piles of math books that made people feel overwhelmed. Even if he didn't clean it up deliberately, it was still obvious that Chu Sheng had good living habits and regularity. The desk was empty. Chu Sheng connected all the cables and turned on the computer. Suddenly, a silver-white light emanated from the host, flickering like breathing. Su Xiaomu was surprised to see this and couldn't help asking, "Sister Xiaobai, how do you know my brother likes white the most? You should know that the computers that Xiaobai usually builds for others have colorful breathing lights, and rarely use white." Chu Sheng looked at the host and was quite satisfied. He turned back and smiled. "Thank you for your help. I like this color very much." Xiaobai was speechless. "What do you mean I know Chu Sheng likes white? It's obviously me who likes white. However, how can such a thing happen by chance? You adjust the keyboard feel and mouse DPI. I set it according to my usual feel." Xiaobai put her hands on her chest, and a clear deep mark could be seen on the chest of her dress. Chu Sheng took a glance and immediately felt a strange feeling in his heart. He turned his head away and didn't dare to look at Xiaobai, sitting on a chair and trying the keyboard and mouse DPI. Chu Sheng felt that it was completely okay and there was no need to adjust it. Chu Sheng clumsily placed the camera on the top of the monitor, and then looked for a suitable place to put the external microphone. But he couldn't find a suitable place after a long time. Xiaobai couldn't bear to watch it, so she took 2 or 3 steps forward, bent her slender waist slightly, adjusted the position of the camera downward, and then clamped the microphone on the left edge of the table. The microphone was just in front of Chu Sheng's left, which would not hinder the use of the keyboard and could perfectly record the sound. Before Chu Sheng could react, he only felt a charming fragrance coming. Chu Sheng had smelled perfume before. Su Xiaomu often used a cute girlish fruity perfume. He had also smelled the perfume on other girls. But some were strong, some were pungent, and some were weird and inconsistent with their temperament. But the fragrance on Xiaobai's body had a feeling that made people greedy, as if it could make people addicted. And no matter how much they smelled, they couldn't get enough. Chu Sheng subconsciously sniffed it carefully. The fragrance was neither strong nor weak, and it felt just right. The two of them were not too far away from each other, and they could feel each other's body temperature. Xiaobai naturally felt Chu Sheng's uneven breathing and blushed. Su Xiaomu saw the scene, and her eyes lit up. She took out her mobile phone, and the flash of the mobile phone lit up, and she took 3 consecutive photos of the two people just now. Chu Sheng and Xiaobai were startled, and then they suddenly remembered that there was a little witch next to them. When they reacted, Su Xiaomu was already holding the mobile phone with a sly smile on her face. "Ah, what are you doing, girl?" Chu Sheng also felt his old face blush. "Su Xiaomu, this girl has been fighting for 2 days." Xiaobai quickly put her hair behind her ears, stood up and said calmly, "Okay, the camera and microphone are ready. Do you have any questions?" Even Xiaobai herself didn't realize that she was talking to Chu Sheng more unnaturally. The atmosphere was already awkward and pink, and Chu Sheng was completely panicked. He hurriedly said, "No problem. The mouse DPI and keyboard are also very comfortable to use. No need to adjust at all." Su Xiaomu looked at the two people who were very embarrassed and asked, "It was 3 consecutive shots just now. Do you want to see it?" In front of Xiaobai, Chu Sheng naturally didn't dare to rush up to take a look, and Xiaobai was even more arrogant and snorted to refuse. Su Xiaomu's fingers were on her phone, and she smiled at the two of them slyly. "I sent the photos to you separately. You can decide whether to keep them or delete them. Anyway, I have no use for them, so I deleted them." After Su Xiaomu sent them, Chu Sheng and Xiaobai's phones rang at the same time. They took out their phones and checked WeChat. The first photo was very natural, just like a pair of lovers who had a tacit understanding. The second photo showed that they were looking at Su Xiaomu at the same time, with their eyes wide open and their mouths slightly open, which was also very tacit. The third photo was even more amazing, just capturing the scene of Chu Sheng frowning slightly and preparing to teach Su Xiaomu a lesson, while Xiaobai beside him also frowned slightly, with a hint of helplessness. After looking at the photos, the two looked at each other. and Chu Sheng put away his phone. Xiaobai bit her lips and operated something with both hands. Then snorted and put the phone into her pocket, deleted. Chu Sheng didn't know what he felt at the moment. 3 points of loss, 5 points of calmness, and 2 points of regret? Looking at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. Okay. If there is no problem, I will go back first. Xiaobai felt that it was time to leave here quickly. Otherwise Su Xiaomu might do something crazy. Chu Sheng also reacted quickly at this time and said, "It's dark. I'll take you down." Xiaobai didn't object. Su Xiaomu leaned against the door and shouted, "Sister Xiaobai, remember to come over for dinner next weekend." The two walked side by side in the community, and even their steps were surprisingly consistent. Chu Sheng didn't know what to say, and the arrogant Xiaobai was the same. "Well, my sister is like this. Don't be offended." Chu Sheng thought for a long time, and had to take Su Xiaomu out to take the blame. "She is just a lively person. I'm used to it." Chu Sheng sent Xiaobai to the door, watched her get in the car, and finally said goodbye before turning back. On the way back, Chu Sheng clapped his hands and said excitedly, "The computer has arrived, and I will try the live broadcast effect when I go back later." If Su Xiaomu knew what Chu Sheng was thinking at the moment, he would definitely hold his forehead and lament, "This guy is single because of his strength, and assists are useless." Chapter 105 Little Follower. After Chu Sheng returned home, Su Xiaomu jumped onto Chu Sheng's back while he was changing his shoes, and hooked her hands around Chu Sheng's neck. "How is it? How is it? What do you think of Xiaobai?" Su Xiaomu's eyes lit up. The interaction between Chu Sheng and Xiaobai was great today, and Xiaobai didn't refuse directly, which meant there was a chance. Chu Sheng didn't understand what Su Xiaomu was going to ask, and answered casually, "Xiaobai, it's great. The host she built for me is also great. No settings need to be readjusted. And that silver-white breathing light is so cool." Chu Sheng was already excited as he spoke, and he couldn't wait to use the new console to live broadcast. Su Xiaomu listened to Chu Sheng's answer, and the corners of her mouth that were originally raised slowly sank. "This guy is too useless. I asked about the person." "Who asked about your console?" Su Xiaomu rolled his eyes. "This guy is really a blockhead. Forget it. It's useless to ask him. Anyway, his opinion is not very useful." Su Xiaomu jumped off Chu Sheng, patted him on the back and said, "Go away. Go away. I have already helped you get the anchor number. The account password is the one you use most often, and the verification is also done. You can live broadcast directly." Chu Sheng didn't expect Su Xiaomu to have taken care of everything. Just when he was about to go into the house to experience the live broadcast, he turned back and asked, "By the way, send me Xiaobai's WeChat later, and I will transfer the money for the host to him." After that, Chu Sheng ignored Su Xiaomu and ran into the house and closed the door, ready to start his live broadcast. While Chu Sheng was away, Su Xiaomu continued her business of cheating her brother. "Da sent a string of messages to Xiaobai. My brother wants your WeChat account. Do you think I should give it to him?" Xiaobai, who was in the car, saw this message and subconsciously typed no, but hesitated for a moment and deleted the word, replacing it with "whatever you want." Xiaobai held the phone tightly in both hands, looking at the lights in Donghai City at night, and she didn't know what she was nervous about. Even she couldn't tell. Su Xiaomu saw Xiaobai's reply, and said to herself with a smile on her face, "Humph. Dead arrogant." Chu Sheng opened the live broadcast tool as usual. All the settings in it were already adjusted. Open the Douyu live broadcast platform. Entered the most commonly used account and password. And sure enough, there was a host backstage after entering. Chu Sheng, who was originally very excited, suddenly fell into silence. This was his first live broadcast. What kind of explosive title should he use? Chu Sheng thought for a long time, and finally typed a line of words on the keyboard. Douyu's #1 unlucky host. What Douyu technical anchor? Real anchor is really like a river of Christian carp. Grab a handful, and you can kill at least 5 or 6 of them. This kind of name is too common. But Chu Sheng's is different. The 4 words unlucky anchor first caught my eye. Which of these live broadcasters of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds does not boast of superb marksmanship and superb strength? Only Chu Sheng has taken a different approach. Come on. The most unlucky Jedi anchor in the entire network is here. Don't miss it if you pass by. Chu Sheng was very satisfied with this title, and then directly created a live broadcast room, pushed the stream, and started live broadcast. But when Chu Sheng saw the anchor's name, he immediately shouted, Su Xiaomu, look at what you have done. Su Xiaomu heard Chu Sheng's furious voice, and immediately ran into her boudoir, and locked the door from the inside. I'm going to sleep first. Good night, brother. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, his scalp numbed by Su Xiaomu's show. My goodness. Look at how normal the anchor names of Tuzi, Shujia, Chen Siki and Xiaobai are. Su Xiaomu's is Genius Beauty Girl Little Pigeon. Okay. It's also very cute. But everyone, look at what Chu Sheng's anchor name is. Called Genius Beauty Girl Little Pigeon's Little Follower. Little Follower. Wow. This is very naughty. This Su Xiaomu must be itchy. It's really a 3-day no-peel roof. Chu Sheng clicked into the background and tried to change the anchor name. But a prompt suddenly popped up on the webpage. Sorry. The anchor name can only be changed once within 48 hours. 2 whole days. He has to live stream under the name of a little follower? Chu Sheng thought about it, and suddenly felt dizzy and sick. Well, if God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, and his body hungry. I can bear it. The live broadcast still needs to continue. So let's just call it that. Just close your eyes and endure for 2 days. Chu Sheng's sexy head and microphone are already in place. When he first started the live broadcast, there was no popularity at all. Just like throwing a stone into the sea. Not even a ripple can be created. Chu Sheng didn't feel lost or anything. He just opened the game platform to start the game. In order to achieve a better live broadcast effect, Chu Sheng did not plan to play solo right away. After all, he was very clear about his own level. Apart from being able to play live and commit suicide, solo would not have any live broadcast effect. Only by playing in duos could he have an entertainment effect. And after accumulating enough complaints, he could show off his skills. Just as Chu Sheng was about to start matching the game, he suddenly saw a super rocket flying over the pad showing the live broadcast room. After glancing at the ID, Chu Sheng was immediately furious and shouted to the room next to him, Ah! Su Xiaomu, you have a lot of money, right? Why are you brushing super rockets? You have to know that a super rocket costs 2,000 shark fins, which is 2,000 yuan. Chu Sheng gets a 50-50 share from the anchor, plus taxes, so he can only get about 800 yuan. You said this dead girl? She doesn't spend money like this. She earned 1,200 yuan for Douyu in vain. 1,200 yuan is enough for him to buy vegetables for a month. Then, there was another super rocket. And Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched because he saw a familiar ID. It was this guy Juefeng. Congratulations to my brother-in-law for starting a live broadcast. But the name of this anchor is a bit funny. Ha ha ha. In an instant, many familiar IDs flooded into Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. The Dirty God, the Book Boy, the Sea King, and so on all came in. Several emperors in Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room gave Chu Sheng a super rocket. And the super rockets in the live broadcast room did not stop, which made Chu Sheng's scalp numb. It turned out that after Chu Sheng started the live broadcast, Su Xiaomu shared this news in her fans group, calling on everyone to support Chu Sheng's live broadcast. Suddenly, 5 super rockets were sent over, causing a sensation in the entire Douyu. You should know that super rockets will be displayed in the live broadcast rooms of all anchors. Suddenly, the live broadcast room of this genius beautiful girl pigeon's little follower caused a heated discussion on the entire platform. Chapter 106. Well, is it so exciting to bring a girl with you in the first game? Hey, I know the genius beauty Xiaojizi, the top anchor in the appearance area. But what the hell is this little follower? Fuck. 5 rockets in a row. It seems that they were all sent by the Emperor of Xiaojizi's live broadcast room. Who is this anchor? Come on. Come on. Go and take a look at what's going on. Douyu hasn't been so lively for a long time. Not only the fans, but even some anchors followed the ID to find out what happened to Tangled. Clicking into the live broadcast room, I saw a boy who didn't look very handsome and could only be called clean was broadcasting live. And the barrage area was full of words, like congratulations to the brother-in-law for starting the broadcast. Big brother-in-law. Who is this big brother-in-law? After dinner, Jinsiki turned on the live broadcast and chatted with the fans. As a result, she saw 5 super rockets in unison. Douyu hasn't had such a big show for a long time. And the name of this anchor is making trouble. The name the little follower of the genius beautiful girl Xiaojizi made Jinsiki laugh when she saw it. I bet Chu Sheng would never give such a name. It must be the work of Xiajizi. Come on. Kids. Let's go and watch Chu Sheng's first broadcast. As the #1 anchor of Douyu, Shinseki is very clear about some of the tricks. If a normal anchor doesn't even sign a contract, it is impossible to start a live broadcast. But Xiajizi and she both have long-term contracts. And there is also the gimmick of brother-sister live broadcasting by bringing her brother in. So Douyu made an exception and opened the permission with just one sentence. And will wait until tomorrow to officially print, sign and mail the contract. Of course, Chu Sheng's contract is different from Xiajizi's. As one of the 3 major female anchors of Douyu, Xiajizi has a top-level contract with high profit sharing and restrictions, while Chu Sheng's contract is an ordinary contract with a single term of 1 year. Shinseki also followed the super rocket directly to the live broadcast room. As soon as the screen was refreshed, Chu Sheng's familiar face was seen in the lower right corner. Then the barrage area was filled with messages saying Mother Chen's million-strong army has arrived. And the popularity of Chu Sheng's live broadcast room suddenly soared at a rocket-like speed, breaking through the million mark in one fell swoop. Chu Sheng glanced at the comments and found that Shinseki had come to congratulate him after learning that he had opened a live streaming room. Shinseki followed up with a super rocket without saying anything, and also left a message. When will the big-breasted brother take me to play PUBG? This made the crowd even more puzzled. Who is this plain-looking anchor? She has millions of fans as soon as she started broadcasting. And even Xiao Gizi and Shinseki, 2 of Douyu's leading actresses, support her. Chu Sheng saw Shinseki's message and didn't expect that this sister was so righteous. He came to give her a reward as soon as he started broadcasting, and quickly responded, "Play games with me. Are you sure you are ready?" Hearing Chu Sheng's response, Shinseki covered his mouth and laughed, thinking for a while and said, "Sorry. I'm bothering you." Some people who didn't know the truth couldn't help asking when they saw the lively barrage area, "Who is this anchor? Why did Xiao Ge and Shin Mama give him super rockets?" "Brother, don't you know the king of bad luck? An anchor with a condemnation circle and a bombing zone. I suggest you pay attention to him. He's very mysterious. Follow Douyu's #1 SLJ Jedi anchor. A man who makes Shin Mama gasp for air. A man who makes Rabbit and Shujua bow their heads." After reading these introductions, the spectators were stunned. Is it so mysterious? Then pay attention to it first. Shinseki checked in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room and did not forget to call out, "The kids. Since you are here, you know what to do." In fact, Shinseki did not believe that Chu Sheng was cheating from the bottom of her heart, because she and Su Xiaomu both started from the appearance zone, and the two have not signed any agency until now. So this kind of hype will be easily exposed. At that time, Chu Sheng will not be able to live broadcast, which will even affect Xiajizi's broadcasting career. Therefore, Shinseki believes that Xiajizi will not do such a high-risk thing that does not produce much benefit. This is why some people suspected Chu Sheng of cheating during the live broadcast. But Shinseki came to support him as soon as he started the broadcast. In just a few minutes, Chu Sheng's followers have reached more than 100,000. After all, Xiao Gizi and Shin Mama are both people with their own traffic, and the fans are willing to support them for their sake. There is no need to say anything about Xiao Gizi. Supporting the elder brother-in-law is supporting Xiao Gizi. What reason is there not to follow? As for Shinseki, the audience who watched Shinseki and Chu Sheng's 4 rows this afternoon also followed her. Douyu's first unlucky anchor is not just talk. These operations directly pushed Chu Sheng's popularity to the forefront of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area. So more people clicked in. Chu Sheng entered the game, clicked the DO double row button directly, and then began to search for games. In almost a second, Chu Sheng was matched with a match. After entering the game, he saw a teammate matched by the system for him. Die. "Friend, can you hear me?" Chu Sheng opened the team language and asked, "What is the most important thing about double row?" "Communication." However, this teammate didn't seem to hear it at all and didn't respond. "It seems that I have to fight alone this time." Chu Sheng laughed at himself. This kind of team that cannot communicate is no different from a single-player duo. What's even worse is that teammates will shoot blindly and expose their positions. Shinseki and Xiajizi brought a wave of traffic. As for whether the rest can stay, it depends on Chu Sheng's own operation. However, Shinseki and Xiajizi are completely relieved about this. Just kidding. If this kind of unlucky metaphysical technical anchor can't become popular, then There will be no anchors in Doyu's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. Then our Pigeon King. Call Rabbit and Shijua to continue our unfinished business in the afternoon? Jinseki sent a private message to Su Xiaomu. QAQ. I'm not a pigeon. Besides, my account has been blocked, and it won't be unlocked until tomorrow afternoon. Su Xiaomu said with a wrong look. What are you afraid of? Come on. Register again quickly. Why we'll see you soon. I just said I won't be a pigeon. Jinseki disappeared after saying that. Su Xiaomu pouted and angrily said. Bullshit. Chu Sheng was ready to be a lone hero. After the 1-minute countdown, he got on the plane. Chu Sheng took a look at the direction of this plane. It was a horizontal flight route from the power station on the right. There were not many places that could be reached on this route. At least the upper half of the map was almost impossible to reach directly. Chu Sheng took a quick look and prepared to go directly to Port P. So he marked a point directly at Port P. On the plane, the words from the quality square were repeated again. Suddenly, Chu Sheng heard a microphone pickup sound, followed by a cute lowly voice. Hey. Hello. Is the little brother still here? My microphone is tuned up. Chu Sheng thought it was a prank by someone on the plane at first. And then he saw that the voice of Die in the lower left corner was always on. And he was startled. Could this voice be from my duo teammate? And what's even more terrifying is Chapter 107. This girl actually turned on the public channel voice. The plane immediately exploded. Many people stuck out their tongues and spread their legs, sticking out their tongues like male dogs in heat, and waving their hands. Sisters. Sister. Brother is here. Come on. Sister. Tell brother where to jump. I will protect you, hee. Wow. This girl's voice is too soft. It is estimated to be no more than 16. You wolves. Get out of here. This is my sister. You are all a bunch of beasts. Chu Sheng? The plane suddenly exploded, and everyone was talking at once. And it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Chu Sheng frowned slightly and said to the headset, Girl, just set the voice to team mode in the settings. Chu Sheng's move was naturally strongly resisted by other people on the plane. Wow. Do you still have any sense of public morality? Girls are social public resources. If you do this, you will be anal. I tell you. The man who encouraged the girl to close the public channel is a traitor. Either he is jealous of others' talents, or he is a teammate randomly matched by this girl. Either one is unforgivable. Chu Sheng looked at his Tuso value rising rapidly, and smiled in his heart. I had thought I would survive to the finals alone, but I didn't expect my teammates to be so awesome. With just a few words, Chu Sheng's negative emotions had reached 36 points. Hey, little brother. Can you hear me? After a while, the girl's soft and cute voice rang out again in the headset. The barrage area exploded, and people led by Juefeng and Wushan started to make trouble. Brother-in-law is too beastly. How can a passerby meet a girl with such a nice voice in a double row? This voice is comparable to Xiaoji's voice changer master. Let me know. If there is such an awesome voice changer, I will ainly kill him even if he is a man. A player who has played for 500 hours said that there are female players in this game, and he has never encountered such a situation. Chu Sheng heard the voice fluctuate, and the tone was not stiff. He analyzed it, and was sure that it was not a voice changer. Only then did he feel relieved. I can hear it. Chu Sheng's tone was neither salty nor bland. After all, as a master, he must have the mystery of a master. Well, this is my first time playing this game. Don't look down on me, little brother. The timid and soft voice sounded, and Chu Sheng's limbs and every pore of his body felt extremely comfortable. This is a soft girl. What kind of genius beauty is a little witch like Su Xiaomu? It's okay. Just follow my command. I'll take you to win the game. Chu Sheng glanced at the route. Since he was taking a girl with him, he couldn't go to the popular gun battle locations. Forget it. Since it's your first time playing, I won't take you to crowded places. Just spare their lives. The fans who knew Chu Sheng well in the live broadcast room were confused, and it took a while before the barrage of comments came. Can you still play like this? Who spares who? Doesn't the anchor know? Landing with a crossbow to fight in P-City? Chu Sheng is so arrogant and cowardly in order to take his girl with him. I can't stand it anymore. Who will snipe this guy in the next game? Chu Sheng made a mark in the wild area above P-Port, then switched the voice to the public channel and coughed twice. Girl, let's jump to P-City. I'll kill them all and let you win the game. Chu Sheng's words angered everyone. I want to kill us for showing off in front of the girl. No way. Do you see what I have in my hand? Matches. Oh. Sorry. I took the wrong one. Look at this. The torches in their hands were burning. And countless people were wearing white masks that only exposed their noses and eyes, holding up torches and shouting FFF burn heterosexuals to death. Let's go. Let's all jump to P-City this time and kill the show-off. At that moment, the crowd was excited, and countless people responded to the call. Then Chushing switched to the team voice and said to the girl, "Okay. Now they have all jumped to P-City. Let's go to the wild and develop in peace." Chusheng was very happy with this wave. Before he jumped, his complaint value had reached 63/100. Seeing a bunch of people jumping to P-City like dumplings, Chusheng was already very happy. Then Chusheng counted the 4 teams left on the plane, including himself. 1 team jumped to the mine. 1 team jumped to P-Port. And finally only 2 teams were left in the beach wild area on the far right of the map. Girl, be careful. There is another team here. Just follow me later. Chusheng couldn't help but remind him. As the plane dropped the last 2 teams from the plane, Chusheng saw the other team falling freely and motionlessly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That girl. Do you want to kill someone? Chusheng's words seemed to have magic power, and the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. It doesn't matter whether you win the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or not. You must have a head to be satisfied, especially since this girl is still a novice. She naturally knows that it is impossible to win the game of chicken dinner. So of course she is happy to kill people. I want to. But what if I can't beat them? The girl's voice is soft and pleasant, and it makes people feel very happy. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were gritting their teeth. Who told me that this is a bad luck anchor? How could he be matched with such a cute girl? The old viewers from Xiajizi and Shinseki's live broadcast room were also stunned. The plot shouldn't be like this. Isn't it an extremely wretched man with chest hair? And then flirting with the brother-in-law in a gay tone. Hey. Director. You got the wrong script. The girl's voice completely aroused Chushing's desire to protect him, and he swelled up. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I'm here. How can you not be killed? Oh, by the way, what should I call you? Die? Not die. You can just call me Dai Mei. The Mei with 2 days." Then the girl also looked at Chusheng's ID and was immediately entangled. Big brother. Your name is Beast? Chushing's forehead suddenly squeezed out several black lines. What is this girl talking about? 2333. This girl is interesting. She always tells the truth. Yes, it is the Beast itself. As expected of a woman, her sixth sense is accurate. She actually guessed Chusheng's real name at once. I guess the girl is confused at this moment. She came to the wilderness with a guy named Chusheng. No matter how you look at it, this is not a route to kill people, but a route to eat chicken. This eating chicken is a very vivid description. Ahem. Daniai. Your pronunciation is wrong. It's Chusheng, not a beast. Chusheng corrected seriously. Cooking god? No. It's Chusheng, not a beast. Ah. Cooking god. Beast? Chusheng saw that there was no way to correct it, so he simply gave up. Sister, if you pronounce it like this in the first grade, you will be punished by the teacher to stand and slap your palm. You should just call me little brother. After a kindergarten-like correction, the 2 also landed in the Wild Point room area, and the other 2 dead chickens fell freely into another room area. Chapter 108. Beggar Chicken. Search for things first. Then I'll take you to kill people. After Chusheng landed, he rushed into the house and found a frying pan as soon as he opened the door. A dirt road divided the entire house into 2 parts. Chusheng and Dai Mei were on the left, and 2 dead chickens were on the right. Chusheng searched the whole house and only found a frying pan and a level 1 bag. Dai Mei, did you find a gun over there? Chusheng hoped that Dai Mei would have the same luck as Xiao Bai and land directly with a rifle or something. Then they would be easy to fight next. After searching for a while, Dai Mei said stupidly, "Gun? I didn't see any guns here. I only found a coat and a pair of sunglasses, which are pretty cool." Chusheng was stunned in place, with an extremely sad atmosphere. Forget it. Without saying anything, Chusheng ran to the 3rd house, wanting to search for a gun. As a result, after opening the house and searching around, he only found a level 1 helmet and 5 bandages. which was very miserable. Standard start. This is the normal start mode. It is impossible to kill people. It is impossible to kill people. So you can only take your sister to eat chicken in the woods. With this equipment, you still want to take your sister to kill people. It's impossible. It's so refreshing to watch Chusheng get slapped in the face. It's much better than those technical anchors who exclaim and shout. Chusheng ran out of the house, carrying a small school bag and holding a frying pan in his hand. Wow, little brother. Where did you get your pan? I just saw a pan in the kitchen, but I couldn't pick it up. Chusheng was stunned when he heard what Daimei said. How could there be a pan that couldn't be picked up? Lead the way. I want to see what the pan is. Chusheng didn't believe it, thinking that it was probably Daimei's first time playing. And he didn't even master the basic game buttons, so he didn't pick up the things on the ground. After entering the house, Chusheng followed Daimei directly to the kitchen. And then Daimei ran and jumped around, pointing at the stove and said, "It's this pan. Why can't I pick it up?" Chusheng's face turned green. The pot that Daimei was talking about turned out to be a game sticker. If you could pull it off, it would be amazing. Chusheng took a deep breath and kept comforting himself. Girls, after all, had their first time, so they are normally quite nervous. After guiding her to relax, I will teach her some gameplay in a simple and easy to understand way. Then Chusheng led Daimei to the opposite room and taught her some basic game operations. It's a frying pan, so let's kill someone with Daimei first. The comments were almost crazy with laughter. It looked like a father playing games with his daughter, especially the way Daimei seemed to know nothing. In the past, it was only Chusheng who was complained about, but now it was his turn to experience the taste of a dumb person eating cactus. It's very comfortable to see my brother-in-law being humiliated. You want to eat chicken when you are so poor? Beggar chicken? I really want to kill someone with my sister. I have a desire to kill my sister all the time. There is nothing wrong with it. Chusheng was holding a frying pan in his hand at this moment. If he had an apron wrapped around his waist, his image would be more plump. Soon Daimei focused all his attention on Chusheng's first level head. Little brother, can I borrow your green hat? Chusheng was shocked. What? There is a saying that green hats are worn by borrowing. I can give it to you, but I need to emphasize that this is a level 1 helmet, not a green hat. Chusheng is single by his own strength. Why should he be given a green hat? Since girlfriends don't exist, green hats definitely don't exist either. Daimei nodded fiercely, moved up and down next to Chusheng, and said well-behavedly, "Okay, I remember. This is a level 1 helmet. An ordinary green hat." Chusheng felt exhausted. Okay. Green hat. I'll give it to you. You can wear it. There were 3 houses on the side of the road. Chusheng rushed directly into the middle one, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 pistols on the small table. Chusheng's eyes lit up. Finally, there was a gun. Although it was a small pistol, it was a gun after all. Chusheng rushed over in 2 steps, and at the same time, the door on the other side of the room suddenly opened, and a naked black man with an afro rushed in. Chusheng thought it was Daimei at first, and wanted to say don't worry, just choose the gun you want. But he immediately felt something was wrong. Daimei's character was a beautiful girl with fair skin, a firm chest and a round buttocks. But the one who rushed over to grab the gun from him was a black man with a fierce look in his eyes. WTF. Chusheng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Where did this black guy come from? The man rushed to the table and took a pistol P18C from the table without saying a word. Chusheng reacted immediately and had to take the remaining R1895 revolver on the table. However, Chusheng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He not only snatched 15 rounds of 7.62 bullets, but also 15 rounds of 9mm bullets for P18C. Looking at the R1895 revolver in his hand, Chusheng's face looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. The reload time of 6.25 seconds was surprisingly long, which was more than 3 times that of P18C. Don't come in, Daimei. There are other people in here. Chusheng also hurriedly reminded Daimei outside the door. Now Chusheng has also reacted. The people who snatched the gun from him must be the 2 dead chickens in free fall. It's just that for some reason, the 2 dead chickens came back to life after landing, which led to the farce of rushing in and snatching the gun from him. Chusheng also threw the level 1 helmet to Daimei. If the level 1 helmet was still there, Chusheng might still be able to walk around the pillar and discuss philosophy with this black man. But at the moment, Chu Sheng had only loaded 2 bullets, and he could already hear the sound of the other party's P-18C loading. Slip away. When he was not possessed, Chu Sheng was as cowardly as a dog. If he was possessed, he would dare to shoot and headshot directly with 1 bullet. But now it was not possible. The tolerance rate of 2 bullets was too low. If he missed, he would be GG. Dai Mei was still outside the house. Chu Sheng did not run outside, but jumped up and did a 360-degree ballet shrimp Armstrong spin in the air, and then ran directly to the toilet door. Open the door. Close the door. Jump into the bathtub. Lie down, and continue to reload. The black player was stunned, but he had a P-18C, which is known as the submachine gun among pistols. It has 15 rounds of bullets and a full automatic mode. Is he afraid that he can't kill a player without a head or armor? As for the R1895 revolver, this kind of gun is usually ignored. It's a crappy revolver, slow to reload, and the sight is terrible. It's ridiculous that a small revolver wants to beat his fully automatic P-18C. Shit. Liang Fifan. Chapter 109A Hunta. Chu Sheng was lying in the bathtub and began to reload, when he heard the footsteps of Big Black chasing him. The black player was also without a helmet or armor. He and his friend were playing in a duo, and both were disconnected. After they were reconnected, they were smug that they had not been picked up by others. As soon as they rushed into the house to find a gun, they bumped into Chu Sheng. Fortunately, he quickly snatched the P-18C, and at this moment, he was full of confidence. This gun is very powerful, with a firing rate of 1,000 points, which is even higher than mini rifles and submachine guns. Chu Sheng had already sensed that someone was outside, and after looking at the current situation, he actually did something that surprised everyone. My God, my brother-in-law is going to cause trouble. He's going to start another showmanship. Why not show off a revolver headshot? The anchor is really good at rowing without using oars. Chu Sheng also has his own considerations. In such a small space, he only has 1 bullet opportunity, and it requires a high degree of reaction. He must shoot the opponent in the head the moment he rushes into the toilet and shows his head, so that he can have a hope of survival. If Chu Sheng is possessed by the gun god, he can do it easily. Although he is now certain, it is still too risky. However, in the eyes of all the audience, this situation does not take a gun, but directly takes out a frying pan from the crotch. This is the rhythm of causing trouble. But for Chu Sheng, this is the safest way. You know. Before he finished speaking, the black player was fearless and kicked the toilet door open. Without any dodge, he rushed in from outside. Are you kidding? A mini submachine gun is used against a small revolver. What else do you need to be on guard against? After the black man rushed into the toilet, he saw Chu Sheng squatting in the bathroom and shot him directly from his hip. When Chu Sheng saw the other party's pistol pointed at him, he waved the frying pan in his hand. Suddenly, the muzzle of the gun spewed out flames. Chu Sheng was immediately beaten to half health. But the frying pan in his hand also made a clanging sound, and the flames were enough to blind the eyes of 24K Krypton gold dogs. 15 bullets were emptied in an instant. When the pistol jammed, the arrogant black brother was stunned. 15 bullets couldn't kill this guy? Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air when he saw that he only had a quarter of his health left. He really made the right bet. It's a stable one. Next is the time to sound the horn of counterattack. Dai Mei, come in and block the door. Chu Sheng immediately asked Dai Mei, who was shivering outside, to rush to the door to block the door. What is this called? This is called closing the door and letting Dai Mei go. Dai Mei, who was hiding outside the house, heard Chu Sheng's voice, and jumped to the door without saying a word, blocking the door with his body. Chu Sheng rushed forward with the frying pan in his hand. The black man also reacted suddenly. The offensive and defensive situation was reversed. Now all he had to do was run for his life. Running out of the toilet, the black man suddenly saw a man blocking the door, and rushed to the other door in fear. After Chu Sheng rushed out of the toilet, he switched to the R1895 revolver. 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. All hit the black man's body. Green blood gushed out, and the scene was extremely tragic. Kneeling directly on the ground, Chu Sheng exhaled a breath of foul air. It was really thrilling. He squatted behind the table and started to reload, letting Dai Mei taste the taste of killing. Dai Mei, the black uncle, fell down, Go and hit him with your fist. Seeing the black uncle with a strong desire to survive, Daimei kept crawling out of the door. But she couldn't crawl as fast as she ran. As if she had suddenly found some new toys. Daimei ran directly to the black uncle and closed the door. The player was desperate. He didn't expect that the other party would not play according to the routine. He didn't choose to fight him, but blocked several bullets with a frying pan. As Daimei played this game for the first time, she felt very interesting to see a black uncle kneeling in front of her. Daimei didn't rush up to punch him immediately, but swayed left and right. Chu Sheng did not stop him. He reloaded his bullets and kept alert. You know, this guy still has teammates. This player named Hunta 4399 was not dead. He kept complaining, which gave Chu Sheng a complaint value, which directly reached 70 out of 100. Wow, this black uncle is still a pervert. Daimei seemed to have discovered something incredible, because the knockdown information would be displayed in the upper right corner. Seeing that the name of this player was Hunta, Daimei squatted down and punched him, beating the black uncle into a box. Wow, Daimei, you actually know Japanese. Chu Sheng was amazed. After all, if you don't have any experience and background, you can't know about Hunta. Humph, little brother, you look down on me. My minor in college is Japanese. That's not right. How do you know this word? Big brother? Daimei seemed to suddenly react. She had learned Japanese and knew what Hunta meant, so it was fine. Could this big brother also be a graduate of the Japanese department? 2333. Big brother-in-law suddenly revealed something incredible. Hunta series. Very famous. Okay, but this Daimei looks stupid when playing games. But he is actually very smart. He found something wrong immediately. So Chu Sheng has this taste. Thinking of this, I suddenly feel that the little pigeon is very dangerous. Wow. Do you have to be so ruthless that even orthopedics came out? Learn about German orthopedics. Learn about British courts. When Chu Sheng was questioned by Daimei, his eyes were erratic for a moment. How should he answer such a question? Daimei had studied Japanese. If he said that he also graduated from the Japanese department, he would only know short sentences like iku and yamate. Apart from having a superior experience in video reading comprehension, he knew nothing about Japanese. Daimei was exposed after just a few words. Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. At such moments, a scapegoat needs to appear. Well, my sister studied Japanese, so I know some basic vocabulary. Chu Sheng finished speaking, calm and composed, with no sign of lying. Really? How could such a small question stump me? Shugo Wanjun, who is handsome and intelligent. Wow, Chu Sheng is a big liar. Don't believe his lies. Has the elder brother-in-law been so cruel in passing the blame? If you are a man, just admit that I just love watching the Hunta series. Xiao Gezi is also live streaming. The blame is really coming from the sky. No. I'm going to tell Xiao Gezi that the elder brother-in-law made her bear another blame. Chu Sheng looked at the barrage and was so angry that his teeth itched. These guys are going to make trouble. He quickly turned off the game voice, looked at the camera with a sincere face, and said, I advise you not to mess around. You will lose the smart, cute, witty, kind, brave, fearless, stunning, beautiful, domineering, evil, crazy, icy, IQ, extremely charming, gentle, elegant, polite, majestic, unparalleled, handsome, extraordinary, handsome, elegant, handsome, elegant, handsome, handsome, cool. Chapter 110, Faded with Buddha. Peppa Pig tattooed on body. Applause for the social people. I am so impressed. I just want to know how the elder brother-in-law remembered such a long list of words. And there are no repetitions. I am so impressed. Why do you think the elder brother-in-law is called Chu Sheng? Chu Sheng's talk show finally escaped the criticism of the fans. Daimei in the game seemed to accept this setting, but it still felt weird. After beating the man to death, Daimei found EP81 in the black uncle's box. Chu Sheng threw the 15 rounds of 9mm bullets he had snatched with his hand speed to Daimei. After all, Chu Sheng has been single for more than 20 years. And if he loses even when fighting with others, then all these years of singleness are in vain. Only 15 bullets. Use them sparingly. What makes Chu Sheng curious is that they have been fighting here for such a long time. But this man's teammates have never appeared. That Daimei. This man still has teammates. Let's rush out and look for him in the next room. Chu Sheng is not sure whether the remaining person has run away or is hiding in the room preparing to ambush someone. Looking at his blood volume that is about to turn red, Chu Sheng decides to let Dai Mei go in front. Okay, let's go! Dai Mei is also very inflated now. It feels really good to beat someone to death with his bare fists just now. Now he has a gun in his hand. What is there to be afraid of? What else do you say he is afraid of? Dai Mei walked in front, while Chu Sheng followed behind him, trembling with a small revolver in his hand. Dai Mei, check out the room on the left. Chu Sheng carefully guarded the surroundings while encouraging Dai Mei to rush into the room first. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely shocked by this scene. My God, this guy is too beastly. He actually asked a weak girl to stand in front. He is completely cruel. With such a strong desire to survive, he doesn't even care about his face. At this time, he should stand in front of the girl and protect her with his broad arms. Only in this way can he win her favor. My brother-in-law rejected Chen Mama and goddess Xiaobai, and he is single based on his own strength. Why should he be scolded by you? Dai Li seemed to have not noticed anything unusual, and walked in front with a small pistol in his arms, and began to search the houses one by one. Chu Sheng did not see anyone around. The doors of the rooms were all closed, and the doors and windows were intact, and it looked like no one had been here. Why is there nothing here? The bedroom and living room on the first floor of the house were spotlessly clean, and there was not even a piece of clothing. Chu Sheng muttered in his heart. Why is this bad luck getting worse? You can at least give me a crossbow. There is nothing. Dai Mei was silly, searching with great interest even though there was nothing. He trotted all the way to the utility room on the first floor. As soon as he opened the toilet door, he suddenly saw a person squatting on the toilet inside. Ah! Dai Mei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was someone here. He shouted in fear and fired 15 rounds of 9mm bullets directly. The P-18C in full automatic mode pushed all the bullets out of the barrel almost instantly. The fire flashed from the muzzle, and Chu Sheng also reacted immediately. However, in a toilet close to the face, 15 rounds of P-18C fired at it. As long as it was not a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor, I'm afraid no one could escape. However, all of Dai Mei's bullets were used up in an instant, and no kill message popped up. In fact, a crossbow arrow shot directly at Dai Mei's face, knocking her down with a headshot. Little brother, save me! After Dai Mei fell down, she reacted quickly and immediately asked Chu Sheng for help. Chu Sheng, who was standing aside, was also completely stunned. Damn! A volley of P-19C didn't kill anyone in such a close face. It was even killed by a crossbow headshot. This operation was so impressive that it made people's scalps numb. The live broadcast room was boiling. What kind of touching shooting skills is this? If it were me, I could kill people with my eyes closed. It's so damn shameful. After firing a volley of bullets, he didn't kill the person, and was shot in the face by a crossbow. If it were me, I would have been completely upset. But it's understandable that Dai Mei is playing for the first time. It's all because of that beast. My brother-in-law. He actually let a girl, who doesn't know how to play, walk in front of him. How shameless. Seeing that a crossbow arrow was directly stuck in Dai Mei's head, Chu Sheng turned around and jumped to the toilet door, protecting Dai Mei behind him. The crossbow can be said to be the weapon Chu Sheng is most familiar with in the game. It can only fire one crossbow arrow at a time, and it takes 5.4 seconds to restring it. While the other party was loading the crossbow, Chu Sheng aimed the R-1895 at the guy squatting on the toilet and fired a burst of shots, blowing up the guy's head with one shot. In this situation where he was less than 1 meter away from the other, Chu Sheng could really commit suicide if he couldn't blow his head off. Direct death. This guy was the teammate who was beaten to death by the black uncle by Dai Mei's little pink fist. Chu Sheng turned around and pulled Dai Mei up, and took a look at the dense bullet holes on the toilet wall. Oh my God! The bullet holes almost spread from the lower left corner of the toilet, drawing an arc in the shape of a parabola, and then fell on the lower right corner. Chu Sheng also leaned forward and counted them carefully, and there were exactly 15 bullet holes. No more and no less. This is very metaphysical. Okay, Dai Mei, I'm curious. Does your family have a tradition of believing in Buddhism? Chu Sheng was completely stunned. Okay. At a distance of more than 1 meter, none of the 15 shots hit the enemy. The bullets passed by the enemy's body perfectly, and even outlined the enemy's outline. This shooting skill is simply amazing. Believe in Buddhism? No. Daimei was stunned for a moment. No one in her family believed in Buddhism. Chu Sheng was confused. Then I think you can look through the Buddhist scriptures. I think you have a connection with Buddhism. Collecting all the crossbows, crossbow arrows and first aid kits on this person. Chu Sheng first loaded a crossbow arrow, and then switched back to the small revolver. This lady shooting is really amazing. I was stunned. Oh, you think the shooting is amazing? You are too young. You can try it yourself. Hold the P18C in full automatic mode. Shoot 15 bullets 1 meter away from the opponent's face. If you miss a shot, you have to perfectly outline the opponent's body shape. If you can do it, I lose. Hey, if you think about it carefully, this is more difficult than just hitting a person. Sorry. It's a completely impossible task. Chu Sheng threw the 5 bandages he picked up at the beginning to Daimei. See that the big brother is good to you. Pick up the bandages quickly to recover your blood. After Chu Sheng said this, he took out the first aid kit he had just licked and happily recovered his blood. Daimei recovered blood with 1 bandage at a time, and the blood volume recovered each time was pitifully small. Seeing Chu Sheng's blood bar stretched up in an instant, Daimei couldn't help asking, "Big brother, why do your bandages recover blood so quickly? Can it be recovered in an instant?" Chu Sheng's whole body paused slightly, and the barrage laughed like pigs. You forced yourself to use the first aid kit to recover blood, and now you are exposed. It's hard to explain. Right? Ha ha ha. But who is Chu Sheng? Shugo Wanjun, who is well prepared, is not a vain name? This is because I have played for a long time, experienced more battles, and have a lot of healing experience. So 1 bandage can recover blood. Don't be discouraged, Daimei. As long as you keep fighting like me, one day you can also recover full blood with 1 bandage. Chapter 111 1 first aid kit equals 5 bandages. Chu Sheng said the dirty talk seriously. His tone was extremely serious. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely confused. Wow. This person is too shameless. I can't stand it. How can you bear to cheat a newbie? Brother-in-law, you are a beast. If I hadn't played the game for 300 hours, I would have been almost fooled by your serious tone. Serious nonsense. This anchor has something. Daimei was moved to tears when she heard Chu Sheng's encouraging words. This was her first time playing this game, and she met such a good person, who not only took her to kill people, but also saved her and gave her medicine to restore her health, and even taught her many game skills and knowledge. Little brother, you are such a nice person. Even if you like to watch the Hunta series, I don't mind it at all now. Chu Sheng felt happy when he heard the first half of the sentence. To play this game, you need such a soft and cute girl who keeps shouting 666 next to you. Otherwise, what's the point of winning the chicken in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? But when he heard the second half of the sentence, the rhythm suddenly changed. Aw hey! What Hunta series are you talking about? I don't understand what you were saying. Kid! Chu Sheng didn't understand, didn't know, and didn't know about these. 5 bandages pulled the blood to more than half. Chu Sheng asked Daimei to search on the 2nd floor, and then he ran to the next room to inspect. After searching the 2 floors of the apartment building, he collected a set of first-level War God suits, 5 bandages, and a bottle of painkillers. Chu Sheng hid upstairs and drank it secretly without saying anything. He couldn't let Daimei see this kind of thing. Otherwise he would definitely ask what it was. There was no extra gun, so he barely lived on 5 bandages. Chu Sheng's scalp was numb after searching the wild area. He took a look at the first safe zone. As expected, it had a self-contained heavenly punishment circle effect, which was directly refreshed on the right side of the map with Y City as the center. Chu Sheng and Daimei had to go to our city and the school at least before they could enter the safe zone. If there are not enough medical supplies at this distance, it will definitely be a disaster. Brother, I picked up a first aid kit and an 8x scope. What's the use of this 8x scope? The soft and cute voice of Daimei sounded again. Chu Sheng heard the first aid kit and 8x scope, and his eyes suddenly lit up. With an 8x scope, how far is the 98k? Suddenly I have a bad feeling that my brother-in-law is going to cheat the girl again. I feel sorry for Daimei. When she can play games in the future, she will recall today's experience, and I'm afraid she will be traumatized. Other people take girls with him, They hold the girls in their mouths for fear that they will melt. They carefully protect them, and give priority to girls for any resources. Chusheng is so shameless. He tries every means to cheat good things from girls. He has no bottom line. Chusheng flipped down from the balcony and said, "That's right. Dai Mei. Come over and give me the first aid kit. I can break it down for you." Dai Mei ran downstairs happily, and threw the first aid kit down in front of Chusheng without saying a word. "Let me tell you, because I have rich experience in treatment, I have enabled a special conversion function that can break down the first aid kit into bandages." Chusheng happily put away the first aid kit, and then squatted in front of Dai Mei. He threw a green bandage on the ground, then took a few steps back and threw down another green bandage. After throwing 5 bandages in a row, Dai Mei's eyes lit up, and he was as happy as a little rabbit. He jumped up and picked up all 5 bandages, and then happily began to recover blood. "Wow, Big Brother is really great. Fortunately, I can meet such a high-level player like you in double row. I have learned a lot." Chusheng smiled with relief. "Sister, I didn't mean to lie to you. But in order to help you win the game, I can only do this." Looking at the criticism of him in the barrage, even Chusheng was portrayed as a big devil. "Humph. Do you think it's easy to lead a master of human body outline with 15 guns? Otherwise, how can I lead her to win the game?" Chusheng's words made the barrage quiet down. It's really hard to lead such a Buddhist disciple, and a master of gun skills, to win the game in double row. Less than 50 meters away from this wild area, there is another housing area consisting of 6 houses along the dirt road. Chusheng has little time left. He must hurry up to search, and then find a vehicle to enter the circle. Otherwise, when the poison comes, with only a first aid kit, he may not be able to escape even from the G-Town crop circle. Chusheng led Dai Mei to run towards the housing area not far in front of him. On the way, Dai Mei watched Chusheng's blood bar gradually increase, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are worthy of being a high-level player, brother. You can automatically recover blood while running." Chusheng almost couldn't help laughing. This Dai Mei is really as his name suggests. Die. Before Chusheng could explain, Dai Mei jumped out and answered, "It must be that the Big Brother has played for a long time, and the character's physique has been improved after many treatments. So the character will automatically recover blood. Am I right, Big Brother? Wow. This girl is really amazing." Speechless, I want to ask Chusheng, don't you feel pain in your heart for deceiving such a simple girl? Chusheng was still thinking about what kind of excuse to make to deceive Dai Mei. But he didn't expect that this little girl was quite smart. She learned to answer questions by herself, and her answers were impeccable. Chusheng suppressed his smile and nodded and praised, Yes. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You will definitely be a promising talent in the future." The two rushed all the way to the housing area and started a chaotic search. Anyway, Chusheng adhered to the principle that everything has its use. Otherwise the empty first-level bag would not show its use. So he stuffed everything he saw into the bag. The result was that after searching 3 apartments, Chusheng found 3 red dots, a hologram, a rifle expansion magazine, a rifle silencer, 20 bandages, a Molotov cocktail, and 2 fragmentation grenades. Finally, when he searched the 4th apartment, he found an S-12K and 20 shotgun shells upstairs. The hologram, rifle expansion, and rifle silencer that he had just searched could all be used. With a fully equipped S-12K, a crossbow, and an R-1895, Chusheng was fully armed. Dai Mei, how was your search? Chusheng asked casually, and then ran out of the house area. There was still 1 minute for the poison circle to shrink, and the next step was to find a way to get into the circle. This circle is a bit of a headache. When Chusheng landed just now, he scanned several roads. With full special effects turned on, Chusheng didn't see a single car within his sight. I'm done searching, Big Brother. I found 30 rounds of pistol bullets and a barrel of oil. What are they for? Oil. Chusheng's eyes lit up immediately. If there was oil, then there was something to talk about. Hey, Dai Mei, do you have a scope on your pistol? Chapter 112. Go watch the meteor shower with you. Dai Mei took a look at the pistol, and there was indeed a place to load the scope on it. I have an 8-fold scope on me. But why can't I put it on the pistol? 8-fold scope. Chusheng thought about the scene of the P-18C equipped with an 8-fold scope. A scope is probably longer than the pistol. This girl is really silly and cute. But that is an 8-fold scope. How can I win the game if I don't cheat it? Right? It's okay. These are all small problems. Come on. Give me the 8-fold scope. And I'll break it down for you. Chu Sheng looked generous and magnanimous. And suddenly thought of something and added, also give me the oil. And I'll process it for you. Dai Mei obediently threw the thick black 8x scope and red gasoline on the ground. Chu Sheng picked it up and curled his lips slightly. He was so happy to have the 8x scope. As for some extreme remarks in the barrage area, Chu Sheng ignored them. Is it more important to bring a girl than to win the game? As a mathematics graduate, Chu Sheng's logic is impeccable. First of all, to prove this problem, we have to go back to the origin. Why do you bring a girl? The ultimate purpose of bringing a girl is to win the game. So we only need to ensure this point, and then reverse the argument. Even if you cheat on a girl for the sake of winning the game, it is within a reasonable range. After all, cheating on a girl can only be regarded as an additional state of bringing a girl. As long as it does not affect the final chicken dinner, there will be no problem. Chu Sheng picked up the gasoline and the 8-fold scope, then squatted down and threw 3 red dot optical scopes on the ground in succession. And then threw down a Molotov cocktail. Hey! These 3 red dot scopes are decomposed from the 8-fold scope. You can install them on the pistol. And this Molotov cocktail is made from gasoline. When you throw it out, you can burn people. Install it. Dai Mei happily picked up everything and installed the red dot scope on the pistol. He immediately felt that he could shoot more accurately, and even felt that he had made a profit. Fuck. I can't stand it anymore. If there is a next game, I will definitely take people to snipe Chu Sheng. Dai Mei is so cute. But you have the heart to cheat her 8x scope. If you want to snipe Chu Sheng, come to YY232093723. I, Xue Feng, will enforce justice today and make Chu Sheng receive legal sanctions and fair trial. Deduct 1 if you think Chu Sheng is a beast. Suddenly, a series of 111 floated across the screen. The scene was simply like accidentally walking into a forest full of trees. When other anchors bring girls, the girls will excitedly shout 666 at the anchor skills, and try their best to ensure that the girl does not die and wins the game. If the girl dies and enters the OB perspective, it will be boring. But Chu Sheng, this idiot, not only cheated the girl of the first aid kit and the 8-fold scope, but also played with Dai Mei's feelings. Such a soft and cute girl was ravaged by Chu Sheng. Although the fans are all salted fish, they can still pretend to be the Imperial Sword when they are hard. Let's YY with the speed of sniping Chu Sheng later. Double sniping will reveal Chu Sheng's unknown side in secret. Sure enough, there is a reason why Chu Sheng was washed by the sky fire. This kind of person provokes the anger of heaven and people. If not him, who will the sky fire blow? Xue Feng called out. And immediately the followers gathered. And they all expressed that they would snipe Chu Sheng next time. Chu Sheng's scalp tingled. These guys made trouble as soon as they came. Can't they let him pretend to be a bit cool? After tricking Dai Mei into exchanging a batch of supplies, Chu Sheng took a look at the map and suddenly had a bold idea. It was impossible to drive a car. And it would be impossible to drive a car in this life. So in order to survive, it would be better to continue to be as Pirate King. The poison circle has begun to shrink. And there is not much time left for Chu Sheng and Dai Mei. The beach is on the left side of the wild area where the two landed. As long as it is a beach, there is a chance of spawning a vehicle. Chu Sheng's chance of driving on land has always been very touching. But the title of Pirate King has never disappointed him. Dai Mei, we should go. Just as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the entire wild area was suddenly covered by a red bombing area. Sure enough, the sky fire would only be late, not absent. The sky began to sound like thunder. This strange scene made Dai Mei turn into a curious baby again. Big brother, why did the map suddenly turn red? And did you hear the thunder? Is it going to rain later? Chu Sheng was speechless. Thunder and rain, Chu Sheng said and marked on the beach. The wild apartment where they were now was only 50 meters away from the beach and could be reached quickly. Chu Sheng responded casually, yes. There will be a meteor shower later. Let's retreat quickly. Dai Mei's eyes lit up. This game actually has a meteor shower. This 98 flower is really worth it. Little brother, I want to see the meteor shower. Dai Mei's soft and cute voice immediately made the fans in the live broadcast room scream and howl. And they all posed awe. Dai Mei is so cute, I really like him. Chu Sheng wanted to slap himself at this time. Hey, what's the point of talking about meteor showers? Isn't the big explosion exciting or not? Well, Dai Mei. Let's go! Brother will take you to the sea to watch the meteor shower. What can you see on the beach? This sentence really made Dai Mei excited. Watching meteor showers on the sea is so romantic. Dai Mei naturally followed the footsteps of this all-knowing and all-powerful big brother. In her opinion, following such a great man, eating chicken is a sure thing. Didn't you see that she now has a Molotov cocktail and a bandage? Chu Sheng ran to the beach and saw a motorboat on the northwest coast in the distance. There is always a way out. This time, I can get into the circle. Chu Chong breathed a sigh of relief, rushed into the sea in one breath, and got on the motorboat directly. Dai Mei followed closely behind and also sat on the motorboat. At this time, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard in the sky. Fire fell from the sky and landed on the beach and the housing area. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the fire and black smoke intertwined into a magnificent picture. There was no shelter on the beach. All the explosions within the bombing area could be clearly seen here. The fire and black smoke rose to the sky, which was spectacular. Wow! What a beautiful meteor shower! Sometimes Chu Sheng really wondered if this Dai Mei also had a complaining system. Otherwise, why was he secretly complaining this time? And his complaining value had not moved since he killed those two guys? If it was Xiao Bai, I'm afraid he would have been possessed by the gun god by now. After watching the grand meteor shower, Chu Sheng drove the satisfied Dai Mei towards the safe zone. While Dai Mei's attention was on the bombing area just now, Chu Sheng quietly filled the motorboat with all the gasoline. The fully fueled motorboat was enough to send them to the safe zone. Chapter 113 10 bandages equals 2 first aid kits. The speed of the first level poison is not very fast, and Chu Sheng is not far from Port G. He can drive a small and light motorboat and directly enter the center of the safe zone of this game. City Y. With only a small amount of poison, because the route is downward. Even if someone drives over to Port G at the first time, there will not be many people. In addition, the motorboat is very flexible and can make sharp turns at will. It is unlikely to intercept Chu Sheng on the shore. The motorboat went north all the way, and the bombing area followed Chu Sheng without stopping, and salutes were fired on the beach. The first level poison circle has shrunk to Port G, and Chu Sheng's motorboat has also rushed to the outlet of Port G. After being poisoned for about 10 seconds, the motorboat finally caught up with the poison circle, and the air suddenly became fresh. Although the inland waterway is narrow, the motorboat is flexible and can easily move through the waterway, which feels like a toothpick stirring a large tank. The poison circle stopped when it shrunk to City R, and the latest safe zone was refreshed, with the garden as the center. The Horseshoe Mountain Prison and Port L were all wrapped in it. The easternmost corner of City Y was also wrapped in the safe zone, which was very interesting. The route started from Port L and went horizontally to the far left of the map. According to the road when parachuting, there must be people in City Y. Chu Sheng rushed the motorboat directly to the shore and headed straight for the fake garage. In 90% of cases, there would be no one in the fake garage here, because it was too far from the residential area, with only two houses separated by 20 to 30 meters. Searching here was too cost-effective. And after searching, if you want to enter the city, you have to cross a mountain forest, exposing your whereabouts to the enemy, which is quite dangerous. So unless you are looking for death, generally no one will search here. And the players in Y City also disliked the low cost-effectiveness of being too far away, and were unwilling to move here. Even if they had a car, they were too lazy to cross the mountain. So Chu Sheng swaggered into the fake garage, and then asked Dai to search the single-family house next to it. After entering the door, he searched and found 39mm bullets. As for the P92 on the ground, Chu Sheng had no interest at all. Then he turned the 3 floors and 2 balconies of the fake garage upside down, and only found a 2x scope, 15 bandages, a stun grenade, and 2 fragmentation grenades. Chu was so angry that his teeth ached. Couldn't this bad luck stop for a while? It's okay to win the game with a single S12K and a crossbow. But now, he has brought a newbie who knows nothing. Dai Mei. How can he win the game with this equipment? It's probably difficult to even smell a chicken's ass. Dai Mei. Did you find anything? Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask. Whether he can win the game depends on Dai Mei's luck. If you are lucky, you can get an M4 and a young model in a villa. If you are unlucky, You can get a machete and move bricks at the construction site. I found a gun called 98K here. It looks like a fire stick. Hearing the word 98K, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. With an 8x scope in hand and a 98K. Is his luck finally coming? Ah! Dai Mei is still too naive. Why did he say something like 98K? Look at Chu Sheng's eyes. He has changed. I feel sorry for Dai Mei. Not only the first aid kit and the 8x scope were to be cheated away, but now he finally picked up a 98K, and Chu Sheng has been thinking about it. I always feel like an unscrupulous boss is exploiting child labor. Chu Sheng frowned immediately. If he wanted to cheat Dai Mei into giving him a 98K, he would have to try hard to sell the S12K in his hand. You pick it up first. That gun is not very useful. I will give you a powerful gun later. Chu Sheng first said it casually, letting Dai Mei know that this 98K that looked like a wooden fire stick was rubbish, leaving Dai Mei with an initial impression that the 98K was rubbish. Dai Mei had just finished searching the room, and the area where the two of them were hiding was once again covered by the bombing area. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Could Dai Mei have been knocked down by the bombing area while running over? It shouldn't be that bad luck. After all, it's only 20 to 30 meters, and it only takes a dozen seconds to get there with eyes closed. Dai Mei was so happy to see that the map was covered by the bombing zone again. Wow, little brother. The meteor shower is coming again. Chu Sheng looked like a parent taking care of his child, with a helpless look on his face. I have been watching this meteor shower for so long. Why am I still so startled? Chu Sheng hid on the second floor and watched Dai Mei running from the house through the window. The muffled thunder in the sky had ended, which was the last silence before the storm. As Chu Sheng heard sharp and piercing sounds around him, the sound of explosions also sounded. And suddenly the forest outside the house was stirred with dazzling and terrifying flames. Dai Mei was jumping and skipping while looking at the mushroom clouds rising around her. She was not afraid at all, and even felt a little happy. Look, little brother. I'm running in the meteor shower. Chu Sheng was about to collapse. You are not afraid at all, and you are running happily? Stop playing and come here. Being knocked down is no joke. However, as soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, a huge fireball fell directly on Dai Mei's head and knocked her to the ground in an instant. Little brother. Save her. Save her. Dai Mei's voice was like a tape playing the multiplication table. And then it got stuck from 9 nines. And it looped endlessly. Seeing this, Chu Sheng ran to the first floor, saying as he ran, "Hurry up and crawl into the house." Just as Chu Sheng ran to the first floor, a fireball suddenly hit the door of the fake garage. And Chu Sheng was so scared that he took 2 steps back. The ruthless fire of the sky is not just a joke. If Chu Sheng hadn't restrained himself every time, I'm afraid that the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds would be a parachuting simulator for him. When the sky fire dissipated, he bravely rushed out to rescue Dai Mei. Dai Mei just picked up a first aid kit. Chu Sheng had just instilled in her the concept that bandages are good things. So Dai Mei decided to use the relatively mediocre first aid kit first, and save the bandages for later. As a result, 6 seconds later, the blood volume suddenly increased directly. Hey! Is the first aid kit so useful? Dai Mei's eyes lit up. Chu Sheng saw this, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. His heart skipped a beat, as if Dai Mei had discovered some secret. Brother, can this first aid kit restore so much blood? Just now you used the first aid kit to decompose it into 5 bandages. I now have 10 bandages. Can you help me synthesize 2 first aid kits? Chu Sheng was completely confused. You are a little girl. Why are you learning to draw inferences from one example? What are you doing? All the water friends in the live broadcast room laughed like pigs. Ha ha ha. Dai Mei is mighty. Dai Mei is domineering. Chu Sheng was stunned. I thought you were beautiful. You dug the hole yourself. Now you have to jump in and fill it up with tears. You are shooting yourself in the foot. Didn't you feel happy just now? When Chu Sheng took the 10 bandages from Dai Mei, his heart was bleeding. He squatted on the ground after picking up the things, and placed his only 2 first aid kits on the ground. Chu Sheng said in a crying voice, "Here, the first aid kit is ready." Chapter 114. Hey. The synthesis failed. Hey. Little brother is so awesome. Dai Mei happily accepted the 2 first aid kits, thinking that this synthesis and decomposition is really useful. Chu Sheng's heart was bleeding. The 2 first aid kits that he had saved up with great difficulty were gone in an instant. What a sin he had committed. In the end, He also smashed his own feet. The first aid kits were all given to him. Chu Sheng had no psychological burden now. He had to take this 98K himself. Daimei, shoot at the wall, and see if this 98K is useful. There is no harm without comparison. Chu Sheng began to dig a second pit for Daimei after the psychological warfare. Daimei naturally wanted to try out different guns he picked up. He immediately loaded the bullets and fired a shot at the wall. When he wanted to fire the second shot, he found that the bullet could not be fired. He could only fire the second shot after the bullets were loaded. What's the use of this gun? It's really not as good as a fire stick. This gun can only fire one bullet. So slow. As Chu Sheng expected, Daimei really started to complain about the 98K. Daimei said that the 98K is really a rubbish. Daimei also said that this gun can only fire one shot each time. And the CD is long. It's really a rubbish. Then Chu Sheng took out his S12K and started to promote it. This S12K is not an ordinary shotgun, but a shotgun with a silencer. Chu Sheng fired 3 shots at the wall. The shotgun was extremely powerful, and the unique vibration echo of the S12K with a silencer gave people the illusion that this gun was invincible. This gun is very powerful. A close-range shot to the head can be fatal. Chu Sheng felt something was wrong after he said that. What's the point of telling Daimei this? With her god-level outlining gun skills, she couldn't hit the face with 15 rounds of full automatic, let alone the shotgun. Daimei's eyes lit up when she saw the gun. This kid judged the power of the gun by the sound. This shotgun can fire a dense mass of shotgun shells at once. And if it hits the face, it will definitely kill the person directly. Brother, can you give me this gun? Daimei said in a coquettish tone. The sound of this S12K is really cool. Especially the muzzle is black, thick and long. Chu Sheng slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This wave is very happy. Let Daimei willingly hand over the 98K, plus his 8-fold scope. My S12K is still full of accessories. But who let Daimei be a new player? The good things are naturally for you to use. Chu Sheng also has a spirit of dedication, which makes Daimei very moved. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also particularly happy to see the two people cheating each other. Chu Sheng seemed to have cheated a lot of equipment from Daimei. But Daimei was not a pushover. He returned the favor for no apparent reason, making Chu Sheng feel embarrassed. By the way, little brother, I still have 2 red dot scopes here. Can you help me combine a 4-fold scope? Daimei threw the 2 red dot scopes to the ground while saying this. Chu Sheng had just installed the 8-fold scope on the 98K and was feeling very happy. Daimei suddenly made such a request, which made Chu Sheng's face fall immediately. No. I'm dying of laughter. Daimei is really a promising girl. She knows that 2 red dots can be combined into a 4x scope. She can draw inferences from one example. Where did Chu Sheng get the 4x scope? This is going to be exposed. Chu Sheng was frozen in place. MMP. This is a love-hate relationship. Why do you need a 4x scope with an S12K? Why do you need a 4x scope for a kid? Holographic sights are so easy to use. But now that Daimei has said it, it is too late for Chu Sheng to refuse. Moreover, this girl is quite good at calculating. An 8x scope can be split into 3 red dot sights. And the 2 red dot sights can naturally be combined into a 4x scope. If Chu Sheng has an extra 4x scope in his backpack, he can give it to her. And he can also show off. But the key is that Chu Sheng doesn't have a 4x scope. Only a 2x scope. Which is embarrassing. Chu Sheng's pretense is about to be exposed. And the omnipotent little brother is about to fall from the altar. The little brother is offline. And the charlatan beast is officially online. Will Chu Sheng pretend to be offline later? According to this guy's shameless character, it is very likely. Chu Sheng also scratched his head. You said you don't need a 4x scope. What does S12K need a 4x scope? A telescope? But the words have been said before. And Chu Sheng now has to find a way to fill this hole. At this time, Chu Sheng was already regretting it. Didn't he just cheat an 8x scope and a medical kit? Was it necessary to be so cruel to him? Seeing Chu Sheng being defeated, the viewers in the live broadcast room all felt relieved. Such a live broadcast looked so refreshing. If it was accompanied by a cup of Coke, it would be wonderful. Chu Sheng racked his brains. But at this moment, he could only bite the bullet. Picking up 2 red dot scopes. Chu Sheng thought about it for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Alas! Chu Sheng suddenly took a step back inside. What appeared on the ground was not a 4x scope, but a 2x scope that Chu Sheng had just picked up. Huh? Why is it a 2x scope? Dai Mei was also confused. It was agreed that the two red dots would combine into a 4x scope. How did it become a 2x scope? Chu Sheng couldn't help but explain. Just now, there were too many synthesis and decompositions, and this wave of synthesis failed. The 4x scope that should have come out was directly exploded into a 2x scope. Chu Sheng's tone was very disappointed. Dai Mei felt even more guilty after hearing it. If he hadn't pestered the little brother to synthesize and decompose continuously, how could such a thing happen? Little brother, it's okay. It's all my fault. A 2x scope is a 2x scope. I'll just use it. Chu Sheng's face was immediately happy. When had the water friends in the live broadcast room seen such a beastly person? I still have the saying of synthesis failure. Chu Sheng, why don't you go to heaven? Especially seeing that Dai Mei was not angry, but comforted Chu Sheng and even blamed himself. A group of fans saw this and shouted in front of their mobile phones, Dai Mei, this guy is a liar. Chu Sheng raised a smug smile. It's really interesting. Chu Sheng, am a man known as Zhuge Wanjun. You want me to give in to this little difficulty? It's impossible? I have encountered situations 10 times worse than this. A little cute girl who has never played PUBG can still eat him up? Chu Sheng's smug look made the fans angry. This anchor can make fans hate him like this. Douyu has never had one. Chu Sheng was very proud of himself after successfully surviving this ordeal. What else could stump him? Brother, I still have 2 red dot scopes here. After you have a good rest, you can combine the 4-fold scope again. Dai Mei took out 2 more red dot scopes from his backpack and threw them on the ground. Chu Sheng's face turned green when he saw them. You little girl, why did you pick up so many red dot scopes for no reason? This is the most basic trust between people. Chapter 115. I just want to die. Ha! Dai Mei is awesome. Dai Mei is so domineering. Chu Sheng definitely didn't expect this. You thought I only had 2 red dots, but I actually have 4. The ultimate experience of digging a hole for yourself. If Chu Sheng had foreseen the current situation, he probably wouldn't have cheated on that first aid kit even if he had bandaged it like crazy. All the sin started with a first aid kit. Chu Sheng had a sad face. How could he win if he had foreseen such an uncooperative teammate? Silently putting away the 2 red dot scopes. In order to maintain his still majestic image, Chu Sheng decided to see if he could find a way to find a 4-fold scope later. After searching the 2 garages, Chu Sheng rushed out directly under the new round of bombing. Heavenly fire. Please open your eyes. Blow me or Dai Mei to death. I beg you. Although he thought so in his heart, Chu Sheng still marked a point in the civilian area east of Y City. Only the police station and the tax bureau in the east of Y City are within the safe zone. So if Chu Sheng wants to move into the safe zone, he can only pass through the civilian area, the puzzle building, and finally cross the wheat field to rush to the police station and the tax bureau. However, Chu Sheng was a little desperate at the moment. He had dug a pit and was about to die. If he continued to fight, if Dai Mei was lucky enough to pick up 2 8x scopes, and she suddenly asked you to combine one, where would Chu Sheng get a 15x scope? So Chu Sheng is now thinking about finishing this game quickly. If he is killed by others, he will definitely be laughed at by the guys in the live broadcast room. But if he is killed by the sky fire, there is no blame. Right? I hit the sky fire with my strength. How can you say that I am a bad boy? Don't you feel guilty for saying this? Dai Mei has been punished by the sky fire just now. At this moment, when he saw the little brother going out with a meteor shower, he immediately called Chu Sheng. Little brother, be careful. This meteor shower can kill people. Let's go after it disperses. Chu Sheng smiled in his heart. Haha. If it disperses, I can't be killed by the explosion and blame it. I must go to the bombing area. Dai Mei, follow me. What's there to be afraid of in a mere bombing area? Chu Sheng ran out of the garage room directly after saying that. His heroic appearance completely stunned Dai Mei and the viewers in the live broadcast room. The Chu Sheng they knew was a coward. At least when facing the bombing area, he would avoid it first. This guy took the initiative to rush out of the bombing area. Is this the first time? Dai Mei had no choice but to run out with him. After all, he was taught a lesson by Tianhua. The romantic firelight is still very scary, and he has a sense of awe. But Chu Sheng went out with his head held high, and Dai Mei could only follow him, biting his lips and trembling. Is this still the brother-in-law who trembles when he sees the bombing area? I'm afraid he has a girl with him, so he wants to show off. It depends on whether God will give you the opportunity to show off like last time. Chu Sheng's little tricks were hidden from all the fans. Now he just needs a beautiful sky fire to hit the red star. A sharp sound of breaking through the air appeared in his ears. Chu Sheng jumped and turned from time to time while running. In the eyes of everyone, they all thought that he was avoiding the sky fire and a sign of stability in the waves. But only Chu Sheng himself knew that he was looking for the position of the sky fire and crashing upwards. Little brother, wait for me. Dai Mei followed Chu Sheng about 10 meters away. But Chu Sheng ran happily, just like a husky who hadn't gone out for exercise for a long time, running around and couldn't be stopped. Burning and dazzling flames burst from the ground, accompanied by thick black smoke and a huge boom. Chu Sheng rushed towards the skyfire. But every time he heard the sound, the skyfire exploded immediately, not giving Chu Sheng a chance to rush up. MMP. Usually the skyfire hits his face in various ways. Why did it all dodge as if it had tacit understanding when it came out to greet him today? The distance from the garage to the building in the civilian area is only more than 100 meters. If he is not blown down, there will be no chance. Chu Sheng has never been so eager for the skyfire. What's wrong with your skyfire today? Even if you don't blow me up, you can blow up Dai Mei to death. This generation of skyfire is not good. It does not change at all. However, the bombing area did not hear Chu Sheng's roar in his heart. And there was even a skyfire that exploded 2 or 3 meters in front of Chu Sheng. And the splashing flames even splashed on his face. But he was unharmed. The fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Is this still skyfire? Chu Sheng is such a coquettish guy. But he doesn't even use the bombing to teach him a lesson? Can this be called a bad luck messenger? Can this be called a portable bombing zone? This generation of skyfire is not good. It only knows to bomb down to complete the task. Perhaps it was double complained by Chu Sheng and fans. And skyfire found its conscience. At the last stage when Chu Sheng just jumped up, his head suddenly caught a skyfire with his head, and he was directly bombed to the ground. Yes, that's it. The bombing area is about to fire at me. Now that he's blown down, Chu Sheng can end the battle smoothly with just one more shot. And then the OB will watch the operation in a daze. But just as Chu Sheng got excited, the red bombing area on the map suddenly disappeared without a trace. It seemed to say, I hit you once. Now the mission is completed. Let's go! When the fans saw Chu Sheng being blown down, they were all happy as if it was the new year. Hey, I told you to show off. And you're walking in the bombing area. Doesn't this anchor have any idea in your mind? The anchor thought you were me, strolling leisurely in the bombing area, just like a back garden. I don't understand what you were saying. You played with Dai Mei's feelings, and were punished by the heavenly fire. Heh, maybe that's what a man is. When Dai Mei saw Chu Sheng being blown to the ground by the heavenly fire, he could only see Chu Sheng lying on the ground. He ran over nervously, squatted down, and pulled Chu Sheng up. Chu Sheng looked at himself being pulled up, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Dai Mei, can't you just leave? Why do you have to pull me up? When did it become so difficult to die? After Chu Sheng was helped up, his blood was still red. At this time, the poison circle began to shrink. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he kept his blood remaining. Slowly moved in and was poisoned, and then righteously let Dai Mei go first. Wouldn't he be able to die happily this way? Chu Sheng began to squat on the ground, picked up the bandages, and slowly recovered his blood. Dai Mei couldn't bear to see it, and threw a first aid kit down from his body. Here, little brother. The first aid kit is for you. Dai Mei raised Chu Sheng's hand again, which made Chu Sheng very uncomfortable. You were very happy to ask for the first aid kit just now, and now you are giving it back to me. However, in the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng's behavior was immediately criticized by the fans. Fuck. This anchor is so shameless. He has more than 50 bandages on his body, but he still has the nerve to use the first aid kit given by Dai Mei. How could such a good girl like Dai Mei be deceived by Chu Sheng? I feel so sad. Did this beast save the Milky Way in his previous life? It's Little Pigeon, Mother Chen, and Goddess Xiao Bai. And now it's Dai Mei. Who will be the next one? Chapter 116, Don't Mess with Lowly. Chu Sheng prepared the first aid kit with a desperate look on his face. But this expression seemed to be very pretentious to the majority of netizens, and was completely mocking them. It was as if he was saying, "Come on. Keep scolding me. And I will also have a first aid kit if you continue to scold me. And I will piss you off to death. No. No. I must snipe Chusheng next time." Big brother-in-law was still an honest young man 8 hours ago. But in just 8 hours, he has become a guy who has to pretend to be sad and desperate even when he is preparing the first aid kit. Wow. Chusheng's expression is really asking for a beating. I can't help but use the power of the wild in my fist to smash my monitor worth 13,800 yuan. I thought it was a friend who shared the same hatred. But I didn't expect that he suddenly showed off and hurt my waist in the second half. Big brother. Big brother. Awesome. It's just like a little cow riding a train. Chusheng used the first aid kit to draw up the blood with a desperate look on his face. And then looked at the civilian area just around the corner. What else can he do now? He also wants to die. Why is it so difficult to die in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Climbing over the wall and entering the civilian area. The doors of the rooms here are open one by one. Obviously they have been searched. Chusheng took a look and had to continue running forward with Dai Mei. Chusheng had no hope of dying. So he could only wait until the next bombing area to run out and wash his hair again to see if he could kill Dai Mei or him. Chusheng continued to run with Dai Mei, crossing the square to the jigsaw building. Just as he was about to run past the jigsaw building, Chusheng clearly heard the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor of the jigsaw building. What does the clear footsteps mean? Someone. Chusheng's brain was working frantically again. He pretended not to hear the footsteps. He was also leading Dai Mei, a master of human outline, to be killed by someone in the jigsaw building. How could the fans say that I was bad? Is there anything wrong with this? The plan worked. Even the fans in the live broadcast room heard the footsteps. And they were frantically brushing words, like there is someone in the jigsaw building, and there is someone in the building on the live broadcast room barrage. But Chusheng never looked away from the screen, staring at the screen, pretending not to see these barrages. How can you wash after seeing the barrage? Dai Mei also heard something unusual. But he was relieved when he saw that the master, the little brother, didn't look directly at him. Even the little brother didn't notice it. So he must have heard it wrong. At this moment, the fans wanted to rush to Chusheng, take off the headphones on his head, and hold his ears to tell him that there was someone in the puzzle building. Seeing Chusheng's unaware look, everyone was really anxious. But they were powerless, and could only brush the barrage prompts more frantically, in order to let the enemies in the puzzle building notice his existence. Chusheng ran and jumped while walking. As long as he was not blind or deaf, he would definitely hear the movement outside. There was no shelter in front of the jigsaw building. Only some bushes planted on the side that were impossible to hide from. Chusheng thought that the guy upstairs should be able to notice his presence now. Right. As expected, Chusheng tried his best to make a noise, and successfully attracted the attention of the enemy, who was searching for the jigsaw building. Hearing footsteps outside, he quietly leaned against the window, and saw two enemies running back and forth. Hee. You dare to make such a big fuss in Y City. You are really not afraid of death. After a sarcastic remark, Chusheng's complaint value immediately increased by 2 points. He thought that this strange ID, PNMD233, was probably the guy in the jigsaw building. The people in the puzzle building didn't rush to shoot, and took a look at the equipment of the two people. At a glance, they saw the 8x scope 98K on Chusheng's back, and a crossbow. As for Dai Mei, who was following Chusheng, he had an S12K in his hand. Seeing the equipment, the people in the puzzle building immediately felt relieved. They didn't know where these two people got it from. They were so poor. The only valuable things on their bodies were the 8x scope and 98K. But the 98K already had it, and he just needed to happily change the 4x scope to an 8x scope. Chusheng didn't know what kind of gun the guy in the puzzle building had, so he simply stopped and drank an energy drink in front of the puzzle building. The fans in the live broadcast room were completely anxious. Damn. There are people here. Brother. If you stop here to get an energy drink, you will be beaten to death. Where is Chusheng, who had amazing hearing and killed people in the fog before? How come he has become a disabled person who is deaf and blind now? Almost everyone is desperate. I am afraid that in the eyes of the enemy, Chusheng and Dai Mei are just two idiots. I am afraid they will be laughed at by these two couriers. The 98K under the fourfold scope is still motionless. If the people in the spelling building can't shoot him in the head again, They can just delete the game. Without saying a word, the sound of glass breaking sounded, and Chu Sheng was knocked down by a headshot in almost an instant and knelt on the ground. Chu Sheng tried to hold back his smile. He finally made a move. It should be safe now. Right? He pulled the bolt of the 98K to reload, and aimed the muzzle at Dai Mei, who was standing nearby. Dai Mei was frightened when she heard the gunshot and saw Chu Sheng fall to the ground. But generally speaking, she only had three things in mind at the moment. Who am I? Where am I? Where did the gunshot come from? Dai Mei was so scared that she jumped back and forth around Chu Sheng and didn't help him immediately. The guy in the puzzle building fired another shot. But it was a pity that Dai Mei was too active. And this shot missed. Dai Mei still didn't find the location of the person, and was so scared that he just laid down. Chu Sheng was delighted when he saw this. He laid down on the ground and did a spot shooting at the target with the people in the puzzle building. He should be able to shoot him in the head with one shot. Right? The people in the puzzle building thought so too. This idiot was actually lying on the ground. If he couldn't shoot him in the head again, he would just delete the game. Just as he aimed at Dai Mei's head, and the bullet just came out of the gun, Dai Mei felt that it was inappropriate to lie there, and suddenly stood up. The bullet landed directly on Dai Mei's chest, and he lost more than half of his health instantly. The guy in the puzzle building was so angry that he vomited blood. He pulled the bolt and fired again, but it still missed. He had just come here to search, and he had a quadruple 98K and an Uzi on him. He took out the Uzi and fired at Dai Mei's position. But the muzzle was shaking, and no bullet hit him, which made the guy angry. I'm so angry. Go down and kill this guy. The guy in the puzzle building was so angry that he flipped out of the window without saying a word, and rushed towards Dai Mei after changing the bullets in the Uzi. The Uzi bullets have a large dispersion, and it is basically difficult to control the landing point when shooting from the hip over 20 meters. In addition, Dai Li's slime movement irritated this person, so he flipped down from the puzzle building to get close. As long as the Uzi hits 2 or 3 bullets, Dai Li will definitely die. However, the moment this person jumped down from the window, Dai Li also caught the figure of this person. Dai Li was also reckless and tough. He rushed towards the person with the S12K in his arms. After 2 steps, he fired all 8 bullets of the expanded S12K. Normally, the S12K with such a large dispersion would not kill people. Not to mention that Dai Li was about 30 meters away from this person. But it was just such a coincidence that although the dispersion damage was not high, it could not stop the 8 bullets from hitting him. And some shotgun shells even fell on his head, directly hitting the swollen guy into a sieve. Chapter 117 Shameless Little White Face. When Chu Sheng saw Dai Mei spraying the opponent to death with S12K at 20 to 30 meters, he was stunned. Where is the master of human body outline? He can spray people to death with S12K at 30 meters. He is a king. But he has to act like a bronze. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned. This shooting method does not seem to be in line with Dai Mei's style. The existence of the face-to-face 15-round full automatic outline. Now he can kill people with a spray gun at 30 meters. This is simply unscientific. When Dai Mei saw that he had successfully killed someone, he was extremely excited. He cheered while changing the bullet. Brother. Brother. I killed someone. Chu Sheng was now halfway down and bleeding, because he was the second one to fall. The bleeding speed was a little faster. Chu Sheng did not give any hints, and quietly waited for the red blood to turn into a box. Dai Mei's shooting skills were really scary. Even if Chu Sheng was within a range of 30 meters, he could not guarantee that he could kill one person with a shotgun. S12K is not an S686 with a choke. It does not have such a long-range killing effect. What's more, the bullet damage is relatively low. In this case, Dai Mei was able to spray him to death. Chu Sheng really has nothing to say. Why can't Dai Mei's shooting skills be faster at this critical moment? Dai Mei didn't lick the box right away. After he was happy, he ran back and pulled Chu Sheng up. Chu Sheng looked at his health, which would have killed him in 3 seconds. He was pulled up again, and Dai Mei was so sensible that he threw him another first aid kit. Don't you think Chu Sheng, have any face? Is it so hard to die once? Seeing Chu Sheng cheat Dai Mei of his first aid kit again, the onlookers couldn't help it. Chu Sheng was so stingy that he even wanted a woman to support him. Little white face. Shameless. After Dai Mei pulled Chu Sheng up, he ran over and licked the box happily. Seeing that this man also had a fire stick on him, he immediately lost interest, put another Uzi on his body, picked up a bunch of 9mm bullets, and also took down a 4x scope. Brother, I picked up a 4x scope. Dai's words immediately made Chu Sheng feel relieved. And finally, he didn't need to synthesize a 4x scope. In this case, wouldn't he not have to die? Let's go. Let's get into the circle. Chu Sheng immediately became energetic. If not now, when will we get into the circle? The road from the puzzle building to the police station is difficult to walk, because there is no cover. If you rush from the front, you have to cross a long section of the road, and it is easy to be shot by people from the C building and the police station. Chu Sheng took a look at the current number of survivors. There were still 39 people. There were probably people in the C-shaped building and the police station opposite. After all, these two places were popular areas with good production materials. Chu Sheng took a look at the map and began to plan the route. Crossing the street was simply a stubborn act of seeking death. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and decided to go through the crop circle from above. With smoke bombs on his body, the crop circle at least had haystacks and bushes as cover. The poison had already started to spawn. Chu Sheng's side was close to the circle, so the poison spawned slowly. There was an extremely flat buffer between the puzzle building and the crop circle. Chu Sheng crouched down and began to move. Dailu followed Chu Sheng closely, and Chu Sheng looked for various shelters along the way, and observed the situation of the police station across the street. The police station and the tax bureau were less than 300 meters away from their location. If they had a rifle and a 4x scope, they could really do whatever they wanted and shoot them. As soon as Chu Sheng and Dailu went up to the crop circle, they were hit by the people on the roof of the tax bureau. Chu Sheng only heard the sound of a bullet passing by his ear. Then he saw the muzzle flash on the roof of the tax bureau from the corner of his eye. Dailu, find a shelter quickly. There happened to be a wooden grass ball in front of Chu Sheng, and Chu Sheng lay behind it just in case he was hit by the people on the roof of the tax bureau. Dai Mei couldn't find any shelter nearby, so he jumped back and forth anxiously, and almost all the bullets fell at his feet. But there were no more shelters nearby, and Dai Mei was shot twice, and his health dropped quickly. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and spread the smoke bombs from his feet, directly extending to the outside of the police station and the tax bureau. There were 1 or 2 small toilets outside, and as long as they ran into the small toilets, they could sneak into the safe zone. The 3 smoke bombs immediately generated a lot of white smoke. Chu Sheng was the first to turn over and run into the smoke, and Dai Mei followed closely behind Chu Sheng. Her health was already red at this moment, and if she was hit by another bullet, she would probably fall to the ground. Although Chu Sheng could not be seen in the smoke bomb, his position could be roughly determined by the number on his body. The sound of the bullet passing by was clearly visible, and from the sound of the gunshot, it was determined that one was an M4 and the other was an AKM. Both of them were on the roof of the tax bureau, and the police station did not hear any gunshots. So it was easy. When Chu Sheng rushed out of the smoke, he immediately attracted the attack of the 2 people on the roof. The M4 4x scope has an excellent single-point effect, but as for the AKM 4x scope, it is no different from a toy gun in the hands of ordinary players. Chu Sheng was hit by 2 bullets and lost more than half of his blood, but he also successfully ran to the small toilet, which immediately formed a visual blind spot, and the people on the high roof could not attack at all. Dai Mei also rushed into the toilet, while Chu Sheng was attracting fire. More than 40 bandages, enough blood to restore blood. The 2 of them happily hid in the small toilet to restore blood, and the 2 people on the roof were unwilling to give up and threw grenades towards this side. But the toilet was facing the tax bureau, and the grenade would not fall in no matter how it was thrown. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei pulled up the bloodline again. Anyway, the 2 of them were now stuck at the edge of the safe zone, and they had enough time to consider countermeasures. During the run just now, Chu Sheng could be sure that there was only 1 team in the police station and tax bureau area, and both of them were on the roof. It is not certain about the C building for the time being, but even if there are people, it must be the team on the top floor of the tax bureau that is in the front and will be attacked first. Chu Sheng did some research and marked a point in the garage in front of the police station. This location was less than 20 meters away from the tax bureau, and there were many bungalows used as shelters along the way. Chu Sheng restored his status to full, and the energy drinks were all used up. He and Dai Mei only had bandages on their bodies. If they couldn't rush through this wave, They would be directly blocked by the team of people from the tax bureau. Dai Mei. Do you have any smoke bombs? Chu Sheng had thrown all his smoke bombs before, and now he had no more on hand. Chu Sheng was sure that their toilet was now blocked by the people on the roof, and they would be shot from both the left and the right. Chu Sheng was not very afraid of the fourfold M4. The fourfold AKM made Chu Sheng feel scared. Chapter 118. A few random shots returned to the arena. You should know that AKM is the gun with the highest headshot rate in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's not because this gun is easy to headshot, but because these guns have huge recoil, and the muzzle will randomly shake up and down and left and right. So it's easy for you to hit the body in the first second, but the bullet will hit the head in the next second. The reason why AKM has the highest headshot rate among all the guns in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is because of its metaphysical random muzzle shaking. Chu Sheng is still confident that he can dodge it with his body skills with the 4x M4. But with Chu Sheng's luck, he should not bother with AKM. His level 1 helmet only had a little bit of durability left, and it couldn't withstand a shot from the AKM. Fortunately, Dai Mei was a kid who stuffed everything into his bag, and he took out 3 smoke bombs for Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng looked at the 3 smoke bombs on the ground, and really wanted to touch Dai Mei's head and praise him for being a good kid. With 3 smoke bombs, Chu Sheng and Dai Mei could run to the garage building without any injuries. Chu Sheng took the smoke bomb, walked out of the toilet, and started to block the smoke. The 3 smoke bombs were spread out from far to near. There were 3 houses on the way to the garage building to cover them. The gap between the bungalows was filled with smoke bombs, and the last one was thrown on the empty road in front of the toilet. Chu Sheng fired the last smoke bomb, and the bullets on the roof fell down. Lie on the ground and crawl over. Chu Sheng lay on the ground and crawled forward slowly. He stood up and started running after he reached the back of the house. Chu Sheng knew the psychology of the players who swept the smoke, because people could not be seen clearly in the smoke. Players who wanted to touch the lottery would subconsciously estimate the height of the head and aim, because only a headshot could knock them down the fastest. Chu Sheng had the lowest chance of being hit when he lay down, and it turned out to be successful. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei rushed into the garage building from the smoke one after another. This place has been searched by the 2 people on the roof, as if the Japanese invaders entered the village and left nothing behind for the 2 people. Arriving here, the position is level with the 2 people on the roof, and the distance is less than 20 meters. Chu Sheng suddenly has a bold idea. With an 8-fold scope 98K, it is difficult to hit from low and high, and these 2 guys are on the roof of the tax building. Unless you are close to the edge of the building, you can't hit them at all. Chu Sheng ran to the attic stairs of the garage room, opened the door, and ran directly to the roof of the garage room, because the door on the roof is just behind the 2 people on the rooftop. Chu Sheng quietly touched the roof. After estimating the distance, Chu Sheng felt that there was no problem, as long as he stayed in the shadow behind the attic door. The other side couldn't see him. Chu Sheng had 7 fragmentation grenades on him, so he could be said to control lightning. His plan was simple, which was to use grenades to create an artificial bombing zone and blow the 2 guys off the roof. But it happened that this was the 4th safe zone, and the Skyfire took good care to cover the C building, the police station, and the tax bureau. The 2 people on the roof opposite saw this Skyfire and the next safe zone, and they had already begun to retreat. They came from our city, so there was a pickup truck parked behind the tax bureau building. So if they wanted to leave, they could leave without anyone noticing. If you can't do it, just leave. These 2 are so poor. I just saw through the 4x scope that one of them was holding a 98K and a crossbow, and the other was carrying a silenced AKM and an Uzi. It's no wonder that this person mistook the S12K for a rifle with a silencer. The shape of this gun is very similar to some rifles. It's normal to mistake it for a silenced AKM when running while shooting. After the 2 of them talked like this, they knew that they had enough bullets and medicines anyway, so there was no need to fight to the death with this poor team. Why don't we leave? Both of them had no intention of fighting, and both wanted to leave, so they hit it off. The main reason was that this safe zone was too damn beastly. It was simply a circle of punishment. Otherwise the 2 of them would have stuck this team to death. The new safe zone was created in the manor, and a small wild area below the manor. There were still 30 people left in this circle. If you don't occupy the most advantageous terrain, it will be difficult to enter the circle later. The 2 of them looked around the rooftop and saw a motorcycle on the road to the manor in the distance. We'll drive over there later and blow up the tires of the motorcycle. These two people will definitely not be able to enter the safe zone. The two of them laughed evilly. And the plan worked. Some players in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds have this spirit of destroying other people's gaming experience. For example, the tire-breaking tribe that blew up all the tires on the way out of the military base. There are also players who rush directly into the crowd with grenades. Knock down the brutal players who kill without saying a word. There are also players who drag others into the poison circle even though they know they can't get in. In short, for this kind of players, playing this game to win the chicken is not important. What is important is to ruin other people's gaming experience. You say that if you bring a girl to win the chicken, the girl will be killed directly after fighting with others. In this case, you are still rich. Do you say that you will continue to fight and let the girl OB the whole time? Or hold a grenade and kill yourself? In order to create the illusion that the two are still there, the two people also fired a few bullets at the garage window to intimidate and deter, indicating that we are watching you. The bullets fell on the window, stirring up waves of metal vibrations. Daimei shrank back in fear. But she didn't dare to disturb Chusheng, because the little brother looked like a man with a plan. After firing blank shots, the two retreated from the rooftop, because the two buildings were close to each other. If they went downstairs, their footsteps would definitely be captured. So the two decided to jump directly from the third-floor window and land next to the car, so that even if they were discovered at the first time, they would still be able to leave. Chusheng heard the noise the two made on the rooftop, and he was sure that the two were still there. So he immediately took out a grenade. However, the two guys quietly touched the third floor at this moment, and then prepared to jump directly from the window and land on the roof of the car. Chusheng took a few steps back, afraid of entering the opposite side's sight range, and accelerated to jump and throw, throwing a grenade directly. The grenade flew over the roof and flew directly to the roof of the tax building, because it was accelerated to jump and throw. The height and distance that this grenade can reach are the farthest. Chusheng did not dare to show his head to see the direction of the grenade, for fear that he would be attacked by the opposite side as soon as he showed his head. Without saying a word, he accelerated to jump and threw the second grenade in the same way. This time the position was slightly offset to ensure the coverage of the explosion. After the first grenade was thrown, it bounced on the roof of the rooftop gate of the opposite tax building after the highest point. The grenade bounced and flew up again, but the force of the rebound was a little weak this time. Then it continued to fall and hit the railing on the edge of the roof, releasing all the force. It swayed and slid down from the railing, landing on the roof of the two people's car below. Huh? Did you hear any sound? The two people who jumped from the third floor just now got into the car, and because they lost some blood, they were drinking energy drinks in the car. Suddenly, a crisp sound of iron sheet was heard, and the two were stunned for a while. I heard it. Probably the abnormal sound of the car. You know that the developer has a lot of bugs in this game. Also, the other person agreed. But before he finished speaking, an explosion sent the two people to the west. Chapter 119. Your car skills fans are online. Chusheng was about to throw the third grenade, and the pin had been pulled out. But suddenly a grenade popped out and killed two people. He was stunned for a moment. This double kill is not right. Chusheng stood there holding a grenade in one hand, and thought about it carefully. Logically, his grenade should not kill two people. Then Chusheng realized that he had a grenade in his hand, and threw it directly into the distance. The grenade exploded in the air less than a second after it was released, stirring up a burst of black smoke and dust, and the explosion flames that directly submerged Chusheng, and the huge air wave directly blew Chusheng off the roof. Daimei was still hiding on the second floor, shivering, when she suddenly saw a black thing flying down from the window. Wow! Little brother, look! There's a person flying outside. After Chusheng fell to the ground, he fell directly to the ground. The grenade and the fall damage made him kneel down and call for his daddy. This time, the third person fell. Chusheng's strong desire to survive broke out, and he hurriedly shouted to Daimei, "This person is me. Come down and save me." Daimei was stunned for a moment, and then found that this flying pig really had a teammate logo on its head, and it was really her little brother. Daimei immediately climbed out of the window and jumped down, running towards Chusheng. Chusheng lost blood very quickly because he was the third one to fall. He had to shout GG in less than 10 seconds. When Daimei ran to Chusheng and squatted down, Chusheng only had 1/5 of his blood left. If he had been 2 seconds later, Chu Sheng's first live show would have ended. After Chu Sheng got up, he did not immediately apply a bandage to recover his blood, but ran towards the tax building. Because these two people were dead, there must be a first aid kit in the bag, so there was no need to waste time applying a bandage here. Chu Sheng had just run to the tax building and was about to go upstairs when he heard sporadic flames coming out from the side of the building, accompanied by strange crackling sounds. Chu Sheng ran over and saw a family of 2 lying neatly on the ground. No, 2 boxes. Chu Sheng looked at the scene and felt a little strange. His grenade was clearly thrown towards the roof. How could it fall into such a place? The people in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Is this metaphysical grenade back? 3 ways to throw grenades. Throw them randomly. Did you see it? Applaud. Applaud. I have to say that this grenade is still of high standard. It has built-in tracking. Even if the enemy has sneaked into the car, he can follow the smell and run down. What also made Chu Sheng wonder was that these 2 people were clearly on the roof. So when did they run into the car? It was really weird. Forget it. I'll watch the replay later to see how these 2 guys were blown to death by me. Chu Sheng also put aside many questions in his mind. The 2 neatly packed bags here were enough for him to arm himself. He happily equipped the holographic M4 with a 4-fold scope as a backup, 2 medical kits, 3 first aid kits, 2 energy drinks and 2 painkillers. Chu Sheng still had a lot left after looting these. He changed into the 3-level bags of the 2 people. And as for the grenades and smoke bombs, Chu Sheng carried them all on himself. Then Daimei came over and also changed into a fully equipped AKM, an AKM and an S12K. If Daimei successfully survived to the finals, his shooting skills would definitely be good as long as he was not too bad. But even Chu Sheng couldn't understand Daimei's shooting skills. She could save the dying and the wounded when she could kill with her eyes closed. And she could knock down the person who was obviously impossible to kill. Chu Sheng was very happy with this wave of eating. A fully equipped M4 plus an 8-fold scope 98K. This equipment is a wave of fat. The 2 people who were inexplicably killed in the explosion were immediately sick after watching the replay. This is not a grenade. It is a tracking guided missile, chasing all the way from the roof of the building to the roof of the car. All the complaints are really summed up in one sentence MMP. Fuck. This guy is a beast. How can he hit with a grenade? What the hell has he done? I have a bad feeling. This wave will be on the funny collection. The 2 people's complaints directly provided Chu Sheng with 15 points of complaints. And finally reached the 87 out of 100 mark. Chu Sheng glanced and saw a motorcycle on the road to the manor. Looking at the layout of the manor safe zone, Chu Sheng can be sure that this motorcycle will be the key to the next step. Daimei, it's time to go. Chu Sheng looked at the safe zone. He was stuck for a long time just now and experienced another battle. Time is fast, and it will soon be time for the poison circle to shrink. The last bombing area had been smashed when Chu Sheng and Daimei hid in the garage, so they didn't have to worry about the bombing area next time. The 2 of them had full health and energy, and then ran directly towards the motorcycle on the road. This time Chu Sheng was not afraid of being sniped from a distance. He changed into a level 3 helmet and level 2 armor. As long as it was not a headshot by the AWM, he could always react. The fans in the live broadcast room watched Chu Sheng run directly towards the motorcycle, and they all got excited. All the words about drugs that cheated Daimei and scum who cheated and played with girls' feelings were silent. Those who had watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast in Ziajizi's live broadcast room before were now looking forward to what kind of performance the brother-in-law would bring to them this time. There are even some good-natured netizens who made a summary. There are 3 flirts in Douyu: Chu Sheng, uncle, and little follower. The first flirt is his shooting skills. The second flirt is his speaking skills. The third flirt is his driving skills. Chu Sheng's shooting skills are needless to say, and many people have now determined that Chu Sheng is a screw-up. He made all kinds of incredible kills, and he was both wild and flirty. Not to mention his speaking skills. Let's take a look at Chu Sheng's 3 famous scenes. One is to make Douyu's #1 sister Chen Siki call him brother. The second is to let the majority of netizens watch him live. And the third is to flirt with the Ice Queen Xiaobai live, and even pick up food for her personally, which is really flirty. Not to mention his driving skills. He performed stunts at the shooting range, and got a ticket to the lower city of G-Port. This time Chu Sheng ran towards the motorcycle, and took a good look at the layout of the manor. It was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. The location of the manor was not to be mentioned for the time being. It was just at a high point on the mountain, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The manor's housing area was very large, and it could basically be summarized as an area surrounded by 5 houses. As long as these houses were occupied, they could almost fight. But now, with Chu Sheng and Dai Mei, there were still 25 people left, and there must be more than one team in the manor's housing area. If they were blocking each other, they would definitely eat each other if they had the chance. But if someone wanted to rush in, they would definitely become the target of the concentrated fire of these teams. What's even worse is that the manor is surrounded by low walls and barbed wire, with only the north and south sides having gates, which are right next to the housing area. In this case, you don't need to think too much about the fate of rushing through the gates. You will be swept into a sieve directly. So when the fans saw Chu Sheng running towards the motorcycle, their eyes lit up immediately. Your driving skills fans are online. Chu Sheng's driving skills fans +1. For the brother-in-law, motorcycles are used to cause trouble, and driving properly does not exist. Chapter 120. I enter the final circle. You enter the wreath. That's true. As the easiest vehicle to take off, the motorcycle has an unparalleled function when entering the circle. Of course, things like airships are exceptions. Chu Sheng ran all the way, getting closer and closer to the motorcycle. Dai Mei seemed to know what the little brother was thinking. If he ran another 500 meters with his legs, he would be swallowed by the poison circle before he arrived. The speed of the poison circle behind was fast, but the key was that the circle was smaller, leaving less space for them to run. It was still this kind of faraway punishment circle. The two were now on the road, at least 500 meters away from the manor. If they used human legs, they would all die in the poison. The poison circle was very fast, and the two were running sideways, so they were quickly overtaken by the poison circle. 3 points of damage per second is no joke. 2 people with full health can only last about 30 seconds in the poison circle. Even with a first aid kit, when the poison circle is completely shrunk, the poison damage is 5 points/second, which is completely beyond human resistance. If you get shot in the poison, it basically means the game is over. The blood volume is decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dai Mei didn't expect that the poison would be so harmful, and he asked in fear, "Brother, can we go in? The circle is poisoned, and there are blockades ahead. It is really difficult to enter the circle. Even in professional competitions, the number of people entering the 5th circle has dropped sharply, not to mention normal games. Don't worry. I promise to take you to win the chicken, and I will definitely not break my promise." Chu Sheng played from noon to night, and he also got a feel for it. He had many experiences of possession. Chu Sheng is not lacking in experience now. The only difference between him and those gun gods is reaction speed and gun skills. After all, although possession can bring some muscle memory, compared with those geniuses who use guns and reactions almost instinctively, Chu Sheng still has a long way to go. But compared to the initial PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds rookie, Chu Sheng has grown a lot in this short half-day. Chu Sheng even has a bold guess in his heart, whether he will be possessed frequently in the future. And finally, the peak state of these gun gods will be permanently imposed on himself? Chu Sheng came to the motorcycle, first squatted down and used a medical kit to fill up all the blood. And Dai Mei also used a first aid kit to raise the blood volume. And then the two got on the car. It's about to start. The car king is coming. Mortals retreat. The army of troublemakers has assembled. And our slogan is to make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. Seeing Chu Sheng riding a motorcycle, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. The spectators who followed the trend and clicked in without knowing the truth were still confused. Is it necessary to be so excited? It's just driving a motorcycle. You guys don't look like you have never seen the world. Tuzi is also a car skills anchor. I didn't see the spectators so excited when driving a motorcycle. However, facing the contempt of the spectators, Xuefeng, Haiwan and others just sneered. Later, these seemingly calm spectators will have to kneel down and shout 666. Chu Sheng drove Dai Mei and accelerated and rushed directly to the mountain. The police station in Y City is still a hill away from the manor. After crossing this 500-meter hill, you can see the huge manor. The actual area of the manor is almost half of El Port. But there are only 5 buildings, and there are small houses scattered around. However, if you enter such a small house in such a place, you will probably be stuck to death. Anyone with a little experience in the finals will not go to such a house at the end. The roar of the motorcycle engine almost spread throughout the entire mountain. And even in the manor, the sound of motorcycles speeding began to be heard from far to near. Now the layout of the manor is very subtle. There is a team stationed in each of the 5 2- or 3-story houses, blocking the 2 directions in front and behind. There are already people staying in the scattered houses outside the 5 houses. However, these people did not choose to be here by themselves, but were simply stuck by the people inside and could not get in. So they took temporary refuge here and waited for the next safe zone to refresh and transfer. If they were lucky enough to continue in the circle, wouldn't they not need to transfer? The idea was good, but these people definitely didn't know that there was a person like Chu Sheng who was so unlucky here. Unless there was a person with extremely strong luck to suppress his bad luck. Otherwise the fate circle? It doesn't exist. Chu Sheng's motorcycle ran all the way, but he didn't do anything fancy on the road. There were no weeds or green plants on the hill in front of the manor, so the actions on the hill could be seen clearly from a distance. This is also one of the places in the manor that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, unless you are rushing to the building. The sniping between the buildings is nothing more than knocking people down. It is still very difficult to wipe out the whole team. Of course, Chu Sheng's random throwing of metaphysical geometric mines is not within the scope of discussion. This grenade that ignores logic and physical laws has broken through the game settings. The people in the small bungalow at the outermost end heard the roar of the motorcycle first. Beep, beep. Chu Sheng's motorcycle approached, and this guy even honked the horn. This damn poison has come over, and someone dares to drive into the circle. Don't they know that there are people in this house? You don't even have the most basic respect for the enemy. And you even honk the horn. I, EMHB001, am the first to disagree. The 2 ran out of the house directly, because this bungalow has a low wall and is on the left side of the house. The people in the manor behind them can't hit them at all, so there is nothing to worry about. The complaints of these 2 people increased Chu Sheng's complaint value by 3 points. Chu Sheng only needs 10 points of complaint value to turn on the gun god possession mode. They can't enter this manor, let alone let you, who drives a motorcycle and honks the horn to mock, enter. The 2 squatted by the wall and watched Chu Sheng's black motorcycle appear. There were 2 people on the car, and they shot bullets directly at Chu Sheng and Dai Mei. The people who were setting up guns on the 2nd floor of the house in front of the iron gate of the manor also heard the roar of the motorcycle and the dripping sound of the waves. Seeing someone trying to rush in on a motorcycle, as the gate god of the north side of the manor, it was naturally impossible for Chu Sheng to succeed. 2 people stood in front of the large window on the 2nd floor, forming a crossfire network with the people in the bungalow on the left. Chu Sheng was hit by 2 bullets, and his blood volume dropped by 1/3 immediately. With the blood lost by the poison, only half of his blood volume was left, and the 2nd level armor was directly red. Dai Mei, who was hiding behind him, was better off, only being shot once. But in this state, if he was shot twice, it would be extremely dangerous. It was no longer possible to rush in directly. These 2 crossfire nets had already made Chu Sheng suffer greatly. If he rushed into the manor directly, the people in the 5 houses would be shot at once, and he would be beaten into cheese. Seeing a raised stone on the road in front of the manor, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Fortunes are sought in danger, and life and death are fought for. Whether he can survive depends on this wave. Chu Sheng saw the 2 guys on the left. How good would it be to fight the 2 people upstairs at this time? He actually made things difficult for them. When I enter the finals, I will let you enter the wreath. Chapter 121 True Jedi Survival. Chu Sheng's motorcycle accelerated directly. If he stopped at this time, he would die. A stone was not enough to cover 2 people, not to mention the 2 parties forming a right-angle firepower network. The motorcycle was extremely fast, reaching the highest speed of 140 miles per hour, and the needle was off the scale. Dai Mei saw that Chu Sheng was about to crash the motorcycle into the stone, and he was frightened and screamed repeatedly, "Little brother, there is a stone in front. I'm going to hit it." Chu Sheng naturally knew that this was a stone, and he was going to hit this stone. Dai Mei was so scared that he had closed his eyes. He was directly hit by this stone, and he was afraid that he would be separated from the car and die miserably. The most uncomfortable thing is that there are several teams of people who heard gunshots here. They died here and their bodies flew in the air, and they were watched by a group of people. It was so embarrassing. Dai Mei had already made the worst plan and watched the motorcycle crash directly into the stone. There was a sharp spot on the stone, and the motorcycle stopped directly because of the extremely fast speed. But the subsequent force directly lifted the car into the air. The motorcycle spun wildly in the air, and it was heading towards the 3-story building in front of it. This is the largest house in the manor, with many rooms. But at this moment, everyone in the house gathered by the big window, focusing on Chu Sheng and his motorcycle. The motorcycle rolled directly towards the 3rd floor of the house, and the two were extremely excited and kept pouring bullets on the motorcycle. At this time, the motorcycle must have been blown up directly. Didn't you see that the motorcycle was already on fire? A real man never dodges at this time. Chu Sheng tried his best to control the motorcycle, and finally regained control of the motorcycle by turning it back and forth 1080 degrees. He pulled up the front of the motorcycle and rushed to the window with the body sideways. The sideways motorcycle rushed directly into the building and crushed the 2 people who were shooting at the window, and was eliminated by double kills. This scene stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room, and even the 2 people in the bungalow below were stunned. Is this a must-see? It was a dead end, with at least 15 people inside and outside the manor, who would not give you a chance to survive. But Chu Sheng managed to survive by riding a motorcycle and overcoming many obstacles. This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. 66. This is awesome. Not only did he survive, but he also got a double kill. Awesome. This is from the circus. Although he was prepared in advance, his motorcycle skills are much better than the previous ones. Brother-in-law's motorcycle can not only help him escape, but also kill people. Hey, where's the brother who just said he wasn't that good? Have you recovered your senses now? Do you want to come out for a walk? From today on, I am a fan of Chu Sheng's driving skills. The motorcycle's durability is only a thin layer of blood, and it will explode if it takes 2 more bullets. The body of the car is already emitting strong flames. It is really thrilling to survive this. Chu Sheng doesn't know why. As long as he drives a motorcycle, he will feel excited. This familiarity comes from the first time he took Xiao Bai through the shooting range. And then it was even stronger when driving a cart in the second game. Just now, Chu Sheng's complaint value was not full, and he was not possessed by the gun god at all. But his motorcycle driving skills have reached the level of Lanqiang graduates. After hitting 2 people to death, the first thing Chu Sheng did after entering the house was to get out of the car, hide in the next room, and lie down to pack up. Dai Mei also followed suit, lying down face to face with Chu Sheng to recover blood. She really didn't expect that she could survive in such a dense firepower network. And the motorcycle also took advantage of the situation to directly crush the 2 enemies upstairs. The 2 people who were directly crushed to death by the motorcycle complained crazily, and took a look at the death replay. Gui Gui. This is too good. The 2 of them have completely become the background board of Chu Sheng's highlight moments. And the salted fish, who haven't shouted 666 yet. The complaints provided by the 2 people downstairs, and the 2 people upstairs directly made Chu Sheng's complaints max. This time, the gun god was not G God or Shroud, but a new guy named Markolov. Chu Sheng didn't know much about these gun gods in FPS. He just found them on Baidu afterwards. But since he was identified as a gun god by the system, his strength must be beyond doubt. But there are so many fans in the live broadcast room. Can't we just ask them? Do you know Markolov? Chu Sheng asked casually, then switched to a rifle and ran to the next room, and directly blew up the motorcycle completely. When Chu Sheng switched to a sniper rifle, a familiar feeling suddenly came to his heart. Leaning against the window with his head tilted, Chu Sheng observed the bungalow below. Just now he said that when he entered the safe zone, he would send a wreath to the 2 people outside. Chu Sheng did not show his head, but through the window, he saw a figure suddenly flashing in the bungalow below. Chu Sheng did not rush to take action, and the 2 people below have not yet regained consciousness. Just now, this motorcycle riding skill was simply a show. How come other people's motorcycles can save lives and kill people, but when it comes to his side, it can only be suicide? The 2 were still preparing to approach the window and take a look at the situation upstairs from inside. But as soon as one of them stuck his head out, Chu Sheng suddenly jumped up from the spot, and the 8-fold mirror locked the enemy's head almost instantly, and finally shot and fell to the ground. A series of actions were all completed in the air after jumping up, and the whole event was controlled within 1 second, leaving no time for people to react. 98K shot down the player with the 2nd level helmet in the bungalow downstairs with a headshot. Oh my god! This shooting skill is too good. Please, Brother-in-law, turn off the lock and aim. We can't wash it anymore. This shooting skill. This aiming speed. This aiming. Chu Sheng knocked down one person, and then lay on the ground to change bullets. Most players are crazy about changing bullets. 98K has 4 bullets at a glance. Change. M4 has 28 bullets at a glance. Change. Chu Sheng also has this habit. Chu Sheng knows the 2 people below, and knocking them down is just to test the shooting skills. It is worthy of being possessed by Markov. After the shot, Chu Sheng also felt it carefully compared with the previous 2 gun gods. It seems that this sniper rifle has a faster reaction speed and more terrifying accuracy. Then he glanced at the bullet screen, and Chu Sheng was immediately full of black lines. What the hell is this? Vladimir Maklov, one of the main villains in the COD series, is the leader of a Russian radical organization. Maklov Dolia, a character in the Japanese anime, is the 3rd, 6th and 8th president of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. His magic power and strength are among the best in the Holy 10. He treats guild members gently and considerately. He disappeared for 7 years after fighting the Black Dragon Acnarolia with guild members on Tianling Island, and returned to the guild 7 years later. What is this? What he wants is the information of the gun god Maklov. These guys are really... Chapter 122. Why do you jump when killing people? In the midst of some garbage bullets, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he found a useful piece of information. Markov, once a sniper in the world-famous CS team in A6, was also the #1 sniper in CS 1.6. He was active in the late stage of CS 1.6, and made a comeback after the advent of CSGO. He now serves in the Flipsid 3 team. Sniper God Markov. Chu Sheng finally caught this piece of information. The subconscious speed and reaction from his body, when he used 98K just now, just matched this piece of information perfectly. Doesn't anyone know about the sniper who killed 5 enemies with a Desert Eagle with 5 bullets? Doesn't anyone know about the sniper who killed the enemy with a 0.16 second instant mirror in Dust 2A? Sure enough, young people nowadays only know about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and don't know about the popular game back then. Catch the honest man upstairs alive. We were just teasing my brother-in-law, but I didn't expect that an honest man took it seriously. Ha ha ha. There's an honest man here. Everyone come and watch. Chu Sheng took a glance and understood that this Markov is also an awesome existence. But because he is a great god in the ancient CS 1.6 period, he is not as well known as G-God and Shroud. But this does not mean that his strength is weaker than the other 2. When Chu Sheng knocked him down just now, Daimei followed behind him. Seeing him jump before shooting, he asked in confusion, "Little brother, why did you jump when you shot just now?" This question was very mysterious, and the fans in the live broadcast room also laughed kindly. Daimei really has never played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If he didn't jump just now, the bullet would fall on the windowsill and couldn't hit the bottom after all. Chu Sheng was named Doyu3 Sassy by the fans. If he answered normally, wouldn't he seem to be very unskilled? Chu Sheng thought for a moment and said, "Actually, this is a little trick. Why do you jump when killing people?" "Because Flash can reset the normal attack." "Kill jump? Flash reset normal attack?" Daimei was confused, although he didn't understand what the little brother said. It sounded impressive. Daimei was constantly sighing in his heart at this moment. The little brother was indeed a master. He not only survived a wave of PUBG just now, but also collected 2 heads. He licked a wave of medicines happily on the ground. As for the M4, Daimei didn't change it. After all, the little brother said that the S12K and AKM are very powerful. So in Daimei's opinion, any fully equipped M4 is a piece of chicken. As for why the little brother took the M4 and 98K, it was because he gave all the useful guns to her. He barely got by with these chicken guns. It was really touching. Oh, the fans in the live broadcast room were all confused. This brother-in-law is such a beast. Can you tell me if you can kill me by shooting bullets when you jump? You even flash to reset the normal attack. Why didn't you say to set the motorcycle on fire? Look at what you can do. The most annoying thing for the fans is that Daimei actually believed it. The 2 of them happily licked the bag, and the poison circle shrank. As expected, they landed directly in the wild area southeast of the manor. All 4 houses in the wild area were wrapped in the bag. There were only 2 people hiding in the house in the wild area. At this moment, they were very excited when they saw the fate circle hit their faces. There were also battles in the wild area. Only 18 people survived. And most of them were concentrated in the manor. Doesn't it mean that as long as they defend this place, they will have a high probability of winning the game? The other teams that have already established a foothold in the manor couldn't help cursing when they saw the safe zone. After suffering so much, they took the risk of being wiped out to occupy a building. And now you tell me that the next safe zone is not here? Almost all the teams are stuck with each other. And no team can leave at the moment. The people in the manor want to leave, but the people in the bungalows outside the manor directly block the way back. Anyone who dares to come out of the manor will be directly hit by heavy artillery fire. The two people in the right-angle building at the lower right corner of the manor couldn't help it. Their position was at the bottom. If they could enter the circle as soon as possible and trap all the guys behind them outside the circle, wouldn't it be great? The two had a lot of ideas. And there was a motorcycle that just drove over in the corner downstairs. It only took 10 seconds to ride the motorcycle directly into the safe zone. As long as they were not swept down by random bullets, the probability of success was very high. And they could win the game steadily. Just go when you say go. The most taboo in playing this game is indecision. If you succeed, it's a transfer that can be blown for a day. If you fail, just start again. The two quietly went down from the upstairs to the first floor, observed the people in the house area far behind, and then rushed out of the door and drove the motorcycle. The motorcycle engine speed suddenly exploded, and the roar attracted everyone's attention at once. Even Chu Sheng heard the sound of the motorcycle not far away. The eyes lit up, as if someone couldn't help but run a circle first. The two people driving motorcycles were the ones who broke the deadlock. Chu Sheng ran up the stairs to the rooftop without saying a word, because there is a low wall on the roof. You can just squat down to block it. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the direction you just came from behind. There is no low wall here, only railings, which can't stop bullets at all. The sound of the motorcycle attracted everyone's attention. Almost half of them started looking for windows and wanted to shoot down the two men. Ignoring the previous angle of view, Chu Sheng created an opportunity. Dai Mei, throw grenades at the bungalow that just hit us. Chu Sheng gave Dai Mei instructions. He didn't expect Dai Mei to kill people by throwing grenades. At most, it was to intimidate and scare them, and then let them stay in the house. Dai Mei just picked up several grenades from the box. She had seen the little brother kill people with grenades before, and she was itching to do it. Now, Chu Sheng gave her a chance to solve her needs. Ignoring the happy Dai Mu behind him, Chu Sheng looked around and found the enemy's traces. In the building in front of his left, two people were leaning against the window, revealing two big heads. Facing the heads delivered to his door, Chu Sheng would not refuse. He did not use a sniper rifle like 98K, but directly installed an 8-fold scope on the M4. If he used 98K, the other person would immediately notice after knocking down one person, and then neither of the two heads would be taken. The fully automatic single-point rifle is different. As long as you are fast enough and press the gun hard enough, 3 shots will hit the head and fall to the ground directly, and then immediately switch fire to operate. There is a chance to eat both people. Chu Sheng used this method. Of course, if he had an SKS or 14 Malawang Quatches at this time, the effect would be better. Chapter 123. I have a bold idea. Chu Sheng's full automatic single-point hand speed was extremely fast, and all 3 shots landed on one point, instantly blowing up the opponent's level 2 helmet and knocking him down with a headshot. Because the two people upstairs were shooting at the team that just escaped on a motorcycle, they didn't pay attention to the back at all. After the first person was knocked down by a headshot, the other person didn't notice it at the first time, and was still firing with the M16 with a 4-fold scope. I was shot in the head. The companion shouted, and the man suddenly reacted. However, at this time, Chu Sheng's crosshairs had already been aimed, and before the man squatted down, 3 quick single-point shots flew over almost instantly, and all landed on his head. Suddenly, Chu Sheng's total number of kills reached 8. The people in the building on the left had been eliminated by Chu Sheng, and Dai Lai was also throwing grenades happily. The grenades were like cannons during the Spring Festival, and he threw one from time to time. The key is that Dai Lai was still very jumpy, and after throwing it, he would lean his head to see the fire of the grenade explosion. The two people in the room below were trembling in the room, and the door had even been blown to pieces. They could even see Dai Lai, and they were so angry that they wanted to shoot him. But the grenades did not stop, and the two did not dare to get close to the door. for fear that they would be blown to pieces by a grenade. Chu Sheng did not stop after dealing with the first team, and pulled the muzzle to the right again, because the team on the right couldn't hit the two people who stole the motorcycle. But they heard a burst of dense gunfire, and they all turned their guns around, trying to find a suitable opportunity to steal people, or to find a way to go around and slip away. Chu Sheng looked back and forth and found that there was an extremely tricky position on the upper floor near his left-hand side where he could steal people. After reinstalling the 8-fold scope on the 98K, Chu Sheng found the right position and aimed, and then shot directly in the head and knocked him down. There was another round of exclamation in the live broadcast room, and some people even started to lead the rhythm to suspect that Chu Sheng had opened the lock. But Chu Sheng didn't need to speak. The fans in Shinseki's live broadcast room and Xiaoji's live broadcast room had already taken the initiative to attack. What? This shooting skill is cheating? You probably haven't seen the elder brother-in-law killing 8 people in this smoke bomb. I still remember the scene of the crossbow killing 3 people. Learn about the blind sniper headshot. Just an hour and a half ago. Learn about the bridge blocked by the crop circle. The new fans were confused when they saw these things that they didn't understand at all. What the hell is this? Let's learn about it. However, they still received the tone of "you are so stupid" from the words. After the headshot, Chu Sheng could no longer see the trace of this man. After all, there were many shelters, and he also sneaked a shot from the gap. What a pity. It would be better if we could kill him. This knockdown has no effect except to alert the enemy. Sorry. It can also show the anchor's shooting skills. The live broadcast room was full of lamentations. After all, it was extremely difficult to enter the circle in such a dead end. There were only 45 seconds left before the next poison circle shrank. Chu Sheng was at the farthest end of the poison circle. There were at least 3 teams in front of him, and there was another team behind him. In this case, it was really difficult to rush into the next safe zone. Chu Sheng's knockdown just now was not to find a way to kill, but to delay time by knocking down the opponent. The team behind him was also panicking. If they didn't go out, the poison would spawn soon. If they went out, they would be killed by the grenade first. Anyway, these 2 people were the most anxious and uncomfortable. Chu Sheng ran to Dai Mei and glanced at him. Dai Mei had thrown all the grenades and was lying on the ground. You run downstairs and wait for me downstairs. Dai Mei nodded subconsciously, but immediately reacted and asked, "Aren't you going down?" Chu Sheng glanced at the 2 people who were ready to move again, cut a grenade and threw it down. Hearing the sound of metal collision, the 2 people were immediately scared and shrank back. I have to take care of the 2 people behind me. Otherwise we won't be able to leave later. Dai Mei was also very obedient, although she didn't know why the little brother asked her to go to the first floor. Wouldn't she be beaten to death by the 2 guys in the next room if she went to the door of the first floor? But based on her great trust in Chu Sheng, Dai still did it. Chu Sheng didn't make up for it after throwing a grenade. The sound of Dai Mei's footsteps going downstairs clearly fell into the ears of the 2 people in the bungalow. This team wants to run. The 2 people who had been listening to the sound of grenades for a long time were suddenly furious. They were forced to listen to the grenades for so long. Did they consider their feelings? Just now, they were afraid that someone would respond to the explosion of grenades and sneak over. They both turned up the volume of their headphones and endured 7 or 8 explosions. You are leaving now. Do you take our brother seriously? The 2 immediately switched guns and ran towards the door. Chu Sheng saw a figure flashing by the window from above, and he took out his 98K directly. Seeing Chu Sheng take out the gun, the fans were eager to try it out. Everyone knew that Chu Sheng's 98K was extraordinary. He did more crazy things with the 98K in a day than other anchors, who would rush upstairs with a 98K for no reason. Using a machine gun to block a bridge in a crop circle with a 98K. Using a 98K to shoot a headshot blindly. Chu Sheng did all these things in half a day. And now he took out his 98K again. Everyone smelled the rhythm of trouble. Do you remember the gun technique of falling from the sky? Chu Sheng's words immediately excited all the fans. Chu Sheng was going to start something. The gun technique that dropped from the sky. Is it a long-lost one? 2 consecutive shots in the air? Many people thought of the afternoon when Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were together. A guy wanted to learn the show in the highlights and wanted to jump down from the building to double-shot Xiao Bai. As a result, Chu Sheng reacted first and swept up with a short sword Victor and killed him directly on the ground. But Chu Sheng's hand is not a shotgun now, but a 98K. In the settings of the PUBG game, You can shoot in the air, but because it is scattered, it is difficult to aim. The shotgun can cause range damage due to the special nature of the shotgun. But the 98K does not have a continuous shooting mode. So Chu Sheng can only fire one bullet in the air. This shot has no tolerance for error. And even if it hits a person's body, a shot from the 98K is not fatal at all. Could it be that Chu Sheng wants to? A bold idea rose from everyone's mind. Fuck. Turtle is too good. It's impossible. If I still shoot him in the head in this situation, I will report him back. Even if you are close to his face, it's difficult to shoot him in the head. There is only one chance. And the crosshairs are scattered in the eyes. So it's impossible to aim at all. Chu Sheng glanced at the comments. And they all thought he couldn't do it. But there were also very few comments that supported him. Brother-in-law, please stop using your magic. You're going to be beaten to death tomorrow if you're so reckless. Chapter 124 Gunmanship that came from the sky. Many players began to persuade Chu Sheng. You haven't even warmed up your new account for a day. Do you want the developer to ban it again? Don't waste time. Can't you just keep attacking steadily? However, for Chu Sheng, it would be better to play Landlord instead of waste time in this game. And he also wanted to try some difficult moves. Chu Sheng vaguely discovered a little bit of the magic of this silent system. It seems that after a long period of possession, you can master some of these gun god skills. For example, driving a motorcycle. Chu Sheng can control it well even if he is not in the possession state, and play many amazing and cool tricks. As Dai's footsteps became clearer, the two people in the room leaned over to the window, waiting for Dai to come downstairs and knock him down and take him away. Chu Sheng also saw the two people, but from this position, he could only see their bodies but not their heads. After estimating the distance, Chu Sheng had a rough idea in his mind. Next, please welcome athlete number 10 Chu Sheng to the stage. He will perform a steady gun shot on the 10-meter diving platform for us, with a difficulty coefficient of 9.0. Chu Sheng also said something in a broadcasting tone, which immediately made the viewers in the live broadcast room confused. Chu Sheng did not speed up, but jumped directly onto the railing, took off vertically on the spot, and landed directly. It only takes a little over a second to fall from the third floor to the ground. Chu Sheng needs to accurately and quickly lock the enemy's position within this second, and use experience to judge the timing of the muzzle shooting, because when falling, the crosshairs in the game are rapidly spread. If it is a shotgun or submachine gun, you can correct the trajectory with multiple bullets. But for a bolt sniper like 98K, Chu Sheng only has one chance. Chu Sheng's pupils contracted sharply, and the control of his body reached an unprecedented level at this moment. When Chu Sheng saw the bodies of the two people, even before their heads appeared in front of him, a ball of fire came out of the 98K barrel, and the bullet immediately drew a curved arc like a meteor and fell into the window. All the fans were shocked because they thought the shot was fired too early. But because it was so short, no one was sure what effect the shot would have. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Sheng's health dropped by 1/3 after he fell to the ground. But then a message of headshot knockdown appeared at the bottom of the screen. Fuck. Chu Sheng really got it right. This is fake. Right? He can even hit it? Too scary. If this gun wasn't locked, it would be too scary. Help me. I won't help you if I don't help you. After Chu Sheng knocked down one person, the two people in the room saw Chu Sheng falling from the sky, holding a 98K in his hand, and they were immediately stunned. The other person reacted quickly and immediately aimed a rifle at Chu Sheng and shot. Chu Sheng jumped down from this side without a cover, and was immediately shot twice. When Dai Mei saw Chu Sheng being hit, his cheeks swelled up like an inflated pufferfish. You hit my little brother. Dai Mei rushed out of the first floor holding the S12K and rushed directly into the house. The 8-round S12K. In the first floor room without a door. No one could avoid these 8 shotgun shells. Just like no one could avoid a fart in a closed car. The fully automatic rifle Dai Mei may be able to miss the target with one shot. But even if the shotgun is used, some of the shotgun shells can splash on people. The muzzle explosion sound of the silenced S12K is extremely shocking. After 8 consecutive shots, Chu Sheng jumped to kill one person, and the other person was directly shot into a sieve by Dai Mei. Chu Sheng squatted on the ground and used the medical box to fill up all his blood. At this moment, he didn't have time to lick the box. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei moved over from the left. The two people on the left floor were knocked down by Chu Sheng just now, and they walked smoothly from the back of the house. People in the right-angle house and the distant house area were firing at each other. A team of motorcycle riders had been swept off the car by someone. 2 people turned into boxes, and the motorcycle also fell to the ground with black smoke. Chusheng took a look. If he went around from the back, he might not be able to escape the poison circle at all. And it was still a question whether he could pass smoothly from the crossfire between the 2 sides. Time passed in a flash, and Chusheng had less than 30 seconds left. Kill! Kill! Chusheng was determined to kill, and all those who stood in his way would die. Switching directly to the rifle, Chusheng's first target was the guy at a distance. Chusheng didn't care about the people near him at all, and they would all die as long as they met. On the contrary, the guy at a distance was more annoying, so it was best to pull it out first. Installing the 8-fold scope on the rifle, Chusheng ran directly to the right-angle building. Because the right-angle building is wide, the people upstairs heard someone approaching outside. But at this moment, they could only focus their attention and be careful. If they fight on 2 fronts in a double row, it is easy for both sides to have problems. So they can only take care of one side first, and then deal with the other side if there is any movement coming up later. Chusheng rushed directly to the 2nd floor and saw the bungalow in the distance, with 2 crowded heads. M4 with 8-fold scope, single point and full automatic mode. 3 bullets all fell on 1 point. Extremely terrifying, and knocked one person down in an instant. The other person was immediately startled and asked his companion to come closer to help him up. But his squatting body had already fallen into Chusheng's sight. Although the head could not be seen, this half of the body was enough. The rifle was in full automatic mode, and even single shots were abandoned. 5 shots hit the body and killed it directly. Chusheng's mouse was almost dragged under the table. After killing the 2 people, Chusheng quickly switched back to the holographic and rushed upstairs after reloading. The 2 people who were gunning on the 3rd floor heard a rhythmic gunshot downstairs, and then the high-power scope showed that the people in the other room were directly knocked down, and they gasped immediately. They gunned on the 3rd floor for about 30 seconds, and they were stuck and helpless, just like chickens pecking at each other. As a result, a team that came from downstairs killed the 2 people directly with lightning speed. There was no one holding him at a distance, and Chusheng felt relieved. Without stopping, Chusheng's footsteps came from the iron stairs, and the 2 people on the 3rd floor reacted instantly and pointed their guns at the stairs. Chusheng ran to the 3rd floor, but did not rush out directly, but instead saw the 2 people on each side. Chusheng cut a stun bomb from his backpack and threw it directly into the corridor in front of the 2 people. The stun bomb flashed a violent white light, and at the same time, there was a buzzing sound in his ears. The 2 people fired their rifles randomly, trying to delay for a while. But before the stun bomb effect ended, the screen had already shown a gray frame to continue. Kill 2 more people. Chusheng's kill count has reached a terrifying 13 people. Chusheng's series of 5 kills were completely compressed within 30 seconds, which directly stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room. If it was a close kill, it would be fine. Chusheng's 5 kills were all full of technical content, and there was also a blind sniper operation of jumping off a building. All of this was completed within 30 seconds, which is really terrifying. Chapter 125 MVP Motorcycle. After removing all the people on the left, Chusheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was much easier to fight. He looked at the countdown of the poison circle. There were 5 seconds left before the poison started to spawn. Dai Mei, follow me closely. After Chusheng said that, he cut out the smoke bomb and threw 4 smoke bombs all the way, forming a very long white line on the mountain, and then ran towards the smoking motorcycle in front. It is impossible to enter the circle on foot. The killing effect of this poison circle is amazing. You have to use a first aid kit every 10 steps. Even if you carry 7 or 8 first aid kits, it is difficult to drag your body into the circle. This motorcycle is the hope for Chusheng and Dai Mei to escape. The people stuck in the building on the right saw this series of smoke bombs and immediately cursed in anger. This is too beastly. Such a long string of smoke bombs. There is no way to aim. Who knows where the people are? The 2 people here searched all over their bodies, but only found 1 smoke bomb. How many tricks do you think this is? Gritting their teeth, they threw the smoke bombs on the road they had to pass. The 2 people also wanted to follow Chusheng's smoke bombs and run into the circle. Otherwise, if they were stuck here with the team behind, both teams would die. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei ran in the smoke. And Chu Sheng followed the sound and found the motorcycle whose engine was not turned off. Dai Mei, come here quickly. Chu Sheng lifted up the motorcycle in the smoke. And when Dai Mei sat on the seat, a roaring engine sound came from the smoke. And it drove away directly. The two people running wildly behind heard the sound of the motorcycle. And they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Then, they suddenly remembered that a group of people here wanted to sneak away just now, but were knocked off the motorcycle directly. The poison circle began to shrink, and the rest of the people began to run wildly. The manor was 300 meters away from the wild area below. And at this moment, there were only 9 people left alive. Chu Sheng didn't know the distribution of other people, but he could estimate that the house area in the wild area must have been occupied by someone at this time. But this is no problem for Chu Sheng. With a motorcycle in hand, there is no enemy that he cannot crush to death. Chu Sheng opened the map and took a look. This outdoor housing area is also very interesting. There is a garage on the 3rd floor, a large 2-story apartment, a toilet, and a small bungalow. If you can occupy the position of the garage on the 3rd floor, you will have a great advantage by hitting the low point from the high point. You should know that the layout of this garage is great. When you squat down, your head just doesn't fall. And when you stand up, the edge of the roof will not hinder your shooting. As long as you guard against people who rush into the house or plant mines. It is almost a seamless place. And the safe zone happens to completely surround the entire wild area. If you can occupy a favorable terrain, Chu Sheng can kill anyone. Chu Sheng's motorcycle was extremely fast, and the safe zone was in front of him in just a moment. At this time, the people hiding in the housing area could not help but shoot. And the location was exactly the rooftop of the 3-story garage that Chu Sheng had set his eyes on. The distance of 200 or 300 meters was the most comfortable shooting distance for a 4-fold scope. Dense bullets fell near the motorcycle. Fortunately, the motorcycle was fast enough, but many bullets still fell on the car, making a metallic tremor of clanging. Chu Sheng could already see the 2 people shooting on the 3-story garage. And the road to the garage was completely flat, so even with a motorcycle, he could not show his driving skills. On the contrary, there was a small slope behind the 2-story apartment building, which Chu Sheng could use. There were people in this apartment building, but this side was the back of the apartment building. There was only a small window on the 2nd floor that could hit Chu Sheng. Another way was to open the balcony door on the 2nd floor to see what was happening behind. The sound of the motorcycle approaching quickly naturally attracted the people in the apartment building. But the 2 did not open the door to intercept Chu Sheng. After all, it was difficult to shoot from behind, so it was better to take the opportunity to beat up the 2 guys on the roof of the garage. This side immediately fell into a melee. The poison circle shrank quickly, and Chu Sheng also saw the information of the deaths outside the safe zone in the upper right corner. And 4 IDs floated over one by one. Now there are only 6 people left alive. And it is obvious that the number has been determined. 3 people on the rooftop of the garage, 2 people in the apartment building, and Chu Sheng and Dai Mei. All are full double teams. Chu Sheng drove straight up the slope of the apartment building. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Chu Sheng's route, they knew that Chu Sheng definitely didn't want to take the usual route again. How good would it be to drive straight into the 1st floor of the garage, kill 2 people with a perfect attack, and then use a sniper rifle to kill the 2 people on the opposite side? Isn't this a happy ending? But when everyone thought so, Chu Sheng slapped them in the face. If the 3 flirts of Douyu were so easy to guess, would they still have this name? Chu Sheng had already planned the route. Anyway, this guy was getting more and more addicted to riding a motorcycle. He took off directly from the slope. And with a buzzing sound, Chu Sheng controlled the motorcycle to spin in the air. The guy on the rooftop was shot twice by the apartment building. And he was so scared that he lay on the rooftop and started packing. Now the situation is very clear. There is no Voldemort, no lone wolf, and the 6 survivors have all appeared. There is no scruple. Just roll up your sleeves and do it. Chu Sheng's motorcycle rotated 720 degrees in the air, and then landed steadily on the red roof of the 2nd floor apartment building. The room also heard the banging noises from the rooftop, and they were immediately delighted. This time, someone up there could help them beat the people in the garage opposite, as long as they guarded the 2nd floor. Wouldn't it be a safe bet? They couldn't be hit from the rooftop. If they wanted to rush up the building, they could only jump to the 1st floor or land on the balcony door on the 2nd floor. As long as they guarded the stairs and the balcony door, they could win the game. The two people who were still being suppressed suddenly felt that winning the game was closer than ever before. I'll open the balcony door first to see what's going on. One of the people hiding on the second floor couldn't help but open the balcony door to see what was going on. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei just got off the motorcycle and lay on the roof to recover. Chu Sheng has a habit when driving a motorcycle. That is, he jumps off the motorcycle directly after slowing down and never uses the space bar to stop. From this angle, Chu Sheng can see the crowds of people on the opposite rooftop. After all, although it is a two-story apartment building, the height they are now on is the third floor, almost level with the rooftop. Chu Sheng did not rush to take action. Anyway, he had already reserved these people in advance. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this amazing motorcycle driving skills. If I had this driving skill, which final circle would I not be able to enter? This driving skill is really cool. Worthy of being called one of the three cools of Douyu. Chu Sheng's driving skill is completely life-changing. If it were me, I would have died tragically at the gate of the manor. This game tells us how important it is to have a diploma from Lanxiang Technical School for motorcycle driving. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room were almost certain that Chu Sheng would win the game. With this kind of terrain and this kind of shooting skills, it would be easy to deal with a few rotten fish and shrimp in a few minutes. Chapter 126 Metaphysics Treasure Motorcycle. Before he finished speaking, a message suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. FGA 023, knocked down by a motorcycle. Knocked down by a motorcycle? Chu Sheng reacted immediately and glanced back. Hey, where is my motorcycle? Then Chu Sheng got up and walked to the eaves, and saw that the motorcycle just happened to fall on the second floor balcony, with a person underneath. The funniest thing is that this person was pressed under the motorcycle, and the bug of the character model just happened to be stuck. So there was no way to save him, and he couldn't climb out. Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Dai Mei, Dai Mei, is the Molotov cocktail still on you? Chu Sheng's words made the viewers in the live broadcast room shudder. This is too cruel. The people were stuck in the model. It would be fine if they just gave them a quick death, but they actually used a Molotov cocktail. I have to say that Chu Sheng's motorcycle is different from mine. My own car only thinks about how to crash me to death. But you see that my brother-in-law's motorcycle is always able to do something amazing. This is already a triple kill on the motorcycle in this game. Right? You probably don't know that when Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were playing in the afternoon, the motorcycle directly blew up the team behind them that had touched the airdrop twice. Rosa plus M24. Ah, I can't into you. It's like Chu Sheng has his own bombing zone and punishment circle, which is endiable. Dai Mei took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it directly at the motorcycle below. A raging fire spread, scaring another person on the second floor who was at a loss as to what to do. The durability of the motorcycle was not much to begin with, and with the FFF group's holy fire, the durability of the motorcycle quickly reached the bottom, followed by a violent explosion, and the guy stuck on the balcony turned into a box directly. Dai Mei got another head and was very happy. Now there are only 5 people left. Seeing the calm look of the little brother, it seems that he is sure to win the chicken. The guy who was stuck to death on the balcony is now full of regret. Why did he open the balcony door just now? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the house? What's more infuriating is that the motorcycle didn't fall earlier or later, but fell after he opened the door, knocking him to the ground directly, and stuck in such an awkward position on the balcony door. In short, his death was extremely aggrieved and unfair. Chu Sheng shook his head and laughed. It's really ridiculous. He really can't remember how many people he has killed with the motorcycle today. He cut out the fragmentation grenade directly. The 6 grenades in Chu Sheng's bag were reserved for this time. Bring a bunch of grenades to the finals. An artificial bombing zone. It's much more comfortable than just shooting. Chu Sheng pulled the bolt and threw them at the opposite side, one after another. Especially the second grenade. Chu Sheng consciously poured it into the door to the rooftop. Chu Sheng threw the last grenade directly into the window on the second floor. The 2 guys hiding on the third floor saw one of them being burned to death by a Molotov cocktail for no reason. And they were thinking of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight, waiting for the opponent to be defeated and then take action to end the game. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng's 6 grenades were thrown one after another, and there was no place to hide. Go. 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 Go down quickly. Run downstairs. The 2 panicked instantly. There was no cover on the rooftop. If they were hit by a grenade, they would basically be killed. The two reacted quickly and ran directly to the second floor along the stairs on the rooftop. As they ran down the stairs, a grenade exploded, knocking one person down and crippling another. The last grenade flew directly from the window to the second floor, killing 2 people directly. After 2 kills, Chu Sheng's kill count reached 15 people. Why don't these people understand that you can't occupy the building in the final round? Chu Sheng sighed softly. If these 2 people were hiding on the first floor of the garage or the back of the house, this situation would not have happened. Many players like to go to the house in the center of the circle when they reach the finals, thinking that it is safe to play in the house. But they forget that there will be grenades in the finals. If the house is more complicated, there are places to hide. Whenever you encounter a simple structure like a garage house with no cover, as long as you throw a grenade in, there will be chaos inside. 2 against 1. A very stable group. In the eyes of the fans, Chu Sheng has been very stable in this wave. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei explained. Later, Dai Mei will jump directly from the roof to the burnt and exploded motorcycle, and lower his head to enter the door. Chu Sheng entered the door directly from the other end, and outflanked and killed the man directly. Because Dai Mei's S12K had no ammunition, he simply switched to a fully automatic AKM. After Chu Sheng counted down 3, 2, 1, the two jumped from the roof to the balcony at the same time. Although the motorcycle was stuck for most of the time, it was still possible to jump in as long as you crouched. Chu Sheng also jumped to the balcony that could only accommodate 1 person in the first place, and then opened the door directly. The players hiding inside thought that there would be no one behind because there was a motorcycle blocking the way, so they only defended Chu Sheng's side. As the door opened, Chu Sheng and the last opponent started to fight. At this time, Dai Mei also jumped down, firing wildly with his AKM. Chu Sheng looked at it, and his scalp tingled, because he found that his blood was decreasing rapidly. Dai Mei's bullets did not fall on the enemy, but most of them fell on himself. Chu Sheng hurriedly lay on the ground and continued to chase and shoot, and only then did he kill the last person. When the words "good luck, eat chicken tonight" popped up, Chu Sheng was left with only a thin layer of blood skin. Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air. If his shooting skills were not faster, he might have been knocked down by Dai Mei, and the outcome would be unpredictable. The water friends in the live broadcast room also saw this scene, and obviously they also knew that Dai Mei shot Chu Sheng several times. It seems that Dai can't use a fully automatic rifle. This will either outline the human body or kill teammates. It's too much. I don't think so. Fortunately, she is holding an AKM. If it was an S12K with 8 bursts, I'm afraid the enemy and Chu Sheng would have to kneel down and call her daddy. 23:33 Chu Sheng invite Dai Mei to play again. Chu Sheng finished the battle and just took a breath when he suddenly received an invitation message. He looked at the ID. Dai. Chu Sheng hesitated for a while after looking at Dai Mei's invitation message. It's fun to play with this girl. She doesn't know anything and is silly. Her shooting skills are sometimes effective and sometimes not. But when Chu Sheng thought of Dai Mei asking her to change the bandage to the first aid kit and the red dot to the 4-fold scope, he was terrified. How should he play next? Seeing Chu Sheng's tangled face, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all angry. Fuck. A girl took the initiative to invite me. Are you still a man? The girl didn't despise you. A shameless guy. But you despised our Dai Mei. Does this unknown anchor have any shame? Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage and asked, whose live broadcast room are you all from? Whose live broadcast did you come to watch? Finally, he clicked to accept the invitation. At this time, more than 20 people had gathered in Juefeng's YY and were in the game at the same time. As long as Chu Sheng and Dai Mei started matching games, they would click at the same time, ready to snipe Chu Sheng and protect Dai Mei. Chapter 127 I am a fool in society. I am ruthless and talkative. Because it was the team of the fool group. Then I saw that fool clicked to search for games. Because there is a certain delay between the live broadcast and the real game time. When Juefeng saw Chu Sheng's screen enter the black PUBG interface, he immediately commanded in YY, quick, search for games. More than 20 people paired up in pairs, and more than a dozen teams all started searching for games. Let me know if any one of you matches with Chu Sheng later. Juefeng was also very excited. In the past, this group of people had sniped little pigeons a lot, But they just raised the little pigeons like pigs. After seeing her, they threw all kinds of guns and supplies to her. There are even people who specialize in picking up airdrops. When they land, they first look for motorcycles, and then do nothing but wander around in the safe zone. When they see airdrops, they grab them as soon as they see them. And when they grab them, they rush to die in front of the little pigeons. But that's the treatment of the little pigeons. As for Chu Sheng, the three flirts of Douyu, sorry. All they have to do is blow up all motorcycle tires and steal all boats. Juefeng watched Chu Sheng play games for an afternoon. And he can also make a small summary. Chu Sheng must have landed in the Heaven's Punishment Circle. Anyway, all the surrounding transportation tools were cleared. So Chu Sheng could only run. Especially motorcycles and boats. These two are very important. Give Chu Sheng a motorcycle. He can even kill people. It's so terrifying. Of course, Juefeng also joined the sniper army in person. How could he be missing at such an important moment? Chu Sheng and Dai Mei entered the quality square, so they could talk on the microphone. Dai Mei's voice sounded again. Little brother, come to YY2320937323 quickly. The voice in the game is not convenient. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Hey, this YY number is a bit familiar. Isn't this the number that sells movies? Chu Sheng joined in with doubts. And it turned out to be a YY room. It's just the title. I am stupid in society. I am ruthless and talkative. Chu Sheng thought for a while. Then turned off the game voice, and turned on YY voice. You haven't played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But there is YY. Especially when Chu Sheng took a look at the layout of this YY. What is the first room for eating chicken? The second room, for eating chicken. Doesn't this look like he has never played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Chu Sheng suddenly understood something. This is not your first time playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, right? After Chu Sheng asked. Damiai smiled playfully, and simply admitted generously, it's not the first time. But my shooting skills are really good. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. This reversal came too fast. They thought that the innocent, kind and cute Dai Mei was not playing PUBG for the first time. So the combination of 5 bandages into a first aid kit, and the red dot into a quadruple scope was all fake. Chu Sheng was relieved when he heard this. It's okay if he is not a Dai 2 goose who has never played before. You acted for the whole game and didn't expose me. It's hard for you. Chu Sheng smiled. When he thought about how he had just made up such a stupid combination, he could imagine the scene of Dai Mei trying his best to restrain his smile and accompany Chu Sheng to play a trick. But you are really amazing. Brother, you can help me win the game even in this way. Dai Mei's voice became more natural. But she still exuded youthful vitality. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. They thought Chu Sheng was already a showman, with his synthesis and decomposition, flashing on the spot to reset his normal attack, and his endless nonsense. They suddenly found out that Dai Mei was the real boss behind the scenes. They were so worried just now. They didn't expect that this girl was not playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for the first time. It turned out that she had fooled Chu Sheng and them just now. What a joke. Are you the anchor? Just when the viewers in the live broadcast room were still digesting Dai Mei's acting skills, Chu Sheng asked again. Because if a normal person meets a guy like Chu Sheng who talks nonsense like crazy, he will definitely reveal the secret in the end, which will surprise Chu Sheng. But Dai Mei maintained her newbie setting throughout the whole process, and even followed Chu Sheng's rhythm, so that Chu Sheng's weird setting did not collapse throughout the game, which can be said to be painstaking. So in Chu Sheng's view, Dai Mei is either a live broadcaster. After all, this YY can now explain some problems, or Dai Mei is a drama queen. YY fell into silence. And after a while Dai Mei was surprised and said, You? How did you know? Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. It really is a live broadcaster. Then this is interesting. After turning off the YY voice, Chu Sheng asked in the live broadcast room, Are you interested in checking the room with me? After all, this is the first time I have checked the room since I started broadcasting? When they heard that Dai Mei was actually for the female anchor, all the wolf friends, no, water friends, all had their eyes lit up. For a female anchor, this round of room checking is very necessary. After all, this is Chu Sheng's first time checking the room, so there must be a show. Chu Sheng raised a smile of you all know at the corner of his mouth, and then asked, How many live broadcast rooms do you have? I'll go over and take a look. Dai Mei hesitated for a moment and said, "No. I'm just a little-known anchor. It's embarrassing." Chushan didn't think so. Dai Mei cooperated well with her. Just this human body outlining gun technique was enough to stand out from many game anchors. No. With your P18C and AKM gun technique, many anchors are far inferior to you. Chushan suppressed his smile and praised Dai Mei. How could Dai Mei not hear that Chushan was beating around the bush to say that her gun technique was bad? But it seemed to be true. You still have the nerve to say that it was S12K who bravely saved you in Y City. Haha. Man. Dai Mei also showed his own highlight moment to slap people in the face. To be honest, S12K shot people directly into the wall with 8 consecutive shots from a distance of 20 meters. Many anchors are really far inferior to this set of operations. Chushan was so upset that he couldn't help but tell the truth. Is it easy for me? I only have a 2x scope. Which is already a lie. You gave me 2 red dots and asked me to combine it with a 4x scope. Where can I find a 4x scope for you? I saw the person on the puzzle floor a long time ago. He just wanted to die early, so that he wouldn't be exposed. Do you understand? The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing so hard that they fell backwards. The two of them started to reveal the truth, which was full of jokes. Only then did the viewers know that Chushan did that on purpose. But think about it. If you don't have a 4x scope, you have to make one. Otherwise, all the tricks will be exposed. It's really desperate. So, you want to die by running out of the bombing zone? Dai Mei instantly got to the point. Wow. This guy is really a jerk. He wants to kill himself when he can't continue the show? This is really a bitch. However, Dai Mei was also laughing like crazy. She is a small and unknown anchor on the 28th line. When she broadcasts live, there are only 100 or 200 viewers. However, the atmosphere of the game broadcast just now was really good. So after the end, the fans strongly asked Dai Mei to bring the previous master to play together. Chapter 128. Sorry. I'm fully equipped. This master is really awesome. Funny and skilled. If she could add him as a friend, she can often play with him in a double row, which will also help her live broadcast. Besides, how can a girl not like such a funny master? Your doubts are very accurate. I refuse to answer. After being analyzed by Dai Mei, Chushan's little thoughts were exposed. While the two were talking, the 60 seconds countdown of the quality square had passed, and everyone got on the plane to start a new journey. This route, seems familiar. Directly from the airport island to S City, in the northernmost part of the map. As soon as the route was given, Chushan marked a point in S City without saying a word. This was the place where he, Shugo Wanjun, was king and dominated. Coming to S City was like going home. Why don't you jump to the airport if you have such a strong shooting skill? Let's kill through the airport. Dai Mei was full of killing intent. After all, with such a master by his side, he had to go to the airport where people usually died as soon as they landed. However, Chushan had never been interested in the airport. After all, the battle at the airport was so fierce. If he landed without a gun, what would happen? Chushan was unmoved by Dai Mei's request, and even wanted to laugh. This outline shooting skill went to the airport. Was he going to give everyone a human outline masterpiece? Then Chushan suddenly realized that he was almost bypassed by this girl. Check the room. Wow. You don't even call me little brother now. Just you? And send me the room number. It's my first time on TV. I want to go and see it. Dai Mei couldn't resist Chushan, and subconsciously adjusted his hair and clothes. And then said timidly, let me make it clear first. Don't laugh at me. When men do bad things, their IQ and EQ are very high. Just like when women catch cheating, their IQ is off the charts. Chushan's eyes turned and he said hurriedly, how is it possible? I can tell from her voice that she is a cute girl with beauty and wisdom. What girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? Dai Mei's heart was moved when she heard this. But she said shyly, my YY number is my room number. I am live streaming on Bamboo TV. Chushan followed the map and found it. When he opened the live streaming room, he really saw a pure and lovely girl, with a pair of big eyes blinking as if glowing, and a cat ear flashing blue light on her head. In terms of appearance alone, Dai Mei is not inferior to Su Xiaomu. By Xuanlu and Shinsiki, the four of them can be said to have different temperaments and merits. However, live streaming is not about being good looking to become popular. If you don't have one or two unique skills or talents, It is quite difficult to gain a foothold in the live streaming industry where the old and the new are changing rapidly. Chu Sheng entered the live broadcast room and took a look. He couldn't help but say, "Very good. What's there to laugh at?" Hearing that Chu Sheng didn't mind at all, Dai Mei breathed a sigh of relief. But after a while, a series of messages in the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng's army came to check the room. Suddenly filled the live broadcast room. When had the few small fish and shrimps in Dai Mei's live broadcast room ever seen such a battle? The live broadcast room, with a few hundred people, was suddenly pushed to more than 20,000 people. Dai Mei was stunned and completely confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Looking at Dai Mei's bewildered look, Chu Sheng felt satisfied immediately. The anger from being cheated from the beginning to the end in the last game was completely eliminated. Dai Mei slowly came back to her senses. "Isn't Chu Sheng Chu Shen?" This standard room-checking tone made Dai Mei call out instantly. "Chu Sheng, are you also a live streamer?" Although Dai Mei is a small live streamer of Bamboo TV, she still knows about live streaming. She has never heard of a powerful PUBG live streamer named Chu Sheng. But looking at the popularity and comments that are still skyrocketing, there is actually a momentum of a first-line live streamer checking in. Chu Sheng did not shy away from it. After all, the game he just played was his first live broadcast. He said frankly, "Yeah, the game just now was my first live broadcast. Fortunately, I didn't mess it up." Live broadcast debut? So many people? Dai Mei looked at the popularity that had skyrocketed to more than 100,000 and couldn't believe it. Is this a possible result for a new live broadcaster? Just as Dai Mei was about to say something, the plane had already flown to the northernmost end of the route and threw two people directly out of the cabin. Chu Sheng glanced around. One team flew directly to the shooting range on the left, and another team flew directly to Guangmingding on the right. There was only one team in the entire S city. This wave was a bit comfortable. Dai Mei controlled the game character to fly towards the church, but his mind was full of what Chu Sheng had said before. After a moment, he couldn't help but scolded, "You are definitely not a new anchor. How can a new anchor have such high popularity?" Chu Sheng has landed. Anyway, he has left a psychological shadow on the church. He doesn't plan to land here in this life. Instead, he goes to the restaurant to start searching. Do I need to tell you such a clumsy lie? I'll tell you after this game. Chu Sheng flipped into the restaurant, and his eyes lit up immediately, landing on the third-level bag. This foreshadowing is a bit deep. Then he took 2 steps. A first aid kit and 10 bandages. So happy. Dai Mei heard Chu Sheng's words and pouted his mouth a little unhappy. What is such a clumsy lie? Didn't you use extremely clumsy synthesis and decomposition skills to cheat my first aid kit last time? Dai Mei's reply left Chu Sheng speechless. This, it seems, is indeed the case. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. It was interesting to see these two people live broadcasting together. Don't pay attention to these details. Just search for things. Chu Sheng pushed open the back door of the restaurant kitchen and found another P92 pistol inside. Chu Sheng's face was very exciting. This third-level bag, which was both a first aid kit and a pistol, must have been a normal wave of luck. The live broadcast room barrage was also very exciting. Many people even suspected that Chu Sheng's luck had returned and suppressed his bad luck. This is so unscientific. This guy actually picked up a gun when he landed. Where is the unlucky anchor? You liar. Unfollow me. Wow. This wave is really uncomfortable. He landed with a P92. Chu Sheng's luck is explosive. Right? Some bored netizens saw the content of the barrage and frowned slightly. These people are too unsophisticated. Right? Others landed in a room and found a level 3 suit and a fully equipped rifle. They dared to say that they were lucky. You, the anchor, found a P92 and dared to say that you were lucky. Oh, so you are lucky? New here? Take a look at the title. Click to follow, and you will understand after watching 2 guns. The netizens were too lazy to say anything. After all, they have seen many lucky anchors. But this is the first time they have seen an unlucky anchor who is so miserable and still shows off. Chu Sheng searched the restaurant kitchen and then went into a small room next to it. The pistol quick expanding magazine, pistol silencer, and red dot sight were quietly placed on the ground. All of them were happily installed on the P92. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "Sorry. I'll have a look at the full configuration when I land." Chapter 129. Don't look. There's no rifle. The P92 has average damage among pistols. Its only advantage is the 20-round ammunition after expansion, and the 9mm bullets that can be found everywhere. After searching a restaurant, Chusheng already has a level 3 bag, a bandage and a first aid kit, and a fully equipped P92. He is so arrogant. I've said that this level 3 bag on the ground has a foreshadowing. Chusheng came out of the restaurant and went straight to the room next to him. He is so arrogant now. The pistol is already fully equipped. Do you think the rifle is far away? Is the sniper rifle far away? In YY, the Zhuifeng team that was sniping Chusheng. But none of them more than 20 people matched up with Chusheng, which was really annoying. Although there was no hope of causing trouble in the game this time, Zhuifeng could go to Daimei's live broadcast room to lead the rhythm. After all, Zhuifeng, who has been focusing on leading the rhythm for 100 years, would not live without committing suicide or going crazy. There are many live broadcast TVs, and many anchors supported by Water Friends are not on the same platform. So many Water Friends have accounts on various live broadcast platforms. Zhuifeng followed the live broadcast room that Daimei mentioned just now and immediately started to lead the rhythm of Chusheng. Miss, Chusheng is a guy with bad luck. Don't play chicken with him. Landing in the punishment circle. There is a bombing zone. Learn about it. Daimei glanced at the bullet screen and muttered to himself, is it so mysterious? Thinking of the last game. The two people's equipment at the beginning was not very bad. They had 8-fold scopes, 98K and so on. It's just the punishment circle and bombing zone. Chusheng searched up and down the stairs and found a first aid kit and several bottles of energy drinks. But he didn't find a gun. Then the 3 apartment buildings in front of him were turned upside down. Except for the first level war god suit and medical supplies. There was not even a crossbow. Shouldn't. Chusheng was a little discouraged. What about the promised luck? Daimei, did you find anything over there? Chusheng asked curiously. The last one was the 98K found by Daimei, with an 8x scope. Maybe she was lucky. But Daimei paused and replied, what is a gun? Zhuifeng was in Daimei's live broadcast room and burst out laughing. 4 or 5 houses across the street have been searched, but no guns have been found. As for medical supplies, there is now a medical box for first aid kits and some energy drinks and bandages. As for weapons, does a frying pan count? Chusheng's face fell immediately. This guy was still pretending to be stupid. Wow, you are so naughty now. The last game is over, and you are still acting? Daimei's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked pitiful. How do I know that there is not even a small pistol in S City? There is a guy named Zhuifeng here, who keeps saying that you are the one who brought bad luck. Now I believe it. Chusheng immediately looked serious and emphasized, what nonsense are you talking about? Weapon refreshes are controlled by the game mechanism of the developer, and human intervention is not allowed. As a host, don't talk nonsense. 2333 brother-in-law was poked in the sore spot, and he is panicking at the moment. I, Chusheng, am unlucky because of my strength. Why do I question the developer's mechanism? Don't look at it. There is no rifle. No. I must tell Daimei the truth and expose Chusheng's unknown true face. Hey, you guys, stop being so naughty. If you take the lady away, where will you go to see her? It's okay. Xiaojizi, Xiaobai, Chen Mama. Pick whatever you want. Chusheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He just boasted about it. Is he going to be slapped in the face immediately? He just boasted about a fully equipped P92. But why did he mess up the system with these random guns? This fully equipped P92 is not even as good as giving Chusheng a crossbow. After all, Chusheng's ancestral crossbow skills can still be effective without the possession of the gun god. More and more fans came to Shuzi TV's Daimei's live broadcast room to expose Chusheng's evil true face. Daimei naturally saw these messages. But fans just like to stir up trouble. And the more they exaggerate, the more mysterious they are. After the two searched for a while, the safe zone was also refreshed. If nothing unexpected happens, this circle should be the airport circle. When Daimei saw the safe zone, his face had an indescribable expression. It has a circle of punishment. This may be true. As for the bombing zone, I'm afraid it's just a joke from fans. But Daimei hadn't finished talking in his heart. And suddenly the whole S City was completely wrapped by the red bombing zone. Since Chusheng landed in S City, the first thing he did was to find a gun. And the second thing was to find oil. After all, he was the man who knew where the safe zone was before the developers. Forget about the car. Just drive the boat. Maybe you can get an airdrop if you are lucky? Dai Mei found a room to hide in. After a while, with a thunder in the sky, he asked timidly, "Brother, you are poisonous." All the fans in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room laughed like pigs. Their painstaking efforts were finally paid off. Dai Mei finally found the abnormality of the game. Chu Sheng's old face suddenly blushed. After all, it is not something worth showing off to let people know that he is the son of God's punishment in the game. Ahem. Wouldn't it be better to show my skill if I win the game this way? That's true. But it feels weird. Chu Sheng is not going to let this group of troublemakers go. Come on. Let's open the game. Let's guess if I can win the game with my girlfriend. The best way to trick this group of friends is to use a betting game to get all their fish balls. Chu Sheng directly set up a betting game. Of course, if it was a simple win or lose game, it would be too boring. Chu Sheng opened 3 betting games in a row. The first betting game. Can I get 10 kills? The second betting game. Can I win the game? The third guess. Can Dai Mei get 3 kills? When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this guess, they immediately frowned. This guess has something to it. It is not difficult for Chu Sheng to get 10 kills. It seems that he has got 10 kills in all the games since noon except the first one. Right? Whether he can win the game is even more mysterious. It seems that after playing for an entire afternoon, he only got a chicken, but can Dai Mei get 3 kills? Wow. No one dares to make a move in this game. Think about Dai Mei's 15-shot fully automatic accurate human body outline close to the face. And then think about Dai Mei's 20-meter S12K 8-shot spray all hits. The mysterious level of this shooting technique seems to be even higher than Chu Sheng's. The betting was posted directly, and Chu Sheng continued to search in S City. He didn't believe that in such a big S city, he couldn't find even a submachine gun or rifle. These 3 bettings. I still don't believe that you guys won't take the bait. Xu Weifeng, Hai Wang, Wu Shen. These guys are all ready to make a move, and are weighing the pros and cons. At this time, a netizen named QAQZZZZ directly invested 1 million fish balls in each of the 3 bettings. And all bets cannot be made. Spend a lot of money. Chapter 130. I just want to ask you if you are panicking. 3 million fish balls immediately stunned the crowd. This person's idea is unfamiliar. He is not a big fan of Xia Jizi or Chen Mama. When they saw that a rich man voted for no, some fans bet on no without saying a word. Xu Weifeng, Wu Shen and Hai Wang discussed it in YY and all followed suit and bet on no. After all, there is such an unknown rich man to explore the way. They have to follow. Right? This is a complete airport circle. The edge of the safe zone is at the seaside farm. If you drive fast into the circle, there is no problem. But the problem is here. There is no way there will be a car within a kilometer radius of Chu Sheng. If you drive a boat, this wave is a bit exciting. There are no enemies on the road. It may be difficult to get 10 kills. As for the chicken, several people gritted their teeth and couldn't do it. After all, they had won so many chickens, so they should lose once. Right? Anyway, this guessing game made by Chu Sheng really made many people grit their teeth. Chu Sheng didn't deliberately dodge the bombing area. Anyway, there were many houses in the east of S City where he was. He could just turn over and hide in the house. There was no need to deliberately avoid it. Chu Sheng didn't believe it today. At the very least, you still have to give me an Uzi. Right? Chu Sheng searched 4 or 5 houses in the bombing area. Even if there were guns, they were all pistols, either 9mm or .45 caliber. There were a lot of pistols and medical supplies, but there were no submachine guns or rifles. Chu Sheng now had more than 200 rounds of 9mm bullets in his backpack. Can you believe that he didn't find a submachine gun? The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost laughing. Chu Sheng searched half of S City, but he didn't find a submachine gun or rifle. It's time for you to show off. Sorry. I have a full set of pistols. Sorry. I only have a full set of pistols. Bad luck may be late, but it will never be absent. Hey, what did the uncountable anchor say after landing? Don't say it. The opposite Dai Mei is almost crying. After searching, he was full of medical supplies and a full set of small pistols. The Chu Sheng Bad Luck Association said it was responsible for this matter. Dai Mei was about to cry. Although she was not a veteran player of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, She had played 40 or 50 hours. And she had never been to such a poor city as. A submachine gun would be fine. What's the big deal about a fully equipped small pistol? Although there were no guns in S City, there were still a lot of medical supplies. Except for a few bullets and projectiles. The rest of the backpack was almost filled with medical supplies. After searching both sides, the two of them informed each other. And their faces suddenly looked surprisingly the same. This is really a ghost. Is it possible that we have come to a fake S City? Chu was so angry that his teeth ached. It was fine that he had bad luck and couldn't find anything. But how come he didn't find anything at Daime's place either? Where were the promised 8x scope and 98k? I didn't believe what the fans said before. But now I really believe it. It's not Daime's fault that he doesn't believe it. No one would believe that a submachine gun couldn't be found in S City. If there wasn't something inside? How could this happen? Now there's only a small pistol. How can I shoot it? Daime was full of worry. It was really unlucky to play a game like this. If there was a submachine gun, he could beat the landlords and turn the tables. Now there are only 2 small pistols. What can I use to fight against others? The attack range of the pistol is only more than 50 meters. If it is farther, the damage will be low. Considering factors such as bullet drop, it is really difficult to continue. It is also very difficult to sneak into the enemy within 50 meters. At least the enemy will not give you this opportunity after seeing you. What should I do now? Chu Sheng glanced at the safe zone. There is still 1 minute before the poison circle will be refreshed. Now he goes to the shooting range. There is not enough time to go back and forth. Secondly, 2 small pistols rush over. I am afraid that they will deliver a wave of perfect express delivery. At the beginning, I was busy picking up girls. Chu Sheng's current 23 points of complaints are all from Daime. When the parachute opened just now, Chu Sheng saw a speedboat and a motorboat parked on the top of S City. After searching around just now, he carried 2 barrels of oil on his back. So there was no problem all the way to the airport island. Let's go. Let's go. We have so many medicines on us. We must not let the enemy get away with them. Daime thought about it and agreed. Even if she couldn't kill anyone, she couldn't be killed by others. She now had 4 medical kits, 9 first aid kits, 10 bottles of energy drinks, 5 bottles of painkillers, and 30 bandages. This can no longer be described as a medical kit. It's completely a walking ambulance. These medical supplies are enough to feed a team of 4 people on the verge of death. This is just Daime. Chu Sheng has as much medical supplies as Daime. Chu Sheng really suspects that he has not come to a city, but to the hospital. Being so fat, he doesn't even have the courage to self-detonate. At worst, if he can survive to the finals, he can still fight for a wave of medicine. Right? But Chu Sheng only thinks about this. If he says it out loud, he will be ridiculed by the fans. Surviving to the finals with a small pistol is probably just a dream. Even if I die in the sea, I can't help the enemy. Daime's mentality quickly changed. Although this gun is not powerful, it has enough healing. With so many medical supplies, who can say she is this heavyweight? She has it all. Chu Sheng and Daime hit it off and ran towards the beach. Chu Sheng first sprinted the motorboat directly to the shore. He only needed a speedboat. There was no vehicle along the shooting range from S City to Guangmingding. Leaving this motorboat behind was completely an act of aiding the enemy. How could Chu Sheng make such a mistake? Wow. This is too cruel. Even the motorboat was not spared. This is the player I am most afraid of when playing games. Can you imagine the scene of all the tires being blown off on a 2 or 3 kilometer road? It is simply despairing. To be honest, there won't be any problem for Chu Sheng and Daime to enter the circle this time. It's just that the 10 kills are a bit risky. Pirate King Chu Sheng is online again. Just drive the boat to the back of the airport island. You won't encounter any enemies at all. But there's no place for them to search. This set of equipment will probably be a delivery if it enters the finals. Chu Sheng and Daime have already boarded the speedboat. Facing the speedboat with only 1 tank of oil, Chu Sheng added a barrel of oil without saying a word. Looking at the sarcasm of the water friends in the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng immediately became unconvinced. Do I need to search for any guns? Search for a crossbow for me. I'll kill them all in the finals. Chu Sheng's murderous words immediately made all the people who followed the trend and bet slightly tense. As if it was really like this. If the eldest brother-in-law took out a crossbow, maybe he could really kill a lot of people. Chapter 131. Are you trying to kill me? Hold on. We can win. Juefeng saw that many people were showing fear, and hurried to comfort them. Chusheng has already won so many games. It would be unreasonable if he won this one again. Also, in this wave of the ultimate punishment circle, although Chusheng can now go ashore 100%, there are not many points for them to search after going ashore. So there is a high probability that he will participate in the next battle with 2 small pistols. Although Chusheng's gun skills are as good as a god, a weapon like a pistol with a short range and low damage is too useless in the wild on the island. Except when there is no gun at the beginning or a fight in the house area. And it is even worse than a crossbow. If you want to win the game with this kind of equipment, it is really more difficult than the shotgun and crossbow. When the poison circle began to shrink, Chusheng and Dai Mei had already sailed to the K-Town bend on the upper right side of the map. At this speed, the first circle can be entered without any damage. The speedboat accelerated all the way. When it passed K-Town and reached the beach, the first barrel of oil was exhausted. Chusheng took out the second barrel of oil and added it. Chusheng did not accelerate at all along the way, because if he accelerated at this distance, it would be difficult to reach the wild area below the airport island. Taking advantage of this time, Dai Mei kept asking Chusheng for the room number of the live broadcast room. Chusheng was originally going to finish the game before talking, but Juefeng ran over and brushed Dai Mei all over. Dai Mei looked at Chusheng's live broadcast room number. Hey, why does this number 2320937323 look so familiar? Isn't this the room number of her live broadcast room? This Juefeng. I'm afraid he is stirring up trouble again. Dai Mei asked curiously. This Juefeng is your friend, right? This guy really likes to stir up trouble. I asked you about your live broadcast room number, and he kept brushing my number. Chusheng tried to hold back his smile. He just found out that his live broadcast room number is the same as Dai Mei's. But they belong to different live broadcast platforms, so there will be no conflict. Yeah. This guy has nothing to do all day and just stirs up trouble. You don't have to pay attention to him. Chusheng's words were naturally broadcast live, and the fans laughed like pigs when they heard this. I am Juefeng in society. Ugly but talkative. Come on. I will kill a dog to manage Juefeng today for everyone to taste. Juefeng was so angry that his face turned into a pig color. Wow. This Dai Mei is really stupid. He was regarded as a troublemaker for speaking the truth. Awesome. Society. Hey. But didn't you notice that it seems that Chusheng's live broadcast room number is the same as Dai Mei's? No need to seem like. I looked back and forth 3 times. It's really the same. This luck is too good. Double row randomly matched with Dai Mei. And it turned out that both of them are anchors. Even the room number is the same. I really want to know the wonderful expression of Dai Mei when he finds out later. After confirming the eye contact, I met the right person. Maybe this is called monkey shit. The fans were all gnashing their teeth. You said Chusheng was worse than anyone else in the game. But why was he a winner in life in real life? He has an invincible, cute, and beautiful sister at home. He flirted with the Doyu's top sister Chen Mama. And even Xiaobai was completely arrogant and immersed in his cooking skills. The teammate he met in a random double row was the cute and beautiful A-boy Dai Mei. Even the room number of the live broadcast room was exactly the same. What the hell? Hey. I understand. The winners in real life feel that everything is too smooth, so they enjoy the pleasure of being abused by bad luck in the game. What is this called? This is called experiencing life. The speedboat sped across the sea, and Chusheng drove towards the safe zone. He did not see a single speedboat along the way at El Port and the beach of the nuclear power plant. Either someone had already entered the circle by boat, or no vehicle had been spawned at all. After all, this circle was 100% certain to be an island circle, and entering the circle 1 second earlier meant safety. If he was then blocked by the people blocking the bridge and could not enter the safe zone at the other end, it would be very uncomfortable. Chusheng did not rush into the island immediately, but stopped after entering the safe zone. After an afternoon of training, Chusheng could already turn the disadvantage of carrying his own heavenly punishment circle into a certain advantage. Because of the randomness of the safe zone, the battle situation is very random. But this randomness has no effect on Chusheng. Chusheng has even learned how to control the circle and greatly transform this disadvantage into an advantage. Chusheng is in the southeast corner of the safe zone. As a being with the attribute of divine punishment, the safe zone will definitely be refreshed in the southwest corner of the safe zone, which is the lower left half of the island. The safe zone is refreshed here, and Chusheng can land from the southernmost beach of the airport island according to the original plan. and then follow the cliffs along the coast to the safe zone. The cliffs are easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are many gullies. If the ambush is successful, the small pistol may not be unable to achieve extraordinary results. Looking at the entire airport island, only the lower left corner has steep rocks and mountains. The safe zone is in other parts except the lower left corner. It is quite difficult for Chu Sheng to land on the island and find a suitable shelter. Hide behind the reef standing on the sea to ensure that no one from any angle can hit them. And then wait for the poison circle to shrink and a new safe zone to appear. Dai Mei was very puzzled and didn't understand why he didn't land on the beach earlier, but instead stayed on the sea. However, since Chu Sheng is a master, he naturally has his own purpose. Taking advantage of this leisure opportunity, Dai Mei asked Chu Sheng about the live broadcast. Now you can tell me about your live broadcast room. Right? Chu Sheng raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, Dai Mei, do you believe in fate? Dai Mei was stunned at first. He didn't know what tricks Chu Sheng was playing. I asked you about your live broadcast room, and you actually talked about fate with me. Is there a conspiracy? I don't believe it. Dai Mei's tone was very decisive. If she said it was Chu Sheng, he would definitely say something naughty again. So she simply didn't give him the opportunity to say something naughty. However, Chu Sheng didn't show any abnormality, and the countdown for the naughty talk had already started. If you didn't believe it before, you have to believe it today. Try entering your room number in Douyu TV. Dai Mei's nose was almost crooked after hearing this, and she was so angry about A that she was about to become A+. Is this guy teasing her? She was live streaming on Bamboo TV, and she went to Douyu to enter her room number. So of course, although Dai Mei was very angry, she still followed Chu Sheng's instructions and went to the Douyu TV website and added her room number. She kept muttering, brother, are you going to kill me? Chu Sheng almost spit out blood when he heard this. Sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How can I tease you? After Dai Mei entered the URL, she hit enter casually, and the web page jumped to a live broadcast room. Chapter 132, A Wonderful Fate. All the viewers in the live broadcast room looked at Chu Sheng, who was full of dirty talk. In astonishment, is this still the harmless brother-in-law? What Dai Mei said made them laugh even more. He even said play me to death. This was quite meaningful. After Dai Mei pressed enter, she was really bounced into a live broadcast room. The live broadcast room in the PlayerUnknown's Battleground section was named Douyu's #1 Unlucky Broadcaster. Then the anchor's name was the follower of the genius beautiful girl Xiao Guzi. Douyu Xiao Guzi. As long as you are a live broadcaster on the platform, you will basically hear a name that is well known. She is one of the 3 major female anchors of Douyu. And even in the entire live broadcast platform, she can be ranked in the top 5. Many female anchors take Chen Mama and Xiao Guzi as their goals. When he suddenly saw the name of this anchor, Dai Mei felt that this guy was making trouble. Looking at the game screen again. Huh? A speedboat was parked on the sea, and there was a huge reef protruding next to it. Looking at the ID in the lower left corner. Isn't this her game ID? Dai Mei is at least a woman with a king bomb to A. As the saying goes, big breasts have no brains. And the wisdom of A is not something that ordinary people can understand. At this time, how could Dai Mei not understand that this was Chu Sheng's live broadcast room? But immediately, Dai Mei looked at the room number of the live broadcast room and felt unreal. Chu Sheng also waved his hand in the lower right corner of the game and said with a smile, welcome Dai Mei to check the room. Ah! Wait! Dai Mei felt that her brain was not enough at this moment. The room number she entered in this live broadcast room was her own. Right? This is Douyu TV. Right? How come the link automatically jumped to Chu Sheng? Dai Mei lowered her head and thought about it carefully. And then she reacted immediately. The water friends in the live broadcast room also warmly welcomed Dai Mei to check the room. Although Chu Sheng could not see Dai Mei's surprised expression at this moment. He must have been scared for not speaking for so long. As the poison circle shrank to the end, a new safe zone also appeared randomly. And the location was exactly where Chu Sheng had thought of in advance. The middle left half of the airport island. Chu Sheng drove the speedboat to the southern beach of the airport without saying anything. Dai Mei slowly recovered. Her previous answer had the factor of discrediting Chu Sheng. After all, fate is a mysterious thing. You can't say you believe it completely, but you can't not believe it either. But this time, thinking carefully, she and Chu Sheng were randomly matched together in the game. As a result, Both of them were anchors on different live broadcast platforms. But even the room numbers of the live broadcast rooms were exactly the same. These countless coincidences piled up together, and it was no longer a simple fate that could explain it. Isn't this game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Why do I feel like my brother-in-law has completed a Jedi blind date? PUBG, the largest multi-person dating platform for people of the opposite sex on the internet. Jedi Nikki, the largest shopping mall on the internet. Jedi Skydiving, the most realistic skydiving simulator in the world. Jedi Cemetery, the largest crematorium in the world, where you can place all your belongings and ashes in a small wooden box after death. Jedi Driving School, the most professional test center for Subject 3 in the world. Jedi Drug Rehabilitation Center, the most reliable drug rehabilitation center in the world. The netizens brought another wave of rhythm. Daimei had not recovered from the shock. It was a rare fate to meet someone in the vast sea of people and the vast network. But now the situation made Daimei feel as if two people who had never met before had formed some ties through a game. Daimei stared at Chuxing's face in the live broadcast room for a while. Nothing special. He is not a handsome guy who makes people exclaim at once. His facial features are just ordinary. But he has a temperament that makes people look clean and refreshing at first glance. Just this point is enough to add a lot of points. Oh! It's annoying. Don't stare at me like that. Chuxing raised his hand into an orchid finger. His eyes curved and a pair of smiling eyes were very weird. Ahem. Okay. Excuse me for interrupting. Chuxing's behavior successfully earned him 10 points of Tuso value. But the awkward atmosphere caused by a series of coincidences also disappeared. The fans in Daimei and Chuxing's live broadcast rooms were talking about this fate. Two guys with the same live broadcast room number actually got together in a double row. Why is your live broadcast room so popular? Daimei looked at the popularity and subscriptions of Chuxing's live broadcast room. Her little fish couldn't compare at all. This guy even lied to her that it was his first live broadcast. Who would believe it? Daimei has been live broadcasting for almost 4 months. But it has been tepid. The popularity fluctuates between a few thousand, and the number of people watching is only a few hundred. On the other hand, Chuxing's side has been full of comments. Hundreds of thousands of followers. And the popularity has gradually dropped to a level of 300,000 or 400,000 as Xiajizi and Shinmama went to live broadcast to eat chicken. For a new anchor who was live streaming on the first day, this result was even better than many veteran anchors who had worked hard for many years. Daimei looked at these data and was very envious. Then he clicked on the guessing game and took a look. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Daimei instantly switched to the foreseat of the speedboat and fired a burst of shots at the small pistol in the second seat. Chuxing was still looking at the map and sailing when he heard the fire and clang of bullets falling on the speedboat. His first reaction was that he was being targeted by someone from Port Inn. Someone! Chuxing shouted, then drifted and stopped in a cool manner, then jumped directly from the speedboat, landed in the water, and poked his head out to look around. 2333. My brother-in-law's desire to survive is so strong that he did this series of actions in one go. Some people say that if you want to be a master, you must learn not to be afraid of death. My brother-in-law used his strength to tell me that if you want to be a master, you must be more afraid of death than others. Chuxing looked back and forth for a moment, but did not observe any traces of the enemy. Instead, Daimei was already covering his mouth and giggling non-stop. Chuxing knew that it was Daimei who fired the gun. Li Shizhen's skin. Why did you hit me for no reason? Chuxing swam out of the sea in a mess and climbed to the driver's seat calmly. Why are you using me as a guessing game? You're even guessing whether I can kill for. Daimei was indignant. Isn't this questioning her strength? She didn't even think about who saved Chuxing's life from the enemy in the last round. Humph. I'm going to kill for this time. I saw that Jue Feng bet the most. Daimei also hated Jue Feng, who had placed the most bets. You know, it's not a good thing to be remembered by a young lady. Jue Feng looked miserable. He didn't expect that the fish balls he bet on would expose him. He wanted to cry but couldn't. Before, Chuxing washed away so many fish balls. He just wanted to get back a little bit of his money. Why is he so concerned about it? Hey, young lady. Listen to my explanation. Chapter 133. Don't panic. This wave is not a big problem. Chuxing's desire to survive is also very strong at this moment. Seeing that Daimei is focusing all his attention on Jue Feng, he hurriedly assists. That's right. Jue Feng is always leading my rhythm. You see, this guy always calls me a young lady. But when it comes to betting, he immediately changes his face. You can't believe a word of this kind of person. If Dai Mei is now a ball of fire, then Chu Sheng is pouring a pot of gasoline on Jue Feng, fueling Dai Mei's fire. Wow. Chu Sheng. You shameless man. The super rocket I rewarded you hasn't even flown out of the stratosphere yet. And you turned your face and didn't recognize me. Jue Feng was confused. Chu Sheng is really a beast. Get used to it. Jue Feng. Don't you think that Chu Sheng is a guy who even sold his own sister for the desire to survive? Wishing couldn't help but comfort him in YY. Hearing this, Jue Feng's aggrieved mood suddenly improved a lot. After getting back on the boat and fixing his hair without panic, Chu Sheng drove the speedboat to the safe zone. This safe zone will stay for 200 seconds before the poison starts to shrink, so Chu Sheng still has plenty of time. From the reef all the way to the airport island, the shore is full of cliffs and rocks, and there are only a few beaches for the speedboat to land. Chu Sheng was driving the boat and suddenly saw a white stream on the sea in front of him, heading towards the beach. Someone. Chu Sheng was shocked. He thought no one would choose this secret route. Even if someone came from Port P, they should directly choose the beach on the west side of the island to land. Who would have the leisure to go around such a long way to land on the south bank of the airport island? As a result, less than 30 meters ahead, two people were driving a motorboat all the way to the shore. Dai Mei also discovered this team of people, and immediately took out a small pistol to shoot, but was quickly stopped by Chu Sheng. Don't shoot yet. We can't let them find out that we only have a small pistol. Chu Sheng made a quick decision and rushed up to fight them. They only had a motorboat, which was fast, but when they rushed to the beach, a motorboat could not provide cover for two people at the same time. Their speedboat was different. Its huge body could effectively resist damage. In addition, there was no cover on the beach. For Chu Sheng, who had cover and projectiles, there was a great chance to eat these two people, but he couldn't shoot for the time being and revealed his trump card. Dai Mei also reacted immediately. They only had small pistols in their hands. If they landed and fought hard with the opponent, could they win? Little brother, I'm afraid. Chu Sheng's speedboat did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator and went full speed. With a smile on his lips, Chu Sheng followed the motorboat in front. What are you afraid of? If we eat them, we will have guns. Chu Sheng's words revealed an incomparable confidence. Dai Mei was stunned after hearing it, and had to follow Chu Sheng's words obediently. After all, he is the boss in the game. The live broadcast room was full of barrages, questioning what Chu Sheng could use to compete with the opponent. Brother-in-law has become arrogant. He doesn't even care about his life to show off his muscles in front of the girl. This wave of beach landing is probably to deliver the express before the enemy lands. Isn't it that brother-in-law wants to catch up with the motorboat and knock it upside down? Everyone has different opinions, and no one is sure what brother-in-law is going to do. The motorboat preparing to land in front heard the sound of the speedboat hitting the sea behind it, and was directly shocked. The maximum speed of their motorboat is only 80 kilometers per hour, while the maximum speed of the speedboat rushing towards them behind them can reach 90 kilometers per hour. It can be said that the two are approaching rapidly. Shoot! Shoot them down. The back seat of the motorboat can fire, and the players sitting in the back seat quickly turn the muzzle to the back, and the bullets like spots of light arced in the air and fell on the speedboat, making a ping-pong metal vibration sound. However, because the speedboat was extremely fast, the bow was raised during high-speed surfing, and almost all the bullets fell on the bow or the glass, and did not hurt Chu Sheng or Dai Mei at all. Huh? Chu Sheng quickly determined that the gun with strange bullet speed and low sound was actually VSS, getting a very useful piece of information. The motorboat team in front did not seem to be so rich. After all, in this situation, they actually took out a VSS sniper rifle to deter, instead of a submachine gun or rifle with greater power and firing rate. The weapon configuration of this team is a bit problematic. Dai Mei didn't know that Chu Sheng had analyzed so much in just a few seconds. He just saw the other side opening fire, and without saying a word, he switched his seat to seat number 3 behind Chu Sheng, using Chu Sheng as a human target to absorb damage. Who said that to be a master? You have to be more afraid of death? Looking at Dai Mei's actions, all the fans burst out laughing. Miss, even if you are afraid, at least you have to follow the basic law. All the bullets fell on the bow, and there were not even bullets that passed by. You actually hid behind Chu Sheng in a cowardly manner. Doing this will embarrass us. Juefeng clapped his hands excitedly and said with a smile, "Okay. You have to be so afraid of death." Who was happiest to see Daime's fear of death? Naturally, the local tyrants, who had invested heavily in the game. Daime is so cowardly. So there is no such thing as a quad kill. Right. Chusheng was completely powerless to complain when he saw Daime's behavior. She was scared before the bullets even hit her. This girl has poor psychological quality. I think you better hold a grenade in your hand to strengthen your courage. After all, you won't panic if you have a grenade in your hand. Fragmentation grenades are something that can greatly improve the psychological quality of players. According to the effective statistical survey of the developer, under what circumstances is the psychological quality of players the highest? It's not when they are facing each other head-on, but when they hold a grenade in their hands. Their whole mentality is in a relatively excited state. Of course, you will definitely take note of the above sentence after reading it. But I want to tell you that this one is made up by me, Zhuge Wanjun. After hearing Chusheng's words, Daime thought it was another tip from a master. So he immediately followed it. After cutting a grenade and holding it in his hand, Daime suddenly felt that he was not afraid anymore. The motorboat rushed directly to the shore. And as the speed of the motorboat dropped to zero due to friction with the sand, the two jumped down directly, holding their guns and aiming directly at the speedboat rushing towards the shore from behind. Chusheng naturally saw the weapons in the hands of the two people. One of them was holding a shotgun, and the other was holding a VSS sniper rifle. Seeing these two guns, Chusheng felt very stable. On the beach, you hold a shotgun and a VSS, and two small pistols. Isn't this a fight between two noobs? Without saying a word, Chusheng rushed to the shore. Chapter 134. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 135. Don't worry. The coffin lid has been nailed shut. After reaching the shore, the two jumped off the motorboat directly. The shotgun shells and VSS light-like bullets all shot towards Chusheng. Chusheng rushed directly towards the two people. But at this moment, the bullets were already tilted towards them. Especially the shotgun shells. It was like pouring a basin of water. The shotgun bullets scattered and fell on the speedboat. And even one directly hit Chusheng's head, and immediately lost 1/3 of his blood. Chusheng was so scared that his hands trembled. And suddenly he thought that he couldn't use the speedboat to hit it. The other side was a shotgun. What if the speedboat was not parked properly, and it landed and was shot to death? Chusheng couldn't do such a thing as a face-to-face salute. Seeing that the speedboat was about to rush onto the beach, Chusheng suddenly turned the bow and wanted to rush sideways to make a cover. The two people hiding on the motorboat saw Chusheng rushing over, and hurriedly moved to the distant beach. If they were hit by a giant like a speedboat, they would kneel down and beg for mercy. The speedboat was extremely fast, and it turned its bow suddenly. Just at this time, the speedboat rushed onto the beach. The strong momentum and the friction of the beach directly caused the speedboat to lose control. After landing, it did not stop at all, but began to roll towards the two people in the distance. After rolling around, Chusheng lost another 1/3 of his blood. Now the speedboat was completely out of control. If it rolled twice more, Chusheng and Daime would probably become perfect boxes. Quick! Jump off the boat! Chusheng made a prompt decision. Jumping off the boat now might not kill him, but not jumping off the boat would definitely kill him. The two jumped directly from the out-of-control speedboat that was like a rolling dough stick. Daime lost a lot of blood immediately after landing, leaving only a trace of red blood. On the other hand, Chusheng knelt directly on the beach after jumping off the boat. The netizens laughed at this scene, especially the local tyrants who had placed heavy bets, who laughed heartily at this moment. Chusheng fell, and Daime was left with little blood. Isn't this the rhythm of delivering a courier soon? What chicken? What 10 kills? What quad kills? It doesn't exist at all. Hee. Doesn't a certain anchor have any idea? This wave of sea freight delivery is stable. I guess the other side will be shocked when they loot the bag later. Damn. There is only a small pistol on the body, but the medical supplies are exaggerated. I am afraid that 1/3 of the medical supplies on the map are here. Chusheng has planned a perfect door-to-door express delivery service. This team looks penniless. And now suddenly there are so many medical resources, which is great. Chusheng didn't expect that he would fall directly after jumping off the boat. At this moment, he was lying on the ground and wanted to cry. His motorcycle skills can attract fans, but his speedboat skills are not good. He wanted to show off his ability to jump off the boat and defeat the two. But now it has become a mess. Chu Sheng watched the speedboat rolling like a piece of taffy rushing towards the two people. Dai Mei was holding a grenade in his hand at this time. And Chu Sheng hurriedly reminded him, Dai Mei, if you have a Molotov cocktail, just throw it at the speedboat. When Dai Mei saw Chu Sheng fall to the ground, his first thought was to come and save him. After all, Chu Sheng was the backbone. And if he fell, Dai Mei really didn't know what to do. Although he didn't understand what Chu Sheng's instructions meant, Dai Mei still followed them. He quickly switched to a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the rolling speedboat in front. The physical modeling of the developer is still very interesting. Coupled with the Unreal 3 physics engine, there are often some unexpected actions. For example, the motorcycle suddenly exploded when it drove to the door of the toilet. It suddenly exploded when it got stuck in the fence. And it collided with a pickup truck, and the roof of the car flew thousands of meters high. Now the speed of the speedboat rolling on the beach is very fast. Like a salted fish struggling with an unyielding fate. The two people in front looked at the speedboat rushing towards them. And they could not run away. The speed of the speedboat rolling was much faster than their legs. The two people made a smart choice on the spot and lay directly on the ground. Dai Mei's Molotov cocktail came first, and was thrown directly on the place where the two people were lying. Suddenly, a raging fire spread. Just when the two were about to get up and run away from the flames, the speedboat rolled over directly, turned upside down, and trapped the two people alive under the speedboat. Being completely trapped in the upside-down speedboat. Coupled with the fire of the Molotov cocktail, Chu Sheng seemed to be able to feel the resentment of the two people who were frantically knocking on the speedboat to get out. But the coffin lid had been nailed shut. After a while, the bodies of the two people were sparked by the Molotov cocktail. And they left peacefully. Dai Mei jumped directly to double kill. And even she herself did not expect that she could actually complete a double kill in this way. The live broadcast room was silent. And everyone was stunned. It turns out that people can be killed like this? The way these two people died is a bit tragic. Zhui Feng suddenly felt a dry throat. And suddenly, he was a little scared of sniping Chu Sheng. The dirty god and the Sea King all nodded inadvertently. If this guy was also set on fire by a Molotov cocktail and then trapped alive in a speedboat, he would probably be laughed at by the fans in the live broadcast room for the rest of his life. He was scared. After all, he was the Emperor of Douyu. A man with status and face. If he ran into a joke, he would probably be talked to death. After a sharp shudder, several people stammered, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do in the evening. Let's snipe this guy Chu Sheng another day. Let's let him go today for his first broadcast. Zhui Feng's words were immediately echoed by several others. Yes. 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 I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. So I'll run away first. Me too. I went to eat melons. Recently, there seems to be a scandal between a PUBG champion named Gao and a famous female singer. I have to go and check it out. At one time, all the 20 or so people in YY found excuses to leave, leaving only the faint slogan of Down with Chu Sheng. Eliminate harm for the people echoing in the empty live broadcast room. Dai Mei was extremely happy after killing two people. He happily ran towards Chu Sheng and pulled him up. Chu Sheng just wanted to interfere with the movement of the two people and let the speedboat hit them to death. He didn't expect that the two people would die so tragically. A medical kit filled up the health. And Chu Sheng and Dai ran towards the upside-down speedboat. Fuck. This is too much. Chu Sheng. I've played this game for more than 300 hours. And this is the first time I've been held and burned to death. Fuck. You guys are too much. Killing people is not enough. The two players of Sparks didn't quit the game, but cursed in the public voice. After all, this humiliating and tragic way of dying was really unacceptable for a while. Chu Sheng watched the Tuso value soar from 33 to 63, which shows how much resentment the two had. I'm sorry, brothers. I didn't mean it. I'll throw you a smoke bomb to say farewell. Goodbye. After Chu Sheng said that, he threw a smoke bomb directly at his feet, and a thick white smoke filled the air. Chapter 136. A true man never looks back at an explosion. This scene made the two men who were burned to ashes jump up and down in anger. This death was too humiliating. If they were unlucky, they would appear in a comedy collection in a few days. Chu Sheng heard some words, like Hack Li Liang. He was curious about who Li Liang was, and what he had done wrong to get him. He immediately turned off the public voice channel, looking at the full screen of Lulu and the endless discussions of the crowd. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage, and none of the figures of the local tyrants were seen. Hee. Xu Weifeng. Hi Wang. Wushan. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Dai Mei has already got a double kill. If he kills 2 more, you will all have to move bricks. Xu Weifeng was also very stubborn. As the initiator of the troublemaking alliance, how could he be the first to back down? No. I don't believe that a small pistol can win 10 kills and win the game. The Sea King also stood up and said, there are only 43 people left in this circle now. If you want to win all the guesses, you have to kill 12 more people and win the game in the end. It's absolutely impossible. There are still 43 people now. I will block the bridge and leave again. I guess by the time Chu Sheng sees them, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill 12 people. Several local tyrants were not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh. What's the difference between opening this guess and giving them money? Chu Sheng looked at their analysis. They were all so arrogant. I'll wash off your fish balls later, and see what you can still be arrogant with. The total number of fish balls in the 3 guesses has reached a terrifying 20 million. This time Chu Sheng really intends to play a big one. I admire Chu Sheng's ability to drive a speedboat like a motorcycle. This wave of drifting ashore is very cool. And the coffin lid is nailed shut. Dai Mei's Molotov cocktail was also thrown at a high level. I guess the 2 opponents will be angry to death. Such a shameful death is unprecedented. After all, being pressed upside down in a speedboat and being poured with Molotov cocktails. The sour taste is probably unknown to anyone. The 2 people's complaints did not stop until 70 points. Chu Sheng thought that they were probably so angry that they quit the game directly. This guy is killed. But how to lick the box? Dai Mei's cute voice sounded. As a quasi-newbie who has been playing the game for dozens of hours, she has never seen such a situation before. Even in various collections, this kind of death has never appeared. The 2 still only have 2 small pistols, while the person detained inside at least has a shotgun and a Visa sniper rifle. Dai Mei is very envious. What gun is the strongest for me? Dai Mei? It's just a shotgun. Little brother, open this coffin quickly. The small pistol in Dai Mei's hand looks really fragile, and she begs Chu Sheng in a coquettish tone. Chu Sheng immediately softens first and then hardens. Okay. I am the 67th generation Tomb Raider. How can a small iron coffin stump me? Chu Sheng walked around the speedboat, and then said to Dai Mei with certainty, Dai Mei, stay away. I found that the 2 souls in here are the souls of extremely wronged souls in their lifetime. After opening the coffin, the resentment may turn into a cloud of black smoke and fly out, which may hurt you. Dai Mei was a little scared when she heard Chu Sheng's certain words. Isn't this a survival shooting game? Is it so mysterious? Chu Sheng went around the back of the speedboat, and then fell directly to the ground. From Dai Mei's perspective, Chu Sheng seemed to have disappeared, not knowing what Chu Sheng was up to. Dai Mei suddenly felt that Chu Sheng had made the atmosphere a little tense in the middle of the night. He even looked back carefully, and only turned back with relief when he saw nothing unusual. Chu Sheng took out a fragmentation grenade from his hand, and while pulling the bolt of the grenade, he said, Mommy, mommy, mommy cokes. Ula ula become gay. The sound completely covered the crisp sound of the grenade bolt, and then Chu Sheng directly right-clicked and gently rolled the grenade to the side of the speedboat. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry for the 5-second detonation time. After getting up from the ground, he jumped directly to the other side of the speedboat, estimated a body forward and stood in front of Dai Mei. As the 83rd generation disciple of Zhang Tianzuan of Tianshi Dao, I command you to hurry up and bring the thunder. Chu Sheng recited a few more words, and the time was just before the detonation. As soon as the voice fell, even less than a second later, there was a loud noise behind the speedboat, and there was really fire and black smoke. All the fans in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room laughed so hard that they couldn't take care of themselves. You said that this guy blew up a speedboat and still pretended to be cool. He really seized every opportunity. In fact, for Chu Sheng, it was not necessary to blow up the speedboat, but just blow it away from its original position to expose the box inside. Just when Dai Mei opened her mouth wide and almost believed it, the speedboat was pushed away by the huge explosion of the grenade. In Chu Sheng's original setting, he stood in front and then exploded behind him, which could highlight his omnipotent image. After all, a real man never looks back at the explosion. Dai Mei watched the exploded speedboat slide towards Chu Sheng, and she was so scared that she retreated repeatedly from a distance. The speedboat did not flip over, but was pushed away by the strong airflow of the explosion. The speedboat directly hit Chu Sheng. The huge tonnage directly knocked Chu Sheng to the ground with full blood, and he happened to kneel in front of Dai Mei. Ha ha ha. The pretentious one will be struck by lightning. The live broadcast room was full of laughter. Why were they so happy to see Chu Sheng get humiliated? This guy must have been too pretentious and flirting with girls during live broadcasts, and has become the public enemy of the majority of fans. Dai Mei also tried to hold back her smile when she saw Chu Sheng fall to the ground. She was not a fool. How could she not react at this time? This guy must have secretly thrown a grenade when he laid down just now. Wow. Little brother really has a ghost. I just saw black smoke. You asked me to hide alone and endure the damage yourself. I am really touched. Dai Mei's cute voice sounded again. How could Chu Sheng not hear that this was Dai Mei's trick to make fun of him? If Dai Mei hadn't revealed that he had played the game, Chu Sheng might have taken it seriously and then pretended to be cool. But Chu Sheng also felt comforted. Dai Mei was a bit interesting. She played with him all the way in the last game, but she didn't give him any complaints. It can be seen that this girl really thought it was fun and didn't mean to make fun of Chu Sheng at all. After Dai Mei helped Chu Sheng up, she took advantage of Chu Sheng's blood recovery time to run over and saw 2 urns. She licked them excitedly. Anyway, Chu Sheng seemed to have a bit of a strong taste. Dai Mei was still a little bit confident about her shooting skills, especially since the VSS had a slow bullet speed and was not easy to use. So she took the initiative to bring the S-1897 with her and continued her spray gun career. After Chu Sheng pulled up his health, he went over to lick the VSS. He happened to have more than 289mm bullets on him, so this wave was very good. At least, he had a certain long-range combat capability. Chapter 137. Don't underestimate the water gun. Okay? Chu Sheng took the VSS, which was actually fully equipped, with a sniper rifle rapid expansion and a sniper rifle cheek rest. You should know that without accessories, a single magazine of the VSS can only hold 10 bullets, and each bullet must be carefully calculated, which is extremely useless. But with top-level accessories, the VSS instantly turned into another gun. You should know that the VSS and 14 Malawing Quaches are the only 2 sniper rifles with full automatic mode. Although the full automatic mode has strong firepower, if it is not equipped with a corresponding magazine, the power will be greatly reduced. But with the expanded gun, it will transform into another terrifying form. Although everyone likes to call this gun a squirting gun, it is mainly because of its slow bullet speed, low damage, and the extremely weak sound of the built-in silencer. However, because this gun has a full automatic mode, it will play an extremely terrifying role in the hands of a real master. First of all, the damage ranks last among all sniper rifles, but its firing rate and full automatic mode will become a terrifying killer. The basic damage of VSS is 35 points. If it is a headshot, it will cause 2.5 times the damage, which is 87.5 points of damage. If the enemy is equipped with a level 3 helmet, which reduces damage by 55%, then the headshot damage caused by a VSS is only a pitiful 39.375. At this time, we introduce the key factor of the firing rate in full automatic mode. The shooting interval of the VSS is only 0.086 seconds, while the shooting interval of a 98K is as long as 1.9 seconds. What does this mean? This means that in the time it takes you to shoot a 98K, the VSS can finish a whole magazine of bullets with an extended magazine. Even if you are wearing a black level 3 helmet, the VSS only needs 3 headshots to take you away directly. And the time is only 0.258 seconds, or even less than half a second. The only factor that made this gun fall from the altar was its despairing bullet speed and mysterious drop. Subsonic bullets. The initial speed of the bullet is only a pitiful 330m/s, and it is loaded with light 9mm bullets. So the bullet drop is extremely serious. Therefore, every time this gun is fired, the gunner sees a series of slowly flying small light spots in the high-power scope, which makes it extremely difficult to control the landing point of this gun. And it is also extremely difficult to hit the head continuously. To hit a target 300 meters away, it takes more than 1 second of lead time, so it is useless as a sniper rifle. Chu Sheng installed the VSS, and then looted all the 9mm bullets on the man. The level 3 bag was filled with 350 rounds of 9mm bullets. Chu Sheng was not worried about not being able to hit anyone. After all, after the gun god possessed him. These guys called gun gods would not care about the low damage and slow bullet speed of the water gun. After all, in esports, being bad is the original sin. Shroud can win the game with only AP18C. So why can't Chusheng win the game with a VSS with medium and long-range combat capabilities? Seeing Chusheng get the VSS, a group of local tyrants suddenly changed their faces. VSS is called a water gun in the hands of other players. But in Chusheng's hands, you have to know that the full name of VSS is VSS Silencer Sniper Rifle. Sniper Rifle. What's more annoying is that this gun has a silence bullet and a zoom lens. In the mountain environment, it can be said that it can kill gods and Buddhas. They were panicked. And all the local tyrants were panicked. 10 people. It is possible for Chusheng to kill them. And he can kill 2 more people for Dai Mei. And win a chicken dinner. And all 3 guesses will be lost. These 2 are really poor. But it's okay. After all, the guys who can land from the south end of the airport island must not be very rich. The brave heroes all landed from the front beach. Or rushed directly to the bridge. And only the cowards would choose to land on the south beach. Okay. Dai Mei. Let's go! 2 people fell in one battle. And too much time was wasted on the beach. Chusheng also planned to touch the house area above the beach again. Maybe he could find something good. And then, he would follow the strange rock cliffs on the shore, and touch into the safe area. Chusheng took Dai Mei to the front house area, and started searching. Now that a new safe zone has been created, someone might pass by here and search it. Although Chusheng is not in the state of being possessed by the gun god. These masters' understanding of the game is in Chusheng's mind. But the amazing muscle reflex operation is not yet completed. Close the door when searching the room, and walk with your back bent. After knowing that Dai Mei is not a pure newbie, Chusheng doesn't have to be so tired when talking. The location of this house area is right on the roadside. And the house area will almost certainly attract the attention of people passing by. So Chusheng can only choose to be cautious. Dai Mei also remembered Chusheng's request. After running to the house, he closed the door and searched carefully. Chusheng searched the 2-story apartment building from top to bottom, but only found some fragmentation grenades and bandages. The poison circle began to shrink. While the 2 were still searching, a car hummed from far to near. Dai Mei. Be careful of someone. Chusheng's first reaction was to squat at the window and look. Dai Mei was very scared when he heard someone was there. Fortunately, the doors of the rooms were closed. So he hid in the toilet and closed the door to pretend that no one was there. Chusheng also saw Dai Mei sneaking into the toilet and hurriedly reminded him, Dai Mei, when you hide in the toilet, don't lean too far back. Just keep your body level with the door. This is also a little trick of Chusheng. If you hide in the deep of the toilet, if the opponent knows how to play in the third-person mode, just open the door and block the view directly by the wall. And then a grenade will be completely GG. But if you are close to the door, even if the opponent hides by the wall at the moment of opening the door, this position can still hit the side. And some people will open the door directly and suddenly turn into a living person, which can scare people, and shoot a shotgun in the head, and knock them down directly. Seeing the white car rushing directly to the wild area, it looked like it was here to search the wild area. Chusheng took out his VSS and squatted by the window. Seeing the 2 people get out of the car, Chusheng did not act rashly. The 2 people, like Chusheng and Dai Mei, split into 2 groups and began to search quickly. Chusheng saw one person walking towards the bungalow where Dai Mei was, and the other person had already opened the door of Chusheng's room. Dai Mei. Someone went to your place. Can you solve it? Chusheng saw the weapon of the guy who went to Dai Mei's place, which was an M16, and couldn't help but worry about Dai Mei. If Dai Mei didn't kill the opponent but was knocked down, he would definitely be killed immediately. I believe that little brother can definitely save me. Dai Mei's words made Chusheng stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this girl trusted him so much. Hearing the creaking sound of the door on the first floor, Chusheng looked at the enemy, who had jumped to the door of Dai Mei's room, gritted his teeth and stood up instantly, aiming with the scope. Chusheng did not use the full automatic mode, but manually fired single shots. The bullet shot out of the window, and there was a sound of glass shattering. The guy on the first floor, who was about to open the door, also had a ball of green blood on his body. Chapter 138. Fishing Enforcement. Dai Mei also heard the sound of the exchange of fire outside, and was so scared that he dared not move. The player struggled to open the door, and fell to the ground. The people in the room on the first floor naturally heard the faint bangs and the sound of glass breaking, and immediately determined that the man was on the second floor above their heads. Now that his teammates have climbed into the house, they will not be hit in the corner, so he needs to go up and deal with this lone wolf immediately. This player is also a good player. When rushing up the building, he directly switches to the first person and rushes up with an Uzi. The firing rate of the close-range Uzi is extremely fast. If you know how to play, you can even dodge and fight with the spray gun. After Chu Sheng knocked down the person who rushed into Dai Mei's room, he immediately changed the magazine and then ran to the back of the stairs to block the view. Hearing the footsteps coming up the stairs, Chu Sheng directly switched the VSS to full automatic mode. The footsteps stopped halfway up the stairs, and Chu Sheng did not see anyone sticking his head out. After a while, he suddenly heard the sound of a fragmentation grenade being pulled, and then a grenade was directly poured into the second floor. Fortunately, the second floor of the apartment building has a complicated layout, and the grenade did not splash Chu Sheng after it exploded. Dai Mei, the person who rushed into your room has been knocked down by me, and there is another one here. Come out of the bathroom and kill him. After hearing that there was no danger on his side, Dai Mei ran out directly. As soon as he came out of the toilet, he saw a person lying in the corner. Dai Mei's eyes lit up instantly. The man who was waiting for his teammates to get rid of the lone wolf and come down to rescue him was stunned when he saw Dai Mei suddenly appearing from the toilet. Where did this person come from? Seeing Dai Mei approaching him in a swagger, he immediately shouted to his teammates in the voice, "I have someone here. This is not a lone wolf." Hearing the tragic voice of his companion, another person appeared in the room over there. It was clear that he was dead. Seeing that the grenade did not work, the player rushed up directly. As soon as he reached the second floor platform, he took a glance and did not see anyone. Then, just after half of his body appeared, Chu Sheng leaned out and 3 bullets hit him, directly reducing his health by 1/3. Chu Sheng reacted very quickly. When he saw the other party retracting his body, he immediately cut a grenade and threw it towards the stairs. The player who was squatting to spray medicine heard the sound of the grenade and immediately turned around and ran away. There was no cover to hide on the stairs where he was. If he was affected by the fragmentation grenade, he would be killed. Chu Sheng heard the sound of people coming down the stairs, turned around and opened the balcony door on the second floor, jumped down and touched the door on the first floor of the apartment. It happened that this door was not closed when the 2 people came in to search, and Chu Sheng's VSS bullets all fell on this person, killing him almost instantly. Dailu walked up to him and was about to shoot, when the man in front of him suddenly fell dead. She hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of shooting and killing people yet, and this man died first. Humph. So useless. He couldn't stand it for just a moment. Dailu thought that this man had died from excessive blood loss, and he grumbled unhappily. Chu Sheng licked the box. A little bit unbelievable. Why are all the guys he met this time poor? The last team had a shotgun in VSS, but this guy only had an Uzi in his hand. Damn. He only found an Uzi in more than 20 minutes. What kind of game is this level of playing? Chu Sheng was very angry. It seemed that today was related to the 9mm bullet. Ha! I feel sorry for Chu Sheng. He killed 2 teams and still has no gun. This is really miserable. I thought I could get rich after killing a wave of people, but I didn't expect that I had no gun after killing 2 teams. This has something to do with the 9mm bullet. I'll get a UMP9 later, and it will be complete. The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost laughing to death. Chu Sheng's luck was too bad. Even the enemies he met were poor as hell. Uzi is Uzi. After all, it is a gun that can burst as close to the face as a spray gun. Chu Sheng also put Uzi on his body, then collected some smoke bombs and the like, and ran directly to the white car after filling up the energy. Dai Mei, when you loot, take away everything, including the decorative clothes on this guy. As for your clothes, throw them into the small toilet first. Chu Sheng instructed Dai Mei while maneuvering the white sedan to park steadily on the roadside, with the front of the car facing the roadside, making it look like a car that had just appeared on the roadside. Although Dai Mei didn't understand what this meant, he still had to change all the clothes on the guy after his death. Although he didn't understand, Chu Sheng, the master, must have a point. Dai Mei went to the toilet and took off all the decorative clothes, leaving only the white and gray underwear that came with the character. She ran back to the box and replaced all the things in the man's backpack, including his clothes. Then she was surprised to find that the box on the ground had disappeared. Brother. Why did the box on the ground disappear? Daimei had played for dozens of hours, and had never seen such a situation. The dead person's box could actually disappear, which really scared her. Oh! This is a little trick of the game. As long as you take off everything on this person, his box will disappear completely. In this way, you can pretend that no one has been here, and continue to wait and see. Fishing for law enforcement. As Chu Sheng was talking, he took off his clothes in the inner room on the second floor and licked the box on the stairs clean. After closing all the doors again, Chu Sheng went to the second floor and threw a first aid kit, a bottle of energy drink and painkillers directly in the living room, and then continued to hide in the blind spot between the balcony door and the grocery room. Daimei also closed the door and ran to the toilet to continue squatting. Looking at the shrinking poison circle, Daimei was a little curious. Little brother, will anyone really come later? The poison circle has already started to shrink. In Daimei's opinion, no one will come if the poison is shrinking. Everyone will go directly to the safe zone, and no one will stay in the poison. It's okay. Even if there's no one around. We have a lot of drugs on us. So it's definitely safe to enter the safe zone with the poison. Anyway, the car is right outside the intersection. So Chu Sheng doesn't worry about not being able to enter the safe zone. And there's another advantage to being outside the poison circle, which is that you can perfectly control the next safe zone. If Chu Sheng and Daimei directly enter the safe zone and go to the strange rock cliff, then the next safe zone will definitely be at the location of the remaining half of the airport. If you want to enter the circle, you will not only have to face the threat from the mountain, but the airport's flat and unprotected route is simply not something that people can pass through. What's more, there are still 35 people alive now, and Chu Sheng doesn't believe that no one will pass through again. Chapter 139 Chu Sheng's Alibi. The two never expected that there was someone in the house. Are players so cruel when searching houses now? They even closed the doors. When the two parked the car and prepared to search, they checked again and again. Not only were all the doors on the first floor tightly closed, but even the doors of the single rooms on the second floor showed no signs of being moved. It was thought that there must be no one. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed as soon as they opened the door, and both of them lost their lives. Fortunately, the weapons on the two were very poor, so it didn't matter much even if they were loose. But the reason why the two lost their lives was also because their weapons were very poor. After searching around, there was only one Uzi. Damn. If the weapons were good, who would search the house in the wild area for no reason? Chu Sheng cleaned up the crime scene and returned to the corner of the balcony door on the second floor. As long as someone came up to loot the loot, he would definitely jump out and give a big surprise. Wow. This move of the brother-in-law is too vicious. Ordinary players can't see it at all. To be honest, if I saw this, I would never believe that there was anyone inside. I learned a little trick. Take all the things in the box on the ground will disappear. This move is very important. Many netizens don't know this little trick. They think that the box that killed someone will not disappear and will always be on the ground. Today, Chu Sheng's little trick will teach everyone an important lesson. The box on the ground can also disappear. This is a crucial move. If you open the door and find a box on the ground, you will definitely be alert immediately. But Chu Sheng almost restored the scene to its original state, and even the most careful people would not find anything unusual. But all the fans had the same idea as Daimei. It was about to be poisoned. So would anyone come? Juefeng and several other local tyrants huddled together and shivered, wishing that Chu Sheng would stay outside the safe zone for a while longer. The longer he stayed, the more intense the fighting in the safe zone, and the fewer heads Chu Sheng could get. And then, they would have a sure win in the betting. This was the third poison circle. When the two hid in the house, the bombing zone also appeared on time above their heads, completely covering the wild area and the surrounding area. The poison circle passed through the two people, and the damage was not very high. After all, they were carrying medical supplies for basically 10 people, and their energy was fully charged. They also found a lot of survivors from the 4 people they killed. Not to mention the 3rd level poison. Even if the 5th level poison came, they could withstand it for a long time. Looking at the area covered by the bombing zone on the map, Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. The car outside might not be safe. At this moment, in the wild area outside, 2 people were running wildly under the poison. These 2 people also drove all the way here, landed on the small beach in the lower right corner of the airport island, and then searched the wild area for a while. As a result, there was no car along the way, and the two had to run wildly along the road in despair, hoping to find a car to take them into the safe zone. Before they were halfway through the run, the poison circle had already passed over the two of them. The two of them didn't have much medicine on them. If they relied on their legs, they could run into the safe zone. But their medical supplies were completely used up. There was no supply next. If they couldn't kill anyone, they would be dead. Fortunately, the two saw a white car parked at the entrance of the wild area in front, and their faces were immediately happy. There is no one in this wild area. The car was spawned. This player was also an old player. He made an accurate judgment based on the closed door of the house in the wild area in front, and the position of the front of the car. First of all, the front of the car is facing outward, and most players drive their cars close to the wild area, either directly into the wild area or parked on the side of the road. The front of the car parked on the roadside must have subconsciously been heading towards the house. But the front of the white car was now facing the road, and it was on the opposite side of the road, far away from the residential area, so it was obviously impossible for someone to deliberately place it there. Besides, the safe zone has been refreshed now, and there won't be too many people in the poison circle. This is a good time. The two were delighted when they saw the car, and they could search the house happily, which was very comfortable. Just as they were running towards the car, the bombing zone suddenly covered the entire area. The two looked at the car, gritted their teeth, and finally made it to the island alive. They didn't want to die under the sky fire. Let's go. Take shelter in the apartment first, and wait until the bombing area is over before entering the circle. With a car, it's just a matter of stepping on the accelerator to enter the circle, and it doesn't matter if it takes a few seconds. The low thunder in the sky did not cover the footsteps of the two. Chu Sheng could already hear Sasha's footsteps. One was heading towards him, and the other walked directly through the house. And the location was exactly where Dai Mei was. Dai Mei, be careful. Someone is coming. Dai Mei naturally heard the footsteps and trembled all over. For a semi-newbie who has been playing for dozens of hours, every kill is a tense and exciting emotion. Although Chu Sheng had warned him, Dai Mei was still very nervous, and the palms holding the mouse were already full of sweat. The sound of the bombing area outside was heard, and the explosions continued, making people's scalps numb. The footsteps were insignificant in front of the bombing. Fortunately, Dai Mei only had one floor of the house, so he could still vaguely hear the footsteps coming from far away. The two-story apartment where Chu Sheng lived was the most uncomfortable, because the bombing made the footsteps not very obvious. So Chu Sheng had to concentrate at all times, and could not be careless. Chu Sheng concentrated on analyzing each faint footstep, and then judged where it came from. As the faint footsteps became more and more frequent, Chu Sheng's heart could not help but rise to his throat. It was coming. This man was also angry. He searched all the floors and found nothing. He stopped at the stairs and put on the last first aid kit. If he couldn't find anything, he could only rely on bandages to get into the circle. He rushed to the second floor and turned around. Suddenly, a first aid kit, a can of energy drink, and a bottle of painkillers were placed in front of him. Overjoyed. Alive. A first aid kit plus energy supply was enough for him to enter the safe zone and restore his health. It was really a village that was bright after a long journey. The decision to search the house was perfect. Run over and lick the bag happily. Chu Sheng was startled when he saw someone appear in front of him. Then he locked the right button and shot directly from the hip. The Uzi bullets were spitting out wildly, and the enemy was swallowed up in an instant. After the man fell to the ground, Chu Sheng did not give him a chance, and he took it directly after changing the magazine. Another player was scared and panicked when he saw his companion dead. Fuck. There are still people in this place. The player who was killed was licking the first aid kit on the ground, and was knocked down and scared to death. And even the headphones on his head flew out. The car was parked at the far end of the road. The door of the wild area was intact, and it was still in the poison circle. In this situation, there was actually someone. This is too beastly. It can be described as never expected. Chapter 140, you may not believe it. The key is that Chu Sheng is still fishing in the poison circle, which is very uncomfortable. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Sheng would really trap someone in the poison circle. This is also. Juefeng was so angry that his teeth itched. You two have nothing to do. Why don't you hurry into the safe zone? You still come into the house to touch around in the poison. I let you touch it. Now you are dead. Just drive away. Touch around in the house. Do you want to touch my big trophy? Be careful. There is an old sly guy here. It's so beastly that he actually traps people in the poison circle. The player was so angry. He survived after going through so many hardships. But he died in the poison circle. He couldn't understand how such a beast could choose to carry out drug fishing enforcement. It's okay to fish for enforcement in the safe zone. Everyone can understand this. Who gave you the courage to fish for enforcement in the poison circle? Are you so sure that there are still people in the poison circle? The most perverted thing is that the car is parked perfectly, as if it was randomly spawned by the system on the roadside. The house was also closed, and it didn't look like anyone had been there. How do you defend against such a sly guy? The other person was scared to death when he heard someone was there. He squatted in the house, sticking his butt out and looking through the window at the second-floor apartment next to him. The companion died, and now it was a one-on-one situation. Chu Sheng killed the man directly, and did not hear the sound of fighting from the house below. Dai Mei, are you still in the toilet? Chu Sheng couldn't help asking, and got a positive answer from Dai Mei. Chu Sheng opened the man's backpack directly and cursed him immediately. Damn! This game's 9mm barrier can't be overcome. The man who was killed by Chu Sheng was carrying a EP81 and a VSS. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy. This game has established the 9mm curse since the beginning. This is the fifth person Chu Sheng and his friends have met. All of them are 9mm. I always feel that 1/3 of the 9mm bullets on the entire map are here. This guy also has more than 300 9mm rounds. But Chu Sheng can no longer carry so many bullets. So he emptied the first aid kit and energy drinks. Chu Sheng has already got 3 kills in this battle. And he is not panicked at all. The guy who was just stolen by him is still complaining crazily, which makes Chu Sheng's complaint value reach 85 points. It can be seen that this guy has a deep resentment. But Dai Mei still needs 2 heads to complete the 4 kills. It's easy for me to enter the state of gun god possession and get 7 heads easily. The difficulty of letting Dai Mei kill 2 more people is more terrifying than eating chicken. At this time, you naturally have to learn to let people kill. Chu Sheng stood at the second-floor window and observed, and found that the man was in a blind spot near the window, and he could even see the tip of the gun. Chu Sheng remembered that Dai Mei had an S1897, as long as he first stabilized the hatred, and then let Dai Mei take the opportunity to come out of the toilet to output a wave. It was very likely that Dai Mei would kill this man. After formulating a battle plan, the next thing to do was to communicate with Dai Mei. Dai Mei, I will shoot from the front to attract fire later, and you take the opportunity to come out of the toilet and kill this man directly. When Dai Mei heard that someone was going to get a kill, his eyes lit up immediately. For a newcomer whose KD has been hovering around 0.2 all year round, it takes a whole game or even several games of effort to get a kill. This gun has already received 2 kills under Chu Sheng's command. Faced with such an opportunity, it is natural to obey obediently. Okay, Dai Mei's cute nasal voice almost made Chu Sheng accidentally fire the gun and sprain his waist. Chu Sheng jumped down directly from the balcony on the second floor of the apartment building, and slowly stuck his head out along the wall. Visas fired at the window and broke the glass directly. By the way, 2 bullets also fell on this person, and 2 balls of green blood appeared. The only remaining person was hit by 2 shots, and his blood volume immediately dropped below half. At this moment, the poison circle has completely shrunk, and the damage of the 4th level poison is unbearable at 1 point per second. This person hurriedly lay on the ground and started to hit the blood bag. This was his last blood pack, and the only thing left was a bandage. Chu Sheng saw the man lying down, and silently counted for 3 seconds in his heart, and rushed directly to the house on the 1st floor. At the same time, Chu Sheng also shouted to Dai Mei, "Come out and shoot." Dai Mei's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Sheng's order, and he rushed out directly with the brand new red .M4 that he had just lit. The enemy who was shooting the medicine pack was stunned, and Chu Sheng, who had already started to search the house outside, was also stunned. He saw that Dai Mei had a black rifle in his hand, not the wooden S1897. His back suddenly shrank, and a lot of cold sweat oozed out. A bad premonition entangled Chu Sheng's heart. But Chu Sheng was relieved again. It was impossible for Dai Mei, who was holding a rifle, to hit him. Chu Sheng's hands were not slow. He had just climbed halfway through the window when he quickly controlled the character to retreat. But Dai Mei's desire to kill and collect heads was faster than Chu Sheng's reaction. The muzzle of the fully automatic M4 spurted out terrible flames, and the first 3 bullets all fell on the man on the ground. He even kept shooting the medicine bag, and was taken away by Dai Mei in one wave. But can the fully automatic M4 stop whenever it wants? The bullet fell on the wall, and then continued to float upwards due to the recoil. As expected, the bullet fell on Chu Sheng's level 3 armor, and then continued to rise and hit Chu Sheng's level 3 head, knocking Chu Sheng directly to the ground. Dai Mei saw the enemy turn into a box, and even Chu Sheng had already knelt on the ground. She was shocked and did not react. "Little brother, how did you get knocked down?" Dai Mei was completely confused. "Isn't he in the house? How did the little brother fall to the ground?" She didn't realize that her shooting skills were steady just now, and she still knocked him down with a headshot. It was not until a line of bright red words mistakenly injured teammates popped up on her screen that Dai Mei stuck out her tongue and understood what was going on. Dai Mei ran over to rescue Chu Sheng, who was in tears at this moment. "Where is the sprayer? Where is the human body outline master? This gunman is so steady. 2 shots in the chest and 2 shots in the head. So steady." Chu Sheng looked at the level 3 helmet with only half of its durability left, and his heart was broken. After getting up, he first wrapped 2 bandages, and then used the first aid kit to drain the blood. "When did you pick up this M4? Didn't you have a shotgun?" This was the 4th time Chu Sheng fell in the whole game. "So miserable. It ran to the guy in my room before, and I picked it up directly after you killed it." Dai Mei was a little embarrassed. After all, knocking down teammates is not a good thing. "Where is the human body outline of the Buddhist gunmanship? You hit me very accurately." Chu Sheng's tone was somewhat resentful, and he felt very uncomfortable. Dai Mei hesitated, his big black eyes rolling back and forth, as if he was thinking about how to answer this question. He pointed his index fingers together and said with an extremely aggrieved tone, "Full automatic can be stopped whenever you want. I have tried my best to suppress the gun. You may not believe it, little brother, but the muzzle moved towards you by itself." QAQ. Chapter 141. Dai Mei. Overweight. Chu Sheng sighed. Dai Mei's shooting skills are really like Schrodinger's cat. When you don't shoot, you have no idea whether the next shot will be a magic shot or a human outline. Chu Sheng called this shooting skill and stated Dai Mei's unpredictability. Chu Sheng didn't have time to lick the box, so he drove to the other side of the road and let Dai Mei lick the box. After these 2 battles, the new poison circle was about to shrink. At this time, the 5th poison circle was very scary. It would lose 3 points of blood per second. If you stayed outside the safe zone for a long time, you would really die. The new poison circle began to shrink. Dai Mei saw the horrible blood loss and didn't even have time to change his gun. He packed 2 bottles of energy drinks and a first aid kit and ran away. Chu Sheng drove the white car towards Dai Mei. The Skyfire was very considerate. After a long explosion, it left the car without any damage. Dai Mei climbed out of the house, ran to the car and got in. Suddenly, the white car shook violently and almost flipped over. Chu Sheng was stunned. The car couldn't mess up at this critical moment of escaping the poison. The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed wildly when they saw this. After all, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is made with Unreal Engine 3, and it is known as a shooting game that conforms to real physics to the greatest extent. When faced with such a small bug in the game, everyone usually treats it as a joke. Chu Sheng controlled the car and stepped on the accelerator to rush into the safe zone. "Dai Mei, you should lose weight too," Chu Sheng said meaningfully while driving. Dai Mei hadn't reacted yet. Why should she lose weight? She wasn't fat at all. If she lost more weight, she might not even have an A. "Brother, do you think I'm fat?" Dai Mei subconsciously touched her belly. It seemed that there was no fat. Are the requirements for boys so strict now? If you're not fat, why did you almost overturn the car when you got in? Chu Sheng's words made Dai Mei speechless. Could she be blamed for such a thing? But it seemed that she had no choice but to take the blame. Dai Mei, am overweight." Dai Mei's breathing was heavy. Others took great care of their girls, but they were not like this little brother, who cheated her and said she was fat. But considering his good skills, he was spared this time. The car rushed into the safe zone smoothly, but the poison circle also shrank immediately afterwards. The new safe zone was refreshed in the west of the airport island, covering the beach and the cliff shore. This circle is a bit interesting. There are 3 wild houses in the safe zone. I am afraid that a big battle will happen later. Chu Sheng left the car at the edge of the circle. Now there are only 25 people left alive. The edge of the cliff where he was not in the safe zone. So he continued to run inside. Why is it the punishment circle again? Can't you just have a destiny circle instead of running away? Receive 5 points of complaints from Die. Daimei also complained. And it was obvious that this complaint was directed at Chu Sheng. Who asked this guy to say that she was fat just now? Naturally. She had to find a way to fight back. Chu Sheng just laughed when he heard Daimei's complaint. The refresh of the safe zone was completely random. And this kind of thing was really hard to predict with human power. He climbed up the cliff by the sea with Daimei, bending over carefully to climb. The cliff beside the airport island is rugged and steep. If you are not careful, you will fall down, and it will be difficult to climb up again. The fifth circle stays for 2 minutes, which is enough time for Chu Sheng and Daimei to sneak into the closest point to the safe zone. The safe zone is not big anymore, and there are only 25 survivors. Chu Sheng needs to kill 7 more people, and Daimei only needs to kill 1 more person to make the local tycoons like Shui Feng lose everything, or even pawn their underwear. Chu Sheng is naturally happy to see this situation. Shui Feng, are you guys panicking now? Killing 7 more people is no problem for Chu Sheng, and Daimei only needs to kill 1 more person to reach the target. If he says he is not panicking, it is a lie. Millions of fish balls have been invested. If Chu Sheng takes them all, I am afraid that Shui Feng will have to work to pay off his debts in the near future. Hold steady. We can win. The new rich Q, who led the pace at the beginning, spoke rarely. This wave of extremely confident words boosted Shui Feng's confidence. This guy invested the most and didn't say anything. What are they afraid of? I am not panicking at all, and even want to laugh. Shui Feng almost trembled as he typed out a paragraph of words, seemingly calm and witty. But in fact, he was panicking to death. Chu Sheng looked at the generous speeches of several people who were somewhat like rather die than surrender, and smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you lose. I know someone who runs a clubhouse here, and I also have acquaintances on the construction site. You can go there to work and pay off your debts when the time comes. Whoever picks up the gun belongs to him. We must put an end to the unhealthy trend of getting something for nothing," Shui Feng added. After all, Daimei now has an M4. If Chu Sheng wants to leave directly, how can he fight? Although Chu Sheng has a criminal record, this M4 that he never thought of taking from Daimei. For him, as long as he can enter the finals, the combination of VSS and Uzi is definitely more terrifying than M4. Don't you know who I am? Am I the kind of person who wants girls' things? Chu Sheng felt that the evaluation of himself was very accurate. He was never the kind of person who took girls' things casually. Ugh. Disgusting. This anchor is shameless. I will give him a backhand. Attention. Daimei said that he wanted to have a good talk with you about the 8-fold mirror, first aid kit, and 98k. Chun Siki. Xiaobai, Chu Sheng. You said you wouldn't take girls' things casually. But why did you take our hearts? Oh. The fans in the live broadcast room were immediately choked up. Disgusting. Chu Sheng and Daimei were walking when they suddenly heard a strange sound of a speedboat not turning off. Get down. Chu Sheng immediately got down. Daimei hadn't reacted yet. But as long as he didn't say she was fat, she would accept whatever the little brother said. The two of them crawled on the ground. Chu Sheng quietly crawled forward, using the jagged rocks in front of him to block his position. He saw 2 people climbing up the slope in front of him, and in the concave corner at the bottom, a speedboat was stranded. The cliff was very steep, but some places could still be climbed up by tossing and turning. After all, coming up from this back slope was much safer than rushing directly from the beach. The two of them were also very happy. At this time, the battle was all concentrated in the safe zone. Who would have thought that 2 people would sneak up from the cliff? After they both went up, they could sneak up on the group of people from behind. Wouldn't it be great? Daimei also quietly slipped to Chu Sheng's side, like a little tail. Chapter 142. Chu Sheng cheated. Looking forward with his hamster-like head, Daimei immediately opened his eyes and shouted, "Little brother, there is someone in front." Chu Sheng was startled by Daimei's casual shout. This girl was really startled. If she didn't find anyone, why would she squat here? Was she urinating and defecating anywhere? Chu Sheng looked at the 10 points left to accumulate the full to-so value, and his heart, unwilling to be lonely, suddenly wanted to make something happen. It would be totally unreasonable if he didn't make something happen. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw that Chu Sheng didn't shoot or throw grenades, and instantly smelled a asterisk. No conspiracy. Especially the cunning light flashing in Chu Sheng's eyes, which made the fans in the live broadcast room scalp numb. Dai Mei, hold a grenade in your hand, and throw it when I say throw it later. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, Dai Mei's eyes lit up, as if it was foreshadowing that someone had been killed. And the faces of the rich people in front of the computer were all pale. In this high position with cover, if a grenade was thrown down, it would definitely kill 2 people. When they thought of Dai Mei getting a quad kill, several people were immediately upset. Damn, they didn't leave the beach, but had to go ashore from such a strange place. These 2 people must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Xu Weifeng could no longer contain his anger. These people were not as strong as Chu Sheng, but they were imitating Chu Sheng's tricks. They were really shameless, and would not give up unless they gave up their lives in front of him. However, they could not do anything else except yelling in front of the computer. Dai Mei took out a grenade, but did not throw it. Instead, he hid beside Chu Sheng and waited for orders at any time. Chu Sheng moved the microphone closer, and then turned on the public voice channel. 2 guys carrying AKM and 98K. You are surrounded. The 2 people at the bottom of the hill were struggling to find an angle to climb up the steep cliff. Suddenly, an inexplicable voice came out, which made the 2 people alert. The first reaction of the 2 was to quickly alert and find the source of the sound. But they looked around and even in the water, and they didn't see anyone. Who are you? What are you doing? The 2 forced themselves to calm down. They could hear the voice of this person, which obviously meant that the person was nearby. But the other party didn't shoot them directly, which seemed to have some explanation. Chu Sheng smiled and watched the 2 people dodge like stupid geese, trying to find a safe place with cover. But every move was already in Chu Sheng's eyes. Even Dai Mei was trying to hold back his smile, watching the 2 people flying around like headless flies. I'm a cheater. I'm using an invisible cheat. So you can't see me? Chu Sheng said in a tone that you really haven't seen the world. And he made up an invisible cheat. When they heard that it was a god, they were so scared that they took 2 steps back. It was a god with an invisible cheat. How could they fight him? Brother, we have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. You went to the safe zone and roamed around. You see, we have to climb the cliff quietly here, and our equipment is not good. It's miserable enough. It seems that he was sure that Chu Sheng had used an invisible cheat, and his tone softened all of a sudden, and he didn't dare to act rashly. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. What a fake invisible cheat. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei were behind a high rock, and they just turned on the public channel to scare people like this. To be fair, if I were these 2 people now, I would also think that the other party was a god with an invisible cheat. After all, no one is so bored to talk to others. I feel sorry for these 2 guys. They will probably be pissed off when they watch the death replay. I think many players have been traumatized after my brother-in-law entered PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I suggest setting up an anti-Chu Sheng protection association to speak for those players who were bullied by Chu Sheng. I feel sorry for these players. You have to know that what these players bullied by Chu Sheng today will be tomorrow after we enter the game. Chu Sheng was helpless as he watched these water friends frantically leading the pace. When did these guys start to set up a protection association for the enemy? They know how to play. Although the 2 of them kept begging for mercy, Chu Sheng could see that the complaints were increasing little by little. The complaints of these 2 people never stopped. Hee. They know how to play. They said no, but they were honest in their hearts. Chu Sheng glanced at the countdown of the poison circle. There were more than 40 seconds before the poison began to shrink. This time was enough. And they could even play 10 waves back and forth, you said, begging for mercy. But in fact you must be thinking, this stupid cheater. Don't get out. Cheat and kill your whole family. After all, there is a Tutso value system. Although Chu Sheng does not know their exact thoughts. Since they have collected the negative energy of Tutso value, they must be saying bad things about Chu Sheng. However, Chu Sheng was indifferent to this. Anyway, he did not use external plugins. Hee. The Tutso value increased rapidly. Before Chu Sheng could say anything else, he had accumulated enough Tutso value of 100 points. The gun god possessed Grims. The G god possessed. It's G god again. The readers are tired of it. Can't this crappy system be upgraded or come up with some new tricks? Chu Sheng couldn't help complaining in his heart. He has been playing since noon. In addition to possession, It's possession. Moreover, these strong men are very awesome. Basically, they have no bias. No matter what gun you are, you can use it freely. Only weaklings can be divided into superior and inferior ones. But for the gun god, they are all equally omnipotent. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Chu Sheng's mouth, which was a manifestation of his relaxed mentality after being possessed. But this unusual smile was immediately captured by the famous Detective Cozy in the live broadcast room. Have you noticed that every time before the big brother-in-law starts a massacre, he will smile meaningfully? According to my analysis, the famous Detective Cozy, this smile is a signal. As long as Chu Sheng shows this smile, then there will be a massacre next. Cozy's analysis made Juefeng and the others feel cold behind their backs, and they didn't know whether to say MP or not. It seems that it is true if you think about it carefully. Juefeng had previously complained that this was an evil and arrogant smile, and Wuxian joked that it was Chu Sheng's facial muscles that spasmed at the corners of his mouth. And his smile was so creepy. Chu Sheng's move was obviously to kill these rich fans who were leading the rhythm. Juefeng was already pale, and everyone saw the grenade in Daime's hand. If this grenade was thrown down, at least one life would be lost. It can be said that Daime's quad kill was no suspense. Chu Sheng showed another extremely cruel smile. Obviously, this dog butcher was going to kill the pig. Chu Sheng did not attack directly, nor did he let Daime attack, and suddenly changed the subject and said, "I'm saying now, all those who cheat are fucking losers, and they will explode on the spot." The two guys who had just cursed Chu Sheng in their hearts were stunned. This self-humiliating operation is a bit cool. Chapter 143, How could there be such a beast? Both of them were stunned. Their mouths opened so wide that they seemed to be able to stuff a lump of. How could there be a god scolding him? And scolding him so fiercely? What the hell is this routine? It's like someone suddenly shouting on the street, "I'm stupid." Then many people will definitely turn around and stare, wondering what kind of mental illness this person has committed. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy. Chu Sheng's finger pointing was really exquisite. Anyway, he didn't cheat, so there was no situation where he scolded himself. But the two guys on the opposite side didn't know. Especially Chu Sheng explained that he was using an invisible plugin. And then he cursed. This show of operation directly stunned the two. What? Do the big brothers who use plugins now have some mental illness? They are actually self-abusing. The two were discouraged. It seemed that they couldn't escape this wave. How could they survive when they met a big brother who was so crazy that he even cursed himself? He poured bullets in all directions crazily, and shouted while output, "I won't give you these bullets even if I waste them." Then he drank energy drinks and painkillers crazily, in order to use the first aid kit. The two attacked each other, and then used the first aid kit to bandage. Chu Sheng was stunned. He didn't expect that his two casual words would drive the other side crazy, and even start killing each other. Daime, throw the grenade quickly to stop their crazy behavior. Chu Sheng still wanted these first aid kits and painkillers. Especially these two people had rifles on them. These were such good things. It would be a pity to throw them away. Chu Sheng was extremely frugal, and hated this kind of extravagant and uncivilized behavior. Daime's grenade was almost warm in his hand. When he heard Chu Sheng's order, his eyes suddenly lit up. Without saying a word, he pulled a ring and pulled out the pin. Then held it in his hand and counted down. 5, 4, 3. When the number 3 was called, a grenade was thrown and flew directly towards the two people. Daime's grenade throwing skills were still good, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air, at least from a mathematical point of view. Chu Sheng could give this sign function a full score. A grenade suddenly appeared above his head and landed not far in front of the two people. As the grenade landed, it rolled down the slope directly to the feet of the two people, and it seemed that there was no intention to stop. Both of them were kneeling on the ground wrapping the first aid kit. When they saw the grenade at first, they didn't react. When they suddenly realized it, the grenade had already slid to the crotch of the man's pants. At this time, it was basically impossible to stand up and prepare to escape. As soon as the two stood up, a large cloud of smoke and sparks suddenly came out from their crotch, blowing them away directly. "Ah hey!" Chu Sheng looked at the two people flying out, and he couldn't stop them at this moment. The two were like Jack and Rousey in the Titanic. You jump and I jump. Without hesitation. The posture of the two people being blown away was like Superman. And they even raised their fists and plunged directly into the sea. What made Chu Sheng uncomfortable was that the two people died after being blown away by the air wave, and the box fell directly on the reef at the bottom. There are only a dozen seconds left before the circle is refreshed. If I go down to get it, I'm afraid I won't be able to come up alive. Dai Mei killed 2 people in one wave, and the total number of kills directly reached 5. Dai Mei has played games for dozens of hours, and has never had such a great experience as a 5-kill game. It feels like he is not afraid of the firepower of another division on the opposite side. Chu Sheng looked at the box on the reef with nostalgia. M4, AKM, and 98K. Goodbye forever. Brother. I killed 5. Dai Mei's eyes began to sparkle, and he was extremely happy. The faces of the rich people in front of the computer were all pale. 3 guesses were made, and Dai Mei had lost millions of beans in this one. Almost tens of millions. This wave was a sure win. Chu Sheng is such a beast. He actually let Dai Mei lose so many heads. The speedboat coffin closed the lid, and the Molotov cocktail killed 2 people. The bungalow hut stole a person, and the grenade here killed 2 people. Everyone didn't know what to say, including the few diehard fans in Dai Mei's live broadcast room. They used to watch Dai Mei's live broadcast, and this guy could be said to be celebrating the new year happily if he could kill 1 person. Let Chu Sheng kill 5 people in one game. Wow! The poison circle began to shrink, and Chu Sheng didn't have much time left. Chu Sheng also gathered his mind. After the 2 people died, the complaints were still continuous, and the terrifying 10 points. 10 points prompt. Most likely, these 2 guys clicked the death replay after being blown to death, wanting to see where Chu Sheng, the invisible cheater, was. As a result, when they clicked the death replay, they saw 2 people lying on the cliff, and they were still flirting for a long time. More importantly, from Daimu's perspective, the 2 of them enjoyed the scene of randomly shooting and losing blood at each other. It was so beautiful. Basically, a normal person would not have the courage to watch it anymore. When the 2 of them finished watching, they almost collapsed. From the enemy's perspective, the 2 of them looked like 2 monkeys, acting in the same place. In the end, they couldn't bear it anymore, so they threw a grenade to kill the 2 of them. Fuck. Why are there such beasts? I don't know if I should say MP. You said you secretly spotted the 2 people and then showed up to steal them. But you saw that they didn't fight from a high position, and opened the public channel to show that they were stealth hackers. How could there be such a shameless person? Then look at the equipment of these 2 people. One of them has VSS and Uzi, and the other has an M4. They were suppressed by the IQ of such crappy equipment. I was immediately upset. Hack. Hack. Hack your head. It can be predicted that the 2 people were probably in a bad mood that night. Chu Sheng was also extremely shocked. The resentment of these 2 people was too strong. Others could only provide 10 to 20 points at most. These 2 people have not stopped since they died just now. Chu Sheng roughly calculated that they had at least 50 to 60 points. It was terrifying. The 2 of them still groped forward along the strange rocks on the edge of the island, and did not run directly into the circle from the flat ground at the first time. You know, if you fall to the flat ground, there are strange rocks behind you, but there is no cover in front of you. Basically, if you are discovered, you will die and become a fly in front of the background board. Now the 2 of them have extremely rich medical supplies. Basically, 60% of the weight in the backpack is medical supplies, 20% is ammunition, and the remaining 20% is tactical throwing objects. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei reached the northernmost edge of the cliff, and further down was a beach with few shelters. The 2 were only 1 step away from the safe zone. Brother, are we going in? Dai Mei's cute voice sounded again. Chu Sheng lay on the stone and took a look at the current situation. There were still 20 people left. This time the poison circle shrank and the damage was 5 points/second. After a while, Chu Sheng saw 2 people swimming up quietly on the beach, and said firmly, "We will not enter the safe zone first, and stay outside the poison circle." Chapter 144 Man-Made Bombing Zone. The 2 swimmers came ashore. There was only a big rock in front of the beach, which could be regarded as the only shelter, just enough to serve as a shelter for 2 people. The 2 hid behind the shelter, and did not dare to move. After all, there was no shelter after going out, and there were still 20 people left. It could be described as a dangerous place. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei were at the edge of the safe zone. They only needed to get up and run a few steps to enter the safe zone, but he chose not to do so. Chu Sheng planned to let these two people be the vanguard to attract firepower and explore the way for them. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei were packing frantically in the poison circle. The poison circle had shrunk, and the new safe zone had been generated. The location was not unexpectedly refreshed on the beach at the far end. This safe zone is a bit interesting. There is a beach on the left, a mountain on the right, and 3 bungalows in the wild area in the middle. If it is a 4-row mode, the final circle of this house area will definitely be blown to pieces. Whoever enters the house will die first. But for the double-row mode, 2 people occupy a house with complex terrain, which basically guarantees whoever comes to fight whoever comes. If you are lucky, you can get a circle of destiny at the end and win the game. The 2 people hiding behind the stone saw the new safe zone, and their faces turned green. How can they run on this road? If they run along the beach, they may be shot as targets by the people on the mountain. But if they go from the front, there may be many Voldemorts waiting to trap them. But this circle only lasts 90 seconds. If you don't run, you might be killed by the people in the safe zone, and you won't have a chance to run. Let's go up the mountain. The 2 of them immediately decided to go up the mountain. There are up and down slopes and trees on the mountain. If someone is targeting you, at least there is a shelter to hide. But the beach is different. If someone hits you, there is nowhere to hide. You can only passively be a live target. Dai Mei and Chu Sheng were still wrapping bandages frantically when their blood volume dropped to half. They started to use the first aid kit to recover blood. Looking at the 2 people behind the stone moving towards the mountain, Dai Mei asked puzzledly, "Brother, don't we fight?" "No need to fight. We can't lose any heads. Now you go to the rock where they were just now. I'll go to drive the boat." Chu Sheng saw a speedboat outside the poison circle. He planned to take it down, and then rush directly along the beach to the beach behind the house area in the safe zone. Using a speedboat as a cover is even more useful than a big rock. No one could have imagined that there were still 2 people alive outside the poison circle, let alone entering the safe zone from the beach. Chu Sheng and Dai Mei carefully came down from the cliff. Dai Mei hid behind a big rock to recover blood. After Chu Sheng recovered blood, he swam directly into the poison circle and drove the speedboat at the edge of the poison circle into the safe zone. The 2 guys just drove this speedboat over. They were afraid of making noise and being discovered when they went ashore. So they abandoned the boat and swam ashore early. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng got the upper hand in the end. "Let's go. Let's drive the boat into the circle." A loud gunshot broke out in the forest. But surprisingly no one died. Chu Sheng couldn't care less at this time. Only after entering the safe zone could he fight and win the game. Carrying Dai Mei, the speedboat rushed directly to the safe zone along the poison circle. The people in the housing area also became alert when they heard the loud noise on the beach behind them, and sent 1 person to guard the beach to prevent anyone from getting close. The layout of the housing area is also very interesting. There are 2 teams of people in the 3 houses. Chu Sheng directly rushed the speedboat to the shore and parked it diagonally. The 2 people could just squat behind the speedboat and make a perfect cover. The 2 windows in the bungalow are facing the beach, and the side window is facing another house. So the 2 people in one house almost watched Chu Sheng rushing to the shore. Before they stood up and shot, Chu Sheng had already drifted the speedboat sideways and hid behind it. From this angle, they could only hit the speedboat. Another person in the other house also watched the back. So Chu Sheng and Dai Mei were now being watched by 3 people in total. There was no rush to rush in. Chu Sheng was now sure that the house area in front must have been occupied by someone. But it was not sure whether there were people in all 3 houses, or only some of them. However, this matter could be left to others. After all, the safe zone had been refreshed, and this house area was in the center. Someone would definitely rush into the house. Wouldn't it be clear if we fired in response? Chu Sheng and Dai Mei used up all their energy, and hid behind the speedboat waiting for the circle to shrink. There were still 18 people alive. I'm afraid another group would die when the safe zone shrank. Zhui Feng was very relieved to see Chu Sheng hiding behind the speedboat, and not rushing out to kill people. Seeing this, how could he not understand that Chu Sheng had definitely won the game? And he had no golden immortal sanctions. And his position was also good. If he rushed into the room later, the people inside would die without knowing how they died. So this game was a sure win. And with Dai Mei's pentacle, their rich team had already lost 2 handicaps. Now their only hope was to stop the loss. And they hoped Chu Sheng would not kill more than 10 people. Zhui Feng was afraid of irritating Chu Sheng, so he didn't even dare to post a barrage. He seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Watching the live broadcast with a thermos cup and wolfberries. The closer it got to the finals, the more important the role of tactical thinking became. Although they all kept their troops inactive, Chu Sheng had a reason for not moving. Ordinary players kept their troops inactive because they were afraid of being beaten. As expected, time passed quickly, and it was time for the poison circle to shrink. The terrain in the forest was complicated and gunfire began to rage. Gunfire was also heard in the house in front of Chu Sheng. There was at least one person in the house on the right. The house on the left had no windows facing the forest, so no gunfire was heard. Chu Sheng controlled the character to slightly reveal half of his dark head to the left. The two people hiding by the window saw this half head and couldn't help aiming and shooting at the same time. The glass shattered, and Chu Sheng's level 3 head was also hit by a bullet, and the durability was red. He quickly retracted his head and used a bandage to pull up the blood slightly. And Chu Sheng was sure in his heart, okay, there are two people in the house on the left, and at least one person on the right. The poison circle behind shrank very quickly, and now a new safe zone has been generated, which is in the house on the right, and half of the left corner of the house is also in the new final circle. Chu Sheng directly cut into grenades, and the 10 grenades in his backpack were already thirsty. Dai Mei, you throw a smoke bomb into the house on the left first. Dai Mei took out the smoke bomb and threw it directly towards the house. But it was a pity that it was not accurate enough and was thrown directly against the wall of the house. But the sudden smoke also blocked the vision of the two people in the house. No. They threw smoke bombs to rush into the house. The two ran towards another door of the house without saying a word. Stuck in the corner. And once they encountered a gun first, they could rush out directly if they couldn't beat them. Chapter 145. Don't stay in the house in the finals. As soon as the smoke bomb in Dai Mei's hand took effect, Chu Sheng heard footsteps in the house. The door of the house on the right could only see the direction of the beach, and this person didn't dare to open the door to see. If he opened the door here, he would be shot into a sieve by the people in the house next door through the window. Moved to the kitchen next to him. He finally saw the smoke outside through the window. Fight. Fight hard. Anyway, if the two sides fight, they can reap the benefits. Chu Sheng's grenade also came out and was thrown directly into the house. After 2 fragmentation grenades, Chu Sheng threw another smoke bomb on the road, completely blocking the view of the house area on the left, and then quietly touched the edge of the house area with the help of the smoke. Chu Sheng threw 2 grenades, and the first one scared the 2 people out of the door immediately after throwing it in, and neither of them achieved anything. But Chu Sheng also took advantage of the time when the 2 people escaped and hid behind the house. And he had already touched the outside of the house and squatted in the corner. Chu Sheng was holding an Uzi in his hand. At this distance, the damage of the Uzi was comparable to that of a shotgun, and basically anyone hit would die. Chu Sheng squatted outside the window and threw another smoke bomb towards the right room to prevent the guys in the right room from taking advantage of the situation at a critical moment. The deterrent effect of the smoke bomb was still very large. The man in the kitchen was still thinking that if he had a chance to steal, he could come and steal it. But the smoke bomb Chu Sheng threw just outside the kitchen door and window, and the enemy who wanted to take advantage of the situation immediately lost interest. Chu Sheng squatted under the window, and because he was in the third person, he naturally saw the open back door. In order to avoid the grenade, the 2 people chose to rush out of the house. But there were still people in the forest behind them, and the 2 people were basically stuck now. After a little consideration, Chu Sheng chose to use his grenade again. The first grenade was thrown directly to the top of his head, and then the second grenade found an extremely tricky angle at the window, and was thrown in and bounced directly out of the back door. At this time, the 2 people who were driven out of the house were also very uncomfortable. There was a forest behind them, and the people behind them were aiming at them. Sniper bullets fell on the wall crazily. If they hadn't been lying on the ground, they would have been shot to death on the wall. They didn't dare to go into the house in front. A grenade in a simple 1-story house like this could illuminate the whole house. And going into the toilet was a dead end. Being trapped from the front and back was extremely embarrassing. Just like a fat man with a big belly who was blocked from going deeper just halfway in, and was caught in a dilemma. But the only thing to be thankful for was that they were still in the safe zone. Although lying here was cowardly, they could survive. They heard the clanking sound of grenades on the floor of the house again, and the 2 of them subconsciously shrank back. The guy outside attacking the house was still unwilling to give up. How many grenades did he hold? Just as the two were lying on the ground, they suddenly heard the sound of a grenade falling to the ground. Huh? The sound of this grenade doesn't sound right. It doesn't seem to come from the house. Boom! Before the two finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the two were caught off guard and turned into boxes. After getting 5 kills, Chu Sheng ran directly into the house. Dai Mei also received Chu Sheng's signal and ran directly into the house under the cover of thin smoke. Chu Sheng's kills reached 5. And at this moment, there were only 12 people left alive in the field. And there were only 10 enemies excluding Chu Sheng and Dai Mei. Chu Sheng looked at the barrage. Many people asked Chu Sheng to rush out and kill people. And Chu Sheng had to kill half of the remaining 10 people to win the guessing. After all, some of them, small retail water friends, can't be smashed by a few local tyrants. So they can only buy some energy. Now Dai Mei has successfully completed the goal. And only Chu Sheng has 10 kills and chicken dinner. If all 3 options are successful, then this wave can really make a fortune from a few local tyrants. You know, Chu Sheng is quite comfortable with killing the rich and helping the poor. Water friends believe that Chu Sheng will never let them down. Chu Sheng in the finals has never been a person who will sit and wait for death. Dai Mei, give me all the grenades and smoke bombs you have. Chu Sheng had already made plans. If he wanted to play, he would play a big one. The house was the center of the circle. As long as Dai Mei was alive, he would win the game. Chu Sheng only left 3 first aid kits and 3 bottles of energy drinks on him. He threw all the supplies on Dai Mei. That little brother. You can take this M4. This gun has high damage and a fast firing rate. You will definitely be very powerful if you use it to kill people. Juefeng's heart was in his throat. This damn Dai Mei was making trouble. This wave of targeting was too obvious. If Chu Sheng got an M4, he would probably kill his way through the house area and go to the mountain. What are you waiting for the final circle? He would shoot everyone as soon as he got out. Chu Sheng smiled strangely and said, forget it. If you give me a gun, those local tycoons will be scared to pee their pants on the other side of the network cable. I will use Uzi and VSS to win the game this time, and let you see the real power of VSS. Juefeng and his friends all breathed a sigh of relief. When Juefeng heard Chu Sheng humiliating him like this, his face turned red. Who is scared to pee his pants, and still wants to win the game with VSS? What power can a squirt gun have? I'm afraid it can't even beat them with guns. Juefeng was also very tough. He could lose the betting but not the momentum. And he couldn't show his timidity and let Chu Sheng laugh at him. Seeing that Juefeng was so scared that he couldn't type properly, Chu Sheng smiled and said, everyone says that VSS is a squirt gun. Right? Then today I will show you the power of this squirt gun. To prove this point, Chu Sheng did not switch to Uzi in close combat, and rushed out with full automatic VSS. The shooting speed of VSS and Uzi is almost twice as fast. But in this double row game, the difference is not that big. Chu Sheng's Uzi has no expansion, so a magazine has only 25 bullets, while the VSS with expansion also has 20 bullets. As long as the shooting accuracy is guaranteed, anyone can be killed instantly. A smoke bomb was thrown directly into the broken window of the kitchen next to it, and gunshots were heard from the opposite side at the right time. The smoke bomb filled the kitchen, and the enemy who was squatting in the kitchen also ran out of the kitchen and got stuck in the narrow aisle at the door. Chu Sheng rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, holding the grenade in his hand for 3 seconds, and poured it directly from the high kitchen, which happened to bounce directly on the inner wall and landed at the feet of the man. Seeing the grenade, the man was frightened and immediately opened the door and wanted to run out. But the grenade exploded as soon as the door was pushed open, and the air wave directly lifted him up, and the explosion damage also affected half of his blood. I thought I would have to fight back after being blown out, but I was hit by Chu Sheng's 10 bullets, and I turned into a box before I landed. The bright red prompt on the screen told everyone, Kill 6. The whole process was done in one go without any delay, which is exactly what Chu Sheng has always said. The disadvantage of staying in the house in the finals. Chapter 146. You use a water gun. I use a fire hose. VSS bullets are extremely slow, even subsonic. None of Chu Sheng's 10 bullets missed. All of them landed on the enemy, which requires a very accurate advanced prediction. And Chu Sheng is not sure that this person will be blown out, so his reaction is extremely fast, even subconsciously following the gun when he sees someone. The fans are just having fun. But if there are professional players or coaches, Chu Sheng's operation just now is enough to make people's eyes light up. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a new game. For professional players, good shooting skills, sufficient awareness, and fast reaction are indispensable. Chu Sheng's reaction and shooting skills were fully demonstrated in the operation just now. After the man died, the body was still in the air, and he stopped by breaking with his face. Seeing his companion's tragic death, the other person hiding in the toilet was trembling with fear, hiding in the narrow toilet and blocking the view. Chu Sheng did not loot the bag after killing the people, but walked quietly into the house. Although he walked quietly, there were still slight footsteps. The person hiding in the toilet became a lone wolf, and directly cut out a grenade, threw it directly from the toilet door to the wall, and bounced back to Chu Sheng. As soon as Chu Sheng heard the grenade fuse being pressed, he rushed out of the house in the opposite direction. The grenade exploded in the same place as before, but Chu Sheng reacted quickly and ran out to hide behind him, so he was not hurt at all. At the same time, Chu Sheng almost knew the position of this person. The grenade fuse made a sound, but the Molotov cocktail did not. This Molotov cocktail has been on Chu Sheng for a long time, and now it is finally useful. He squatted down, crouched down, and quietly approached the toilet. The player in the toilet was very tactful and closed the toilet door, fearing that Chu Sheng would throw a geometric mine in and leave him nowhere to hide. This choice was right, but he forgot that this toilet was not like the toilet in a two-story apartment building, which was airtight on all sides. Chu Sheng was delighted when he saw the door was closed, thinking that his opponent was quite cooperative, and threw the Molotov cocktail in without saying a word. The blazing flames were accompanied by the chaos, and the player was so dizzy that he reacted and rushed out of the door. However, after Chu Sheng threw the Molotov cocktail, he had already returned to the room and waited for a coincidence encounter in the corridor. He shot 3 bullets directly and took away the guy with low health. 6 kills. A fierce battle also took place in the forest. At this moment, except for Chu Sheng and Dai Mei, there were only 6 enemies left. Chu Sheng still needs to kill 4 people to complete the guessing. Several local tyrants were all very nervous. If they lost the fish balls worth hundreds of thousands, they would lose. They spent a lot of money on guessing 3 items in this round, just to snipe Chu Sheng, just to let him know that the power of local tyrants cannot be insulted. Now even the most difficult 4 kills of Dai Mei are already a foregone conclusion. Several people suddenly felt the same as the people under the speedboat. That is, despair. Hurry up and fight. Don't give Chu Sheng any chance. Juefeng gritted his teeth. Losing the fish balls was a small matter, but a group of local tyrants lost face in front of Chu Sheng. That was a big deal. If this is remembered by a group of fans and becomes a joke, how can I show off in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room in the future? Chu Sheng rushed into the house and successfully killed 2 people. He immediately called Dai Mei and asked her to lie down in the attic on the 2nd floor and not to come out when she heard any sound. Chu Sheng closed all the doors, then went out and walked around the house. He was relieved after confirming that there was no Voldemort. Chu Sheng went straight to the bunker in front. Soon Chu Sheng heard gunshots from the mountain not far away. At first glance, it seemed that 4 people on both sides were fighting. Just after locking the position, I saw that one person was knocked down after a chaotic battle. Xue Feng was so excited that he even stood up and snapped his fingers. Yes, that's how to fight. Don't let Chu Sheng get the head. The more miserable the fight, the less chance Chu Sheng has of getting a kill. Now there are only 6 people left. 2 full teams are fighting here. I don't know if the other 2 are the Lone Wolf Voldemort or the team. Anyway, just don't come over to get Chu Sheng a kill. When Chu Sheng saw someone fall, his eyelids twitched wildly. He followed the fire from the muzzle and locked the position of the battle. Ignoring the fight between the 2 sides, the VSS in full automatic mode opened the scope directly, aiming at the fallen person, and fired 7 or 8 bullets. Others' full automatic VSS shook after opening the scope, but Chu Sheng's bullets flew out like a string of light spots. And even in the open scope state, you can clearly see that the trajectory is exactly the same. With the built-in silencer of VSS, the people fighting in the forest at this distance didn't notice Chu Sheng, who was lurking in the house area. The light spots all fell on the head of the guy, who fell to the ground like a string of cannonballs. After 3 bullets, he fell to the ground and turned into a box. Hey, another head is in hand. Chu Sheng's voice was mean. And everyone knew that Chu Sheng said it deliberately to Zhui Feng. It must be said that this move was really mean. Instead of hitting the standing person, he killed the head of the fallen person and snatched a head. Zhui Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. These idiots kill people first. Why did they give Chu Sheng a head for nothing? At this moment, both parties fighting were also stunned. There was only one person left in the reduced team. He was just about to wait for his teammates to come over and rescue him. But he was killed by someone else. The two people stuck on the other side were also stunned. And their faces turned red like monkeys' butts. Fuck. Someone actually stole my head. One of the most depressing things about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is being robbed of heads. You know, it's not easy to kill someone in a game. But after knocking him down, he was picked up by someone else. For example, it's like you worked hard, and spent a lot of effort to finally knock down a girlfriend. And you were ready to ride your horse to get the first blood at night. But when you walked out of the bar, someone suddenly picked up your body and took it back to be happy. Do you know that feeling? Oh, what do you mean by singles don't understand? Forget it. Just as the others were surprised, Chu Sheng stuck his head out again, raised the crosshairs a little by half a body, and fired another 10 rounds of bullets in full automatic mode. After Chu Sheng finished firing the bullets, he retracted his head and reloaded without even looking at where the bullets landed. The speed of VSS bullets was extremely slow, so when Chu Sheng retracted his head and finished reloading, a series of light spots all hit the person. A headshot kill popped up directly at the bottom of Chu Sheng's screen. Steady! He was so confident without even looking at where the bullets landed. A real man never looks back to see the headshot. Fuck. Is this the effect of VSS? What's the difference between this and instant kill? Everyone was stunned. When the fans used VSS, the enemy's positioning was often very poor. But the bullet speed of the VSS gun was too slow. It was too fast when it went forward and too slow when it went backward. When it hit, a ball of blood burst out. But the damage was only a dozen or 20 points. If the opponent was wearing level 3 armor, 5 shots might not kill him. But in Chu Sheng's case, it almost became a weapon to kill people in an instant. Hey, I'm afraid I used a water gun. And my brother-in-law used a high-pressure water gun from the fire brigade. Chapter 147 Save the Child. There are only 4 enemies left. Chu Sheng only needs to kill 2 more to complete 10 kills. At this time, Zhui Feng was already panicking. The script was not written like this. How could this VSS achieve the effect of instant kill? He had also used this water gun before, which had low damage. And the bullet speed was slow and fell heavily. Except for the time when he landed without a gun. He could use it to kill someone. If he found any other rifle, he would abandon it. Why was this gun in Chu Sheng's hands so powerful? And even the seemingly useless scope and silencer became an extremely powerful advantage in the finals? Zhui Feng was not convinced. Why did they buy the game for 98? And Chu Sheng could kill as many people as he wanted in a game. But he had to spend a lot of effort to kill one person. Chu Sheng killed 2 people in a row. And the remaining 4 people looked around, but didn't find his position. This is the strength of the VSS gun. It has a built-in silencer. And the gunshot is extremely concealed. Under normal circumstances, the general direction can be determined by the bullet landing point. However, because the bullet speed is extremely slow, Chu Sheng had already hidden the gun after firing the bullet. When the bullet fell on the person, the enemy would naturally not be able to find Chu Sheng's trace. This flashback technique combined with VSS is simply unsolvable. If it were any other gun with a normal bullet speed, it would not be able to play this trick. All the water friends in the live broadcast room were stunned. And even Dai Mei, who was hanging up in the small attic, couldn't help but cut out of the game and watch his highlight operation in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Chu Sheng knew that there was another team in the forest, but he could not find any traces of the remaining 2 people after scanning around, which was very frustrating. The stay time of the next few circles was very short, and soon the poison circle began to shrink again. The team in the forest directly paved the way with smoke bombs, hoping to rush directly into the safe zone with the smoke. But Chu Sheng had been waiting in the bunker for a long time. The only thing that worried Chu Sheng was the remaining 2 Voldemorts. These 2 people who had not appeared for a long time became the most unstable factor. However, Chu Sheng had VSS plus Uzi. So even if the other party wanted to trap him, they had to beat him. The 2 people at the foot of the mountain rushed towards the house area with the smoke. At this time, rushing into the house was the most unwise choice. Basically, They would fight around the outside of the house, and use the grenades on their bodies to explore the way. As soon as the two rushed out of the smoke, Chu Sheng had already been waiting on the side. VSS locked the opponent's head like a string of bullets, and a volley of bullets directly killed both of them. As expected, the number of kills reached 10. Chu Sheng smiled. As long as the last two Voldemorts were eliminated, he could win the game smoothly. Seeing that Chu Sheng had also completed the kill, a group of local tyrants looked ashen. I don't know what the remaining two people are like, but they are obviously not qualified to fill their teeth against Chu Sheng. Just as Chu Sheng was amazed that the poison circle had already shrunk and the two guys had not yet appeared, a message popped up in the upper right corner saying that two people in the safe zone had died. The screen froze and a line of words popped up directly. Good luck. We'll win the game tonight. We'll win the game this time? Chu Sheng never expected that the last two guys would have been carrying poison and spraying medicine bags outside the poison circle. Turtle. This is too good. At the same time, Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air. If he hadn't killed the guy just now, he wouldn't have been able to complete the 10 kills. Seeing this ending, Juefeng was also stunned. Damn. It was exactly 10 kills. One more and one less. The two lone wolves outside the poison circle were spraying medicine. Seeing the two people at the foot of the mountain rushing in and being wiped out, they had no idea of entering the safe zone again. And of course no chance to enter again. After a narrow escape, Chu Sheng got 10 kills, led his sister to win the game, and got 4 kills. All 3 guesses were completed. This wave directly washed away tens of millions of fish balls. The appearance of several local tyrants with pale faces and heavy bleeding was really charming. Come on. Those who won the guess. Thank the local tyrants with me. Thank you for the strong support of the local tyrant group. Chu Sheng made another series of coquettish operations, which was tantamount to rubbing salt into the wounds of Juefeng and others, making them grit their teeth. This guy is really too cheap. A series of thanks to the local tyrants for their support on the barrage made several people very angry. This wave made Chu Sheng wash away all the fish balls and lose face. It was really terrible. Wow. This live broadcast room is so terrible. Just like a slaughterhouse. Slaughtering several emperors at once. There is no way out. But it is really fun to play landlords. You can get fish balls from the rich and make a lot of money. Thank you rich people for your generosity. These emperors are simply the god of wealth. The live broadcast room of the brother-in-law killed 4 emperors with a guessing game. Awesome. Juefeng almost fainted when he saw the title of God of Wealth. How can he survive in the future? This joke can't be passed. After winning the game, Chu Sheng directly settled the guessing game. Almost all the people who bought Chu Sheng One made a lot of money. This is not financial management, but the lottery. The guessing game in this room is really exciting. I subscribe and won't leave. Excuse me. Is there any stubborn emperor who can be the dealer? I am thirsty for fish balls in my hand. Another chicken that is so stable that Dai Mei can win it by watching the live broadcast in the attic. At this moment, he couldn't help but imitate Chu Sheng and pretend to be cool. It's really easy to win the chicken. This game is too simple. I can win the chicken by watching the live broadcast. Sure enough, after saying this, Dai Mei's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something new. Seeing the netizens gritting their teeth and asking her to count, it seemed very cool. Chu Sheng had just returned to the preparation interface, when a lot of Save the Children barrages suddenly appeared on the barrage. Chu Sheng was still wondering if it was Juefeng who was leading the trend again, but he vaguely saw his sister's name in the comments. Brother. Su Xiaomu's voice came from the next room. After all, she was a singing girl with a strong voice. Dai Mei also heard a subtle voice through the microphone, thinking that the little brother actually had a sister. But why did the sister's voice sound so familiar? Then the comments in the live broadcast room became brother-in-law. I am sorry for the change. Chu Sheng knew that it was definitely not a good thing when he heard Su Xiaomu's coquettish voice. He endured the numbness of his scalp and said, Su Xiaomu, keep your voice down at night. Be careful that the neighbors will come upstairs and knock on the door again. Then Chu Sheng heard the rustling of slippers and ran over. Su Xiaomu had prepared her feelings at the door. When she opened the door, her eyes sparkled and she looked like she was about to cry. Even her nose looked red because she had pinched it hard at the door just now. She looked pitiful. Brother, save me. When Su Xiaomu rushed into the house, the camera also recorded this scene completely. Danyai in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room was stunned instantly. Isn't this Shiga? One of the three major female anchors of Douyu? Why is she here? Chapter 148. Brothers have to pay off their sister's debt. Daimei was completely stunned. And all the fans in her live broadcast room saw Xiao Guzi. Wow. Look who this is. Confessing to Xiao Guzi up close. It's Xiao Guzi. Who is this anchor? He actually lives with Xiao Guzi. Stupid. Didn't you hear Xiao Guzi calling him brother just now? This chicken-eating master is actually Xiao Guzi's brother. At this time, Daimei suddenly realized Chu Sheng's anchor ID. The little follower of the genius beauty Xiao Guzi. Damn. She had suspected before whether Chu Sheng was Xiao Guzi's fanboy or something. But she didn't expect that he was actually her brother. Chu Sheng was confused. What was he doing? How did it rise to the level of rescue? At the same time, everyone in the Pigeon Live broadcast room ran to the live broadcast room of his elder brother Chu Sheng. The popularity exploded again. And the popularity directly rushed to 1 million. Brother, if you don't save me this time, I will really die. Chu Sheng gradually came to his senses. Okay. Su Xiaomu's first stage of coquetry is to make things very serious. As if the world will end if you don't help her. However, if you are unmoved, in the second stage, she will use her acting skills to say that you don't love me anymore. And start to squeeze tears. Okay. Let's talk about the matter first. A good person always talks about death. It's not constipation. Chu Sheng's words almost made Su Xiaomu burst out laughing. But fortunately, she managed to hold it back at the last second. The fans in the live broadcast room had already laughed like pigs. This was their little pigeon. One of the three major female anchors of Douyu. I'm afraid only Chu Sheng would dare to treat their goddess like this. And they wouldn't feel jealous. No. You have to promise me first before I dare to tell you. Su Xiaomu bit her words firmly, and said she wouldn't say anything if she didn't agree. Chu Sheng wouldn't be fooled. It must be something bad. Seeing that Chu Sheng was so tight-lipped and didn't show any sign of agreeing, Su Xiaomu suddenly squeezed out 2 tears, which fell on the back of Chu Sheng's hand on the stool. Brother, do you not love me anymore? Wawikyu. Okay. As Chu Sheng expected, the second stage began. Although he knew that this girl was pretending. Seeing how hard she was trying to squeeze out tears, Chu Sheng still couldn't bear it. Besides, the second stage was almost done. If he didn't let go and waited until the third stage, Su Xiaomu would turn into a little witch. And his live broadcast was still on. It would not be good for everyone to see Su Xiaomu's violent appearance. Okay. Okay. I promised you. Isn't it okay? Now tell me what's going on. What else can Chu Sheng do? He has to take good care of his sister. Su Xiaomu was a little embarrassed and said, just now, when I was playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, I was led by the fans to say that I was bad. So I set a flag. The lower Su Xiaomu's attitude, the more Chu Sheng felt that something was fishy. Sure enough, he heard that there was a flag. Wow! This girl must have been tricked by the fans. What flag did you set? Chu Sheng was curious. What flag for Su Xiaomu to come and beg him? Su Xiaomu's eyes sparkled, and she used the cute method. The fans in the live broadcast room saw the little pigeon acting cute and cried like ghosts and wolves. They just gave all the fish balls they won to their brother-in-law. I envy my brother-in-law so much. He has a sister who acts cute every day. I also want a sister like a little pigeon. Stop dreaming. Let's wait for my brother-in-law's cooking skills. Su Xiaomu was quite embarrassed. She was also stimulated by those guys at that time. She actually set such a flag. Nothing. Those guys said that my shooting skills were bad and my awareness was poor. Then I couldn't help but said 10 chickens off the air. Chu Sheng almost sprained his waist when he heard it. Oh my god. 10 chickens off the air. Are you crazy? 10 chickens off the air? I have only played 5 chickens since noon. 10 chickens will take until tomorrow. Chu Sheng's heart sank when he heard it. He is indeed an expert in pitting his brother. He can easily make a big pit. And it is the kind that can directly break bones. 10 chickens. I'm afraid he won't be able to finish it until tomorrow noon. Everyone in the live broadcast room was laughing like crazy. Little Pigeon's move was really a trick on his brother. What level did he have to say that he would go off the air after 10 chickens? Now he was too sleepy to do it anymore, and asked his brother to take over. What else could he say except 666? Actually, just now, Mother-chan, Rabbit and Xiaojua had eaten 3 chickens together. Only 7 chickens were left to complete it. Su Xiaomu put her hands on Chu Sheng's shoulders, and gently massaged Chu Sheng's shoulders, with a smile on her face. Chu Xing thought for a while. Even if 7 chickens were a perfect record, a round would take 30 minutes, which would take 3.5 hours. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Xing looked at Su Xiaomu very seriously. Su Xiaomu also puffed up her mouth and widened her eyes. She stood straight like a soldier waiting for training. At this time, whatever her brother said was right. You said that we all received 9 years of compulsory education and studied at Donghai University. Why can you be so showy? Chu Xing's words directly broke Su Xiaomu's concentration and made her burst into laughter. She thought her brother was going to lecture her or something. But after hearing this, Su Xiaomu came to her senses and blurted out, "Maybe I'm good looking." The conversation between the two was heard by the fans in the live broadcast room. And they laughed so hard. The conversation between the brother and sister in a day can be said to be a joke. After Su Xiaomu finished speaking, she knew she had said something wrong. She widened her eyes in horror, covered her mouth with both hands, and shook her head frantically, indicating that she didn't say that. The fans had never seen Su Xiaomu so panicked and cute. Just like a frightened little rabbit. The fans were completely unanimous about this, and didn't think that the little pigeon said anything wrong. That's the fact. Chu Xing looked quite resentful, stared at Su Xiaomu for a while, and then said, Okay. Go to bed early. Do you still have to go to school tomorrow? The task of the remaining 7 chickens is left to me. What can you do when you meet such a sister who betrays her brother? Spread your hands. Muao brother is the best. Su Xiaomu blew a cute kiss, and then Chu Xing dragged her out of the house. Chu Xing was desperate after driving Su Xiaomu out. 7 chickens. Will he be squeezed dry all night? Even if it takes 3.5 hours to win 7 consecutive chickens. Chu Xing also knows that winning a chicken will increase 100 or 200 points. When the score is high, there will be more gods. It will be more difficult to win chickens. It seems that he needs to plan it well. Chu Xing put on his headphones again, and the excited voice of Dai Mei came from inside. Ah! Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiao Guzi is your sister? Dai Mei was extremely excited. Every new anchor has a goal or idol in his heart. He wants to become a big anchor like so, and so in the future. Dai Mei's goal and idol is Xiao Guzi. Like Qin's mother, he can rely on his own efforts and appeal to become a leading anchor on a platform. His experience is very inspiring. Moreover, Xia Jizi never shows off anything vulgar like other female anchors, and always shows very healthy and positive elements. Chapter 149 Xiaobai's room check. Chu Xing was used to it. He had experienced Dai Mei's behavior countless times in the first 5 years of his life, and was no longer moved. My anchor name has hinted so clearly. Chu Xing's account was a new one. He had scored about 1,400 points in 2 games of double row chicken. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the earliest that the 7 chickens would end was 2 o'clock. While answering Dai Mei's question, Chu Xing changed the name of the live broadcast room. Sister's debt. Brother's repayment. March 10th. Simple, clear, and straightforward. 7 chickens are off the air. Are they going to lock us up until tomorrow? According to my brother-in-law's level, I'm afraid he will be off the air before 2 o'clock. The blood moon is in the sky. I have long calculated that tonight is a night of killing. Dai Mei still hasn't gotten over the shock of Chu Xing being Xiao Guzi's brother. She used to watch Xiao Guzi's live broadcasts and knew that she had a brother. But Chu Xing had never appeared on the stage before, so she only heard of him but never saw him. Unexpectedly, she actually met him and had such a wonderful fate. Then can you help me get an autograph of Xiao Guzi? I'm her little fangirl. Dai Mei instantly turned into a star-chasing fan. If she could get an autographed photo of Xiao Guzi, it would fulfill her dream, and she would be very happy. Su Xiaomu? Little fangirl? Chu Xing almost laughed until he almost died. It's fine if those blind otakus are crazy about her. But why are they so crazy about a girl like Dai Mei? You are not worse than her. Why do you want her autograph? Chu Xing told the truth, at least in terms of appearance and figure. Both of them are comparable to A. Chu Xing even thinks that Dai Mei's queenly appearance plus her funny and cute style make her more attractive than Su Xiaomu. Don't say that about my idol. Dai Mei's cheeks are puffed up like a pufferfish that is holding its breath, making people want to poke it with their fingers. Only Chu Xing can comment on Su Xiaomu so unscrupulously. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that fans would tear him apart directly. As for Chu Xing, whatever his brother-in-law says is right. Okay. Isn't it just an autograph? The key is how can I give it to you if you ask for it? Chu Sheng was curious. Is such a lawless little witch so popular? When Daimei heard that there was a chance, he thought about getting the autograph of Shioga. And he was so happy that he immediately said, "Do you have a QQ group? I will chat with you on WeChat in the QQ group, and we will talk in detail." When he heard about the details, the whole live broadcast room was boiling. Fuck. No. Why did I go from having a partner to being single after playing games? My brother-in-law receives so many WeChat messages in one day. God is so unfair. I won't say any more. At noon, there was Chen's mother's WeChat account. At dinner, there was Xiaobai's WeChat account. And now there is Daimei's WeChat account. This is too much. In the future, you can tell your family openly that I play games to find a partner. If you have any doubts, please watch the replay in Chushing's live broadcast room. This wave of operations is really cool. But Chushing doesn't have a fan group. This is his first live broadcast. He just pulled the computer and started broadcasting. Moreover, he thinks he is a newcomer and has no fame. Does he need a fan group? After Daimei said this, Chusheng realized that he should have a fan group or something like that. Without saying anything, he applied for it right away. And the name was called Zhuge Wanjuan's Thatched Cottage. After the application was completed, Chusheng told Daimei the group number directly. XXXX. Remember this number. Hearing Chusheng announce the number of the Water Friends group, the group of Water Friends couldn't wait to search for the number to join. As soon as Chusheng finished speaking, QQ was already popped up, and countless messages applying to join had already filled up the prompt, directly reaching 99+. You guys are too naughty. Chusheng agreed to all of them, and the group was immediately flooded with messages, and all kinds of monsters and demons came out in a swarm. What officially certified Chusheng Iron fans? This group's beast, 500,000 pig-headed army commander Rongchong Pig. Tokyo 800,000 Lolita head coach Yu. This person is too handsome. The system can't recognize the nickname. The little sister who was scolded by Wan Jun to tears. Yu Shujin how all came out. What kind of names are these? Chusheng directly selected a setting in the group settings that only the group owner and administrator can speak. And suddenly there was silence. Daimei's name is also very domineering. Daimei Old Turtle? Chusheng was stunned. Damn. Why do young girls nowadays name themselves so coquettishly? Can't they give themselves more normal names? Chusheng agreed to let Daimei join the group. And then Chusheng directly took out his mobile phone, saw the ID set by Daimei, and successfully added her WeChat. Okay. Send me your address and contact information when the time comes, and I will find a chance to send it to you. Chusheng's behavior was protested by many netizens. They originally thought that Chusheng operated on QQ on the computer, so that they could also see Daimei's WeChat. Unexpectedly, Chusheng, this slutty pig, actually turned off QQ and operated directly on the phone. This operation is very awesome. Chusheng, you are eating alone. Shameless. Having QQ is not enough. You also need WeChat. And having WeChat is not enough. You actually want a mobile phone number and a specific address. Chusheng, you dog. Have some ideas. Daimei, you only played 2 games with this guy. And you don't know what kind of person this beast is. And you just sent him your residential address. Hey, girls nowadays really don't know how to protect themselves. You know, there are many guys like Chusheng in society who are well-dressed but have beastly hearts. Chusheng looked at the 3 new people he added on WeChat today and muttered to himself. This system is really effective. It turns out that playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can really attract girls. Looking at the barrage of comments, Chusheng glanced and felt very sad. Just gave these guys a little sweetness. Now seeing a beautiful girl, he immediately turned his guns and focused on him. It's really coquettish. It's getting late. Aren't you going to sleep? Chusheng asked curiously. It was almost 10:30, and Daimei had no intention of going off the air. You are going to pay off your sister's debt, so I will play with you again with reluctance. Daimei said it with great righteousness, and Chusheng almost laughed out loud. Bringing Daimei with him would completely increase the difficulty of the game. Seeing Chusheng's strange smile, how could Daimei not understand that this guy was laughing at him? And immediately snorted, brother, I am also very useful. Okay. After returning home, Xiaobai washed up and lay on the bed, and saw the live broadcast room push set by Su Xiaomu before. The anchor ID was the follower of the genius beautiful girl Xiaoge. Xiaobai's icy face suddenly raised a smile. Such a weird name must be Su Xiaomu's work. And this anchor must be Chu Sheng. Then click in to see how this guy is doing live. Although the little white guy still had an icy look on his face. He clicked into the live broadcast room with joy in his heart. As soon as he entered, he heard Chu Sheng's voice. An cute and adorable voice. And this voice was not Su Xiaomu's. Chapter 150. The scene was very awkward for a while. The slightly raised corners of Xiaobai's face slowly retracted. And the iceberg-like coldness on his body suddenly increased. Even though it was a hot summer day, he still couldn't resist this biting coldness. After the afternoon game and the dinner meeting in the evening, Xiaobai had a pretty good impression of Chu Sheng. At least in Xiaobai's heart. He didn't resist Chu Sheng. And some of his items were even scored, which was defined by Xiaobai as within the scope of contact and trial. Seeing Chu Sheng start a live broadcast, Xiaobai also wanted to support him. But when he came in, he saw him talking to a girl with a sweet and soft voice. The originally normal conversation fell into Xiaobai's ears and became flirting. Chu Sheng was completely clueless about what was about to happen and was still flirting with Dai Mei. It really worked. The AKM almost killed me, but I was able to hit the enemy with the P18C without any damage. I admire you. Being touched on the sore spot, Dai Mei's face turned red with embarrassment. The P18C was shaking so much in full automatic mode. Could it hit it if it wanted to? And the AKM. Chu Sheng and the enemy were standing in a straight line. The bullet bypassed the enemy and landed on Chu Sheng. What could she do? Humph. If you don't mention this, little brother, we can still be friends happily. The soft and sweet voice of Dai Mei makes men soft at first and hard later. And women naturally get goosebumps when they hear it. If Su Xiaomu was next to Xiaobai at this moment, she would definitely laugh and say something like the iceberg goddess is jealous. Xiaobai had a blank expression on his face and directly selected the super rocket to give to Chu Sheng. After 2 games, the atmosphere in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room has stabilized, and his popularity has stabilized at about 400,000 or 500,000. For a new anchor, this is a leap into the ranks of second and third tier anchors. If Chu Sheng's popularity can stabilize in the future, it can be said to be a step to the sky. Just when everyone was expecting Chu Sheng to win 7 games of chicken in one night to pay off his sister's debt, suddenly a super rocket floated across the screen. Chu Sheng glanced at the ID and subconsciously thanked him. Thank you, Digital Xiaobai, for your super fire. Before he could finish the word arrow, Chu Sheng was stunned. Digital Xiaobai is Xiaobai's anchor ID. Chu Sheng reacted in an instant. It was Xiaobai who came to the live broadcast room to support him. The people and anchors who sent out super rockets can be seen in all Douyu's live broadcast channels. As the goddess of the digital area, Xiaobai has extraordinary appeal. In a short period of time, many people followed the link of the super rocket to enter Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. The people in Chu Sheng's original live broadcast room basically knew Xiaobai. After all, there are not many female anchors in Douyu who can develop their own style. And Xiaobai's title of Iceberg Goddess is not self-proclaimed, especially in the afternoon. Chu Sheng and Xiaobai live-streamed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and they had dinner at home in the evening. Their relationship was so pink in the eyes of the fans that they might be able to get along if they could get together. Xue Feng, who had lost everything but his underwear, smiled coquettishly when he saw Xiaobai coming to support Chu Sheng, just like seeing a rich brothel madam, twisting his fat hips and going to meet her. Ah ha 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 ha. I let you show off. Now Xiaobai caught you on the spot and fuck you. This is interesting. Who will win Chu Sheng's favor? Xiaobai or Dai Mei? Pearl seeds, instant noodles, ham sausage, bench cold tea, ice qualuo. Come on. Why are you so excited? It's rare to see such a tense scene. This is much more exciting than playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If Chu Sheng doesn't tell the truth, I'm afraid it's really PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chu Sheng swallowed his saliva immediately and thought of Xiaobai's cold eyes. And Chu Sheng shuddered slightly. He can explain this. Thank you Xiaobai for your support. Chu Sheng didn't realize that his voice was trembling. Chu Sheng didn't realize it. But Dai Mei immediately noticed that there was a slight tremor in Chu Sheng's voice. It was so cold in the summer that he was shivering. Dai Mei found that Chu Sheng's state had been a little strange since this digital newbie entered the live broadcast room. Such obvious abnormality was naturally discovered by the fans. And they laughed wildly. Chu Sheng kept making all kinds of tricks when playing games. And he looked confident. Unexpectedly, when he saw Xiaobai, He immediately became a good boy who had done something wrong. His mean expression had long been restrained. And he sat upright. Sure enough, there is one person to rule. Chu Sheng was caught by Xiao Bai. Isn't this guilty? Chu Sheng looked at the group of busybodies in the barrage, and his teeth itched with anger. The fish balls were earned by you guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You didn't help me explain it this time. But you are still adding insult to injury and being a melon-eating crowd. Don't you know that eating too much melon in the summer can easily cause diarrhea? God is Xiao Bai. You don't know? As soon as you left, Chu Sheng was sweetly double-rowing with another woman. The two of them were flirting with each other. And even the room number of the live broadcast room was the same. What a fate. TSK. If it weren't for you, God is Xiao Bai, arriving in time, I'm afraid Chu Sheng would have to eat chicken with Daimei all night. Chu Sheng looked at the nonsense of these pigs, and didn't know how to explain. If he explained it himself, wouldn't it be too deliberate? What if Xiao Bai misunderstood it? After thinking for a moment, Chu Sheng had an idea and took out his mobile phone to send a WeChat message to Xiao Bai. I met this girl randomly in a double row. I didn't expect that she was a live broadcaster and played together. There is no other relationship. Xiao Bai was watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast, and suddenly received an explanation from Chu Sheng. Xiao Bai still had a blank expression after reading it. Then he entered Chu Sheng's live broadcast room number in Bamboo TV according to what the fan said. Sure enough, the page jumped to a live broadcast room. And the first thing he saw was a young and beautiful girl. If Su Xiaomu was next to him now, she would definitely say that she saw a murderous look in Xiao Bai's eyes. Of course, Xiao Bai would definitely deny it. After all, he is a proud and spoiled child. Returning to WeChat and seeing Chu Sheng's explanation again, Xiao Bai typed the 3 words "got it." But after thinking for a moment, he deleted them all and typed "oh" again. Seeing Xiao Bai's response, although it was just a short "oh," Chu Sheng's mind had already transformed into, "Okay. I know. I believe that there is nothing wrong with you too. I'm going to sleep. Good night." Chu Sheng's eyes became more lively and rejuvenated in an instant. Daimei seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere was a little unusual. She also read the barrage, all of which were complaining to Xiao Bai. It seemed that Xiao Bai had a close relationship with Chu Sheng. Could it be that her appearance made the other party misunderstand something? Chu Sheng originally wanted to play another game with Daimei, but Daimei suddenly remembered that he had something to go out tomorrow, and hurriedly slipped away with his tail between his legs. After not getting Chu Sheng's good-night greeting, Xiao Bai cursed him as a fool and went to bed. Chapter 151. This game is too hard to play. Chu Sheng was stunned. Daimei had agreed to play another game with him. So why did he log off so quickly? The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost laughing like crazy. Would Daimei still dare to stay and play games at this time? The queen suddenly came to check the room and caught Chu Sheng and fucked him on the bed. The scene was very awkward for a while. Although Daimei didn't know the relationship between Xiao Bai and Chu Sheng, she could feel that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was beginning to get awkward. She decided to leave first and wait until tomorrow to check and ask Chu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Isn't that very arrogant? This is going to be a big deal. There is nothing more interesting than seeing Chu Sheng get humiliated. Now there is no girl left. Let's see what Chu Sheng can do to show off. Chu Sheng shook his head. He wants to open the market. He wants to make trouble. This group of slutty fans are too restless. They are so rude to him. They must suffer a little. I have welded the car door shut. And none of you can get out of the car unless you eat 7 chickens tonight. Chu Sheng had already put down his words. And the fans felt cold behind their backs when they heard it. This man is a complete beast. And he actually locked them up for a night. But I can come and go as I please in this live broadcast room. Enter. Go out. Enter. Go out. What can you do to me? Chu Sheng? Then Chu Sheng directly opened a guessing game that made everyone's face suddenly change. Fuck. Chu Sheng is really worthy of this name. I'm afraid this betting will keep me up all night. I'm going crazy. I feel like this betting has a kind of magic. I have to watch it all night after placing the bet. No more talking. Is there any rich emperor who wants to bet? When they saw Chu Sheng's betting, all the rich people felt cold behind their backs and kept silent like dead pigs. Not only do they have to bet, but they also have to stay up all night. This wave is really too much. Chu Sheng's betting is very simple. There is only one line. That is, the time of the 7 chickens is before or after 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock? This time point is very mysterious. Normally, if you win 7 consecutive games, you can finich the game around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, it's a bit spiritual. How should I bet? All the fans fell into deep thought. Logically, this time must be bet before 4 o'clock. You can tell with your toes that Chu Sheng is strong. After all, from noon to now, he has only lost 1 game. No matter how bad the other games are, he can turn the tide. But then, I thought that Chu Sheng must have a deep meaning in making this bet. Does he have any other ideas? For a while, the fans were also hesitant. In addition, if you bet, you can't see when the game ends with your own eyes? This is very cool. Okay, because there is no rich man to lead the pace. The odds of this wave of betting are almost even. Some people think that the live broadcast room of the elder brother-in-law is not a stable financial bank, but a place where many local tyrants spend money. How can there be such a stable financial product? There must be something fishy. Besides, the elder brother-in-law has never shown his strength in a single row. So everything is uncertain. Maybe without the beauty, Chu Sheng's fighting power is sluggish. And he may not play until tomorrow afternoon? Chu Sheng's guessing has no time limit. And even the local tyrants quietly hide and manage their finances secretly, for fear that they will be led by others and become the god of wealth in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Now that Dai Mei has left, no one is accompanying Chu Sheng to play alone. So Chu Sheng has to get ready to play alone to see how far his current strength has grown. In the first game, Chu Sheng jumped to Port P and fought with others for San Song. But he was hit to death with a frying pan with his bare fists. And he fell to the ground and died. In the second game, he jumped to Port L. But no one fought with him. After searching a city, he only found an S686 and a crossbow. He ran more than 1,000 meters with 2 barrels of oil on his back. The guy who came out of the nuclear power plant on a motorcycle was separated from the car and fell to death in front of him, providing Chu Sheng with a smoking half-blood motorcycle. With a motorcycle, Chu Sheng naturally started to act coquettishly, driving the motorcycle all over the map, turning into a boy chasing wind and having an abortion. In this game, Chu Sheng had at least dozens of tires blown up. Then Chu Sheng drove the motorcycle directly to the center of the safe zone and hid quietly. After absorbing a lot of complaints, he used a crossbow to massacre the enemy in the final round and successfully got a chicken. Chu Sheng, who was gradually inflated, tried to jump around the airport, but he searched the entire C-shaped building and didn't find a gun. He was beaten to death while holding a crowbar. Chu Sheng looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and said helplessly, "You asked me to jump to the airport. I can't do anything without a gun." Then it was the old place S City again. This time, when Chu Sheng saw someone in S City, he didn't choose to force anal, but floated directly to the shooting range in the distance. This wave was relatively comfortable. He searched for a Thompson submachine gun, and it was fully equipped. Chu Sheng, who was full of pride, went to the famous shooting range air raid shelter again. He was searching happily inside when he heard a roar of motorcycles outside. When Chu Sheng came to his senses, he saw a jeep blocking the entrance of the cave. Ha ha ha. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and the law of heaven will be good. If you don't believe it, look up and see who the heaven will bypass. Before, Chu Sheng blew up the car to block the door. And today, he finally reaped the consequences. I just want to ask you if you feel good to be blocked in the air raid shelter. Looking at the ridicule of the netizens, Chu Sheng's face turned green. Damn. Do you have to be so cruel? Is this game so good at reenacting scenes? The same place, the same routine. The only difference is that Chu Sheng didn't pick up a grenade this time. What else can we do in this situation? The poison circle refreshed, and all medical supplies were consumed. Seeing the blood bar turn red, Chu Sheng threw 3 smoke bombs on the ground and said, "Good luck." In the 5th game, when running away from the poison, he encountered the circle of heavenly punishment. In the single-player mode, there was no teammate to help Chu Sheng, and he was directly punished by justice. At this time, everyone seemed to realize that the elder brother-in-law was still good at playing in the team mode. No matter how many people formed a team, the teammates seemed to be able to share his bad luck. Otherwise, when there was only one person, Chu Sheng's own bad luck would soar to the sky. And there were all kinds of miserable situations. And the sky fire was dangerous. It can be said to be very miserable. It was already past 2 o'clock. And Chu Sheng had only eaten 3 chickens. There were still 4 chickens waiting for him. It seemed that there was no hope of finishing before 4 o'clock. All the fans were in pain and joy. They were sleepy as dogs. But because they had placed a blood bet, they wanted to see the settlement scene with their own eyes. Is Chu Sheng a beast? Did he minor in psychology in college? The fans were so angry that their teeth itched. This pig was really accurate when it came to their thoughts. Now they had to stay up late to watch the live broadcast. But when facing girls, he was really the type who could show off his skills. I have an exam tomorrow. Damn it! Why did I place a blood bet just now? Now I can't sleep. I just placed a bet. And I can't sleep at all. I can't sleep if I don't see the result immediately. I've gotten up for the 3rd time. Let's find out. Chu Sheng's live broadcast room name has changed again and again. It can be said that he has gone through untold hardships and difficulties. Even Chu Sheng himself was a little numb at the end. In the final round, Chu Sheng only had a silenced revolver and an S-1897 spray gun. He created an artificial bombing zone with 10 grenades on his body, making it impossible for the opponent to hide and win the final victory. The screen jumped to the screen of good luck. Eat chicken tonight again. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and leaned weakly on the chair. The 7 chickens achievement was finally achieved. It was about 6:30. Chu Sheng weakly changed the name of the live broadcast room. Sister's debt is paid by brother. 7 chickens achieved. At this time, all the remaining fans in the live broadcast room had dark circles under their eyes. Chu Sheng settled the bets. And many people immediately felt relieved. It was finally over. How many solo games did Chu Sheng play that night? In short, it was too many to count. Various tragic deaths. Various deaths in the late game due to running away from poison. And deaths from skyfire were simply heartbreaking and tearful. But fortunately, it was finally over. Not only Chu Sheng, but also the rest of the audience in the live broadcast room were all relieved. Damn, they can finally go and catch up on their sleep. Congratulations to user QAQZZZZ for opening the Emperor in the live broadcast room of the Genius Beauty Girl Little Pigeon's little follower. Suddenly, there was a message about the opening of an Emperor in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, followed by a broadcast to the entire site. However, it was around 6:30 in the morning, and there were probably only scattered users on the platform. So the news of the opening of the Emperor did not attract anyone's attention. You should know that the Emperor of the Douyu platform is bought with real money, and the monthly fee of 120,000 is not something that can be easily afforded. Chu Sheng was originally planning to summarize and go to bed, but this Emperor directly stunned him. This is the first Emperor opened in his live broadcast room, and Chu Sheng still remembers this mysterious rich man, who was the rich man who spent a lot of money on gambling and guessing before, and then lost everything. This person was not a friend of Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu's original live broadcast room. Chu Sheng didn't know where he came from, but he opened an Emperor in his live broadcast room. This recognition was heavy. Thank you, Q Huang's Emperor. I didn't expect you guys were still awake at this time. Chu Sheng was probably directly awakened by this Emperor. His eyes shone with a shining light. Q Huang was also very straightforward, and set a yawning expression and said, "It's very interesting to watch your live broadcast. You have good awareness and operation. You play this game very well. But your luck is a bit bad. I didn't feel bored after watching it all night. Keep it up. Congratulations to user Tong Zuiyu for opening an Emperor in the live broadcast room of Genius Beauty Girl Xiao Guzi's little follower." Q Huang had just said a goodbye sleeping expression, and then Chu Sheng's live broadcast room popped up a reminder that the Emperor had been opened. Chu Sheng had never seen this person before and was confused. If Q Huang had played the guessing game before, he would have no impression of this. When will we get drunk together at all? Could it be a prank by someone he knows? Chu Sheng thought about it and felt that it was impossible. The validity period of opening an Emperor in the live broadcast room is only 1 month, and it costs more than 100,000 yuan. Who would make such a big joke for no reason? Su Xiaomu never got this point. Not to mention that Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu have lived together for 5 years, and he knows this sister very well. A super rocket is enough for her. She is definitely not the kind of person who willfully spends 120,000 yuan to win applause and gimmicks. Chen Siki, Xiaobai and the like are even more impossible. Although he was nervous, Chu Sheng still thanked Zuyu. Congratulations to Emperor Yu for entering the live broadcast room for a long time. Through his own efforts, he became the Emperor, with career in the left hand and family in the right hand. Emperor Yu is enthusiastic and generous, full of youth. With a throne, the whole family will become nobles. Chu Xing's unique words of thanks also made the few fans in the live broadcast room laugh soberly. Even Zuiyu, who had just opened the Emperor and was extremely low-key, couldn't help but comment, "I just like your live broadcast style. You will definitely have a place in Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in the future. I was a little slow to recharge just now, so Q Emperor got there first. I'm going to sleep." I don't know if these two emperors were decisive, or it was too late. After opening the Emperor, they left their fame and fled, leaving Chu Xing alone. Are all emperors so cool now? If it were the peak traffic period at night, the two emperors in Chu Xing's live broadcast room would definitely cause a big sensation on Douyu. But at this point, let alone a sensation, not even a water splash was heard. Chu Xing glanced at the fans who were still insisting. After a night of running in, he had a preliminary understanding with the fans. "Okay, you guys should go to bed quickly. I'm going to prepare pig food for the little pigeons." 2333. Brother-in-law, you probably don't want to live anymore. I bet Chu Xing won't be able to see the moon tonight. Haha. When the little pigeon wakes up, we will definitely go and tip off. Chu Xing, you're dead. Looking at the ridicule of the viewers in the live broadcast room, Chu Xing laughed and clicked directly into the weather option Donghai City. Sorry, Donghai City will be sunny and cloudy this afternoon, so you really can't see the moon tonight. After Chu Xing made this joke, he exchanged a few more greetings with everyone before officially ending the broadcast. After turning off the computer, Chu Xing yawned, stood up and stretched, and went directly to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Su Xiaomu. It was almost 7 o'clock. Su Xiaomu had to go to school this morning, so she got up at about 7:30. After preparing milk and sandwiches, Chu Xing went to the bathroom to wash up. I had stayed up late before, but this was the first time I stayed up late to play games live. Chu Xing looked at the two big bags under his eyes in the mirror. He originally thought that the battle would end at 4 or 5 o'clock at the latest. He didn't expect that playing alone and in a team were completely different games. Especially the bad luck attribute was full of malice to him. After so many games from yesterday to today, Chu Xing recalled that he had the best luck when playing with Xiaobai, and even got an airdrop. After washing up, he wiped his face with a towel. Su Xiaomu, who was in the boudoir, heard the noise outside, squinted her eyes, and opened them. She just felt like going to the bathroom after a nap, and walked out of the room and saw her brother washing up. "Wow, brother, you got up so early today?" Su Xiaomu looked curious. Chu Xing looked desperate. "Damn, you got up so early. I just paid off your debt and was going to bed." "Okay, this sister's debt is paid by the brother. 7 chickens. Is this a joke? Don't make this kind of bet in the future. If it happens a few more times, it will cost me my life." Chu Xing punched his lower back with his fist. His muscles were stiff after sitting all night. Su Xiaomu had never expected that her brother would only help her pay off her debts now. Seeing Chu Xing, who looked haggard even after washing, she suddenly felt a pain in her heart for no reason, and secretly blamed herself for being willful. In this case, why not give my lovely brother a little reward? Su Xiaomu looked at the sleepy Chu Xing, her nose slightly sour, and rushed towards him. Chapter 153. This wave is very spiritual. Su Xiaomu ran towards Chu Xing with a cheerful pace. In Chu Xing's eyes, Su Xiaomu didn't know what to do. He just opened his arms and rushed towards him like a bull charge. Chu Xing hadn't slept all night, and he was completely confused at this time. When he reacted, he saw that Su Xiaomu had already rushed in front of him, and this prepared posture was obviously to jump on him. As mentioned before, the two have lived together for a long time, and Chu Xing knew what Su Xiaomu was going to do as soon as she raised her, but the little intimacy between brothers and sisters is also tacit understanding. Su Xiaomu obviously wanted to jump up and hug. Su Xiaomu hooked her hands around Chu Xing's neck, and Chu Xing subconsciously lifted Su Xiaomu's knees with both hands, and the whole person was like a koala hanging on Chu Xing. "I say, Su Xiaomu. You, Su Xiaomu was also stunned. Her original intention was to jump over and kiss her brother Chu Xing on the cheek to encourage him to stay up late to pay off her debt. But why did Chu Xing suddenly turn around? Su Xiaomu could feel Chu Xing's panicked breath becoming low and heavy, and even a breath with a slightly burning feeling blew on her pretty face. It was as if there was a tingling current flowing through the body. The two saw their own uneasy appearance in the reflection of their eyes. After a moment, the two panicked people seemed to realize something. As if two frightened birds suddenly separated. Su Xiaomu gasped and tried to cover up. But her panicked eyes had nowhere to go. Su Xiaomu closed her eyes tightly in annoyance. She just wanted to. Who knew it would turn out like this in the end? This was her first time. Chu Sheng couldn't stand up at this moment. He leaned against the sofa and barely supported himself. At this moment, his brain was blank and completely down. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Chu Sheng slowly came back to his senses. He seemed to be with Su Xiaomu just now. I prepared breakfast for you. It's on the table. I'm going to sleep. Chu Sheng just wanted to slip away to ease the extremely awkward atmosphere. Although he had a lot of interactions with Su Xiaomu in the past, it was limited to the intimacy between brothers and sisters, and there was no excessive behavior. But this accident made the two of them have intimate contact for the first time. They didn't know how to face each other and ease the embarrassment. Chu Sheng slipped away directly, and Su Xiaomu was left alone in the living room. Hearing the sound of Chu Sheng closing the door, Su Xiaomu was relieved immediately. Looking at the breakfast on the table, and thinking of Chu Sheng staying up all night to help her pay off her debts, she couldn't feel any resentment towards Chu Sheng. Bad guy. Su Xiaomu clenched her little pink fist. Her cheeks flushed, and she walked to the table and bit the sandwich viciously, as if the sandwich was Chu Sheng, who needed to be punished. While eating breakfast and washing up, Su Xiaomu's mind was full of the accident just now. The more she tried to divert her attention, the clearer the picture in her mind became. On the other hand, Chu Sheng went back to the room and lay on the bed. It was really a headache to have such an embarrassing accident. How would he face Su Xiaomu in the future? Chu Sheng felt a headache when he thought about it. And then he fell asleep while thinking about it. When Chu Sheng was dazed, a strange sound suddenly sounded in his mind. System upgrade. New features are being activated. Chu Sheng slept like a dead pig, so he naturally couldn't hear these sounds. He just raised his mouth slightly and smiled in an extremely obscene way. He didn't know what kind of dream he had. At this moment, the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section was also in a commotion. Yesterday, Douyu suddenly had a new PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds anchor, and his popularity remained high as soon as he started broadcasting. His main strength in playing Bad Luck was super high, and he also had the identity of Little Pigeon Brother, which immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially the few games that Chu Sheng played with Little Pigeon's game account, in which various shocking operations, especially the 15x gun pressure, 17 shots in 2 seconds and other operations, shocked everyone's eyes. As soon as the Douyu live video was leaked today, someone told the big players on the Billy website to start analyzing it. After all, 15 times the gun pressure, 17 rounds in 2 seconds, and hipfire blind sniping. Any of these points are enough to attract huge attention. These are all gimmicks with something special in them. It is hard not to be popular because it combines the unique skills of 2 generations of Hokage. In addition, Chu Sheng has the attributes of the Little Pigeon Brother, which makes him even more popular. At once, all the video producers on Billy began to analyze frame by frame, and even some well-known anchors in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area of other live broadcast websites came to Douyu to watch the video. During the day, in the live broadcast rooms of major PUBG anchors, all kinds of rhythms were flying. Anchor, can you SKS suppress the gun with 15 times? Can you shoot 17 rounds in 2 seconds? What? Can't? Then you should go watch this video. Anyway, it seems that since the Douyu live broadcast video was leaked, Chu Sheng suddenly became popular. After all, this shooting skill is too sophisticated. Even ordinary professional players can't do such an exaggerated shooting skill. But Chu Sheng's funny live broadcast naturally made many fans remember Chu Sheng's name. After the video was leaked, Chun Siki, Tuzi, Xiaojua and even Xiao Bai, who played in a 4-person team with Chu Sheng yesterday, also had troublemakers come to the live broadcast room and asked in a sarcastic tone, "Do you think Chu Sheng is cheating?" Especially Xiaojua and Tuzi, because they were former CS:GO professional players and started live streaming PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds after retiring. Their identities as professional players became an important factor in determining whether Chu Sheng was cheating. Since Xiaojua and Tuzi started live streaming at noon, a large number of inexplicable people asked them in the live streaming room whether Chu Sheng was cheating. This was difficult for Xiaojua and Tuzi. They played a few games yesterday, and Chushun's operation was really good. But he said it was his first live streaming. Tuzi and Xiaojue didn't know whether Su Xiaomu and Chushun were joining forces to hype or were really serious. It was difficult to express their opinions for a while. After all, they were on the same live streaming platform and would see each other sooner or later. The account of Xiaojizi was temporarily banned yesterday because of too many kills. So we will know whether he cheated or not today when the developer releases it. The two were so annoyed that they could only throw out this sentence to temporarily calm the situation. As for the developer's ban detection mechanism? Haha. Chapter 154 The Eye of the Storm. As for Chinsiki and Xiaobai, they were very calm. When Chinsiki was asked again whether Chushun was cheating, she said directly, "This guy did cheat. Have you ever seen anyone who landed without a gun, possessed by a circle of punishment, or washed his hair in a bombing zone? Chinsiki. Report Chushun for using the bad luck cheat." Chinsiki's words naturally supported Chushun from the side. The reason why she was so sure was that after the incident, she secretly sent WeChat to Su Xiaomu to confirm again and again. At that time, Su Xiaomu was watching them in a 4-person team, and she knew best whether he was cheating or not. After getting Su Xiaomu's affirmative answer, Chinsiki was also righteous and supported him without saying anything. Xiaobai was even more direct. When someone asked about this during the live broadcast of the computer assembly, he said coldly, "Psycho?" The murderous aura and chill directly pushed the troublemaker back 3 feet. Chinsiki and Xiaobai also sent messages to Chushun. Even Dai Mei saw that Chushun, who was silly playing with them yesterday, became the center of the storm today, and couldn't help but send a message to comfort Chushun. Only Su Xiaomu didn't send a message. As the saying goes, the innocent are innocent. She was sure that her brother didn't cheat, and the stupid guy must still be sleeping at this time. So she didn't disturb him. Chushun's live broadcast room has not been opened, and the title remains, "Sister's Debt is Paid by Brother." 7 chickens are completed, but many fans have gathered in the live broadcast room. Some came to see the master who could suppress the gun with 15 times and shoot blindly with the hip, and then spit and leave. There were also fans of Chinsiki and Su Xiaomu who quarreled with others in the live broadcast room that was not broadcasting. Although Chushun had many tricks, they dared to be sure that Chushun did not cheat. But those tricks were indeed incredible, and gave some people with ulterior motives a handle. Su Xiaomu had lunch outside, knowing that Chushun stayed up all night to pay off her debts last night. Chushun would definitely get up and cook for her when he returned home. It was just that from the beginning of the fermentation to the spread of the matter, everything seemed to happen too fast. It seemed that from the morning when Douyu appeared the live broadcast recording of the day before, there was a big hand behind him that kept pushing Chushun to the forefront, and it was obviously guiding negative news. Su Xiaomu has also been in the live broadcast industry for several years. Although she is pure and cute in front of her fans, the competition and suppression behind the live broadcast platform has never been less. This industry also has its own unspoken rules and undercurrents. Su Xiaomu has already vaguely guessed who is behind it. Some time ago, she just rejected a high-paying invitation from a live broadcast platform, which was willing to pay a high penalty for breach of contract for her, and a considerable signing fee. She only needs to sign her name and get the 8-digit signing fee for 2 years. But in the end, Su Xiaomu still directly refused. However, the struggle between platforms is not something that she, a host, can decide. Su Xiaomu was in a dessert shop, eating ice cream in a daze, and she didn't know how to settle this matter. Suddenly, a quick ringtone of the phone interrupted Su Xiaomu's thoughts. The caller was Sun Hao, Su Xiaomu's manager at Douyu. Sun Hao is not only one of Douyu's super managers, but also the general manager of Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and Anchor sections. It is rumored that this guy has a deep background in Douyu. "Brother Sun, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Xiaomu, tell me the truth. Is your brother cheating?" Sun Hao's tone was very serious. If it was just Chushun who was cheating, it would be fine. Douyu would just do its job and close Chushun's live broadcast room. But the problem was Chushun's identity. He was also Su Xiaomu's brother. This matter could easily be led to Su Xiaomu by people with ulterior motives. Su Xiaomu is one of the most popular female anchors in Douyu. If she is splashed with dirty water, she will be in trouble. "Brother Sun, I was sitting next to my brother when he was playing games. He really didn't cheat. And he watched me climb up from a small anchor step by step. You should know that I am not the kind of person who hypes others up." Su Xiaomu frowned slightly. It seems that this matter has made a big fuss and even alarmed the top management of Douyu. This makes Su Xiaomu more convinced that there is a mastermind behind this. Okay. I will send Chusheng's contract to your email later. Just go through the normal signing process and leave the rest to me. Oh, by the way, if your brother really didn't cheat, then this operation is really more exaggerated than that of professional players. Douyu will have a PUBG competition in half a month, and will select the 4 most powerful PUBG anchors to go to Germany to participate in the official PUBG competition. Maybe he can have a place. As the general manager of the PUBG area, Sun Hao is naturally very experienced. As soon as the public opinion was raised today, he retrieved the live broadcast video of yesterday and said bluntly that if Chusheng's operation was not cheating, this guy's style would likely become a popular candidate in the PUBG section. Just as Sun Hao was about to hang up the phone to deal with the public opinion, Su Xiaomu hurriedly stopped Sun Hao and asked in a serious tone, "Brother Sun, tell me honestly, is the public opinion that rose overnight this time behind which platform?" Sun Hao paused, looked around and found no one else. Then whispered, "If someone else asked this question, I would definitely not say it. But I watched you grow up from a small anchor step by step. And it is not an exaggeration to say that you are half a sister. I will tell you that they were sure to get you this time. But you rejected them. And their plan to occupy the market share was completely ruined. This time, seeing such a good opportunity to destroy you, would they not be tempted? That's all I can say. Okay. Your brother should send the contract as soon as possible. I guess he will be needed to take pictures later. I wonder if he can do it. After all, apart from filming and taking pictures, there are only 2 ways to prove Chusheng's innocence: offline self-proof. However, because Chusheng is still a small anchor, far from being a top-tier anchor, it is naturally undesirable to laboriously prove himself offline. Only filming and taking pictures can prove his innocence. I can directly accept this for my brother. At that time, I will film and take pictures behind him all the time, and both sides will broadcast live at the same time." Su Xiaomu's confidence also made Sun Hao feel relieved. Douyu has been in a turbulent period recently. If this wave can be operated well, it can not only consolidate Su Xiaomu's position among the female anchors on the entire platform, but also hype up Chusheng, who is full of gimmicks, and attract a large number of traffic. After all, there seems to be no anchor on the entire platform who can achieve such a funny feeling of being entangled in bad luck. When watching the live broadcast video before, Sun Hao was almost shocked and laughed throughout the whole process. In his opinion, if Chusheng's skills are real, then he will definitely become popular. And it is also unique and cannot be replicated. Chapter 155. What about the most basic trust between people? If it were someone else, Sun Hao would definitely doubt the final result of the cameraman taking a screenshot to prove himself. But Xiao Gizzy has been under her command for 5 years. This little girl has gone from being unknown at the beginning to gradually becoming famous, and then to becoming one of the 3 major female anchors of Douyu at the Douyu Festival last year. She has made steady progress step by step, and she has relied on her own efforts without any agency to help her. He knows this best. To be frank, Xiao Gizzy has been watched by Sun Hao all the way. During this period, many platforms wanted to poach her, and Xiao Gizzy told Sun how to deal with it as soon as possible. The relationship between the two is no longer a simple superior-subordinate relationship, but more like a friend. Sun Hao believes in Su Xiaomu's words. With Sun Hao's operation, Su Xiaomu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The person in charge of the PlayerUnknown's Battleground section and the anchor section is very powerful. Just imagine that the 3 major female anchors of Douyu are all under his command, and the recent popular PlayerUnknown's Battleground section is under his control, which has also made the topic and popularity of Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battleground section surpass other live broadcast platforms. Although the previous 3 big anchors have failed, Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battleground section has not been silent, which is the best proof of its ability. Chusheng slept until 3 p.m. and woke up in a daze. This sleep was so deep that Chusheng never made it through the night when he was in college. After struggling for a while, he got up. Chusheng felt groggy and sore, as if he had been beaten up. Hiss! Chusheng took a breath, got up and touched the back of his head. Could it be that Su Xiaomu beat him up while he was asleep? When Chusheng thought of Su Xiaomu, the scene in his mind was the thrilling kiss in the morning. He pursed his lips subconsciously, and there seemed to be a faint sweet taste left. That was a complete accident. How could this girl suddenly come over and kiss him? But in Su Xiaomu's eyes, it was all her brother's fault. It was just a kiss on the cheek as a reward. Why did you turn around and come over? After getting up, Chu Sheng cleaned up the house step by step. He wanted to send a message to Su Xiaomu to ask her when she would be back. After thinking for a moment, he didn't dare to send it. He took out his phone and saw a lot of messages. Chun Siki, Xiaobai and Daimei all sent him messages, telling him not to care about the rumors on the internet. Chu Sheng was a little confused. Wasn't his first live broadcast not bad? There were 2 more emperors in the morning. This was a treatment that some old anchors might not have. How come these 3 people all sent him messages to comfort him at the same time? Is this a prank? Chu Sheng thought about it and felt that it was not right. These 3 people did not know each other. So how could they collude to play a prank? Turning on the computer and entering the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng saw the chaotic comments in the live broadcast room before he started the live broadcast. Some people defended Chu Sheng, while others said that Chu Sheng would do anything to become famous. He used all the methods of several Douyu top anchors before he became famous. What a social world. The Anchors plugin is awesome. It combines the skills of Open Brother, Chongta Brother, and Mo Newell. He has the skills to dominate the world. But he does not have the reputation to dominate the world. The brainless anchor didn't explain. Didn't even show off his cheating. And even had an emperor. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was fake. It's a pity that you were caught. You want to be famous, right? Hee hee. You're Xiao Guzi's brother. It's obvious that it's hype. It's a pity that you're too stupid to play it too much. Both of them are going to be in trouble this time. Chu Sheng looked at the comments. He hadn't even started the live broadcast. But there were already so many people making trouble. If he started, there would definitely be more people coming. Chu Sheng almost knew the reason why this group of people were making trouble. It was because of his many cheating operations yesterday. Plus his identity as Xiao Guzi's brother. That he was caught by others and couldn't let go. Chu Sheng went to Xiao Guzi's live broadcast room again and saw similar remarks, saying that she had no bottom line and deceived the audience. Chu Sheng felt very upset because his sister was implicated by the live broadcast. After replying to the 3 people, Chu Sheng asked Shinseki one more question. He wanted to know how to shut up these rhythm dogs in this situation and restore Xiao Guzi and his reputation. Shinseki's response was also very simple. Chu Sheng needed to take a screenshot to prove that he did not cheat and that he could indeed display a very high level of operation. Just when Chu Sheng was about to ask how to take a screenshot, Shinseki sent another message. You don't have to worry about these things. Shioga has already contacted people to start working on it. Just do a good job of live streaming and give those people a slap in the face. Seeing the message sent by Shinseki, Chu Sheng silently clenched his fists, hesitated for a moment, edited it with his phone for a while, and after thinking it over again and again, he chose to send this message. After a while, the message prompt sounded, and Shinseki replied very straightforwardly, no problem. After getting Shinseki's reply, Chu Sheng was extremely grateful. A big anchor like Shinseki would definitely avoid it at this time. Afraid of being dragged into the whirlpool of public opinion. Chu Sheng also understood that his request was a bit excessive. But Shinseki still agreed. Don't be too touched. Just take me to play PUBG more often in the future. Shinseki sent another message to Chu Sheng, and then sent a picture of eating, meaning that she was going to eat. Chu Sheng looked at the time. It was already 4:30, almost 5 o'clock, and was going to take a shower and start cooking. As for the live broadcast, to be honest, looking at the quarrels in the live broadcast room before it started. If the live broadcast started, who knows what the quarrels would be like. Chu Sheng knew that now was not the best time. After taking a refreshing shower, Chu Sheng came out with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. Just as he was about to blow his hair, a rhythmic knock on the door suddenly sounded. Knock. 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 Chu Sheng thought it was Su Xiaomu, who was still angry. Sometimes, when he had a conflict with Su Xiaomu, she would not open the door even if she had the key, or would not eat properly. Chu Sheng thought Su Xiaomu was still thinking about what happened this morning, and was throwing a tantrum at him. So he walked to the door, and opened it without saying a word. Still saying something. It's my fault today. Don't be angry. Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng was stunned. And Xiaobai, who was standing outside the door, was also stunned. Chu Sheng was completely confused. Why did Xiaobai suddenly come to his house? Xiaobai also stood there in a daze. To be honest, Chu Xing's way of welcoming was a bit although his heartbeat accelerated. Xiao Bai's face was expressionless, and his eyes were even looking back and forth at Chu Xing's uncovered upper body. Although Chu Xing had not done any systematic fitness exercises, his figure was still good, especially after taking a shower. The muscle lines on his body were clearly visible, and the shape of his six-pack abs could be vaguely seen. Although he was not a muscular type, he was also a type that showed off his muscles when he took off his clothes. Chapter 156: Xiao Bai's Visit. The two looked at each other in bewilderment, and Chu Xing was suddenly awakened by a cool breeze in the corridor. And then, he suddenly realized what was happening. He immediately covered his chest with both hands, turned around and said hurriedly, "Xiao Bai, come in and sit first. I'll go put on some clothes." Chu Xing was in a hurry. He never thought that it was Xiao Bai who came. Now that she was seen naked, would she think she was a freak with an exhibitionist fetish? And Xiao Bai's reaction was extremely calm. If it were any other woman, she would have covered her eyes and screamed. But Xiao Bai just looked at her silently, with no expression on her face. Chu Xing hurriedly ran towards the bedroom. Xiao Bai saw Chu Xing's miserable appearance, walked in and closed the door, and raised a barely detectable smile at the corner of his mouth. But he restrained it in an instant and returned to his icy appearance. Chu Xing had just come out of the shower, and his slippers were slippery. In addition, he was in a hurry and only wanted to run to the bedroom to change into decent clothes. As a result, he slipped and fell to the ground without warning, and fell on his back. There was a loud bang, and even the people downstairs might have heard the loud noise. Xiao Bai was also startled, and watched Chu Xing fall to the ground. Chu Xing was completely confused. Why did he fall? Did the tiles foul? Chu Xing didn't even dare to turn his head at this time. He looked so miserable now. It was so embarrassing. How can I relieve the embarrassment of falling down at home? Chu Xing quickly regained his consciousness. He couldn't continue to embarrass himself like this. He had to take action, in order to eliminate the current awkward atmosphere. Chu Xing suddenly supported himself with both hands and started doing push-ups on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, Chu Xing said confidently, lying on the ground and doing push-ups continuously. And then he forcefully explained, "I just took a shower, and I just want to do a little exercise." Xiao Bai was also stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. And then he forced himself to suppress the smile. This guy really tried hard to relieve his embarrassment of falling down. Chu Xing did push-ups very standardly, with a wide range of motion. Just when Chu Xing was about to stand up after doing the 10th push-up, the towel tied around his waist suddenly slid off his body with a rustle and fell to the ground. So, Xiao Bai saw it. Even if Xiao Bai was as cold as ice, his face changed when he saw the scene. Chu Xing suddenly felt cold, and then he looked down and saw the towel on the ground. His face was as red as a monkey's, but if he stood under a traffic light, he could hit a red light. This was not just embarrassing. It was embarrassing. Chu Xing hurriedly lay on the ground and wrapped the towel with his hands again. He was so embarrassed that he looked back at Xiao Bai, who had turned around and covered his face. His face seemed to have been slapped more than a dozen times in a row, and it was burning. Chu Xing got up and rushed into the house and closed the door. He felt that the good impression he had left on Xiao Bai with great difficulty had collapsed in an instant today. Do push-ups to avoid embarrassment. Chu Xing was afraid that he would have a psychological shadow on the sport of push-ups recently. Chu Xing felt his scalp tingling when he thought of his stupid behavior just now. He quickly changed into decent clothes and dared to open the door and walk out. Xiao Bai had been sitting on the sofa without knowing when, and there was no trace of surprise on his face. When Chu Xing changed his clothes just now, Xiao Bai showed all his embarrassed expressions, and then took a deep breath to reorganize his appearance. He sat on the sofa as quiet as a virgin, and there was no sign of being frightened at all. In fact, the scene just now kept lingering in his mind, and Xiao Bai was also greatly shocked. Chu Xing wanted to explain, but seeing Xiao Bai was unmoved, he didn't know where to start. After giving Xiao Bai a bottle of water, Chu Xing also sat on the sofa and asked curiously, "I thought it was Su Xiaomu who came back." Xiao Bai took the water and said nothing more, but waved the bag in his hand and said, "I know you need to take a video and take a screenshot to prove yourself, so I brought you some equipment." Chu Xing was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Bai to come to him for this reason. A warm current rose in his chest. They had only known each other for a day, Even before Chu Sheng asked for help, Xiao Bai had already put himself in his shoes and thought of his needs. Thank you for making a special trip for this matter. Chu Sheng really didn't know what to say to thank him. So he suddenly said, why don't you stay for dinner today? When Xiao Bai heard about dinner, he thought of the delicious food he had last night. Today, he came to see Chu Sheng with the peripherals. Firstly because he thought that Chu Sheng needed a camera to take pictures of the screen and a camera to prove himself. And secondly, Xiao Bai went home yesterday and was hungry when he went to bed at night. Thinking of the delicious food Chu Sheng made, he didn't even feel like ordering takeout. So in Xiao Bai's heart, coming here to assemble the peripherals was just an excuse. And coming here to eat was also part of the reason. I have something to do tonight. Xiao Bai looked at the time reservedly and slightly declined. Chu Sheng had nothing to thank Xiao Bai for. When it came to money, Xiao Bai was also a big spender in Douyu Digital Zone. And he also had his own computer assembly store in Dahai City, which was well known throughout the city. Only Xiao Bai praised his cooking skills. And Chu Sheng could only thank him for cooking some delicious food himself. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat dinner. How can you skip it? Faced with Chu Sheng's repeated invitation, Xiao Bai half-heartedly pulled up the short hair beside his ears and nodded in agreement. Then I'll go install the equipment first and adjust the angles and everything. Xiao Bai stood up with the peripherals in his hand. Just as he reached the door of Chu Sheng's bedroom, he suddenly stopped and said, there's nothing inside. Right? Xiao Bai was afraid that he would see something embarrassing again. So he couldn't help but ask. Chu Sheng waved his hand and shook his head. No. No. I packed everything. Xiao Bai didn't say anything else and went in directly. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Siki and Xiao Bai all helped him this time. Chu Sheng must show his true ability when he proves himself and give those rhythm dogs a good beating. Chu Sheng also calmed down and started to work in the kitchen. Xiao Bai was very satisfied with the 3 dishes yesterday. But Chu Sheng couldn't have the same 3 dishes today. However, Chu Sheng also found some clues from Xiao Bai's taste. Today he planned to make some other dishes that were more in line with Xiao Bai's taste, as a thank you for Xiao Bai's righteous act. Chapter 157. That's just a reward. Don't think too much. Installing 2 cameras is easy for Xiao Bai. After installing and debugging, finding the best angle, and then testing it, he found that there was no problem at all. After leaving Chu Sheng's room, Xiao Bai returned to the sofa in the living room and looked at Chu Sheng's back, who was busy in the kitchen. His big eyes turned smartly, and he took out his mobile phone and secretly took a photo of Chu Sheng busy in the kitchen, and then sent it to Su Xiaomu, who had not returned yet. Su Xiaomu was on her way back when she suddenly received a message from Xiao Bai. She was stunned when she opened it. The photo showed her brother busy in the kitchen, but the person who sent the photo was Xiao Bai. Su Xiaomu checked the background, and it was not last night. She didn't expect Xiao Bai to be so restless. He secretly went to see his brother while she was not at home. Wow! This arrogant woman really said one thing and meant another. Su Xiaomu's lips curled up, and she quickly replied a message. You seduce my brother while I'm not at home. Arrogant girl. You win. After Xiao Bai saw Su Xiaomu's reply, she felt a little hot on her face. What nonsense is Su Xiaomu talking about? I guess Chu Sheng needs to prove himself. So he sent 2 cameras over. Oh! You pay so much attention to my brother? You know everything. You 2 are alone in the same room. Didn't anything happen? Su Xiaomu also caught Xiao Bai's handle and teased him as much as she could. As for whether he would die or not, that's another matter. Seeing Su Xiaomu's suicidal provocation, Xiao Bai unconsciously thought of the scene of Chu Sheng's bath towel sliding off his body and being completely naked. His heart was beating wildly, and he gave Su Xiaomu 3 fists, and nothing happened. Chu Sheng was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Bai sat on the sofa and looked towards the kitchen, subconsciously emptying himself. The fragrance gradually wafted out from the kitchen. Unlike yesterday's dishes, today's fragrance was particularly strong. But it was not the 3 dishes of yesterday. Xiao Bai was in a daze while guessing what Chu Sheng cooked today, and he didn't even notice Su Xiaomu coming back to change shoes. Su Xiaomu even said to herself, I'm back, but found that no one paid attention to her. Looking at Xiao Bai again, she was staring at Chu Sheng's busy figure in the kitchen, and she didn't even notice Su Xiaomu calling her when she came in. Su Xiaomu's lips curled up slightly, and she quietly took out her mobile phone to record the whole scene. The spotlight flashed, and Xiao Bai was flashed for a moment before she reacted. Looking at Su Xiaomu standing at the door with a strange smile on her face. She didn't understand that this girl was courting death again. Do you want to die? Xiaobai's icy pride broke out again. And just 4 words made Su Xiaomu feel a stronger cooling than the indoor air conditioner. The desire to survive made Su Xiaomu sober up. And he ran to the kitchen at lightning speed, shouting, "Brother, save me!" Xiaobai saw Su Xiaomu running straight to Chu Sheng, so he couldn't get angry. He snorted proudly, meaning that he would find another opportunity to deal with this girl. Su Xiaomu slipped into the kitchen and saw the delicious food being cooked, which made her appetite whet. Chu Sheng turned his head and saw Su Xiaomu, and his eyes couldn't help but focus on her pink lips. And then the scene in the morning appeared in his mind again. The moment Su Xiaomu and Chu Sheng's eyes met, they were like frightened deer. Their eyes flickered, and they dared not look directly at each other. Su Xiaomu took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and she moved closer to Chu Sheng, with a stern look in her eyes that could not be looked at directly. Morning or something. That's just a reward for you. Don't let your imagination run wild. Understand? Chu Sheng saw the sternness in Su Xiaomu's eyes, and then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice to show that he heard everything. Seeing that Chu Sheng really listened, Su Xiaomu also breathed a sigh of relief, and the embarrassment caused by the accident between the two of them could finally be turned over. Things seemed to have really passed like this. Su Xiaomu felt relaxed all over, leaned in and whispered, "Xiaobai came today. You two were alone in the same room. Did you?" The cunning in that look was so exciting. It was almost like a 100,000-word segment in my mind. Chu Sheng hurriedly shook his head to deny that absolutely nothing had happened and everything was normal. Su Xiaomu felt that Chu Sheng was a little strange, but couldn't tell. She frowned slightly and then relaxed her eyebrows, encouraging Chu Sheng to show his cooking skills. He had made great progress in conquering Bai Shuang's belly. Su Xiaomu felt a lot in her heart. There were not many people like her who cared about her brother's sexual happiness. She was really the national good sister. Su Xiaomu walked out of the kitchen and walked to Xiaobai with her mobile phone in her hand. Even though Xiaobai's cold eyes were staring at her all the time, Su Xiaomu was not afraid at all. He shook his phone and said, "I have sent you the photo, and I have deleted it. You can do whatever you want." It was the same old routine again. Xiaobai took out his phone expressionlessly, then saw the message photo, fiddled with it twice, and put it away. Deleted. It seemed that only in this way could he save some face in front of the eccentric Su Xiaomu. Su Xiaomu didn't care. The few clicks Xiaobai made just now were not deletions. Deletion only required 2 clicks. But Xiaobai pretended to click 4 or 5 times. Who knew if it was saved? The topic returned to Chu Sheng again, and Su Xiaomu told Xiaobai about Sun Hao's decision. Chu Sheng did not cheat. Now the live broadcast circle is in an uproar because of a newcomer cheating. From Weibo to various platforms, this matter is widely discussed, because there are 3 explosive points in this matter. The first is on the Douyu platform. You should know that the previous top players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the Douyu platform have all been eliminated for various reasons. This time another one has been exposed, which naturally attracted much attention. The second is because of Chu Sheng's identity. If it was a pure new anchor, he might have cheated and exploded, and there would not even be a splash. But Chu Sheng is Xia Jizi's brother. This identity alone is enough to cause an uproar. The third is the eye-catching operation in Chu Sheng's live broadcast video. One person combined the unique skills of the previous generations. You think you are from the Uchiha clan, and you imitated everything with the blood-sharing eyes, and even had the posture of surpassing the master. Do you think the brain capacity of the spectators is only the size of peanuts? In addition, a certain platform is behind the scenes, and all the spearheads are pointed at Su Xiaomu, Chu Sheng and the Douyu platform behind them. With the heroic efforts of the previous martyrs, now others directly call Douyu a Hongbi TV, which has further confirmed this point. The 3 explosive points together, the attention and discussion suddenly exploded. Although Chu Sheng only broadcast for 1 night, there is no doubt that he is now the most hot PUBG anchor. No one else. So it's a sure win? Xiaobai is also a Douyu anchor, so he is naturally very familiar with some of the tricks involved. This wave seems to have pushed Chu Sheng to the forefront. But as long as the last hand of combination cards is played well, Chu Sheng may be able to jump from a new anchor to a first-tier anchor. Chapter 158: A Man with 3 Women. Xiaobai's last bit of worry disappeared because of Su Xiaomu's explanation. And it must be said that Sun Hao is really a watertight person. After Su Xiaomu repeatedly assured Chu Sheng that he did not cheat, Sun Hao also changed a contract for Chu Sheng. This is the contract content of Douyu's intermediate anchors. It clearly states the illegal clauses. But there will be a focus on promotion and profit sharing. Rights and obligations are equal. And Sun Hao's move can be said to be very beautiful. If Chu Sheng really cheats, then according to this contract, he will be held accountable by Douyu, and even a high amount of compensation. But in the same way, if it is confirmed that Chu Sheng did not cheat, then Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battleground section will get a general who can expand the territory and bring back the low popularity and traffic. This operation not only satisfied Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu, but also gave Douyu an explanation for doing things according to the law. Su Xiaomu was not worried about self-certification at all. She saw her brother's operation yesterday with her own eyes. So how could it be fake? Douyu's intermediate contract has an annual salary of 1 million, which is also a guarantee for Chu Sheng. In Su Xiaomu's view, as long as her brother signs this contract, the distance between him and Xiaobai will be closer. It's time to eat. Chu Sheng pushed open the kitchen door, and a strong aroma immediately hit him. Xiaobai glanced at Su Xiaomu, envying that this girl could eat such delicious food every day. After a gentle sniff, Xiaobai was immediately defeated. It was not the same 3 dishes as yesterday, but it also caught Xiaobai's sense of smell at once. Chu Sheng brought the dishes one by one, and Su Xiaomu also cooperated to scoop rice, sweet and sour spare ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, hot and sour potato shreds, bone and winter melon soup. Chu Sheng placed the dishes on the table one by one. Xiaobai's eyes were already shining, and he wanted to pick up the chopsticks and eat immediately. But he still resisted the impulse, stood up proudly, and walked over slowly. The equipment has been debugged. You can just load it directly next time you broadcast live. Chu Sheng also seemed to be used to Xiaobai's cold face but warm-hearted attitude, and nodded to show that he understood. Dinner was a happy one, and it seemed that no one was disturbed by the cheating. When the meal was almost over, Su Xiaomu suddenly received a message from Sun Hao, telling her that Chu Sheng could start broadcasting at 8 o'clock in the evening. Sun Hao spent an afternoon buying Water Army to hype up the social platform, and added fuel to the fire of a live broadcast platform that was stepping on Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu. For a while, on a platform that monitors public opinion, it was suddenly seen that the topic of Chu Sheng's cheating increased at a visible speed in the afternoon, and even exceeded the total amount of their hype purchases. The topic continued to ferment, and even made it to the top 20 on Weibo's hot search list. People on a certain live broadcast platform were confused. They didn't hype this topic to such a high level? Could it be that netizens spontaneously stirred it up? You know, tap water is terrible in this era. Seeing that Douyu's cheating anchor was on the hot search list, the live broadcast platform was all laughing miserably after it realized it. The influence caused by this wave was enough to make Douyu lose a layer of skin, and dragging a top female anchor into the water. The rhythm of this wave was simply flying. If we take advantage of this period of time to launch a female anchor who can carry the top level, share the same popularity with Shinseki, and regain the market share, wouldn't it be wonderful? However, what Tongmin's live broadcast platform could not have imagined was that everything behind this was Sun Hao's plan, adding fuel to the other party's hype, making this fire burn even more vigorously. Looking at the continued increase in the hot search index, Sun Hao showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, let Tongmin do a wave of publicity for Chu Sheng for free, and then with the self-certification in the evening, launch Chu Sheng. With Sun Hao's many years of understanding of games and live broadcasts, Chu Sheng, an anchor who does not follow the ordinary path and has excellent skills, has no shortage of market and topic. How can he not be popular? The time was set at 8 p.m., the time period with the largest Weibo traffic. If Chu Sheng started a self-certification live broadcast during this time period, it would obviously be a big hit. Xiaobai wanted to leave directly after dinner, but was stopped by Su Xiaomu. Brother Sun said that my brother will do a self-certification live broadcast at 8 o'clock later. Anyway, the time is almost up. Why don't we stay together? If there are any problems with the peripherals during the live broadcast, you can also handle it directly. Su Xiaomu's excuse was impeccable, leaving Xiaobai with no reason to refuse. This wave of self-certification was very important to Chu Sheng, and it was also related to Su Xiaomu's live broadcast career. Xiaobai didn't say anything, which meant she agreed to stay. Su Xiaomu hugged Xiaobai's arm and said coquettishly, "Sister Xiaobai is the best." As for Su Xiaomu's real purpose, it was to find an excuse to ask Chu Sheng to send Xiaobai home after the self-certification. Su Xiaomu was worried about this silly brother. How could Xiaobai not know Su Xiaomu's thoughts? She stared at the girl for a long time. If Chu Sheng was not next to her, she would have turned into a violent Xiaobai and severely punished Su Xiaomu. After dinner, Xiaobai came to the kitchen on her own initiative and wanted to help. After all, she was full and couldn't watch Chu Sheng clean up alone. But as soon as he entered the kitchen, Chu Sheng stopped him and drove him out. How can you wash dishes for guests? You haven't thanked me for coming here today. You and Su Xiaomu can watch TV for a while. Chu Sheng blocked the kitchen door and didn't let Xiaobai go. In the end, he couldn't beat Xiaobai and had to return empty-handed. When Chu Sheng finished cleaning up the pots and pans, it was almost 7:30 in the evening. Sun Hao sent Su Xiaomu another message. And now he could arrange for Chu Sheng to go online to prove himself. Su Xiaomu was naturally very excited when she received the news. Although she didn't mind, she felt sick when she thought that it was Tongmen Platform that kept making trouble behind the scenes. It was naturally a happy thing to make Tongmen suffer. Brother, it's your turn. Su Xiaomu also prepared her phone. This time, not only did Chu Sheng take pictures of the screen, but she also prepared to live broadcast on her phone in order to shoot all around. She sat next to Chu Sheng, with her phone facing the screen, so that those who were stirring up trouble could not find any excuses. After Chu Sheng cleaned up the kitchen and took off his pink Hello Kitty apron, Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu followed him to Chu Sheng's bedroom. Chu Sheng entered the live broadcast room and saw that the debate had not stopped, but was getting more and more intense. When he got up and watched before, there were still many people who spoke for Chu Sheng. But this time, those who started to curse as soon as they entered the live broadcast room directly took the upper hand. Anyway, all kinds of ugly curses were said. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage. His heart was as calm as water and not affected at all. WeChat sent a message to Chen Siki, and Chu Sheng directly changed the name of the live broadcast room to an extremely popular one. The Man with 3 Women. Fuck. This name is not only a hateful name, but also a MT possessed. As the live broadcast room input signal on the black screen, Chu Sheng's face suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. And because of this, the barrage in the live broadcast room was stuck for a full 5 seconds. And then a dense barrage of barrages floated over. Chapter 159. Start to prove yourself. The anchor who cheats has the nerve to come online. Do you want to taste my 3 consecutive insults? 3 consecutive insults of quality. A slap in the face. Anchor. You are popular. Really popular. You pay tribute to 3 predecessors in 1 game. And you are better than the predecessors. Brother-in-law. I still support you. Come on. Slap these people in the face. Haha. You are engaged in science and invention. Why don't you win the Nobel Prize? Chu Sheng ignored these indignant comments. He could understand the feelings of these hysterical viewers. Some of them were ordinary players who really couldn't stand cheating. And some of them were trolls just by looking at their IDs. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very interesting if there are no cheats. Not everyone plays games to win. The different feedback behaviors brought by randomness may bring a good sense of pleasure due to various emergencies. However, cheats ultimately destroy the game experience. Imagine that you are shot through the wall as soon as you land, and a good game is turned into a parachute simulator. Or you finally reach the final circle after 28 minutes of hard work. And there is a situation where 4 against 1 basically wins the game. But the opponent's cheat locks the head and automatically aims and directly wipes out the team. However, in the face of this situation, players can only curse a few words and click a report that they don't know whether it will work. Now there are people who are openly cheating in live broadcasts, which instantly gives them an outlet for venting. Chu Sheng's calm performance surprised Xiaobai slightly. But not everyone can ignore these vicious words. Many anchors cried and had mental breakdowns because of the rhythm of the water friends in the live broadcast room. If they saw such a scene, they would be scared and directly went off the broadcast. Chu Sheng was able to remain unmoved. This psychological quality alone is better than many people. Hello everyone. It seems that everyone is impressed by my operation yesterday. Now I have found the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng paused, ignored more vicious comments, and smiled, but since you are here, just click on a wave of attention. In the future, whether you are watching live broadcasts, looking for evidence, or scolding people, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Wow. Is this anchor so shameless? I had a lot to say. But the shitty anchor's words suppressed me. Chu Sheng fiddled with the live broadcast software. And suddenly two small windows appeared in the lower right corner of the interface. One facing the screen, and the other facing the mouse. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Audiences who like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, or those who often watch live broadcasts, naturally know what this means. The cameraman took a picture of the screen, and Li Lian was trying to prove himself. This wave is very interesting. Self-proof. This wave is exciting. You should know that the last OU PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds 3rd generation Euros game was exposed, and he had a mental breakdown when he proved himself. Is Chu Sheng going to learn to play a one-on-one snake game in order to pay tribute? Xiao Mu. I'll log into your account and play, Chu Sheng said. This is also the first step of self-proof. Didn't your developer say that I killed too many people and was banned for a day? Then let's see if you can detect any problems. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room found that there were two beauties standing behind Chu Sheng. One is Xiao Guzi, and the other is a delicate iceberg girl with short hair. She has an expression of no strangers allowed and looks cold and stunning. Fuck. This dog is more lucky than the anchor. There are actually two such beautiful beauties around him. Hey. Why is Goddess Xiao by at Xiao Guzi's house again today? The word again is very essential. As the saying goes, the first time is strange. The second time is familiar. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Goddess Xiao Bai will be a permanent resident. Su Xiaomu also took out her phone and started live streaming, chatting with her fans at the back. She completely ignored the comments that cursed her. After all, they were not real fans, but just people who were invited by the public to stir up trouble. Why should she care about them? Some people say that my brother is cheating, which makes me unhappy. I was sitting next to him and watched him play yesterday afternoon. To say that he is cheating is to say that I, the genius beauty Su Xiaomu, am blind. You can say that my brother is ugly, but you are not allowed to say that I am blind. Su Xiaomu's words also made the fans in the live streaming room laugh like pigs. Little Pigeon doesn't hesitate to sell out his brother. So today, my brother will take a video of the live streaming to prove himself. And I will also use my phone to live stream the whole process for you, so that these people who are cheating can't find any explanation. Su Xiaomu was also direct, using words like rhythm dog. Those who watched the live broadcast yesterday should know that I used Su Xiaomu's account to broadcast live, but was temporarily banned because of too many kills. It has been 24 hours now. Now log in to check the status of this account. Chu Sheng logged into Su Xiaomu's account skillfully. The brother and sister remembered each other's account and password. Log into the game directly. And sure enough, the 24-hour ban message has disappeared. The account logs into the normal game interface, and the ban is lifted. The 24-hour ban is over. Nothing happened. Chu Sheng's words seem to be said to this group of rhythm guys. Self-proven. Right? This is also the first step of self-proven. Yesterday, this account was reported and had a high kill rate. The developer checked it for a day, but didn't find anything. Shh. I said that my brother-in-law wouldn't cheat. Even the developer didn't say anything. What are you guys competing for? The fans who were completely suppressed by the trolls before saw that the account was normal, and they immediately seemed to have a charge and raised the banner of counterattack. They also hesitated before whether Chu Sheng cheated. But based on their trust in Xia Jizi, they chose to believe Chu Sheng. But the other side had solid evidence. First, the account was banned, and then the operation was the same as cheating. If they said that they didn't cheat, they would be naive. Now we can finally fight back. The live broadcast room is in chaos. Today I will use Su Xiaomu's Mu Xiaogu account to broadcast myself. Next, let me introduce the guests. Chu Sheng continued to perform as planned. Without panic. The more doubts there are now, the more shocked they will be when he really shows up. As Chu Sheng said this, a game invitation with the ID, Chen Mama, was received in the game. How can those who watch the live broadcast not understand the meaning of this ID? Chen Siki actually invited Chu Sheng to play games at this time. This guy is a cheater. Chu Sheng accepted the invitation and originally planned to play a double row with Chen Siki. After all, having such an intellectual beauty to share his bad luck might be a better effect. But as soon as he entered the team, Chu Sheng saw a full team of 4 people. Looking at the ID again. Isn't this Tuzi and Shujia? How come they? Chapter 160. This anchor has something. Entering the voice channel, Chu Sheng heard Shinseki's cool voice as soon as he arrived. How is it? How is this? Tuzi and Shiojua also complained. We are responsible for supervising you in the game to see if you are cheating. Originally, Tuzi and Shiojua were unwilling to get involved in this matter. One because of Shinseki's request, and the other because Sun Hao also hinted at it. TSK. You must have tricked me into parachuting again. And then you ran in circles in the opposite direction. And you also supervised me. I'm afraid you disappeared before you even landed the parachute. Chu Sheng saw through the three people's tricks at a glance. And they did all kinds of unscrupulous means to stay in the safe zone. Seeing this lineup, many viewers in the live broadcast room laughed out of anger. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen a four-person team prove themselves. Such a show-off operation. Not only did they prove it by slaughtering in a single row, but they also did it in a four-person team. And let me tell you a joke. The developers' ban and detection. The live broadcast room was full of people playing very fast. But this was the first time I've seen a four-person team prove themselves. And the developers' ban was really just a joke. If you want to rely on the developers' company's ban to see if a person is cheating, I'm afraid you won't get any results at all. After all, the company's detection system can only be described as shitty. Chu Sheng wants to get rid of the title of hanging broadcaster, so he can only prove himself with actions. The screen, hands, and people are already within the range of the camera. And Su Xiaomu is filming 360 degrees from time to time. I am afraid that offline self-certification is only of this standard. If Chu Sheng can perform perfectly in this situation and reproduce his gun skills, then everyone will really have nothing to say. Looking at the rhythmic words in the barrage, Chu Sheng snorted. What's wrong with a 4-row? Isn't it enough for me to kill enough people in the 4-row? Make a fuss. Ha ha ha. Let's not mention Chu Sheng's solo row. The brother who was locked up all night last night came out to popularize science. Chu Sheng, can this game be played solo like this? Chu Sheng clicked into the menu. Su Xiaomu's account had a high score because he often played with Tuzi and Shinseki in a four-person team, with a four-person team score of around 1800 points. Tuzi, Shiojua and Shinseki also use big accounts. Watch carefully. Don't say I played a snake game, a fish row game, or something like that. Chu Sheng's move was completely provocative to these rhythm dogs, and his operation later would be enough to make them shut up. Su Xiaomu was also live streaming with his mobile phone, while Xiaobai was sitting quietly in the back flipping through his phone. As Shinseki excitedly shouted "Go-Go" a few times, the four of them went directly into the quality square. Chu Sheng ran to the center of the square in 3 or 2 steps, and then adjusted the DPI of the mouse to the highest. Self-proof is necessary, and things still need to be done, because it was a cameraman who took pictures of the screen. Chu Sheng's series of operations were all seen by others. As soon as they saw Chu Sheng adjusting the DPI and switching out to open the music player, the fans who had watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast immediately became excited. Fuck, brother-in-law. This is self-proof. Don't mess around. I'm so impressed. The only way to make brother-in-law calm down is to disconnect the internet, except for Xiaobai. Brother-in-law, please prove yourself and don't mess around. If it crashes, we will be scolded for nothing all day. Chu Sheng was not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh. Even Su Xiaomu, who was standing next to him, walked over curiously with her phone in hand. Although brother didn't cheat. Can you also be more serious? What are you doing? Brother, the game is about to start. What are you doing? Chu Sheng smiled and said, I'll show you something good. As soon as he finished speaking, the exciting electronic music rhythm sounded. Shinseki, Tuzi and Xiaoju all smiled bitterly when they heard the strong electronic music. Can't this guy even prove himself? Chu Sheng switched the microphone to the public channel, and suddenly the sound like a sports car roared across most of the Birth Island, under the rhythmic sound of the movement. Chu Sheng controlled the character to spin quickly on the ground, stand up, squat, and lie down. Because the mouse sensitivity was extremely high, Chu Sheng seemed to be spinning wildly on the ground, and then stood up and spun while lying down. The series of actions looked like Thomas spins in street dance. Why can he do this kind of action? I've seen the Naruto cheat, the flying cheat, and the perspective cheat. Isn't this dancing cheat a bit awesome? Brother? Almost instantly, all the people in the Quality Plaza surrounded him, in order to appreciate Chu Sheng's extremely awesome dancing skills. The Quality Plaza was surprisingly decent. No one approached Chu Sheng, leaving him a place to display his talent. Some people who were blocked from seeing jumped to the height of the wreckage, found their own places, and stared at Chusheng's gorgeous dance steps. Shinseki was stunned. This PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds also has a dance system? Rabbit and Xiaojue looked at each other in bewilderment at the training base. How did this guy do it? Rabbit and Xiaojue also tried it, but they couldn't do the same effect as Chusheng. They looked as dull as an old man in his 70s. Fuck. This dance? Plus this music. How can it be so exciting? Learn about Jedi dance. The Water Army, that mocked Chusheng before, was also stunned. Where is the self-proof? What is he doing? Others don't understand how Chusheng did the amazing Thomas turn, but the audience in the live broadcast room can see it clearly. Adjust the DPI to the extreme. Then need a rhythmic music. And then shake the mouse crazily, because the DPI is super high. If you move a little, the character in the game will respond with extremely exaggerated movements. This, almost everyone was stunned. Brother, selling this game to you for 98 is really a loss. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. This idiot anchor actually used the dance cheat. The Water Army in the live broadcast room even forgot their job of leading the rhythm. Sun, Hao could also see Chusheng's live broadcast push in the background. He started with a show of skill, and was not led by the Water Army at all. He had a good psychological quality. If this wave of self-proven was fine, then Chusheng would be famous without any surprise. Wow. Brother, where did you buy this dazzling dance plugin? This is the first time I have the urge to buy a plugin. This dazzling dance plugin is really invincible. The people around Chusheng were complaining crazily, and some people were even asking Chusheng where to jump after landing, so that they could enjoy a wave of peerless dance moves after landing. Chusheng looked at the accumulated 40 points of complaints, and he was so happy. Since they have asked, Chusheng must be merciful and tell them, come on. P-City Water Tower sells dance cheats at a low price. Don't jump to the wrong P-City Water Tower. Chusheng turned off the music, watched the countdown to boarding, obediently adjusted the DPI back, and then played this trick again. Wow. This guy is simply a beast. Is he happy to play this trick? Don't ask. Look at this idiot anchor smiling with his big teeth exposed. How can he not be happy? Fuck. This is the first time I've seen such a rampant anchor selling cheats live. I can't help but click a wave of attention.